In the year 1516 of the Sea Circle calendar, the vast ocean witnessed the rise of the formidable Whitebeard, who had become one of the 4 emperors reigning over the seas for several years at that time. His pirate crew comprised merely a little over 100 members in the New World. Aboard the Moby Dick, a middle-aged man with a pineapple-shaped hairstyle and drooping eyelids raised a bounty notice in his hand, calling out to a 12-year-old boy seated at the bow of the ship. The boy, known as Xia, was a slender youth with tousled hair, wearing an open-fronted plain shirt and lantern-style trousers. "Ah, has it increased again, Captain Marco?" Xia responded, taking the bounty notice from the hands of Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The notice bore a profile image of Xia standing on a shattered ship, and astonishingly, his bounty had soared to 218 million. Below his name, Xia was identified as Blood I Xia Zhiqing with the ominous warning, "Kill on sight." "Huh, 200 million already? That is indeed quite rapid," Xia exclaimed as he casually tossed the notice aside, his eyes narrowing slightly as the 2 tomo in his crimson pupils began to rotate. Leaning against the railing, he gazed into the distance, his expression contemplative. "It has been over a year since I found myself in the world of pirates, and I have managed to make a name for myself. Of course, the most important thing is..." Turning to glance at the imposing figure seated at the stern, adorned with a crescent mustache, he could not help but smile that Xia Zhiqing, now have something to protect in this world. "Father, rest assured, the tragedy of the Marineford War shall not repeat itself. I shall safeguard the Whitebeard." Pirates. Xia Zhiqing, however, did not originally belong to this world of pirates. He hailed from the realm of Yunmeng in the kingdom of Shenlong. After watching the One Piece anime and the tragic events of the Marineford War, particularly the demise of Uchiha Itachi for Naruto, he was overcome with grief over Whitebeard's death. Tragically, he succumbed to carbon monoxide poisoning while bathing. When he next opened his eyes, the legendary character Whitebeard stood before him in the flesh. After coming to terms with his new reality, he accepted Whitebeard's invitation to become his son and join the Whitebeard Pirates, unable to resist the allure of meeting his idol. From the anime, Kurara, Xia, splendid work. Yet there is still much to strive for. Such strength is merely the beginning in the new world. The giant with the crescent mustache was none other than Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world with a bounty of 3.565 billion. He spoke proudly, beaming with joy. "Father, I am well aware," Xia Zhiqing replied with a resigned smile. Then, his expression shifted to one of seriousness as he said, "Father, there is something I wish to discuss with you." "Oh, pray do share," Whitebeard inquired, his attention now fully captured, as did the others aboard. Xia Zhiqing declared, "As a fledgling eagle begins to take flight, it is time for me to venture forth on my own. Father, you know I am restless. My greatest joy is to wander the world. It is vast, and I yearn to explore it." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard furrowed his brows slightly before letting out a sigh. He then nodded, his voice tender. "Very well, go forth. However, should you find yourself in dire straits, the Whitebeard Pirates will always await your return." "Thank you, Father. Rest assured, if I falter, I shall return at once," Xia Zhiqing replied with a smile, then addressed those present. "Father, dear brothers, I am grateful for your care over the past year. As I depart, do not miss me too much. Kurara, go forth and venture well. I look forward to seeing what you accomplish." Whitebeard's deep laughter resonated, powerful enough to stir the heavens and the earth. Hearing this, Xia Zhiqing smiled, kneeling in gratitude before Whitebeard. "Father, I am immensely grateful for your kindness over this past year." With that, he leaped from a Moby Dick, landing aboard a smaller vessel below. "You rascal, it seems you were well prepared. Remember to visit often," Marco remarked lazily as he approached the bow. "Don't go dying on us, or we won't be collecting your corpse." The others joked. "Haha, of course not. I cherish my life too much." Xia Zhiqing laughed heartily, and then electrifying energy crackled around him, activating the small vessel's propulsion system. In an instant, he set sail, riding the waves toward the horizon. To safeguard the Whitebeard Pirates, one must possess formidable strength. Yet, remaining under the protective wing of Father Whitebeard will not hasten the refinement of one's power and experience. Naturally, Xia Zhiqing yearns to stay beneath Whitebeard's banner, but the thought of the impending tragedy 4 years hence fills him with an overwhelming sense of pressure. His current abilities are woefully inadequate. In that fateful battle, he would be rendered utterly ineffective, and instead become a burden. He must hasten his journey to attain the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only then will he possess the foundational capital to ascend to the higher echelons of combat in this world. Thus did Xia Zhiqing muse within his heart. Upon his initial arrival in this realm, he believed that joining the Whitebeard pirates would serve as his greatest advantage. Yet, he was mistaken. During a subsequent naval confrontation, he awakened the Sharingan system, along with the lightning-infused chakra inherent to the Sharingan. Indeed, he bore the abilities of Naruto, yet found himself in the world of One Piece. At first, Xia Zhiqing was awestruck by this phenomenon. However, upon reflection, he realized that encountering such a miraculous event as crossing over was extraordinary enough. Awakening the Sharingan system was merely another marvel. The Sharingan system is quite straightforward in its functionality, generating 200 evolution points daily. Furthermore, as Xia Zhiqing grows stronger, the daily yield of evolution points will gradually increase. The purposes of these evolution points are manifold. Firstly, they can accelerate the evolution of the Sharingan, enhancing Xia Zhiqing's strength. Secondly, they can be exchanged for ocular power, mitigating the risk of blindness from excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thirdly, they can be converted into combat points, bolstering his physical attributes such as strength, defense, reflexes, and agility at a conversion rate of 101. Of course, evolution points can also be acquired through the act of slaying. Another function of this system is to assess the combat strength of adversaries. Thus far, the most powerful individual Xia Zhiqing has encountered in this world is Whitebeard, boasting a combat power of 689. 1 point of combat power roughly equates to the combined strength of 100 elite Navy soldiers. Pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million typically possess combat power in the range of 60 to 75. Presently, Xia Zhiqing's combat power stands at a mere 105. Strength, oh strength, he exclaims, and then silently intones, transformation technique. Instantly, he morphed into an entirely different visage. This transformation technique was a creation of his own, derived from memories of his past life. Concurrently, he devised several combat techniques suited to his style, such as the Chidori series of ninjutsu, alongside various lightning release techniques and illusions. In the New World, on Noir Island, within a certain tavern, the sensation of freedom is truly delightful. Clad in a black casual outfit, Xia Zhiqing set down his glass, exhaling deeply. Yet, just as he was about to refill his cup, an unwelcome voice interrupted from behind. "Kid, step aside. I'm commandeering this spot." Immediately, a large, hairy hand reached over, attempting to rudely pull him down. However, Xia Zhiqing would not allow himself to be so easily displaced. He deftly evaded the hand, only for his right hand to seize it like an iron claw. "Are you seeking trouble?" Xia Zhiqing turned, her gaze as frigid as ice, locking onto the owner of the hand. This individual was a burly middle-aged man, towering at 2 meters 7. His chest adorned with thick hair and a mouthful of yellowed teeth. In that instant of being captured, the man intended to withdraw his hands, but found himself utterly unable to do so. Xia Zhiqing's grip felt as if it possessed the strength of 1,000 mountains, unwavering and resolute. He retaliated with a punch, only for Xia Zhiqing to effortlessly deflect it, then sent him crashing to his knees with a swift kick. Just as he contemplated a counterattack, a cold object pressed against his head. Xia Zhiqing's chilling voice pierced the air. "I advise you to remain still. Otherwise, be wary that I might inadvertently pull the trigger." Yet, the middle-aged man remained undeterred, threateningly retorting, "Kid, I suggest you release me and apologize on your knees, or you shall face dire consequences." Wasn't he the younger brother of the White Wolf pirate crew? How audacious could this fool be? Surely, he was an inexperienced brat, oblivious to the crew's formidable reputation. If I were him, I would hastily offer my apologies. Enough chatter, we should leave quickly. It would be troublesome if we get caught up in this. The White Wolf, after all, was a terrifying presence with a bounty of 158 million berries. The surrounding patrons, upon witnessing the middle-aged man's audacity, turned pale and began murmuring, rising to exit the establishment. However, as they approached the door, they found it barred by a towering figure standing at 3 meters tall. It was the vice-captain of the White Wolf pirate crew, the Venomous Wolf, with a bounty of 98 million berries. The drunken patrons sobered instantly, their bodies trembling with fear. You dare to harm our people? You possess quite the audacity. The venomous wolf's eyes narrowed dangerously as he regarded the middle-aged man captured by Xia Zhiqing, his voice laced with menace. Kneel and apologize, sever a finger, and pay 10 million berries in medical fees, and I may allow you to leave. The venomous wolf settled into a chair, exuding arrogance. Did you hear that, you scoundrel? Release me at once and kneel to apologize. The middle-aged man bellowed, brimming with bravado. What if I refuse? Xia Zhiqing replied with a smile, pressing her foot down on the man's fingers. Who was she? The daughter of Whitebeard, impervious to such threats? Moreover, the venomous wolf's combat prowess was a mere 45, abysmally weak. Crack! The sound of bones snapping echoed ominously. Ah! The middle-aged man let out a gut-wrenching scream, immediately turning to the venomous wolf, pleading for salvation. Venomous wolf. Kill him for me. I want him dead. Witnessing Xia Zhiqing's reaction, the venomous wolf's expression darkened momentarily. You are impressive. But let us see if you truly possess the skills you claim. With that, the air crackled with intensity as the venomous wolf vanished from sight, reappearing directly before Xia Zhiqing. Otherwise, you shall pay with your life, kid. Finger gun. The venomous wolf unexpectedly unleashed the spear technique from the Navy's 6th style, aiming with a deadly precision to pierce through Xia Zhiqing's skull. Yet, Xia Zhiqing stood there, appearing utterly oblivious. I thought you were formidable. Turns out, you are merely a facade. If that is the case, you may meet your demise. Just as he believed he could slay Xia Zhiqing, he noticed her pupils suddenly shift, revealing a pair of double magatama. Blood. Upon witnessing these magatama, the venomous wolf was instantly struck with terror, for he recognized those eyes. However, before he could utter a single word, Xia Zhiqing interrupted him. Illusion binding technique. The wolf's finger halted a mere inch from Xia Zhiqing's face. Bang! The sound of a gunshot jolted everyone awake. The crowd beheld the massive form of the venomous wolf crash to the ground, a grotesque bloodied hole piercing through his head, blood gushing forth. Ding! Host has slain a bounty of 98 million for a pirate, earning 10 evolution points. The system's voice rang out as expected. Ah, a murder! The patrons of the tavern screamed in unison, then panically fled outside. You're finished. How dare you kill my first mate? My brother will not spare you. The middle-aged fat man, witnessing the fallen wolf, was paralyzed with fear, yet still managed to shout bravely. Why should I fear? Is it only permissible for him to kill me while I cannot retaliate? Xia Zhiqing remarked nonchalantly, her brow slightly arching. Very well, my dear sir. Step forth to converse. Whether you can successfully leave this island today depends on the strength of your abilities. At that moment, an ominous voice resonated from outside the bar. Ha, you are doomed. My brother is here. Quickly beg for mercy. Perhaps that way you might find a sliver of hope. The middle-aged man exclaimed, his face lighting up with glee. Oh really? In response, Xia Zhiqing surprisingly holstered her weapon and delivered a swift kick to the middle-aged man's backside, sending him flying out. Bang! A collision echoed outside, accompanied by the sound of shattering. Xia Zhiqing leisurely exited the bar, only to be greeted by the sight of lifeless civilians strewn across the street, alongside a host of vicious pirates, led by a seemingly refined middle-aged man. This very man had uttered the murderous words moments ago. It was difficult to fathom that such an elegant individual could embody a ruthless killer. The contrast was indeed stark. This fool truly dares to act so brazenly. How could he treat the captain's younger brother in such a manner? He is undoubtedly doomed, and his end will be most gruesome. The pirates watched with malevolent glee as the middle-aged man with a face full of resentment directed his complaints towards the White Wolf. There had been a previous pirate crew that had bullied this middle-aged man, only to be hunted down by the White Wolf, who decimated everyone who had wronged him. In a single night, that entire pirate crew was obliterated. The White Wolf even left behind the words murderer, White Wolf, and erected a monument of corpses. That day, the sea trembled in shock. Since that time, even pirate crews stronger than the White Wolf pirates have been reluctant to easily provoke them. How audacious! I shall see what fortitude you possess for daring to challenge the White Wolf pirates. If your strength is insufficient to quell my wrath, prepare to endure torment akin to hell itself. With that, White Wolf charged forward, his hands morphing into fearsome wolf claws. A user of a zoan-type devil fruit? But what of it? Thunder erupted from Xia Zhiqing's body as he retaliated with an unwavering fist. The might of White Wolf registered at a formidable 74, indeed powerful, yet still inadequate. Boom. The air trembled violently, resonating with a deep sound. The ground quaked, erupting into a gaping chasm of over 20 meters. Soon after, a figure could be seen retreating hastily, stumbling back for several steps before finally regaining his footing. To everyone's astonishment, it was none other than White Wolf himself. Chapter 5. Do you have the ability to kill me? Well done, young one. I hadn't realized you were also a capable fighter. White Wolf narrowed his eyes, a cold, enigmatic smile creeping upon his lips. Just right for me. Let me show you my true strength. With a sudden howl, White Wolf transformed into his beastman form, resembling Rob Lucci's leopard form from the original narrative. In an instant, he vanished. This lad possesses some strength, albeit only a modicum. How foolish to provoke the captain. Humph. Soon enough, he shall be nothing but a corpse. The crew of pirates sneered, completely dismissing the notion that Xia Zhiqing could stand against White Wolf. You little brat. Prepare to die. White Wolf materialized behind Xia Zhiqing, his sharp claws glowing ominously, sending chills down Xia Zhiqing's spine. Indeed, a pirate of over 1 billion in bounty possesses formidable strength, Xia Zhiqing thought, feeling a shiver run through him. Yet he was not slow to react. With a flash of lightning, he swiftly turned around and shouted, "Armament hockey, activate." His fist met White Wolf's claws in a clash. Sizzle. The air rippled, and the ground erupted into a 10-meter-wide pit. However, White Wolf, undeterred by his failed assault, vanished once more, reappearing behind Xia Zhiqing, shouting, "Claw of the Wolf." A powerful tearing force surged forth, causing Xia Zhiqing's hair to stand on end. Then let me see who is truly swifter. Chidori flow. With a swift motion of his arm, the lightning enveloping Xia Zhiqing erupted forth, spreading rapidly. White Wolf clearly did not anticipate that Xia Zhiqing could disperse his lightning in such a manner. He was struck, his body momentarily paralyzed, his movements slowing. Chidori sharp spear. With his Sharingan spinning rapidly, Xia Zhiqing's dynamic vision engaged as he clenched his hand, channeling the gathered lightning into a spear that shot forth like a bolt of light. Thud. White Wolf's body was pierced, entirely unprepared for Xia Zhiqing's overwhelming strength. Even though he reacted swiftly, evading a fatal strike to his chest, his right shoulder was still impaled. The terrifying lightning elicited a scream from him, paralyzing half of his body instantly. White Wolf, your strength is insufficient to take my life. Since you cannot kill me, the tables have turned. Xia Zhiqing's face radiated a brilliant smile as she spoke. Do not presume to underestimate me. I am not easily trifled with. White Wolf roared in fury, managing to break free from the thousand-bird spear, unleashing a formidable and malevolent aura. However, before he could complete his words, he was suddenly halted. Xia Zhiqing had somehow closed the distance, her hand charged with lightning piercing through his chest. My apologies, but it seems you have lost, she declared, withdrawing her arm and swiftly retreating. How can this be? White Wolf, incredulous, could hardly believe his swift defeat. Ding. You have slain the bounty of 158 million berries, White Wolf. You have gained 15 evolution points. The evolution points were pitifully few. Impossible. The captain has been defeated. The pirates, who had anticipated a spectacle, were now aghast, their faces reflecting sheer horror. This was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 158 million berries. How could he have been dispatched so easily? What strength must Xia Zhiqing possess? The pirates swallowed hard, suddenly realizing they had stumbled upon a formidable opponent. Why is it impossible? It's merely a bounty of 158 million berries. Is that particularly impressive? Defeating a mere White Wolf should be expected. Should I truly be outmatched by him? Xia Zhiqing remarked dismissively at the astonished pirates. With a bounty exceeding 200 million, it would be utterly humiliating if she could not vanquish a pirate worth 100 million. With no hesitation, she dealt with all of White Wolf's subordinates. However, the absence of a naval branch or bounty exchange on this island posed a significant inconvenience. Without their presence, she had no means to exchange the bounty for rewards. Xia Zhiqing shook her head in exasperation. Her reliance on chakra for combat meant that a deficiency would render her powerless. To navigate this world teeming with monsters and possess the ability to confront any peril, she required ample high-energy sustenance to maintain her chakra reserves. The cost of such provisions was not trivial. Thus, Xia Zhiqing was determined not to overlook any opportunity to acquire wealth, even in the absence of conflict. She needed at least 200,000 berries worth of food daily. The combined wealth of these pirate crews barely exceeded 300 million berries, which would sustain her for only a month. Setting sail on the ship of the White Wolf pirate crew, Xia Zhiqing sought the nearest naval branch. Today, she had only accrued an additional 25 evolution points, which, when combined with the 2,000 points automatically generated over the past 10 days, brought her total to 2025. Alas, reaching 1,000 points to evolve my Sharingan into the 3 Tomo is not particularly difficult, yet the enhancement of my combat prowess proves to be a formidable challenge. Xia Zhiqing reclined upon the deck, gazing melancholically at his small hands, lamenting softly. He summoned his attribute panel. Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan status, Double Tomo, for 75,1000, Combat Power, 105 Skills, Chidori, Chidori Simban, Chidori Sharp Spear, Chidori Flow, Lightning Release, Thunder Armor, Genjutsu, Binding Technique. Genjutsu, Dream Killing Technique, Substitution Technique, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Observation Haki, Armament Haki. Xia Zhiqing decided to allocate his evolution points into 2 segments. One portion for the Sharingan, totaling 525 points, and the other 1,500 points exchanged for combat points, which he added to his combat power. Ding! The 3 Tomo Sharingan has successfully awakened, granting you the ability to replicate techniques, enhanced perception, illusion capabilities, and dynamic vision. Xia Zhiqing felt a refreshing sensation in his eyes, and his vision expanded dramatically. Once capable of discerning details from 1,000 meters away, he could now perceive clearly from 1,500 meters. His combat power also rose from 105 to 120. He glanced at the evolution points required to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan, an astonishing 10,000 points. It seems the path ahead is indeed laden with challenges. Xia Zhiqing could not help but let out a long sigh. Unbeknownst to Xia Zhiqing, a colossal warship was advancing toward him. The occupants were not mere naval officers, but rather the world aristocracy, the celestial dragons. Among them was Dubin Suisheng, whose head resembled a shovel, his face marred with pockmarks, and a deep indentation at the center of his forehead. He was in high spirits. Look, a pirate ship. Ha ha ha, my luck is truly extraordinary. Having just acquired a batch of specialized cannonballs, he was eager to test their potency, and fortuitously encountered Xia Zhiqing's vessel. It was an opportune target, practically gifted to him for a demonstration of his cannonball's might. Quick, bring me the cannonballs so I may witness their effect. The celestial dragon exclaimed excitedly. At his command, several figures clad in black swiftly retrieved the cannonballs. These were a collection of red projectiles unlike any ordinary cannonball, emblazoned with ominous warning symbols. Behold my marksmanship. As the black-clad individuals loaded the cannonballs, he aimed the weapon towards Xia Zhiqing. With a sharp whistle, the red cannonball shot forth like a meteor, hurtling towards Xia Zhiqing. Boom! A brilliant crimson explosion blossomed beautifully over the ocean, splintering wood and reverberating through the air. Ha ha, I hit it. I truly hit it. My aim is impeccable. As he beheld the impact on Xia Zhiqing's ship, Dubin Suisheng erupted into joyous exclamations. The black-clad figures behind him immediately showered him with praise. Truly, Lord Dubin Suisheng, such precise marksmanship. We are in utmost admiration. Dubin Suisheng's marksmanship has reached an extraordinary level. The title of sharpshooter is indeed tailored for him. Listening to these exaggerated praises, Dubin Suisheng felt as though he were floating on air. He chuckled. If that's the case, let us continue. I shall demonstrate my prowess for you all. With that, he unleashed another cannonball, striking the left side of Xia Zhiqing's ship. Boom! A towering blaze erupted, splinters flying, and the pirate vessel succumbed to its own weight, cracking apart. Boom, boom, boom. Observing this, Dubin Suisheng fired 3 more cannonballs, shattering the bow, stern, and main mast. The entire pirate ship was utterly ruined. Witnessing the destruction, Dubin Suisheng displayed an even more triumphant smile, exclaiming, ha ha ha, splendid. The power of these cannonballs is indeed formidable. A few shots can obliterate a pirate ship. It seems that Brody did not deceive me. I need not trouble him further. While he reveled in his satisfaction, Xia Zhiqing was consumed by rage. Who dared to strike me? What grievance have I caused you? Xia Zhiqing roared in fury upon the sea. Lightning crackled around him, dispersing the surrounding smoke. He appeared disheveled, his clothes and hair stained with blood and with splinters, resembling a beggar. It was then he noticed a naval vessel not far ahead, upon which stood a celestial dragon. At that moment, the celestial dragon's face flickered with delight upon seeing Xia Zhiqing, only to subsequently direct the cannon fire at him. Bang! A meteoric cannonball was aimed at Xia Zhiqing. Hiss! Xia Zhiqing felt a tingling sensation at the nape of his neck. This cannonball exuded a palpable sense of danger. He dared not hesitate and swiftly retreated. Bang! The sea trembled violently, a monstrous wave soaring over 10 meters high. The power of the cannonball was truly terrifying. Haha, it hit. On the warship, Dubinswai Saint exclaimed with exhilaration as he beheld the colossal wave on the sea. Dubinswai Saint is becoming increasingly formidable, truly a descendant of the gods, rendering us mere mortals utterly overshadowed. A figure clad in black showered him with flattery, causing Dubinswai Saint to feel elated. Well said, well said. Let us return. Dubinswai Saint held his head high, resembling a victorious general, preparing to turn and take his leave. You have damaged my ship, destroyed my goods, and left me in such disarray, yet you wish to depart so easily? Do you not find that rather simplistic? A cold voice suddenly interrupted, causing the group of black-clad figures to become alert. Who goes there? The black-clad individual, who had just been offering praise, suddenly scanned the area like a leopard, demanding to know. Just an unknown wretch, but your actions have truly enraged me. In an instant, Xia Zhiqing, disheveled and with a grim expression, appeared before them. Impudent. To stand before me without kneeling, what audacity. Quickly kneel and apologize, and become my slave to atone for your sins. I may consider sparing you. Otherwise, prepare to face the wrath of the Admiral. If you wish to survive, act swiftly. Dubinswai Saint glared at Xia Zhiqing, delivering his haughty command with an air of superiority. Humph! Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing emitted a low, mocking sound. He lifted his head, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the celestial dragons are as tyrannical as they come. The entire world must revolve around them. Xia Zhiqing's heart bled, for his 300 million berries had been obliterated in the recent bombardment. 300 million. That was his sustenance for an entire month. Hearing this, Dubinswai Saint contemptuously snorted, declaring, "At least you know your place. Now, kneel and apologize. It is an honor for you to bow before me. Do you understand? Most people lack even this privilege. And what if I refuse?" Xia Zhiqing narrowed his eyes, his tone icy. "Then you shall perish." Dubinswai Saint produced a handgun from seemingly nowhere and fired at Xia Zhiqing. However, Xia Zhiqing deftly evaded the shot and charged directly at Dubinswai Saint. "Seize him." Dubinswai Saint commanded the men in black beside him, remaining unfazed. Yes, the black-clad figures surged towards Xia Zhiqing. "How dare you defy Lord Dubinswai Saint, you fool?" They sneered with disdainful smiles. "With mere worthless trash like you attempting to hinder me, begone." Xia Zhiqing was now a vision of lethal intent. The celestial dragons? What of it? He had no reason to fear a solitary celestial dragon. Not in the slightest. Thunderbird stream. A tempest of frenzied lightning erupted around Xia Zhiqing, expanding rapidly outward. The air crackled with intensity. Gale foot. In response to the lightning, the black-clad men collectively unleashed waves of energy to counter it. As protectors of the celestial dragons, their strength was undoubtedly formidable, yet alas, they had chosen the wrong opponent. As their focus narrowed on the Thunderbird stream, they were already defeated. For in a blink, Xia Zhiqing transformed into a streak of lightning, vanishing from sight. Not good. The men in black shouted in alarm. However, before they could react, Thunderbird thousand strikes. A barrage of densely packed, lightning-infused needles, the width of chopsticks, struck them from behind with blinding speed. Thud, thud, thud. The black-clad figures fell like dominoes. Evolution Point 3. Next, it is your turn. Dubinswai Saint, you owe me a considerable restitution for my losses. Xia Zhiqing's eyes swirled with the duality of the Tomo, embodying a vengeful spirit, exuding a chilling and frenzied aura of murder as he advanced toward Dubinswai Saint. How dare you threaten a descendant of the gods? Let me tell you, if you dare to harm me, the Admiral thud. Dubinswai Saint's words were abruptly cut off as a fist collided violently with his abdomen. And what of the Admiral? Xia Zhiqing declared, they shall remain blissfully unaware. With another powerful punch, he shattered Dubinswai Saint's helmet, striking his nose squarely. Instantly, a medley of warm, diverse sensations surged up Dubinswai Saint's throat. He felt a haze before his eyes, yet a twinge of panic surged within him. All my hard-earned wealth has been squandered. And you shamelessly demand that I serve as a slave to atone? And you dare to show me mercy? How audacious you are. Xia Zhiqing's voice was frigid as she seized his head and forcefully pressed it into the deck. When has Dubinswai Saint ever been treated in such a manner? His nasal bone shattered, emitting a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. So what if you are a celestial dragon? Are you truly that impressive? Others may fear you, but I do not. Xia Zhiqing regarded Dubinswai Saint solely as a punching bag, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. You bastard, I want you dead. I will not let you escape. Dubinswai Saint cried out with venomous rage. If you wish to spare me, then it seems I cannot grant you the same mercy. After transforming Dubinswai Saint into a grotesque visage, Xia Zhiqing's fury subsided. Yet, from the very beginning, she had no intention of leaving him alive, and now she had ample reason to eliminate him. Binding Dubinswai Saint tightly with ropes to prevent his escape, Xia Zhiqing then dashed into the cabin, hoping to discover something of value to recoup her losses. Alas, damn it, apart from women and an assortment of peculiar items. Are the celestial dragons truly this impoverished? Xia Zhiqing emerged empty-handed, inadvertently rescuing a group of women instead. Little did she know, the celestial dragons never carry money when they venture out. They purchase items on credit, allowing merchants to later seek reimbursement from the world government. Thus, how could there be anything of worth aboard Dubinswai Saint's warship? The women trembled before Xia Zhiqing, their faces etched with confusion and despair. Yet, when they glanced at Dubinswai Saint, they could not help but shudder, their expressions filled with terror. Despicable celestial dragons, scoundrels, beasts, I shall see you dead. Suddenly, a woman with wheat-colored skin, her body covered in bruises, burst forth from the crowd, her face twisted with fierce hatred. She drew the pistol from Dubinswai Saint's waist and fired several shots into his heart, swiftly ending his life. Instantly, this bloody scene sent the group of women into another fit of terrified screams. They had long since succumbed to overwhelming despair, and even the slightest disturbance would elicit a significant reaction from them. Sister, have you killed a celestial dragon? Are you not afraid of the world government or the navy seeking retribution? Xia Zhiqing observed Dubinswai Saint, who still struggled momentarily, then turned her gaze to the woman with wheat-colored skin, inquiring, I have nothing left to lose. At worst, I shall perish. What is there to fear? Despite the seamless execution of her violent act, the tremor in her voice revealed the depth of her fear. After all, he was a celestial dragon. To the common populace, he was a figure akin to a deity. Can you truly embrace death with such resolve? If you possessed that courage, you would have taken your own life by now. How about this? If you find yourself at a loss, with nowhere to turn, why not follow me? What say you? Xia Zhiqing extended an olive branch to the woman. With her courage to confront the celestial dragons, Xia Zhiqing firmly believed that this woman possessed remarkable potential. Recruiting her as a subordinate would undoubtedly yield great rewards. Such determination and bravery were rare, especially among the multitude of women present. She alone exhibited this audacity. How can you assure me of my protection? The sun-kissed woman queried, her voice still trembling with uncertainty. That is a certainty. After all, I have no fear of the celestial dragons, so why should I fear any other powers? Moreover, you have but one path before you. Follow me, Xia Zhiqing asserted, convinced of the woman's resolve. After a moment of contemplation, the woman took a deep breath and replied, Very well, but if I sense that you can no longer protect me, I shall leave at once. In truth, she had no choice. Her desire to survive left her with only this option, for only Xia Zhiqing could guide her out of peril. Hero, we too wish to accompany you. Please take us with you and do not abandon us. At this juncture, the other women implored in unison, many dropping to their knees and prostrating themselves, their foreheads striking the ground until blood was drawn. Fine. I will lead you away, but my responsibility extends only to navigating this vessel towards the naval base. What transpires thereafter is no longer my concern, Xia Zhiqing declared, acknowledging that their paths had merely crossed, and she could not escort them to safety indefinitely. Thus, she deemed it necessary to temper their expectations to prevent disappointment. Understood, we will comply. The women eagerly nodded in agreement. The mere fact that Xia Zhiqing was willing to take them along was already a great mercy, and they dared not make further pleas. Then let us set sail. Having spent over a year with the Whitebeard pirates, Xia Zhiqing was well versed in operating naval vessels. At Baz Island, the naval base was taken aback when a warship of considerable rank docked unexpectedly. The The base personnel, not daring to be negligent, hurried to greet the arrival. However, to their astonishment, instead of the naval officers they had anticipated, a group of women resembling refugees disembarked. The officer in charge of the base found himself momentarily bewildered by the scene. Nevertheless, he ushered the women inside and inquired about their situation. What? This is a vessel of the Celestial Dragons. Upon gathering the details, the naval rear admiral was struck with disbelief and trepidation. But where are the Celestial Dragons? He questioned, fully aware of the implications. The absence of the Celestial Dragons signified a dire predicament. Realizing the gravity of the situation, his anxiety intensified. A single misstep could spell the end of his career. He hastily inquired, where are the Celestial Dragons aboard this vessel? Where have they gone? We do not know. When we awoke, the ship had already arrived here, the women replied in unison. Impossible. I do not believe it. The naval rear admiral exclaimed, shaking his head vehemently. He refused to accept the reality before him. Subsequently, he ordered the women to be taken back for individual interrogation. Yet, the outcome they reached was astonishingly consistent. They were all oblivious to it. It was as if they had suddenly lost their memories. Indeed, just like amnesia, profoundly eerie. The rear admiral who uncovered this answer felt as if his heart had turned to ash. However, given the gravity of the situation linked to the Celestial Dragons, this admiral dared not take it lightly and promptly reported the matter to the Marine headquarters, to Admiral Sengoku. At Marine headquarters, Marineford. What? The Celestial Dragons have gone missing? Even Sengoku was taken aback upon receiving this news, his braided beard trembling as his tone escalated dramatically. All right, I understand. Do not raise an alarm. Contain the situation, and I shall handle the subsequent matters. Sengoku sighed. As long as it involved the Celestial Dragons, it was far beyond the capabilities of a mere rear admiral to address. Admiral, the Celestial Dragons have been attacked. Should I assist in the investigation? Spoke Kizaru, one of the 3 admirals at Marine headquarters, who appeared quite nonchalant as he tended to his nails. He had a head of black curly hair, donned a yellow and white striped suit, sported a circle of facial hair, and wore a pair of sunglasses, his frame notably tall and slender. Very well. Your involvement would lend credence to our dealings with the Celestial Dragons. I appreciate your assistance. Sengoku nodded. Having Kizaru handle this matter was indeed prudent. Even if no results emerged, it would suffice for the Celestial Dragon's satisfaction. Recently, the Whitebeard pirates had been unusually quiet. This was a relief. Otherwise, the New World would remain in a perpetual state of urgency, easily igniting new conflicts. However, the blood-eyed Xia Zhiqing had abruptly vanished from sight lately, which seemed rather abnormal. Typically, he was the most active member of the Whitebeard pirates. Despite being only 12, he had already amassed a bounty of 200 million, posing a significant threat in the future. Sengoku cast aside the bounty poster depicting Xia Zhiqing's profile, his eyes flickering with concern and gravity. Meanwhile, on the seas of the New World, is it truly acceptable to let them go, my lord? Inquired the sun-kissed woman, gazing at Xia Zhiqing, who was sitting cross-legged in a meditative pose. Rest assured, Anna, my confidence in allowing their release is well-founded. If the Marines trace this back to me, I shall willingly sever my own head for you to kick as a ball. Xia Zhiqing opened his eyes, looking at Anna with unwavering assurance. Why are you so confident? Anna countered. Because I possess unwavering faith in my abilities. It is my innate calling. Moreover, Xia Zhiqing smirked slightly. I have dealt with everyone who witnessed the events nearby. This matter is known only to us, the heavens, and the earth. Unless they possess the ability to reverse time, they will never trace this back to us. Very well, what shall we do next? Form a pirate crew, perhaps? Anna inquired. Pirates? No. I aspire to be a bounty hunter, a being far greedier than a mere pirate. As Xia Zhiqing rose, she spread her arms wide, as if to embrace the very heavens and earth, an overwhelming sense of ambition radiating from her, causing Anna to be momentarily entranced by her beauty. However, her voice faltered as she lamented, but I cannot fight. I will undoubtedly become a burden to you. A rare flush of embarrassment colored Anna's cheeks. You cannot fight? No. Trust me, you can. Give me a month, and I assure you, you will become extraordinarily powerful. Xia Zhiqing turned around and smiled. A smile that sent a shiver down Anna's spine. Indeed, but having boarded this ship of mischief, Anna could only heed Xia Zhiqing's words. During these few days of acquaintance, Anna realized that Xia Zhiqing was far from the harmless figure she first appeared to be. In fact, She could be described as a formidable leader. When it was necessary to be ruthless, she would show no mercy whatsoever. Once she set her mind to something, she would not allow anyone to alter her course. A sense of trepidation began to creep into Anna regarding her future life. Kulong Island. This was the nearest island to Xia Zhiqing and her companions. She intended to acquire some firearms for Anna. On the way, she had tested Anna's physical capabilities and concluded that while they were lacking, she possessed an extraordinary talent for firearms. Her reaction time and techniques were akin to those of a trained professional. Thus, Xia Zhiqing's plan was to cultivate Anna into a master of weaponry. After all, in this vast ocean, one need not rely solely on the powers of a devil fruit to engage in combat. Your younger brother is quite handsome. Is this your sister? She is so beautiful. A striking lady caught the eye of a passerby. May I have the honor of inviting you to lunch, my dear? How could such a stunning woman exist in this world? With a mere glance, she captivated all. As they walked, the two were constantly met with such compliments. And Anna found herself the subject of countless flirtations. I did not expect your charm to be so potent. Xia Zhiqing jested. Oh, dear Xia Zhiqing, you jest. How could a filthy body dare to claim charm? Anna replied with a forced smile. That is all in the past. Now you are my partner. Be confident. I believe the celestial dragons have the finest taste in the world. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing chuckled. Is Anna beautiful? Certainly. She is nothing short of a celestial fairy. With a glance, she ignites brilliance. With a smile, she enchants all. To be noticed by a celestial dragon, she must be breathtaking. However, being too beautiful often invites trouble. What a lovely lady. Come, give me a kiss. A man with a face resembling that of a toad suddenly lunged toward Anna, emitting a foul stench. Thud. It was easy to imagine the fate that awaited such a man. Do not block my path, brother. Xia Zhiqing retracted her right foot, declaring, You scoundrel. How dare you lay hands on Lady Vance? You seek death. The man, named Vance, rose with a vicious glare directed at Xia Zhiqing. Wait, what is your bounty? Xia Zhiqing suddenly inquired. Upon hearing this, Vance spoke with arrogance. What is the matter? Are you afraid? Well, let me make it clear. My bounty is 24 million berries. Those who are wise should let your sister accompany me for a few nights. Perhaps I might spare your life. Vance leered at Anna, his gaze roving over her with an insidious intent, as if he had her entirely at his mercy. Otherwise, I have 500 elite soldiers at my command. As the onlookers shook their heads, lamenting the impending ruin of a delicate flower, a cold voice cut through the air, interrupting Vance. I seek to borrow something from you. If I may. What is it, brat? Vance scoffed, ready to mock the audacity of the one who dared approach him. But before he could finish, a flash of lightning jolted through the air, and suddenly, he was rendered senseless. Consider this a borrowed token of your life. Came the chilling voice of Xia Zhiqing once more. With a resounding thud, Vance collapsed, his massive head rolling away like a marbled stone. Murder. Run, it's a murder. The onlookers, realizing the gravity of the situation, erupted into panic, scattering in every direction. Just in time, as this island has a bounty exchange for pirates. And we happen to be in need of funds. This head is quite opportune, wouldn't you agree? Observing Anna's ashen face, Xia Zhiqing nonchalantly produced a handkerchief to wipe the blood splatter from his hands. Let us go. We need to procure some items. Your current state is rather lacking. Xia Zhiqing plucked a lightning-infused token and lifted the lifeless head, preparing to depart. What about his minions? Anna swallowed hard, inquiring. That is simple. Xia Zhiqing snapped his fingers. And suddenly, Anna witnessed a brilliant flash of light. Turning her gaze towards the port, she beheld a storm of lightning descending, culminating in a thunderous explosion as a pirate ship was obliterated in an instant. Let us depart. Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at the shore before walking away. Anna, stunned and breathless, hurriedly followed, clutching her chest in disbelief. Only the astonished factions and citizens remained, their thoughts rife with terror. Such a formidable force. One who can summon lightning at will is not to be trifled with. This newfound wealth will allow us to realize our ambitions, Xia Zhiqing declared, holding up a sizable chest. Anna remained silent as they entered a firearms shop. What can I assist you with, esteemed customer? The proprietor, a kindly middle-aged man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, appeared quite scholarly. Bring me 2 of each, mid-range, long-range, and sniper rifles. Additionally, 2 close-range shotguns and submachine guns. And procure a selection of the finest artillery you possess. Money is no object. Xia Zhiqing surveyed the shop before making his demands. Understood. Please have a seat while I prepare. The shopkeeper beamed with delight at Xia Zhiqing's request and set about gathering the weapons. Which type do you find most suitable? Xia Zhiqing inquired, turning to Anna. I shall defer to your judgment, my lord, Anna replied softly. 10 minutes later, behind the boss stood two tall, muscular men, each carrying several large boxes, reappearing once more. Please inspect, esteemed guests, for these are the finest firearms our establishment has to offer. At a nod from the boss, the two burly men promptly opened the boxes. A chilling gleam instantly radiated forth. Inside the boxes lay an array of precisely crafted steel firearms, resting peacefully, awaiting their worthy masters to wield them in battles across the seas, to quench their thirst for blood, and to carve their names into the annals of history. The boss, indeed a straightforward man, beckoned. Name your price. Xia Zhiqing, with her Sharingan, cast a discerning glance and noted the exquisite craftsmanship of each item, meticulously manufactured and aesthetically pleasing. They were perfectly suited for women, including various types of ammunition. The total amounted to 18,986,000 berries, and the guests need only pay 18 million. The boss generously offered Xia Zhiqing a discount. Ha ha ha, you are too kind, but that won't be necessary. 18,986,000. Let us settle that. Xia Zhiqing firmly planted the large box on the ground and declared, dear guest, your words leave me somewhat disheartened. I do hope you will grace my humble shop with your presence again. The boss was indeed a clever man, his words endearing him to others. Of course. Xia Zhiqing smiled and added, I shall offer an additional 200,000 for the two strong men to assist in transporting these items to the ship. We are most grateful for your generosity. Upon hearing the 200,000, the two strong men gasped, momentarily forgetting to respond, prompting the boss to nudge each of them with his foot. Thank you for your kindness, they finally exclaimed, realizing their oversight. No need for formality, Xia Zhiqing replied with nonchalance. 5 minutes later, the finances were settled, and Xia Zhiqing and her companions prepared to depart. With the remaining funds, they planned to procure additional supplies. Observing the significantly lightened boxes, Xia Zhiqing let out a sigh. After replenishing their stock of fresh water and food, they also acquired the necessary fitted combat attire for Anna. Concluding their shopping spree, they were left with merely 2,000 berries. Let us embark on our month-long training. Xia Zhiqing smiled, causing Anna to shiver involuntarily. On a certain deserted island. Prepare yourself mentally. Though this may seem a bit harsh, it is essential. To survive in this world, one must possess formidable strength. Upon finishing her words, Xia Zhiqing manifested a shadow clone. Moments later, her body was clad in nothing but a pair of snug undergarments, leaving Anna utterly bewildered. Just as Anna braced herself for what she thought was imminent, Xia Zhiqing suddenly grinned mischievously and dove into the sea. Now then, I shall take charge of the training on land. The shadow clone exchanged a glance with Anna before leading her into the jungle. The next moment, the sea erupted with flashes of lightning, accompanied by a thunderous roar, revealing a multitude of fish leaping from the water. Thus, a month passed. In the jungle, a woman stood poised, facing off against a towering 50-foot striped tiger. Roar! Suddenly, the fearsome beast lunged towards the combat-ready woman. Desert Eagle, perish! The woman exhibited not a trace of fear upon her face. Instead, she spoke with an air of nonchalance, drawing forth 2 desert eagles from her feet. With a resounding pop, 2 bullets, as large as jujubes, pierced through the eyes of the fierce tiger. In an instant, the tiger's head exploded, showering the air with a crimson spray. With a thunderous roar, the tiger let out a mournful cry before its massive body collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the woman gracefully retreated as the creature fell, and with a swift motion, she fired again. A loud bang echoed, and a purple-spotted serpent fell to the earth, headless. To ambush, one must possess the means, she remarked coldly after glancing at the slain serpent. Indeed, Anna, you are even more formidable than I anticipated. At that moment, a young man clad only in shorts approached, drying his hair. Instantly, the jungle resonated with the fearful growls of beasts retreating into the shadows. Lord Xia Zhiqing. The woman was indeed Anna, and the young man was none other than Xia Zhiqing. With the month-long period now concluded, it was time for action. Xia Zhiqing observed Anna, who had transformed from a woman who once fainted at the sight of blood into a battle-hardened warrior, her gaze now sharp and resolute. Let us embark on our first mission with great enthusiasm, he stated, casting a glance at Anna. No longer the delicate flower she once was. Anna was now clad in formidable armaments, a testament to her evolution. Her long legs were equipped with 6 short-range firearms capable of devastating damage, while 2 weapons for launching throwing knives and poisoned arrows hung at her waist. A mid-range sniper rested upon her back, and her chest was adorned with countless rounds of ammunition. Xia Zhiqing regarded her as a fully armed female warrior. Understood, Anna responded with a silent nod, following closely behind Xia Zhiqing as they stepped onto the long-awaited deck. Our first target is the Quick Blade Pirate crew. Their captain has a bounty of 58 million berries. I'll handle the captain and the first mate. The rest is up to you. Xia Zhiqing outlined the mission. Understood, Anna affirmed, not hesitating to comply. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, she felt a surge of anxiety. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqing had already settled on the ground, closing his eyes in meditation. Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan status. 3 Tomo, 200-010000. Combat power, 160 skills. Chidori, 1000 birds. Chidori sharp spear. Chidori flow, lightning release armor genjutsu. Golden binding technique. Dream killing technique substitution technique. Transformation technique. Shadow clone technique observation haki. Armament haki. In the span of a month, his combat power had increased by 40 points. And the evolution of his 3 Tomo Sharingan accelerated slightly. This was the culmination of Xia Zhiqing's efforts over the past month. He was not in haste to elevate his Sharingan to the Mangekyo level, wary of repeating the folly of a year prior, when his greed had hastened its evolution to 2 Tomo. The outcome, however, was that his body could not withstand the strain of the 2 Tomo Sharingan. Each use led to overwhelming rejection, rendering him perpetually weak. If the 2 Tomo Sharingan was so taxing, one could only imagine the toll of the fearsome Mangekyo Sharingan. He needed to first master the 3 Tomo Sharingan with gradual finesse. The Cutlass Pirates were currently in high spirits, having plundered a wealthy kingdom in the New World, amassing a fortune beyond measure. Most crucially, they had captured a stunningly beautiful princess, which sent their captain, Cutlass Kita, who had a penchant for exquisite beauty, into a frenzy of excitement. On the very night of the raid, he lavished affection upon the princess multiple times. For the next 2 days, he did not step outside, with only the sound of the princess's anguished cries echoing through the ship. It was not until today that Kaido emerged, looking utterly exhausted. Haha, Captain. Your stamina is truly impressive. After 3 days and nights of continuous conquest, I am in awe. The helmsman exclaimed with a wicked grin. Indeed, Captain. You are as vigorous as a dragon and a tiger. If it were us, we would likely be lifeless by now. The gunner chimed in, their eyes occasionally darting towards Kita's quarters, filled with unmasked desire. Enough, enough. What good is merely gazing? Kita waved them off impatiently. The 2 men dashed into the room like a gust of wind. Has there been anything unusual these past 2 days? Kita inquired, glancing at a diminutive man seated at the helm. Kita was a towering figure at 2 meters 8, with a bushy beard, a ruddy face, and arms that reached his knees. There has been nothing amiss, but I have felt increasingly anxious since just now, Yuz replied. Nothing to worry about. Perhaps you were just too tense. Relax a bit. With your demeanor, did you not enjoy the woman I sent you? Kita laughed. Captain, don't say that. The first mate has been here the entire time, and he hasn't touched that woman at all. A crew member chuckled. Ha. Yuz, you remain the same. Utterly lacking in the appreciation of pleasure. Life is fleeting, one must seize joy while they can. As pirates, we could meet our end at any moment. Kita proclaimed with mirth. Ah, you are quite self-aware. Just then, a laughter rang out, causing Kita to tense, and he shouted towards the source of the sound. Who goes there? A young man clad in black appeared atop the mast, the very embodiment of Xia Zhiqing. Who are you? Kita narrowed his eyes and demanded. Someone here to take your life. Xia Zhiqing replied coldly, looking down from his elevated position. Are you a bounty hunter? Kita quickly deduced Xia Zhiqing's identity. Who sent you? Kita pressed. You've taken another's daughter. Who do you think sent me? Xia Zhiqing transformed into a bolt of lightning, appearing on the deck in an instant. The Goma Kingdom? Kita's tone turned suddenly icy. Indeed, Xia Zhiqing confirmed. Very well, let us witness what waves you, a mere child, can stir. Since you have willingly thrown yourself into the net, I shall grant your wish. Brothers, attack. Do you truly think the Swift Blade Pirate crew is easily bullied? With a thunderous shout, Kita unleashed a punch that shattered the air. Competing in strength? I have no desire to engage in a battle of brute force. Illusionary binding technique. Xia Zhiqing murmured softly. Kaido felt an invisible force drawing him to lock eyes with Xia Zhiqing. Suddenly, a tremendous power surged into his body, rendering him immobile. There are numerous openings behind you, little brat. Apologies, but your life comes to an end. Just as Xia Zhiqing was preparing to deal with Kaido, the first mate Yes appeared behind him out of nowhere. In his hand, he brandished a set of steel claws, lunging for Xia Zhiqing's throat. Die, you little brat. The other crew members charged forward, their faces twisted with malice. Bang! At that moment, one of the crew suddenly collapsed, a massive hole gaping in his chest. Bang bang. 2 more shots rang out, and 2 more sailors fell. Yes was taken aback, realizing there were hidden assailants, and attempted to retreat. But is there any use in retreating now? Xia Zhiqing's voice suddenly echoed from behind Yes. When did that happen? As he beheld Xia Zhiqing, who had mysteriously vanished from his sight to reappear behind him, Yes was struck with terror. Farewell, Xia Zhiqing whispered, clenching his hand as a bolt of lightning surged into Yes' vision, linking him and Kaido together. No, Yes cried out in defiance, yet found himself powerless as the electricity coursed through every cell in his body, paralyzing them. It ruthlessly destroyed cellular vitality, stripping away their life force. Bang, bang. Thus, Yes and Kaido fell, their bodies paralyzed on the deck, convulsing, their eyes wide open, gradually dimming. Captain, first mate. The surrounding crew gasped in shock at the sight. Bang bang bang. Just as these sailors' attention shifted due to the deaths of Kaido and Yes, 3 more gunshots rang out, claiming 3 more lives. This is bad, be cautious. There's an ambush. This fellow has accomplices. Not all these pirates are inept. They quickly reacted, hastily seeking cover. Hide. Do you think you can escape? Observing their frantic demeanor, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but smile. Ding. You have slain Swiftblade Kaido, gaining 5 evolution points. Ding. You have slain Wolf Claw Yes, gaining 3 evolution points. Having dealt with Yes and Kaido, Xia Zhiqing leapt onto the mast before the gazes of the remaining pirates. Anna, the rest is up to you. Xia Zhiqing called out towards the distant sea. Bang bang. No one responded, but the 2 fallen pirates were an undeniable answer. Bastards. Do not underestimate me. Perish. The remaining pirates were incensed by Xia Zhiqing's audacity. Unable to locate Anna, they decided to take their frustration out on the readily available Xia Zhiqing. Could he truly contend with 4 hands using just his fists? A flurry of strikes could fell a seasoned master. Your adversary is me. Do not mistake your target. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. Following that, a voice, sharp as ice, emerged, and a hook materialized upon the surrounding rail. In the next moment, the fully armed Anna made her entrance. Delight in the ecstasy that flames bring. Without a word of preamble, Anna wielded her desert eagle, exhaling a captivating blaze. Many pirates barely had the chance to behold Anna's stunning beauty before they lay lifeless in pools of blood. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqing atop the mast had already vanished. With a soft thud, the door behind Anna swung open, revealing Xia Zhiqing emerging with a battered young girl in her arms. Let us depart. Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at the remaining individuals and addressed Anna. Indeed, although Anna could not comprehend why Xia Zhiqing spared these ruthless and malevolent pirates, she understood her role was merely to obey. Saved at last. The pirates slumped onto the deck, expressions of relief washing over their faces. The thought of ambushing Xia Zhiqing never even crossed their minds. The prowess she had displayed made it abundantly clear that she was not a foe they could provoke. It was already a stroke of luck that Xia Zhiqing chose to let them go. Yet, would she truly allow them to escape? The principle of eradicating evil was not lost on me. Allowing you to perish so easily would be too merciful. First, I will grant you a glimmer of hope, only to plunge you into despair. This is the most fitting punishment. Xia Zhiqing murmured these words, startling Anna. Thunderous retribution. A snap of Xia Zhiqing's fingers echoed, and the ominous cloud that Anna recognized so well reappeared. No, it was not until this cloud erupted with lightning that the pirates, who believed they had evaded disaster, realized Xia Zhiqing had never intended to spare them. However, by the time they comprehended this, it was far too late. Boom. The destruction unfolded in an instant. What a splendid display of fireworks. Xia Zhiqing remarked, her back turned to the thunderous storm. Gamera Kingdom, here is your reward, 7 million. Take it and depart swiftly. The king of Gamera Kingdom regarded Xia Zhiqing with a face devoid of warmth. even tinged with disdain, as he coldly handed him a chest and issued an expulsion order. Take the princess away. Ensure all confidentiality measures are in place. She is my only daughter, and anyone who dares to speak ill shall pay with their life. The king then turned to a middle-aged man resembling a general beside him, who promptly took his leave. His Majesty the King is indeed a decisive man. I hope we may collaborate with your esteemed nation again in the future. Xia Zhiqing chuckled lightly and bid farewell with a smile. Humph, there will be no next time. The king of Gamera Kingdom snorted in response. Heh, who can say for certain? Xia Zhiqing's voice lingered, echoing throughout the palace. Have you heard? Recently, a duo of bounty hunters has rapidly risen in the New World. I have long heard the rumors that they have eradicated 18 pirate crews, each with a bounty exceeding 50 million berries, within a mere month. Moreover, they have assisted several nations in quelling turmoil and restoring order. With over 20 successful missions to their name, they are currently riding a wave of momentum. As summer approached, while the casually dressed Xia Zhiqing and Anna strolled through the streets of an island, they were suddenly enveloped by a flurry of whispers. It was said that there were two individuals, a young man named Nasi and a woman named Anna, acclaimed for her extraordinary beauty. Indeed, these were the names that echoed around them, and their team was referred to as Summer, a rather peculiar appellation, it seemed. The surrounding crowd engaged in fervent discussion, yet none noticed as Xia Zhiqing and Anna gracefully passed by them. It appears we have garnered a bit of fame, Xia Zhiqing remarked, glancing at Anna, who resembled an icy beauty. Anna remained silent. Observing her indifference, he couldn't help but touch his nose, realizing that Anna was increasingly dismissive of him. Humph. This so-called summer bounty hunter team has yet to encounter my Wolf Fong pirate crew. Should they dare to show their faces, I shall swiftly take their heads. They are merely newcomers, brazenly asserting themselves in the new world as if they could dominate it. Suddenly, an ominous voice broke the air behind them. It was the notorious Fetterman of the Wolf Fong, with a bounty of 100 million. It was rumored that he had a brother with a bounty of 388 million berries. Thus, he often leveraged this reputation to extort small pirate crews throughout the New World. Had he not just plundered the kingdom of Qingshan? What brings him to this island? Is he here to rob it as well? The nearby pirates speculated. Fetterman, known as the Wolf Fong, commanded a formidable presence with 8 pirate crews under his banner, making him one of the more formidable figures among those with bounties exceeding 100 million in the New World. Xia Zhiqing's eyes glimmered with intrigue as he observed Fetterman. The towering figure, bronze-skinned and nearly 3 meters tall, exuded an air of menace, his muscles taut and eyes sharp. What are you staring at, kid? Are you challenging me? Fetterman suddenly approached Xia Zhiqing, his demeanor threatening. He thought to himself, these fools dare to speak of me in such a manner. I shall use this one as an example to instill fear in the others, to remind them of my might. Yet, he remained oblivious to the fact that he had just provoked a demon. Well, what if I were to say that you are indeed correct? What would you do then? Xia Zhiqing inquired, a subtle shift in his brow as he lifted his gaze. He had no desire to instigate trouble, yet he was unafraid of confrontation. Seeking death? I shall shatter your skull with a single punch. Fetterman roared, enraged, as he lunged forward with a fist ready to strike. In an instant, it appeared as though lightning crackled around Xia Zhiqing as he deftly evaded Fetterman's impending blow. Do not intervene. Anna was poised to act, but Xia Zhiqing halted her with a firm gesture. Your Excellency, I strongly advise against making any rash moves. My reflexes are remarkably swift. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqing has already positioned himself atop Fightenmeng's shoulder, pressing a firearm against his temple. How infuriating! Fightenmeng initially reacted with rage, followed by a reluctant acknowledgement. Yet he dared not act recklessly. Next time you seek to vent your anger on someone, ensure you select a more suitable target to serve as a warning. Xia Zhiqing's voice resonated once more, now beside Anna, casting a dispassionate glance at Fightenmeng. Next time, there will be no one as merciful as I. Words that pierce the heart and public humiliation are far more potent than any blade or bullet. Let us depart. Xia Zhiqing sheathed his weapon at his side and turned to beckon Anna away. You insolent fool. Do you think you can walk away after humiliating me, Fightenmeng? Stay right there. Fightenmeng bellowed, charging at Xia Zhiqing once more. Oh, and what do you intend to do? No one witnessed Xia Zhiqing's movement. The spectators merely saw a flash of light followed by a swift, whizzing sound. Xia Zhiqing had vanished from his original position. The surrounding pirates gasped in astonishment. noting his incredible speed as he appeared behind Fighting Ming. "It seems I must teach you a lesson you won't forget. Senbenzakura." Xia Zhiqing extended his hand, imprinting a mark on Fighting Ming's waist, and then, like a thunder god, unleashed a torrent of concentrated lightning. Fighting Ming had no time to react as the electricity enveloped his entire being. Nearly 10 million volts of power instantly stripped him of all mobility. Boom! Fighting Ming collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Although he had attained such a high bounty through the influence of his brother, his strength was indeed commendable. Yet he was effortlessly dispatched. This individual is truly formidable. However, did he not realize that Fighting Ming's brother, Kuja, was a former member of the Beast Pirates? He was a formidable opponent who once fought to a standstill against one of the calamities, Jack. Dealing with him is not a trivial matter. Indeed. It was Kuja who taught a lesson to the bounty of 300 million, squared, forcing him to apologize to Fighting Ming. The crowd began to murmur. The pirates regarded Xia Zhiqing with expressions of pity. Clearly, they believed his fate was sealed. "You shall pay for this, and I will ensure your demise." Just as Xia Zhiqing was about to leave, Fighting Ming's voice echoed once more. I await that day. However, I am certain we shall meet again soon." Xia Zhiqing wore an air of indifference as he departed with Anna. Is this young man foolish or simply naive? Having come this far, he still chooses to spare Fighting Ming. Does he not comprehend the folly of releasing a tiger back into the wild? Indeed, Fighting Ming, despite his current predicament, commands 8 crews, nearly 500 to 600 men. Once he recovers, he could easily surround the entire island, sealing Xia Zhiqing's doom. The surrounding pirates shook their heads, their expressions of pity deepening, tinged with disdain. What does it matter? He has brought his demise upon himself. Perfectly, we can witness a splendid spectacle, can't we? A pirate, arms crossed and smirking coldly, remarked. Letting the tiger return to the mountain? You underestimate my cunning. Hearing these pirates, Xia Zhiqing could not help but smile from a distance. I merely wish to see if there are any bounty tasks for him on this island. After all, the rewards differ significantly between handing a head over to the Navy and to the bounty exchange. The Navy's payout is reduced by 20%, while the bounty exchange remains unscathed. Of course, if there happens to be a bounty for Federman, that would be ideal. If not, I shall have to suffer a slight loss and hand him over to the Navy. After all, from the moment Federman laid hands on him, he was already a dead man. So, let us see how fortune favors me. Xia Zhiqing glanced at the distant bounty exchange, revealing a radiant smile. 3 minutes later, it seems my luck is quite favorable, Xia Zhiqing said, squinting at the task sheet in his hand, reminiscent of a small treasure seeker. The news in this pirate world travels swiftly. The task from the kingdom of Qingshan has arrived so soon. If Xia Zhiqing heard correctly, those pirates had previously mentioned that Federman had just plundered the kingdom of Qingshan. Is this a case of the one who ties the bell must also untie it? Xia Zhiqing mused, gazing at the bounty notice. Quickly, find me those 2 individuals. They must still be on the island, having not ventured far. Even if I must turn over every stone on this island, I shall find those scoundrels who dared to humiliate our captain. They are doomed. At that moment, a cacophony erupted from the street ahead. In the next instant, a group of fierce-eyed pirates charged forth. One of them fixed his gaze on Xia Zhiqing, revealing a menacing grin. I've found you. Prepare to meet your end. It appears that the Avengers have arrived. Witnessing this scene, Anna silently drew her firearm. Indeed. Let us commence. This is a bounty of 50 million berries. Coupled with their original heads, this promises to be a lucrative endeavor. Xia Zhiqing was enveloped in dazzling lightning as he spoke, then charged forth like a wild stallion unleashed. Signal flare. A pirate shouted, and instantly, a splendid firework erupted at Xia Zhiqing's location. Do you still wish to escape? Today marks your doom. The man who discovered Xia Zhiqing shouted. His face twisted in menace. He waved his hand, summoning numerous vines that encircled and wrapped around Xia Zhiqing. A devil fruit user, intriguing. Observing this, Xia Zhiqing unleashed a surge of lightning, Thunderbird spear. This man possessed a combat power of merely 50. With a piercing sound, all the vines were instantly shredded. The man, confronted by the lightning spear now inches away, could not help but widen his eyes in shock and hastily retreat. Flee. Where do you think you can escape to? With a smile, Xia Zhiqing gripped the Qianbird sharp spear, enveloped in the formidable aura of armed color, and made a bold sweep. The speed was so astonishing that it left the man no chance to react. No. faced with the lightning spear that had suddenly closed in. The man cried out in terror, but his voice quickly fell silent. In the wake of a flash of lightning, a round head was sent flying. What? The fifth captain was slain just like that? Those pirates witnessing this scene felt a chill run down their spines. He was the fifth strongest in their pirate crew. Do not fear, let us charge together. At that moment, a robust voice echoed, and a man wielding dual blades arrived. The third captain. Upon his arrival, the pirates looked upon him as their steadfast pillar. Finally, a worthy contender has arrived. Xia Zhiqing observed the man radiating a sharp sword intent, a faint smile curling at his lips. His combat prowess stood at 68. My apologies, esteemed sir. The third captain charged like a leopard, his blade sharp and intent fierce. Intriguing, very intriguing. Xia Zhiqing's three-tomo Sharingan began to spin, activating the copying mode. The lightning in his hand transformed into a lightning blade, boldly clashing with the opponent. Clash, clash, clash. One force could overwhelm 10. Even though Xia Zhiqing's swordsmanship was not particularly strong, the man could not gain the upper hand. Despite the ferocity of the man's attacks, he was unable to breach Xia Zhiqing's defense. Meanwhile, the surrounding pirates were not faring any better. Anna, perched atop the roof like a specter of death, coldly claimed the lives of her targets. In the brief encounter, Xia Zhiqing had nearly replicated the third captain's swordsmanship. Enough of this swordplay. Your usefulness has come to an end. Xia Zhiqing's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his own sword intent. Then, he raised his hand and unleashed a fierce sword aura, repelling the third captain. How is this possible? How could you possess such formidable swordsmanship? The third captain stared at Xia Zhiqing in disbelief, remembering that mere moments ago, he had shown no skill with a sword. How could he have suddenly attained such mastery? Could it be that he had been concealing his true strength all along? The third captain was unnerved by this theory. Why not? Xia Zhiqing surged forward like a torrent, crashing his blade against the third captain's weapon, the terrifying force immediately sending the third captain reeling. Chambered sharp spear. In a flash of light, the spear pierced through the captain's chest before he could react. Ding! You have slain the third captain of the Wolf Fang pirates, earning 5 evolution points. Mighty fist. At that moment, a furious voice erupted from behind Xia Zhiqing. A lean man, his fists shrouded in armed color, charged in with a roar, leaving Xia Zhiqing no time to react. The first mate. Upon seeing this man, the pirates gasped in surprise once more. Bang! Xia Zhiqing was unceremoniously sent flying, utterly powerless to resist. Witnessing this scene, Anna, perched on the rooftop, was taken aback and swiftly trained her sights on the man responsible. Yet, a chilling voice emerged from behind her. I believe it would be wise for you to mind your own affairs first. Startled, she pivoted and retreated, catching a glimpse of an exceptionally handsome young man, who held a long spear and had already pulled the trigger. Farewell. A sudden burst of blood erupted from Anna's chest as she collapsed heavily to the ground. Haha, it seems this is the end. The man who had sent Xia Zhiqing flying laughed heartily as he beheld the fallen figure of Xia Zhiqing. Indeed, it was to be expected, for it was the first mate himself who had made the move. Just then, a pirate beside him was about to boast, only to witness Xia Zhiqing lying motionless, suddenly transforming into a piece of wood. With a swift sound, the pirate found his own chest punctured. A bolt of lightning had manifested into 1,000 blades. The slender vice captain of the Wolf Fang pirates was taken aback and instinctively retreated. In the next moment, a flurry of blades surged forth, taking down several pirates in their wake. His reflexes were commendable. No wonder he was the vice captain. Behind him, Xia Zhiqing appeared like a specter, crackling with lightning in his grasp. Alas, it was still insufficient. With a fierce declaration, he pierced through the air. Thunderbird. Titanic shield. The slender man bellowed as his body swelled in an instant, emanating a formidable aura. To Xia Zhiqing's astonishment, his Thunderbird failed to breach the man's defenses and instead sent him hurtling away. Haha, futile efforts. You cannot penetrate my defense. The slender man guffawed at the sight of Xia Zhiqing's astonishment. My defense is impervious even to over 300 million pirates. Prepare to meet your demise. Upon landing, the slender man charged forward like a leopard. Utilizing lightning at such a young age, you must be that Natsu. He had discerned Xia Zhiqing's identity. You are quite astute. Xia Zhiqing did not engage directly. Instead, he deftly evaded. With a thunderous crash, the man's fist shattered a building, his strength nothing short of terrifying. You are a devil fruit user, are you not? Such formidable power is not something a normal person could possess, Xia Zhiqing remarked. Indeed, I wield the power fruit. The slender man retorted. Be cautious, lest my fist find its mark. Your fragile frame cannot withstand such force. He charged forth once more, his speed creating a sonic boom. Boom. Xia Zhiqing evaded another of the slender man's punches, yet another building met its demise in the process. Hee, how long can you evade, boy? And your companion seems to be in dire straits. If you do not rescue her soon, she may well perish. Oh, how could I forget? You are completely restrained by me, with no time to save her. While battling, the slender man reveled in taunts, aiming to disrupt Xia Zhiqing's focus. Restrained? You truly have the audacity to claim that. Upon hearing those words, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but chuckle. You wouldn't truly believe that I fear confronting someone as worthless as you head on, would you? With a commanding shout of lightning release, thunder strike armor. He was instantly enveloped in a tempest of lightning. Well then, let me see how you intend to shatter my seemingly insignificant barrier. If I recall correctly, brute strength is not your forte. Xia Zhiqing's taunt provoked the man's fury instantaneously. His arm was soon cloaked in a layer of armed color hockey, his aura multiplying in intensity, and he charged forth with a roar. The reason he refrained from a direct confrontation was merely due to a lack of desire for unnecessary trouble, as well as an opportunity to gauge her strength. However, now that she was in peril and he sought his own demise, he would gladly oblige. Xia Zhiqing was merely toying with him. Yet the lean man took himself far too seriously. As the son of Whitebeard, strength was among his greatest assets. Thunderstorm fist. Xia Zhiqing bellowed. Transforming in an instant into a divine dragon, the sound waves roared, lightning crackled, and his fist collided with the lean man's own. Crack. In that moment of impact, the lean man's expression shifted dramatically. A sound of shattering echoed, and he let out a wretched scream as he was sent hurtling through the air. The sky itself rumbled incessantly. Lightning release. Thousand birds, sharp gun. The lightning spear, akin to light, annihilated all in its path. With a sickening sound, the lean man's chest was pierced directly, leaving no chance for defense. Ding. You have slain the vice captain of the Wolf Fong pirate crew, earning 10 evolution points. How could this be? The vice captain was dispatched so easily? The crew members watched in disbelief as the lean man, who had just moments ago held the upper hand, was suddenly struck down. The stark contrast left them utterly speechless. Just then, before Xia Zhiqing could utter another word, he transformed into a phantom and vanished from the spot. A spiraled bullet whizzed through the very spot he had occupied moments before. To their astonishment, the dashing man on the rooftop gasped, realizing he had missed. He immediately sought to relocate and continue the assault. However, when you set your sights on the devil also sets its sights on you. Your marksmanship is commendable. As your coach, I shall grant you a reprieve. Xia Zhiqing, gun pointed at the young man's head, commanded imperiously. You have 3 seconds to contemplate. 1, 2. As he spoke, Xia Zhiqing had already pulled the trigger. All right, I comply. The handsome young man, terrified, hastily acquiesced. Was this not exceedingly audacious? What could one possibly contemplate in 3 seconds? With a gun pressed to his temple and merely 3 seconds to respond, what choice did he have but to agree? Thus, the battle was nearing its conclusion. Xia Zhiqing seized the young man, casting an illusion to control him, and they arrived beside Anna, swiftly dispatching all her foes with ease. Well done, keep up the great work. He encouraged Anna before turning away, for Fateman had arrived, accompanied by a throng of onlooking pirates. You, mere ant, have managed to struggle thus far. Splendid. You dare to eliminate so many of my subordinates? Kill them. Fateman commanded, followed by a retinue of over 300, filling the entire street. His face was filled with murderous intent as he spoke darkly. Whoever brings me his head will receive a bounty of 50 million berries and become a cadre. Those who bring me his limbs shall be rewarded with 20 million berries and also rise to the ranks of cadre. Capture him alive. And the reward is a staggering 100 million berries, along with the title of captain. Yes, boss. Upon hearing such enticing rewards, the eyes of the pirates gleamed with greed, their breaths growing heavy with excitement. 100 million berries, the chance to ascend to greatness. In that moment, the pirates were consumed by madness. Kill. They surged forward like ravenous beasts, their faces twisted with ferocity and avarice, charging towards Xia Zhiqing. A sea of bodies. At that instant, they were no longer mere men. They had transformed into a pack of wild beasts. Indeed, he who dared to rob a kingdom wielded immense power. Even if he were exceptionally strong, it would be a formidable challenge to withstand such an onslaught, the onlookers mused. After all, if any one of them were faced with such a frenzied horde, they would undoubtedly flee at once. You scoundrel, I will ensure you find no rest in death. Fightman glared at Xia Zhiqing, his expression a mask of malice. Ha ha ha, surrender now. How could you possibly stand against us? Run, flee as far as you can. The further you go, the more thrilling our chase will be. The pirates had gone mad. Amidst the approaching horde, Anna tightened her grip on Xia Zhiqing's clothing, a wave of anxiety washing over her. Yet, Xia Zhiqing remained unperturbed, a calm resolve settling upon him. Humph, a mere swarm of ants dares to flaunt their might. Allow me to demonstrate the vast chasm that lies between us. Suddenly, he began to weave hand seals, his fingers moving like phantoms. In mere moments, he shouted, "Lightning release, Thunder Tiger." Instantly, a torrent of formidable lightning erupted from his body, coalescing into a towering 3-meter-high tiger of thunder. Boom! The thunderous beast possessed the power to obliterate all, the force of a mountain behind its charge, crushing everything in its path. As it passed, cries of despair echoed, the sky illuminated by flashes of lightning. Nothing could halt its advance. Pirates were sent flying, a breathtaking spectacle. Roar! The Thunder Tiger thundered across the ground, its speed accelerating further as it lunged towards Fightman with ferocity. Damn it, do not think me an easy target. I am a pirate with a bounty of 100 million. Prepare to witness my prowess. As the Thunder Tiger approached, Fightman roared, his right arm enveloped in a powerful armor of haki. Let me show you why I am called Wolf Fang. With the power of the dog fruit, a variant breed, he transformed, his body swelling as 3 wolf heads emerged, their claws sharp and ready to strike at the thunderous beast. Xia Zhiqing observed as Fightman's combat prowess surged from an initial value of 68 to 80. With a ripping sound, he managed to seize the Thunder Tiger, his arms exerting tremendous force as he dug in. Then, with a powerful tear, he rent the thunderous creature asunder. Is that all there is to it? Little brat, did you witness my true strength? I advise you to surrender promptly. You will undoubtedly be no match for me. Fightman smugly directed his gaze towards Xia Zhiqing, issuing a menacing threat. However, to his astonishment, Xia Zhiqing suddenly broke into a grin. An ominous premonition surged within him. The Thunderclap Tiger. Its true strength not in its charge, but in the crackling energy it exuded. Before Xia Zhiqing could finish his words, the torn Thunderclap Tiger transformed into a dazzling array of lightning, blinding Fightman's eyes. The moment Fightman beheld the lightning, he instinctively thought, this is not good. Yet, he had no time to react. A tingling, numbing pain enveloped him in an instant. The surging electricity ensnared him completely. He cried out in agony, utterly immobilized. It felt as if a searing flame ignited within him, causing unbearable torment. Simultaneously, it felt as though countless steel needles incessantly ravaged his cells, stripping away the vitality from each one. It is over, Wolf Fang Fightman. I shall claim your head. Xia Zhiqing's icy voice echoed in Fightman's ears, sending chills down his spine. You dare to kill me? My second brother will not let you off. Spare me, and I promise I shall never provoke you again. Fightman capitulated, pleading for mercy. But suddenly, a sharp pain surged through his chest, causing his eyes to widen in horror. He then heard Xia Zhiqing's voice once more. And what of your brother? If he dares to come, I shall ensure he never returns. You will regret this. Fightman's eyes bulged as he collapsed. This man truly dares to kill. Does he not fear Kuga's retribution? The surrounding pirates gazed at Xia Zhiqing, who had severed Fightman's head, their hearts filled with terror. In the shadows, intriguing, this fellow's abilities closely resemble those of Blood Eye Xia Zhiqing from the Whitebeard pirates. Yet, regrettably, he is not the same. After all, one's appearance cannot deceive. His signature blood-red eyes have not made an appearance. From atop the bounty hall, a young man, somewhat excessively youthful, remarked as his right eye dimmed. I wonder what expression Kuga will wear upon learning of this. How exhilarating. Behind the young man stood a noble and alluring woman, adorned with glasses, holding a glass of red wine. Hee, let us await with bated breath. The young man smiled at her words. However, if Xia Zhiqing were to hear what the young man had just said, he would likely respond, Brother, you have not erred. I am indeed Blood Eye Xia Zhiqing. The reason you cannot discern it is that, apart from myself, few can see through the transformation technique. Moreover, I have employed specially crafted contact lenses to conceal my Sharingan. The following day, have you heard? The Wolf-Fang pirates have been annihilated. Indeed, they say it was accomplished by a group called the Summer Bounty Hunters. Remarkable, a pirate worth over 100 million dispatched just like that. The news of Xia Zhiqing and his companions' obliteration of the Wolf-Fang pirates was printed across the newspapers of the New World. Dressrosa, the Summer Bounty Hunters. How fascinating. Dressed in a flamboyant flamingo costume, adorned with crimson classical patterned trousers, and sporting unconventional black sunglasses. The audacious Don Quixote da Flamingo chuckled as he perused the report on Summer's bounty. Moby Dick. Huh, this rascal has finally stirred up some excitement. Whitebeard exclaimed heartily, a satisfied grin spreading across his face. What his next move would be remained uncertain. This Kuga was indeed a tricky adversary, and it was unclear how he intended to confront him. Marco, perched atop the mast, expressed his anticipation. The fact that he sought help indicates he still possesses confidence. Nonetheless, I believe it prudent to send someone to keep an eye on the situation, he suggested. Indeed, while Kuga may have lost his right hand, he once stood toe-to-toe with Jack and should not be underestimated. Young Summer may find it challenging to deal with such an opponent, remarked the Ice Witch, Hibidi. I shall take a trip, after all. I have a bit of history with Kuga. If Summer struggles, it will allow me to gauge his remaining strength, declared Blakeman, the captain of the 6th Division. His mouth stretching into a grin. He was the portly pirate known for producing enormous wooden hammers from his very mouth. Very well, Whitebeard mused before agreeing. However, let us not forget that Kaido has once again become restless. He has been repeatedly probing our territorial borders, deliberately sowing discord. It seems he has forgotten the pain of his past and is courting disaster once more. Marco's gaze sharpened with intensity as he spoke. Very well, let us indulge him. It will give me a chance to see if he has improved, Whitebeard replied with a grin, his eyes sparkling with fierce determination, causing the very air to shimmer. He was Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, capable of subduing any foe that dared to challenge him. In the tumultuous realm of the New World, various factions seemed to be witnessing the emergence of a promising supernova. What kind of chaos will this incite? They mused with eager anticipation. The other pirate crews, each boasting bounties exceeding 100 million, buzzed with excitement. How audacious, this summer bounty crew, chuckled Gecko Moria, still navigating the New World, as he read the newspaper. It certainly gives one a chilling sense of being targeted. Squard, the independent pirate of the Maelstrom, wore a mischievous grin. Iron Arm pirate crew. Excellent, summer bounty crew. I've already reserved your heads. Iron Arm Kuga crushed the newspaper in his palm as he scanned the report on Summer. At the Navy headquarters, the seas were growing increasingly tumultuous, with the imminent clash between the 4 emperors, Whitebeard and Kaido. The world destroyer, Waldo, was wreaking havoc, and Moria had also clashed with Kaido. Now, the emergence of the summer bounty crew had surfaced. A youth capable of effortlessly taking down a pirate with a bounty over 100 million was indeed reminiscent of the blood-eyed Summer. He might very well become another harbinger of chaos upon the seas, mused Sengoku, rubbing his temples in exasperation. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, the seas are becoming ever more lively. If you ask me, you should never have accepted the position of Fleet Admiral. Just look at how busy you are now. Meanwhile, I am quite at leisure. Envy me. Garp teased, munching on sunbae while ribbing Sengoku. Burgess's expression darkened instantly as he roared. Kapu, how many times must I remind you not to eat sunbae in my office? Can't you finish it outside before coming in? Ha ha ha, don't take it so seriously. Kapu, with a nonchalant demeanor, clutched his sunbae and sauntered away. Observing this, Burgess could only shake his head in exasperation, sighing, everyone is such a handful. The following day, despite having eliminated so many pirates, I've never made the headlines. Now, with a bounty surpassing 100 million, I'm finally in the news. What a stark contrast. Xia Zhiqing gazed at the golden headlines proclaiming the 100 million bounty on the new generation of bounty hunters, shaking his head in resignation. As expected from entertainment news, the headlines are quite exaggerated. However, we have now gained some notoriety, and we await even larger contracts to come our way. Ideally, Iron Arm Kuga will arrive soon. That way, I can pocket a handsome sum. Xia Zhiqing was in dire need of funds. After all, meals cost money. Purchasing a ship requires expenditure. Upgrading Anna's gear necessitates investment. and even acquiring a fine blade demands financial resources. Not to mention, establishing a faction also requires capital. To strengthen the Whitebeard pirates, he had to toil even harder. Let us proceed to Water 7. Once we have the funds, we must acquire a worthy vessel. Moreover, there happens to be a mission in the East Blue Kingdom, conveniently on our route. Although this mission is shrouded in mystery and details are only revealed upon arrival in the East Blue Kingdom, it is a lucrative contract worth tens of millions of berries. Too good to pass up, Xia Zhiqing informed Anna. However, she appeared completely indifferent. Water 7. Xia Zhiqing piloted the ship, having coated it with a protective layer after departing from an island in the New World, traversing through Fishman Island and the Sabaody archipelago. Finally arriving here. The moment Xia Zhiqing and his companion appeared, they immediately attracted the attention of the factions in Water 7. Isn't that the Summer Bounty crew? Recently gaining prominence? Have they received a task from the Grand Line? Rob Lucci, a spy from the world government CP9, observed Xia Zhiqing and his companion at the port, pondering this in his mind. As Rob Lucci focused on Xia Zhiqing, the latter abruptly turned to meet his gaze. Startled, Lucci thought to himself, what remarkable perceptiveness. However, it was too late to retreat. He found himself locked in an intense stare with Xia Zhiqing. Rob Lucci, how intriguing. Xia Zhiqing's lips moved, causing Lucci's pupils to constrict in surprise. It was their first encounter, yet Xia Zhiqing had directly uttered his name. What was happening? He could not possibly be mistaken. The shape of Xia Zhiqing's lips clearly articulated the words Rob Lucci and intriguing. Rob Lucci felt a surge of alarm. Could his identity have been compromised? But Xia Zhiqing certainly would not divulge the answer so easily. After all, he intended to negotiate terms with Rob Lucci. Under Lucci's watchful gaze, he approached the shipyard where Lucci was concealed, the galley company, and stated, please construct a ship for me. What type of vessel does the client require? Inquired Kaku, the shipwright and spy for the world government. The blueprint is here. Everyone, please see if we can create it. Xia Zhiqing produced a blueprint from within his attire and handed it to Kaku. Although intricate, it is feasible, and approximately a month should suffice for completion. After reviewing it, Kaku provided his response. Truly remarkable, as expected from galley company. Xia Zhiqing could not help but exclaim in admiration. Very well then. Please remit a deposit of 100 million berries, Kaku stated calmly. That is indeed lower than I anticipated, Xia Zhiqing remarked with a smile, prompting Kaku to regard him with newfound respect. To throw down 100 million berries without batting an eye. What a determined individual. Well then, everyone, we shall meet in a month. After paying the deposit, Xia Zhiqing departed alone. Rob Lucci silently followed suit. In a remote, tranquil alley, Xia Zhiqing suddenly halted. Having followed me for so long, it is time for you to reveal yourself, Rob Lucci. Anna was startled and quickly turned around, only to see Rob Lucci materialize like a specter. How did you discern my identity? Rob Lucci inquired directly, without any preamble. Defeat me, and I shall divulge it. Let me witness the prowess of the most brilliant individual of the world government in the past 8 centuries. Encountering Rob Lucci was a mere coincidence, yet also within reason. Upon purchasing a ship, an encounter was inevitable. The deliberate revelation of his identity to lure him here was no trivial matter. Xia Zhiqing's objective was straightforward, to clandestinely learn the Navy's 6 powers. After all, such an opportunity may not arise again. You possess considerable confidence in your abilities. Are you not afraid I might kill you? Rob Lucci's gaze sharpened with intensity. Come forth. If you can kill me, that would be splendid. Xia Zhiqing motioned for Anna to step back, his form crackling with electricity as he entered the Thunderstrike armor mode. Rob Lucci, with a power level of 185. Xia Zhiqing was uncertain how his current strength compared to the disparity he would face 4 years later when Rob Lucci was defeated by Monkey D. Luffy at Enies Lobby. However, he recognized that the current Rob Lucci was formidable. Chafe. Rob Lucci vanished in an instant, and Xia Zhiqing muttered, so swift, activating his observation haki and Sharingan. Subsequently, a sound like cutting air erupted from behind him. Finger pistol. The piercing sound sent a chill down Xia Zhiqing's spine. Whoosh. He immediately dashed away in a flash of lightning. Gathering potent electricity in his fist, he took a powerful step forward and closed the distance in an instant. Boom. A rapid clash erupted with a terrifying force. Both of their arms became mere phantoms. Xia Zhiqing felt an incredible pressure bearing down on him. as if a colossal force was testing his resilience. Despite the amplification of his strength by the lightning, he could barely withstand it. Yet, his Sharingan continued to operate, capturing every movement of Rob Lucci. And Rob Lucci, this fellow wields an astonishing lightning ability. Close combat is unwise. The electricity surging from Xia Zhiqing was overwhelming. Merely 15 seconds into their encounter, he felt half of his body go numb. Lucci swiftly retreated, then executed a sweeping kick. Gale foot, flying bird. A slash akin to a soaring bird erupted forth, instantly reaching Xia Zhiqing. It was inadvisable to confront it head-on. Xia Zhiqing immediately withdrew. The flying finger gun was drawn. Yet, Lucci reappeared behind Xia Zhiqing, unleashing 3 fiery air blasts. Bang! Despite Xia Zhiqing's Sharingan piercing through the moment, his body could not react in time, and he was sent hurtling away, even with the protection of his lightning armor. He felt a wave of suffocating pressure in his chest. 6 Styles, Ultimate 6 King's Gun. Lucci was determined to unleash a powerful move right from the outset, closing the distance with remarkable speed and transforming into his leopard form. His iron tail ensnared the retreating Xia Zhiqing, and a terrifying force began to coalesce in his arm. Thousand Birds, Sharp Gun. Xia Zhiqing thought to himself that Lucci was taking this far too seriously, as every hair on his body stood on end. And he unleashed his fastest strike. Pucci. Crack. The Thousand Birds, Sharp Gun, blazed like light, while the 6 King's Gun loomed like a mountain. Both combatants were violently repelled. Boom. Xia Zhiqing was thrust into a room, the entire structure collapsing, causing the ground to tremble. Meanwhile, Lucci found himself pinned against the wall, his body rendered numb. Cough. Cough, cough. Xia Zhiqing crawled from the rubble, his lightning armor completely dissipated. It had been ages since he had suffered such a brutal beating. He felt as though his chest had been shattered, the excruciating pain causing him to gasp for breath. Paper drawing, life restoration. Upon seeing Xia Zhiqing rise, Lucci hastily employed life restoration, regaining precise control over his body and alleviating the numbness. All the while, Xia Zhiqing observed this with unwavering focus through his Sharingan. He could forego learning other Navy 6 styles, but paper drawing was essential. Only then could he digest food more swiftly and efficiently, generating greater chakra. Furthermore, he would gain better control over his body. When combined with observation haki, the effects would undoubtedly be remarkable. What immense penetrating power. Faced with the Thousand Birds, Sharp Gun, he promptly activated Iron Block in defense. Yet, he was instantaneously pierced through. The formidable penetration of the Thousand Birds, Sharp Gun sent shivers down Lucci's spine. He dared not be struck again, fearing that the next strike might pierce his heart. Gale Foot. He raised his foot and unleashed 2 waves of sword energy, effortlessly tearing through the ground to close in on Xia Zhiqing. Lightning Release, Furious Thunder Tiger. Xia Zhiqing was not as monstrous as Lucci under life restoration. His injuries were mending rapidly, and he could only counter the sword waves with the Thunder Tiger. Bang! The Thunder Tiger forcefully shattered the sword waves. But Lucci was already nowhere to be seen, having stepped onto the moonwalk to float in the air. Then, Gale Foot, Flying Bird. This tactic appeared to Xia Zhiqing as though it were cheating. Lightning Release, Furious Thunder Tiger. Xia Zhiqing formed seals, summoning a thunderous tiger that erupted from the ground. Charging forth. Success. Lucci suddenly materialized behind Xia Zhiqing, hands converging as a violent, frenzied power surged forth. Success? Lucci, from where does your confidence stem? Bang. Xia Zhiqing was struck, but before Robluki could display any signs of joy, he witnessed Xia Zhiqing transform into a mere piece of wood, shattered into fragments. Robluki was taken aback. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard Xia Zhiqing's voice behind him. Robluki, I advise you to refrain from any sudden movements. Xia Zhiqing was enveloped in crackling lightning, with a finger poised perilously close to Robluki's throat, ready to extinguish his life at any moment. You are far more formidable than I had anticipated. Robluki sighed, reverting from his devil fruit form. And you are also more powerful than I imagined. Xia Zhiqing dissipated the lightning and retreated swiftly a few steps. Just as Robluki turned to leave, somewhat despondent, Xia Zhiqing remarked, the reason I know your identity is that I have seen you before, even though you do not recognize me. Robluki paused, then softly murmured, I see. With that, he executed a swift movement and vanished from sight. At that moment, just as Robluki disappeared, Xia Zhiqing suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning pale. "My lord, are you all right?" Anna exclaimed in surprise. Xia Zhiqing waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's nothing, just some old blood that I managed to suppress. Let us proceed. We still have the mission in the Eastern Ping Kingdom to attend to. We cannot afford any delays." Xia Zhiqing rose, taking a couple of breaths, rubbed his chest, and said, "Was it easy to stealthily acquire the Navy's 6 styles? However, I truly won this battle by mere luck. Had Robluki been aware of my true capabilities from the outset, I would have had to exert every ounce of energy to match him." Despite his victory in this confrontation, Xia Zhiqing felt little pride. "Thankfully, the knowledge I sought to clandestinely acquire is now in my possession." As he reveled in the newfound memories within his mind, a satisfied smile graced his lips. 3 days later, on a desolate island near the Eastern Ping Kingdom, with a swift kick, Xia Zhiqing unleashed a barrage of sword waves enveloped in lightning, effortlessly cleaving the earth and tearing through the massive boulders in his path. The energy surged through the sea, leaving behind several glaring rifts illuminated by arcs of lightning. With the lightning spear, Xia Zhiqing's right arm moved with incredible speed, launching a series of lightning-infused projectiles that obliterated the targeted boulder. Finally, I invoked the life restoration. Xia Zhiqing activated the technique, exerting ultimate control over every cell within his body. Instantly, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through every cell, the pace of digestion accelerating manifold, enhancing his command over his own body significantly. Truly, the Navy's 6 styles are astonishing. Each application is a novel experience. Xia Zhiqing realized that food he typically required hours to digest was now processed in mere seconds. Just 3 days prior, when he had first acquired this knowledge, even a few minutes had been necessary. "My lord, you are indeed a genius, managing to learn the Navy's 6 styles with just a glance. In merely 3 days, you have fully mastered them and even developed new techniques." Beside him, Anna exclaimed with a mix of astonishment and admiration. If those who consider themselves geniuses were to witness this, they would surely feel utterly humiliated. It is well known that mastering the 6 styles of the Navy requires relentless dedication and innate talent. Moreover, applying such knowledge typically takes no less than 2 or 3 years of rigorous training. Yet, Xia Zhiqing has completely shattered this notion. Acquiring the skill in a single day and applying it within 3 days, what a remarkable gift. One would think that the 6 styles of the Navy could be grasped at a mere glance. Xia Zhiqing, unfazed, declared, with the Sharingan, "There is nothing I cannot learn." To this, Anna could only think, this bravado deserves full marks. "Let us go. I assume the king of Dongping Kingdom is growing impatient." Xia Zhiqing swiftly appeared on the deck, prompting Anna to follow suit. In the palace of the Dongping Kingdom, the king exclaimed, "Why have you two arrived at this hour? If you delay my mission, I shall have my way with you both. Were it not for the matter of succession, I would never offer such a generous reward. Here, this is your mission. Understand it clearly and execute it without delay." The king was decidedly brusque with Xia Zhiqing and his companion. "This reward is undoubtedly the most cost-effective. Should you find it unsatisfactory, feel free to seek another team." Upon receiving the mission brief, Xia Zhiqing smiled faintly, his tone exceptionally blunt. "How impudent. Do you believe that if I were to end your life now, I would not earn a far greater bounty? I have heard, Your Majesty, that your head is quite valuable." Suddenly appearing behind the king, he spoke with a mischievous tone. "Do not provoke me. I am merely jesting." The king quivered in response. "Haha, I too am jesting, Your Majesty. Worry not, for I would never harm my employer." Xia Zhiqing swiftly vanished from the king's sight once more, only to reappear with a grin. Soon after, the two departed. "This fellow." The king gazed at Xia Zhiqing's retreating figure, his expression dark and brooding. As a monarch, he had never before been subjected to such mockery. What had become of his regal dignity? Rescuing the prince of the kingdom? Now that is an intriguing task. Xia Zhiqing mused, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he examined the mission details. He had accumulated quite a number of evolution points over the past few days, and it was time to make use of them. 5 days had passed since his last mission, and with the addition of his bounty from eliminating foes, he now possessed a total of 1,058 evolution points. Converting 1,000 points, he augmented his strength by 10 points, enhancing his combat prowess. The remaining 58 points were invested in his Sharingan. Ding. Your combat strength has reached 172. Ding. Due to the enhancement of combat strength, your power, speed, reflexes, and defense have all increased. Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan status. 3 Tomo, 205810000. Strength value, 172 skills. Chidori series ninjutsu, lightning release. Thunder armor, genjutsu. Binding technique, genjutsu. Dream murder technique, body replacement technique. Transformation technique, shadow clone technique. Observation haki, armament haki. Paper drawing life restoration. Finger gun, gale foot, moon step. Having learned the 6 styles has indeed augmented my strength by 2 points. Observing the strength value that should have been 170 yet stands at 172. Xia Zhiqing remarked with an air of understanding. Such occurrences happened previously when he mastered the Chidori ninjutsu, haki, and genjutsu. Taro Kingdom. Is this our destination? Upon confirming the location indicated on the mission, Xia Zhiqing logged in. Meanwhile, within the palace not far away, a middle-aged man dressed as a minister rushed in, panting as he reported to the elderly king seated upon the throne. Your Majesty, as you planned, the summer bounty team is executing the mission for the Eastern Ping Kingdom. Good. Inform the guards not to obstruct them. For the fate of our Taro Kingdom, we shall risk it all. The old man's murky eyes suddenly gleamed with an unsettling intensity upon hearing this. Yes, the minister responded, and just as he was about to leave, an unfamiliar voice resonated. The fate of your kingdom has nothing to do with me. Both men were taken aback, turning to see a flash of lightning approach, revealing a young man and a woman at the entrance. Such features could only belong to Xia Zhiqing. His swift arrival was due to his earlier use of observation haki upon reaching the port. Realizing that the situation within the kingdom was rather peculiar, he hastened with Anna to prevent any mishaps in the mission. It was absurd, which palace was not heavily guarded. Yet here, the gates stood wide open, and the defenses were alarmingly scant. It was utterly bizarre. You must be Nazis, correct? The king sighed in relief upon seeing Xia Zhiqing. It is an honor that you recognize me. Now, please hand over the prince of the Eastern Ping Kingdom. While I am uncertain why you have withdrawn the palace guards, if you jeopardize my mission, it will be quite troublesome for me. Xia Zhiqing crackled with lightning in his hand, sending shivers down the spine. I can provide you with the prince, the king announced, parting the curtain behind him. There, bound to a pillar, was an unruly young man, his eyes lighting up with joy upon seeing Xia Zhiqing. State your terms. Xia Zhiqing smiled slightly at the king. For some reason, he sensed an unusual implication. Assist me in eliminating the king of the Eastern Ping Kingdom, and I shall offer triple the mission's reward. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing's brow furrowed slightly. What if I refuse? Then I shall immediately detonate the bomb strapped to him. Your mission will fail, and the king of the Eastern Ping Kingdom will hold a grudge against you. You might even be hunted down by hired assassins, which could tarnish the reputation of your bounty guild. You must ponder whether this is truly worth it. The king spoke calmly. In that case, I find myself with no choice but to accept your task. Xia Zhiqing narrowed his eyes, revealing a flash of white teeth. But you seem to have forgotten. As his words fell, Xia Zhiqing transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before the king and incapacitating him with a jolt of lightning. Now, your life is in my hands. If you wish to survive, you must heed my directives. Xia Zhiqing pressed his gun against the king's temple and declared, Ha ha ha, then go ahead and pull the trigger. I have come to terms with death. The king retorted, If I perish, so does the prince. It matters not. His words left Xia Zhiqing momentarily taken aback. Wait. This scenario is quite unusual. Typically, wouldn't he beg for mercy, expressing a desire to live, only to be coerced further? As a king, shouldn't he fear death? What a peculiar monarch indeed. Ah, it is rather strange, isn't it? The king, noticing Xia Zhiqing's astonishment, chuckled. Were it possible, I too would fear death. However, a flicker of hatred ignited upon his visage. The kingdom of Dongping has been excessively tyrannical, exploiting our Taro kingdom with its formidable military might. My daughter, my wife, and even our beautiful female citizens have all been seized and subjected to torment until death. Our male citizens have been reduced to mere laborers, enslaved by them. Furthermore, every year, all our national revenue fills his coffers. Our hard-earned money has become his squandered fortune. At this point, the king suddenly laughed. I once believed that tolerance would temper his arrogance, but I was mistaken. Forbearance only emboldens him further. Thus, having reached this state of despair, there is nothing left for me to fear. He has caused me this suffering, and now I shall seek his life. The king turned his gaze to Xia Zhiqing and inquired, "Do you understand why the kingdom of Dongping has employed you for this task?" Xia Zhiqing's brow furrowed slightly as he glanced at the prince, then replied with surprise, "You specifically designated me by threatening his son's life?" Upon hearing this, the king smiled. "It appears I have not erred in my choice. But why choose me? What makes me so exceptional?" Xia Zhiqing questioned. "You are the only one who has undertaken tasks involving state affairs. I have no other options," the king answered calmly. Though a bittersweet smile crept across his face as he added, "Alas, the only bounty guild capable of eliminating over 100 million pirates is yours alone. I had no alternative. Who could have imagined that the king of Dongping has a guardian with a bounty of 98 million berries by his side? That is the true reason for his selection of you." Of course, he could not divulge such information to Xia Zhiqing. With a resigned sigh, Xia Zhiqing thought to himself, "So this old king has no choice but to select me. I had thought I possessed some unique quality that attracted him. Well, what a false hope that was." "You seem quite certain that I will agree," Xia Zhiqing remarked, curious about the source of the old king's confidence. The old king, with a flourish, made a grand offer that was hard to resist. "I must admit, it stirred something within me." Xia Zhiqing holstered her weapon, recognizing the futility of rejecting the old monarch. To refuse would mean the demise of the mission target, a tarnished reputation, and no monetary reward, not to mention the imminent threat of pursuit. Conversely, acquiescing to the king's demands would similarly tarnish her reputation and seal the target's fate. Yet it would at least ensure a financial gain. Thus, she opted for the lesser of two evils. "You may impose any conditions you wish, as you yourself have declared," Xia Zhiqing remarked, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon the old king. "However, let us be clear. The royal treasury holds but 60 million berries, and beyond that, there is naught." The old king smirked cunningly, as if reveling in his devious scheme. It appeared I had been ensnared in his trap. "Should you wish for my agreement, you must ensure that you can afford the remuneration. What sum do you propose?" The king's eyes gleamed with interest. 500 million berries, what say you?" Xia Zhiqing declared boldly, an astonishing 25-fold increase from the task's original reward of 20 million berries. "I can only muster 300 million, the old king replied, his fists clenched in determination. 400 million is my absolute limit," Xia Zhiqing retorted with a smile. The old king, upon hearing her price, visibly struggled, his knuckles cracking under the pressure of his grip. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he finally conceded, "Very well, but I can only offer 350 million berries. The remaining 50 million shall be compensated with my head, if you will." The old king's eyes were filled with a sense of resignation. "Your Majesty, that would burden me with guilt. I have no need for a head. Consider the 50 million a debt to be settled later," Xia Zhiqing replied, almost defeated by the absurdity of the king's proposition. It was a grim notion to barter a life for currency. Yet, she recognized that a king would not resort to such extremes unless absolutely necessary. Having observed every nuance of the king's demeanor with her Sharingan, she could ascertain the authenticity of his emotions. The truth of the matter was likely not as dire as he portrayed, but there was a significant element of truth to his plight. Human eyes and emotional fluctuations seldom deceive, and under the scrutiny of her ocular prowess, she could discern genuine sentiment from mere pretense. The old king's expressions had been sincere, indeed. "Thank you, Your Excellency. I implore you to give it your utmost effort. The fate of our kingdom rests upon your shoulders." With a tone heavy with desperation, the old king expressed his gratitude. Xia Zhiqing had become their singular beacon of hope. Should she falter, the Taro kingdom would face utter annihilation, with the Eastern Ping kingdom poised to exact vengeance. Unbeknownst to him, the back of the old king was already drenched in perspiration. He was acutely aware of the uncertainty surrounding his ability to persuade Xia Zhiqing, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. Yet, he knew he had to succeed. Fortunately, he had triumphed in securing her agreement. "Then, I shall take on this task, Your Highness." As soon as Xia Zhiqing spoke, he was met with the old king's firm refusal. The king declared, "This individual is still of use to me. I cannot relinquish him." With a chuckle, Xia Zhiqing replied, "Then I shall await good news from you, old king." Turning to Anna, who had just arrived, he said, "Let us proceed. A new mission awaits us, and it promises a substantial reward." Before departing, Xia Zhiqing created a shadow clone to remain behind for surveillance, which greatly impressed the old king, who regarded him with newfound respect. Such a cautious bounty hunter is a rarity indeed. In the kingdom of Dongping, Within the royal palace, the king questioned, "Where is the prince? Have you failed?" Upon seeing Xia Zhiqing return empty-handed, the king's demeanor soured significantly. "Indeed, as you can see, I have failed." Xia Zhiqing shrugged nonchalantly. Worthless. Were it not for that fool insisting on your involvement, do you think I would have hired you? Since you have failed to complete your task, begone and do not sully my sight." The king, surrounded by numerous soldiers, disdainfully ordered his dismissal. "Do you know? A bounty of 400 million has been placed on your head." Suddenly, lightning crackled around Xia Zhiqing's hands. "Huh, my head. You two worthless fools think you can claim it?" scoffed the king, his demeanor shifting to one of cold malice. Royal Guard, attack. In an instant, Xia Zhiqing found himself encircled by a throng of armored soldiers wielding firearms, their cold muzzles blocking every avenue of escape. A dead end. "Weren't you rather arrogant just days ago? Show me that bravado now." The king taunted, relishing the sight of Xia Zhiqing immobilized by fear. "If you kneel and admit your fault, I might spare you. What say you?" Perhaps feeling assured of his victory, the king continued his tirade. But would Xia Zhiqing ever kneel in submission? Such a notion was absurd. He would not be intimidated by this trivial display. The king must have severely misjudged Xia Zhiqing's capabilities. "You are hardly worthy." Xia Zhiqing smirked, his expression dripping with disdain. "Kill him." The king, enraged, bellowed his command. With a resounding click, all the palace guards pulled their triggers. However, before they could unleash their volley, Xia Zhiqing summoned a dazzling surge of lightning. A chorus of screams erupted as the guards collapsed instantly, the acrid scent of charred flesh filling the air, a nauseating reminder of their demise. As a wielder of lightning, Xia Zhiqing reveled in such chaotic skirmishes. Just as he aimed to turn his focus toward the king, a piercing sound sliced through the air from behind him. "Your life is forfeit." With a swift motion, a formidable blade struck against Xia Zhiqing's lightning armor, failing to inflict even the slightest damage. How could this be? The assailant gasped, instinctively retreating. "Since you have come, why leave now?" Xia Zhiqing's observation hockey-locked onto the approaching threat. Thunderbird spear. Not good. The man beheld a flash of lightning rapidly magnifying within his sight, yet he scarcely had time to react before it vanished. The excruciating pain of his chest being pierced, coupled with the numbing agony inflicted by the lightning, elicited a piercing scream from him. Suddenly, his voice fell silent. He had transformed into a charred corpse. Evolution point 5. Boom. Anna, seizing the opportunity, aimed to assassinate the king with a single shot. However, a minister intercepted her. Bang. Undeterred, Anna fired again. Yet, her shot was thwarted once more. "I refuse to believe you can continue evading." Just as she prepared to fire again at the king, a shadow darted past, deflecting the bullet. It was a man with half of his face obscured by a mask, his upper body bare. "With me, Morin here. You shall not harm his majesty," the man declared, fixing his gaze on Anna. "Morin, eliminate them. How dare they disturb my reign? I shall have them dismembered." Upon sighting this Morin, the king regained his confidence and shouted once more. "Yes, my king. Merely two insignificant insects. Watch as I swiftly resolve this for you." Morin replied with arrogance, then swiftly charged towards Anna, his blade raised for a devastating strike. "Woman, pay the price for your folly." In his eyes, Anna, frozen in shock, was already a corpse. Yet, boom, Morin suddenly received a staggering punch to the face, shattering his mask. Xia Zhiqing, enveloped in crackling lightning, seized him by the face, lifting him effortlessly, and proclaimed, "You dare call us insects? Who, then, is the true insect?" With that, he exerted tremendous force, unleashing a terrifying power. Crack! Morin's skull shattered, and he emitted a wretched scream, but the lightning robbed him of both motion and life. From beginning to end, he exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Evolution point 10. Fortuitously for him, he encountered Xia Zhiqing, enveloped in 1,000,000 volts of electricity. Even if he possessed double the strength without the ability to wield armed color hockey, he would still be instantaneously vanquished by Xia Zhiqing. Upon witnessing Morin, Xia Zhiqing comprehended why the old king of the Taro Kingdom would willingly spend 400 million berries to hire him to eliminate the king of the Eastern Ping Kingdom. Morin was a figure with a bounty of 98 million berries, and it seemed he was the only one capable of executing this task. After all, other bounty hunters, upon acquiring such power, had turned to piracy. The riches gained through piracy were far swifter. Why continue as a bounty hunter? With such wealth at stake, who wouldn't desire it? Now it is your turn. Xia Zhiqing's bright gaze turned towards the king. The moment the king met Xia Zhiqing's eyes, his body trembled. Yet, he still attempted to feign bravado. I have allied with the world government. I advise you to think carefully, should you dare to kill me. The world government will not spare you. Now be gone. I might still overlook this, or else what? Before the king could finish his words, Xia Zhiqing appeared behind him. Did he have any other options now? If he spared the king of the Eastern Ping Kingdom, it was unlikely that the monarch would show mercy towards them. Moreover, without eliminating this king, how could he secure the reward promised by the old king? In that case, it would be a futile endeavor, and they would also gain a formidable enemy. As he prepared to pierce the king's heart with his hand, the king, in a state of panic, cried out, "No, no, please don't kill me. How much do you want? I'll give you anything, even 1.5 billion. Under the threat of death, the king agreed without hesitation, but before he could finish his sentence, his head suddenly exploded. "Anna, what have you done?" Xia Zhiqing looked at Anna, who had shot the king, with a bewildered expression. "My lord, one cannot betray their word twice," Anna replied as she holstered her weapon. "But that was 1.5 billion. Xia Zhiqing lamented. "Honor is paramount," Anna asserted resolutely, adding, "Scoundrels who abduct and mistreat others to death do not deserve to live. Punish me as you see fit. I will accept it." Well, with her saying such things, what could Xia Zhiqing do? "You dare to kill His Majesty the King." A nearby minister shouted to the guards, "Quickly, seize them and avenge the king." Instantly, a throng of guards charged in. Seeing this, Xia Zhiqing helplessly shook his head and said, "Thousand birds flow." After clearing a path, he dispelled the lightning and seized Anna. Dashing towards the exit, "Pursue!" He faintly heard a roaring voice. The Taro Kingdom, truly, the Summer Bounty Group, renowned for its zero failure rate, was indeed formidable. When the old king saw the corpse of the Eastern Ping Kingdom's monarch, tears streamed down his face. "Ikea, did you see? This scoundrel is finally dead, finally." It was hard to imagine the extent of suffering that had caused such a reaction from the elderly man. Yet, Xia Zhiqing was unconcerned with all that. His focus lay solely on the reward. Observing the scene, a nearby minister promptly led Xia Zhiqing to a side hall, pointing to the several large chests. "This is your reward. Please take a moment to count it." "Pleasure doing business," Xia Zhiqing said after a brief pause. "Please have someone assist in moving it to the ship." The minister's smile seemed rather strained. After all, the royal treasury had been entirely emptied by Xia Zhiqing. The following day, in the first half of the Grand Line, the desert kingdom of Alabasta, in the rain. "What a bold fellow," remarked a man with a scarred face and a cigar dangling from his mouth, his hand adorned with a golden hook, as he read the newspaper. "The Devil's Triangle. How audacious to eliminate a member of the world government. Truly worthy of the title of the strongest bounty hunter." Moonlight Moria let out a piercing laugh, his eyes gleaming with thrilling ferocity. "The new world. Dressrosa. Ah, how increasingly intriguing. The world government. What course of action shall you undertake next?" Doflamingo, with a rebellious grin, discarded the newspaper in his grasp. "The Navy headquarters. Natsu, how audacious you are to dare assassinate a king." Even Sengoku, upon learning this shocking news, was momentarily taken aback. Such audacity is beyond comprehension, a blatant disregard for the law, an utter defiance of authority. Sengoku could already envision the fury of the world government and the outrage of kings across the globe. If Natsu dares to slay the king of the East Ping Kingdom, what has to stop him from targeting other monarchs should the price be right? At the holy land of Mariewa, a chilling voice resonated from within, authoritative and silent. "Go. Dispatch CP0 to eliminate him. The dignity of the world government shall not be challenged." "Understood," came the response. The entire sea was shaken by the audacious deeds of Natsu, who had taken on the alias of Xia Zhiqing. The already tumultuous waters stirred once more due to this incident. "Keek, truly a lawless being. Splendid, I admire that." Countless pirates instantaneously acknowledged Xia Zhiqing. Setting aside everything else, that courage alone is enough to command respect. "Anna, see, because of your impulsiveness, we find ourselves in a precarious situation. We are being hunted by the world government. You must brace yourself." Xia Zhiqing, seated at the bow of the ship, jested. "If it comes to it, I will trade my life for his." Anna, with a cold demeanor, nonchalantly replied, "Ah, you are becoming increasingly reckless. You know I could never turn you in." Hearing this, Xia Zhiqing let out a resigned sigh. "Let us go, before the world government catches up. We must find a place to hide." Given our current strength, being pursued is quite a troublesome affair. With a wave of his hand, Xia Zhiqing set sail in search of a deserted island. As they searched, the young man began training Anna to enhance her marksmanship. Xia Zhiqing initially believed he could evade the storm, yet he underestimated the capabilities of the world government. 3 days later, it appears my actions were rather sluggish. Or perhaps I underestimated the reconnaissance abilities of the world government. Observing the 3 CP-0 members aboard a warship blocking their path, his body tensed. CP-0. The exclusive officials of the world aristocracy, with members scattered throughout the seas, their true number unknown. Undoubtedly, each member is an elite of the world government. To have 3 arrive at once is indeed an impressive show of regard. Not to mention, he must also ensure Anna's safety. The pressure is undeniably immense. Captain of the Summer Bounty Gang, Natsu. No, you should be called Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing. The leader, a man of average height wearing a sorrowful mask, spoke up, his voice suggesting he was around 30 years of age. Oh dear, I have been exposed. Truly impressive, CP-0. In an instant, Xia Zhiqing's gaze transformed into something perilously dangerous. If that were the case, then today, I shall be compelled to eliminate you all. I do not wish to reveal my identity just yet. With a gesture towards Anna, Xia Zhiqing activated the Thunderstrike armor mode, his 3-tomo Sharingan beginning to whirl. Among the 3 CP-0 agents, none possessed a combat power lower than 120. The man wearing the sorrowful mask boasted an astonishing combat power of 160. This level was already on par with pirates boasting bounties exceeding 200 million. To face 3 such formidable foes simultaneously placed immense pressure upon him. The haughty man who had spoken earlier scoffed and materialized before Xia Zhiqing, his finger emanating a potent aura of armament hockey, akin to a machine gun firing relentlessly. Whoosh! 2 more sounds echoed from behind Xia Zhiqing. One aimed at his back, and the other charging directly towards Anna. Chidori stream! Xia Zhiqing shouted, unleashing a torrent of furious lightning that enveloped Anna entirely. Chafe! The 3 CP-0 agents immediately retreated, unwilling to engage directly. With the enemy pushed back, Xia Zhiqing swiftly retracted the lightning, while the 3 CP-0 agents reappeared above him. Shadow clone technique. The presence of numerous foes had never been a concern for Xia Zhiqing. He created 2 shadow clones, advising Anna to safeguard herself, before launching himself towards the adversaries with Moonwalk. You can also perform Moonwalk? Where did you learn that? The sorrowful-faced man, initially taken aback by Xia Zhiqing's adept execution of Moonwalk, then queried with a fierce glint in his eyes. Stormfoot, Thunderblade. Xia Zhiqing chose not to respond, instead delivering a flurry of lightning-infused sword waves that surged forward. Stormfoot, Flying Scythe. Stormfoot, Shattered Star. Stormfoot, One Break. The 3 assailants unleashed their varied attacks, resulting in a cacophony of colliding sword waves. Boom! The sky erupted in a series of muffled explosions, lightning flashing brilliantly. Thunderclap Fist. As the residual shock waves began to dissipate, Xia Zhiqing, clad in Thunderstrike armor, propelled himself towards the trio like an arrow released from a bow. Stormfoot, Sharp Blade. The 3 immediately countered with 3 sword waves of their own. Chidori Sharp Spear. An unimaginably rapid lightning spear shot forth. Chafe. The trio, seemingly prepared, evaded the strike flawlessly. Do you truly believe such an attack would be effective against us? They reappeared behind Xia Zhiqing and his shadow clones. Yield. For opposing the world government will lead to your utter demise. The sorrowful-faced man urged Xia Zhiqing to capitulate. Finger gun, Flying Thunderbolt. Xia Zhiqing paid them no heed as his 3 shadow clones turned to engage. Humph, obstinate fool. You leave me no choice but to eradicate you. The sorrowful man snorted disdainfully, transforming into a bullman form. Armament. With a powerful stomp, he clenched his fist, the armament hockey enveloping him, and charged forward, delivering a punch that caused the air to tremble. Such formidable strength, it is unwise to confront head-on. Xia Zhiqing, alarmed, retreated swiftly. Retreat. Do you believe you can evade me? The grim-faced man scoffed, vanishing in an instant to reappear behind Xia Zhiqing. His right arm swelled with an ominous power as he bellowed. Kedi Sakura. A terrifying air cannon was unleashed. Faced with this assault, Xia Zhiqing's pupils constricted in alarm. He swiftly twisted his body to evade. Yet, even so, a sharp sound rang out as the Thunderstrike armor side was grazed, resulting in a violent explosion. What a fearsome might! Xia Zhiqing realized that his strength was no match for the grim-faced man. His combat prowess had escalated from a mere 160 to an impressive 180, just slightly inferior to the formidable Robluki in his prime. Your doom is at hand. The grim-faced man inexorably closed in on Xia Zhiqing. His eyes filled with a chilling, murderous intent, and once again he unleashed a powerful punch. Thousand birds. Strength alone does not preclude opposition. A piercing sound resonated as the man's fist was pierced, his attack thwarted. Xia Zhiqing was propelled backward by the immense force. Nevertheless, compared to Robluki's Six-King Spear, it still lacked a certain ferocity. The Thunderstrike armor merely sustained minor fractures. Perish. The grim-faced man advanced as if impervious to pain, executing a moon step to close the distance once more. Finger gun barrage. Countless finger shadows morphed into sharp, penetrating attacks, enveloping Xia Zhiqing. Finger gun thunderbolt. Undaunted, Xia Zhiqing unleashed a barrage of dense thunderbolts, akin to a Gatling gun, to collide with the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying clash erupted in a cacophony, forcing both combatants back. The two spared no effort, but within the grim-faced man, astonishment brewed. How could this fellow's mastery of the six styles be so formidable? As if he had trained for decades? However, if he were to learn that Xia Zhiqing had only honed his skills for 3 days, would he be utterly petrified? Gradually, the grim-faced man began to falter. Xia Zhiqing's attacks grew increasingly cunning, exploiting the gaps in his defenses and amplifying the pressure he faced. How did he discern the minutiae of my openings? This fellow is truly a prodigy. The grim-faced man was astounded. Yet, Xia Zhiqing merely thought. Such feats are but standard operations for the Sharingan. He rapidly activated the Sharingan, scrutinizing the grim-faced man's every movement, seeking vulnerabilities. In the presence of the Sharingan, no flaw, however minor, could escape his discerning gaze. At last, Xia Zhiqing gained the upper hand. The grim-faced man's expression shifted dramatically, the pressure mounting exponentially. Do not presume you have triumphed. True form of the demon bull. He roared, horns sprouting from his head as his power surged to an astonishing 190. Xia Zhiqing could not help but gasp, experiencing a sudden, overwhelming pressure that constricted his movements as the surrounding air was drawn into turmoil. Finger gun breakthrough. The grim-faced man concentrated all his strength into a single point and thrust forward. Hiss. In an instant, every hair on Xia Zhiqing's body stood on end. This strike sent an icy chill coursing through him. Thousand birds. With a fierce roar, Xia Zhiqing charged with all her might. A piercing sound and a shattering noise resonated simultaneously as a figure swiftly burst into the air, accompanied by a flash of lightning. Bang! The warship trembled violently, its steel deck caving inwards. The two shadow clones engaged in battle with the other CP-0 members vanished instantly. Xia Zhiqing, your doom is upon you. The somber-faced man, suppressing the numbness in his body, launched himself like an arrow towards the sunken Xia Zhiqing. Thousand birds sharp gun, Xia Zhiqing shouted, attempting to thwart the somber-faced man with this strike. Whoosh. However, he was evidently prepared and deftly evaded. Bang. In the next moment, Xia Zhiqing found her throat pierced, once more crashing into the deck. Boom. The entire warship shuddered again, the depression enlarging to twice its size. Is this a joke? How could Lord Xia Zhiqing be defeated so easily? It was inconceivable. How could she fall so effortlessly? Anna, witnessing the outcome, collapsed in disbelief. To her, Xia Zhiqing was an invincible entity. How could she possibly succumb here? It appears this is the end. The fact that Kazuo unleashed his ultimate move reveals Xia Zhiqing's formidable strength, truly astonishing. In the air, a CP-0 member adorned with a pristine white mask spoke, revealing she was a woman. What does it matter if she possesses strength? Failing to recognize her position, she foolishly provokes the world government. Merely a fool. TSK. What a pity for Anna, such a beautiful lady, to meet her demise. The CP-0 member on the right, wearing a smiling mask, said in a coarse voice, displaying no urgency to capture Anna. To him, she was but a mere insect. Capturing her would be child's play. After all, Anna could not escape. Boom. At that moment, an explosion reverberated, followed by a cloud of smoke. Whoosh. Then, with a dull thud, the somber-faced man was sent flying. What is happening? The two CP-0 members hovering in the air exchanged bewildered glances. Lightning release. Angry thunder tiger. The voice of Xia Zhiqing emerged from the smoke. Subsequently, Terrifying lightning tore through the mist, transforming into a ferocious thunder tiger that charged forth, roaring towards the somber-faced man. A mere thunder tiger. Do you think you can harm me, Kechi Sakura? Facing the thunder tiger that suddenly lunged at him, the somber-faced man let out a roar, delivering a devastating punch that unleashed a destructive air cannon. Boom! The thunder tiger was violently torn apart, creating a massive crater in the warship. Truly, the elites of the world government are remarkable. Even the angry thunder tiger could not contend with them. But how about this move? Xia Zhiqing appeared beside Anna, a terrifying aura erupting from her, with torrents of chakra surging forth as she formed hand seals. Lightning release, heavenly thunder punishment. Xia Zhiqing bellowed. Rumble. In the next moment, the heavens and earth transformed, dark clouds rolled in, and a multitude of lightning serpents descended, enveloping the gloomy-faced man above. This is dire. Witnessing this scene, the man's countenance shifted dramatically as he hastily dashed towards the warship. The other two CP0 members mirrored his urgency. On the vast ocean, what terrifies those with devil fruit abilities the most? Storms and thunderstorms. They reacted swiftly, yet alas, it was too late. It's over for us. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning manifested in the hands of Xia Zhiqing, and with a downward sweep, he commanded, "Fall." Roar. The sky-splitting lightning revealed its destructive visage and crashed down. Boom. The surroundings were instantly illuminated, as terrifying columns of lightning, intertwined with menacing electricity, completely engulfed the warship. Roar. The sea roared, churning with monstrous waves that crashed heavily against the vessel beneath Xia Zhiqing's feet. Bang. The entire ship emitted a dull groan, forced back a considerable distance. Curse it. Through the chaos of lightning, one could faintly hear a heart-wrenching roar. Just at the moment when the thunder ceased and the clouds dispersed, puff, Xia Zhiqing's expression suddenly changed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing to one knee on the deck, gasping for breath. Lord Xia Zhiqing, are you all right? Are you hurt? Anna exclaimed in alarm at the sight of Xia Zhiqing's sudden bloodshed. It's nothing, merely an excessive drain on my strength that has agitated my wounds. A brief rest will suffice. He reassured her. It's all my fault for being so inadequate. When faced with even a slightly formidable opponent, I feel utterly useless. I don't even possess a single skill to assist. I truly am a liability. She lamented. Do not berate yourself so harshly, Anna. You simply encountered an ill-suited adversary at the onset of your journey. Rest assured, in due time, you will be of great assistance to me. In the days to come, you must strive diligently. Xia Zhiqing wiped the blood from his lips, offering comfort. Understood, Lord Xia Zhiqing. I will exert myself even more. Anna nodded resolutely. Now that we have some funds, it is time to seek a devil fruit for you. Are you willing to sacrifice your ability to swim for a lifetime in exchange for formidable power? Xia Zhiqing inquired, gazing at Anna. I am willing, Lord Xia Zhiqing. Next time, I shall not be a burden to you, Anna declared with unwavering determination. Then let us proceed and see if this new world holds a suitable devil fruit for you. Xia Zhiqing was unaware, but in the new world, there are indeed devil fruits up for auction. Meanwhile, at the world government. What? CP0 has failed? The entire unit has been annihilated? The five elders were taken aback upon learning this news. This adversary's strength is astonishing. Clearly, our understanding of him has been severely lacking. One of the five elders, clutching an ominous long sword, remarked. It appears we have underestimated him. Lucci has just informed us that he too was defeated by that individual a few days ago. Another elder with horned whiskers stated. Place a bounty on him, notify Sengoku, and expose him, commanded a golden-haired elder with an air of supreme authority. Indeed, it is the right course of action. The remaining five elders nodded in agreement. After careful consideration, Sengoku proposed a fitting bounty. 2 days later, in the new world, to think I've received a bounty, what a dazzling sum. Xia Zhiqing held the newspaper containing the bounty notice brought by the bird, squinting at the string of figures. The bounty for the Thunder Bounty Hunter, in AC, was 327 million berries. The Gun Queen, Anna, had a bounty of 58 million berries. To think her first bounty would soar to 300 million, one can only imagine the severity of her actions. To wear the crown, one must bear its weight. It seems this is compelling you to grow stronger, Anna. Xia Zhiqing remarked to Anna, who was engrossed in her bounty notice. I will strive for that. Anna replied resolutely. I have also found 2 devil fruits. One is the paramecia-type sound fruit, and the other is the Logia-type mud fruit. Which one do you desire? Xia Zhiqing inquired, already suspecting Anna's choice. I choose the mud fruit. To his astonishment, Anna's answer was unexpected. She indeed selected the mud fruit. Are you certain? Have you thought this through? The mud fruit's side effects will leave you reeking. Xia Zhiqing looked at Anna with surprise. However, it is a Logia type, and that is sufficient, Anna declared with unwavering determination. The consensus in the sea is that Logia-type fruits facilitate strength. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? Xia Zhiqing pressed again. No, this is it. I will not change my mind. Anna replied steadfastly. You are so eager to grow stronger? Is it because of the words I spoke to you 2 days ago that spurred you? Xia Zhiqing asked earnestly. Yes. I do not wish to hold you back any longer. We are a team, are we not? Anna tightened her fists, revealing a pale smile. Sighing, Xia Zhiqing relented. Very well, as you wish. This resolute demeanor of Anna made him suddenly regret the words he had spoken 2 days prior. Why did he suddenly feel like a sinner? Xia Zhiqing mused to himself as he steered the ship towards their destination. However, just as he sat cross-legged, preparing to enhance his evolution points, his expression abruptly changed. He swiftly grabbed Anna and leaped into the sky with a moonwalk. Bang! In the next moment, their ship was violently capsized. As a monstrous vessel emerged from beneath the waves, a group of pirates, their faces contorted with malice, stood aboard the ship. At the forefront was a muscular man, towering at 5 meters tall, yet possessing only one arm. Xia Zhiqing glanced at his combat power, and his pupils dilated in shock. 210. Even an ordinary Navy Rear Admiral could easily take down several foes at that level. In the realm of pirates, that equated to a bounty of 400 million. Pop. The membrane outside the pirate ship shattered, and the one-armed man spoke. An AC, right? You've finally made an appearance. It took me quite a while to find you. I am Ironarm Kuga. Xia Zhiqing quickly grasped the situation, exclaiming, the only person I have such a vendetta against is you. Are you prepared for your demise? A self-inflicted end could alleviate your suffering. He gazed at Xia Zhiqing, his eyes brimming with a fierce and menacing light. Death. Huh. I'm afraid you underestimate my capabilities. In silence, Xia Zhiqing exchanged all his evolution points for combat points, enhancing his strength. Yet, even with this effort, his combat value only increased from 172 to 175, a mere drop in the ocean. A gap of 35 combat points was insurmountable. After all, if he had reached 190, he might have had a slim chance of retaliating with his thunderous retribution. But at 210, Xia Zhiqing found himself utterly powerless. Let me see where your bravado truly lies, Ku Jia declared in a deep voice. In the next moment, a terrifying steam erupted from his body as he charged directly at Xia Zhiqing. I am a user of the steam fruit. Upon this vast ocean, let us see how you, a mere ability wielder, can escape. With a fierce murderous intent, Ku Jia roared, pay for my brother's life. With that, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. The force of the blow was overwhelming, and Xia Zhiqing felt an immense weight pressing down upon him from every pore. He dared not confront it head-on, and instead used his moonwalk technique to dash toward the sea. An ability wielder? Huh. I'm afraid he is no such thing. Is he contemplating self-destruction now that he has lost all hope? Umph. Do you think I would let you off so easily? In Ku Jia's eyes, Xia Zhiqing's retreat toward the ocean was nothing short of suicide. Xia Zhiqing, ever the opportunist, was true to his usual style. Ku Jia had no idea how furious he would be upon learning the truth. Deep beneath the sea, Blackman observed the surface movements through his periscope and commanded, send a few men to retrieve their bodies. Do not think that just because he may have taken his own life, I will spare him. He dared to kill my brother and profit from his head. I will not rest until I have his head as an offering to my brother's spirit. Nor will I be satisfied until his remains are utterly obliterated. After landing on the deck, Ku Jia, filled with hatred, instructed his subordinates. Yes, Captain. Immediately, several pirates leapt into the sea. He believed his men would soon return with Xia Zhiqing's lifeless body. But then, zzz. Suddenly, a flash of lightning erupted from the distant sea, causing Ku Jia's heart to skip a beat. In the next moment, several charred corpses surfaced. Yet none belonged to Xia Zhiqing. Just then, a phantom enveloped in lightning surged from the water. Iron-armed Ku Jia, I apologize, but the sky offers no escape for me. However, the ocean is my domain. The vastness of the sea allows me to roam freely. Cleanse your neck in anticipation of my arrival. Ha ha ha. I am off." With that, Xia Zhiqing plunged back into the depths of the sea. "Scoundrel, you think you can escape so easily? The prey I, Kuga, have set my sights on has never managed to flee." Kuga seethed with rage, his frustration palpable as he commanded, "Set sail." "Yes, Captain." The crew of pirates immediately obeyed, maneuvering the ship and activating the tracker in pursuit. But could they catch up to Xia Zhiqing? Certainly not. Xia Zhiqing moved with the swiftness of a thunder god, darting away like an arrow, continuously widening the distance between himself and Kuga until the tracker could no longer detect his presence. "Damn it, do not think you can escape. There is no refuge for you at the ends of the earth." Kuga roared, filled with relentless indignation. "Huh, I finally made it, and fortunately, neither Anna nor I possess the powers of the devil fruit." On the surface of the sea, Xia Zhiqing stood, gasping for breath, his face pale from the narrow escape. "Master Xiao, have we escaped?" Anna, cradled in his arms, asked weakly, her complexion ashen. "Yes, we have escaped. But it will be challenging to use this tactic against him again," Xia Zhiqing replied with a solemn nod. It was no trivial matter to be targeted by such a dangerous individual as Kuga. At Luya Island, the underground auction commenced. "The mud fruit, we have arrived," Xia Zhiqing declared as he entered a dimly lit auction house, sparsely populated and foreboding in atmosphere. Their arrival attracted considerable attention. The Thunder Bounty Hunter, what a remarkable figure. Someone recognized Xia Zhiqing, narrowing their eyes with a mysterious smile. "Haha, we are in for an exciting show," a sinister voice echoed, sending chills down spines. Speculations arose regarding Xia Zhiqing's purpose. Was he here for a devil fruit, a beautiful slave, or perhaps finely crafted firearms? However, Xia Zhiqing paid no heed to their prying gazes and, alongside Anna, found a spot to sit and awaited the auction's commencement. After approximately 15 minutes, the auction began. Xia Zhiqing believed he would only be interested in devil fruits, but he was mistaken. As the auction progressed, the atmosphere grew increasingly fervent, and a new item was presented. Now up for bidding is an artifact from an ancient kingdom. Due to its age, it has suffered significant wear, resulting in a lower price. Bidders, do not hesitate. The auctioneer reluctantly unveiled the item beneath a red cloth, revealing a long, rusty iron rod, approximately 1 meter long and as thick as an adult's arm, adorned with traces of seaweed and coral. With no remarkable qualities, the item appeared devoid of value, prompting laughter to erupt in the once enthusiastic auction house. "Haha, you auctioneers must be out of your minds to consider this piece of junk a treasure," one scoffed. "I can't believe anyone would be foolish enough to purchase this firewood. No, even as a fire stick, I find it cumbersome and uncomfortable." Listening to the derisive jeers from the crowd, the auctioneer couldn't help but tighten his fist within his sleeve. Yet what could he do? Assigned by his superiors, he had no choice but to comply as an employee. The starting bid is 5 million belly, and each subsequent increase must be no less than 500,000 belly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please place your bids." The auctioneer forced himself to speak, but unsurprisingly, there was silence below. No one would be foolish enough to spend 5 million on such an extravagant piece of scrap metal. Observing the scornful expressions on the faces around him, the auctioneer sighed deeply, realizing that he would have to shoulder the cost of this iron lump himself. But truly, was there no one willing to buy? 5,100,000. I'll take it. A voice rang out, and the crowd turned in unison. The speaker was none other than Xia Zhiqing. "Are you serious, sir?" the auctioneer asked, astonished. "Is there any doubt?" Xia Zhiqing retorted. "Very well, 5,100,000 for the first time. 5,100,000 for the second time. Sold. This artifact from the ancient kingdom now belongs to Mr. 43. The auctioneer hastily finalized the transaction, fearing that Xia Zhiqing might change his mind. "Ha, I take back what I said earlier. It seems there really are people in this world who are foolishly wealthy. TSK, how liberating it is to have money." Many gazed at Xia Zhiqing as if he were a simpleton. "Hee, Anna. Do you think I am a fool with too much money?" Seeing Anna's puzzled expression, Xia Zhiqing inquired. "My lord must have his own considerations. I shall refrain from speculating further." Anna certainly could not admit that Xia Zhiqing was indeed being reckless. "Just wait, I will show you a miracle. And then you will understand whether I am a fool with too much money." Xia Zhiqing smiled mysteriously at this, thinking to himself, "You probably cannot imagine that within this iron lump lies an extraordinary blade." Just moments ago, out of boredom, Xia Zhiqing used his Sharingan to take a glance, and suddenly a data point emerged, Artifact value, 79. He then perused the data's explanation, and his breath caught in his throat. The maximum artifact value is 100. Values exceeding 90 denote a supreme, exquisite blade. Over 75 indicates a fine blade. Over 50 signifies a decent blade. This meant that with 5,100,000 belly, he had acquired a fine blade. Such a treasure would typically command a price in the tens of millions, or even billions of belly. Yet he had secured it for merely 500,000. So who truly is the fool? After Xia Zhiqing resolved the issue of the scrap metal, the auctioneer regained his initial confidence, swiftly revitalizing the atmosphere. Beautiful slave girls, refined firearms, and rare wonders. Everything one could wish for, igniting excitement among the crowd. Next up for auction is the highlight of this event. Many of you have likely come specifically for this. With that, his hand grasped the red cloth concealing the new item. Now, prepare your wallets, and let us commence. The natural type devil fruit, the mud fruit. The starting bid is 80 million, with each increment no less than 5 million. A fruit resembling a dragon fruit emerged before the eyes of the crowd. 85 million, 95 million. The attendees were immediately engulfed in a frenzy, with bids erupting incessantly. Within a mere minute, the price had escalated to a staggering 185 million berries. The fervor of bidding began to temper as the figure approached 200 million. Most ordinary pirates and other factions simply lacked such wealth. At that moment, Xia Zhiqing spoke up. 300 million. He announced a new high bid. Mr. 43 offers 300 million. Is there anyone willing to bid higher? 300 million, going once. Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's bid, the auctioneer's face blossomed into a radiant smile. His superior had set a target of 250 million, and he had previously worried about meeting it. Now, it seemed there was no need for concern whatsoever. 310 million. I do not wish for anyone to contest with Lord Celestial Dragon. A sharp voice rang out from a man with a somewhat effeminate appearance, standing not far behind Xia Zhiqing. His words caused the crowd to shift uneasily. He was, after all, a servant of the Celestial Dragons, prompting many to abandon their aspirations of winning the bid. It was not worth the trouble of inciting the ire of the Celestial Dragons. Yet, Xia Zhiqing remained unfazed. What did it matter to him? It would not deter him from acquiring the devil fruit. 320 million. He calmly raised his paddle to bid. This immediately darkened the previously smug expression of the man. The gazes of the crowd turned towards him. Sir, do you seek death? You dare disregard even the Celestial Dragon? His threatening words were left unspoken as Xia Zhiqing interjected once more. 325 million. If you cannot offer a higher price, then hold your tongue. Xia Zhiqing cast him a cold glance, his tone decidedly impolite. Very well, the belongings of Lord Celestial Dragon shall be kept with you for now. When this is over, I shall retrieve them personally. The man shot Xia Zhiqing a glare filled with malice before taking his seat. Ah, youth today so impulsive. The onlookers could not help but shake their heads in pity. Since no one else is bidding, let us announce the result. Xia Zhiqing urged, glancing at the stunned auctioneer. 325 million sold. The auctioneer swiftly omitted the usual formalities and declared the devil fruit's ownership. Having risked everything, he had finally secured it. Now, the rest is up to you. Xia Zhiqing sighed, turning to Anna. Fear not, I shall not let you down. Anna inhaled deeply and responded. Xia Zhiqing held no interest in the subsequent items. The auction concluded thus. Kid, I shall await you outside. Enjoy your final moments of life. The man rose, casting a pitying glance at Xia Zhiqing before being the first to exit. Final moments? Heh, perhaps that remark is more fitting for you. Xia Zhiqing smirked, brimming with disdain. He feared not even the Celestial Dragon himself, let alone a mere lackey. After settling the payment in berries, Xia Zhiqing retrieved his prized possession. According to the supplementary guidebook for the auction's devil fruit, this is undoubtedly the mud fruit. If there are no doubts, go ahead and consume it. Your adventure is about to commence. Xia Zhiqing gazed at the brown dragon fruit in his hand and addressed Anna. Without the slightest hesitation, Anna took it and gently took a bite. Instantly, her expression morphed into one of utter peculiarity, yet she forced herself to swallow. In that moment, the mud fruit she had cradled in her hands suddenly passed through her body and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. To Xia Zhiqing's astonishment, Anna's body began to flow and transformed into a puddle of mud. However, the foul stench he had envisioned did not permeate the air. Instead, a delicate fragrance wafted around them. This certainly deviated from the expected script. As Anna gradually reverted to her original form, he inquired, "How do you feel?" "I feel like I've been duped, my lord." Anna's initial remarks startled Xia Zhiqing, but she continued, "However, it is a good thing." "What do you mean by duped? And what constitutes a good thing?" Xia Zhiqing was somewhat perplexed. Being duped means that this is not the mud fruit. Upon hearing Anna's words, Xia Zhiqing was taken aback. He looked at Anna and asked, "What do you mean by a good thing?" Anna smiled. "This fruit should be called the mud fruit. The mud fruit has mutated. Is there any difference?" Xia Zhiqing was still confused. The mud fruit's ability is to create a muddy flow akin to porridge, complete with a foul odor. However, the mud fruit possesses the ability to generate soil for attack, any type of soil. With Anna's explanation, Xia Zhiqing finally grasped the distinction. It appeared that this was indeed a fortuitous occurrence. A mutation without the unpleasant side effect, and an enhancement of capabilities. What could be better? Xia Zhiqing nodded. "Now, let's proceed. It's time to acclimate yourself to your fruit. I will personally train you. If you wish to retain your firearms, you may. But if you do not, discard them and focus entirely on developing your fruit's abilities." He presented Anna with two choices regarding her firearms. Anna nodded softly and followed Xia Zhiqing toward the exit. Finally willing to step out? "I thought you were too frightened to emerge." The moment they exited, they found themselves surrounded by a contingent of Navy soldiers. The effeminate man among them turned out to be a Navy Vice Admiral. "You may not be able to take the devil fruit. I have already utilized it. Furthermore, if you wish to avoid death, I give you 3 seconds to move aside." Xia Zhiqing's gaze was icy as he regarded the man. Arrogant. Do you truly believe that just because you have a bounty of 300 million, you possess extraordinary strength? Today, I will show you what true power is. Young man, it doesn't matter if you eat it. The celestial dragon is in need of a female slave. This woman is quite appealing and would surely please the celestial dragon. The effeminate man unsheathed the long sword at his waist, declaring, "To perish under the blade of this renowned weapon is a privilege." Upon finishing his words, the effeminate man's gaze suddenly turned fierce, and he raised his hand to unleash a wave of sword energy. To his surprise, he was a swordsman of considerable skill. "A fine blade, you say? Huh. I wonder how it compares to my treasured sword." Xia Zhiqing grasped the iron mass with determination, stepping forward as lightning enveloped him, and struck with all his might. This Navy Rear Admiral possessed a formidable combat power of 175. For Xia Zhiqing, dealing with him was not particularly challenging. Boom. The sword wave exploded, causing Xia Zhiqing to stagger back several steps. Such overwhelming power, truly worthy of a Rear Admiral. Steadying himself, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but exclaim in awe. "Ha ha ha. Boy, prepare to meet your end. Remember, my name is Fukiki." The effeminate man was revealed to be Fukiki, radiating an immense aura of sword intent. "A swordsman, you say? Perfect, for I am eager to replicate swordsmanship." With the Sharingan activated, the copying commenced. Swish. Facing the approaching Fukiki, Xia Zhiqing fearlessly swung the iron mass to clash head-on. Swish, swish, swish. Xia Zhiqing refrained from employing any other techniques, relying solely on the unrefined swordsmanship he had recently copied. Consequently, numerous openings emerged. Xia Zhiqing quickly found himself covered in wounds, clearly at a disadvantage. "Ha ha. What's the matter, Thunder Hunter? Have you faltered so soon? I recall you were quite arrogant just moments ago. Why not continue your bravado?" Fukiki bellowed, relentlessly striking down upon Xia Zhiqing's iron mass, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. The iron mass shattered and splintered under the assault. "Die, die," Fukiki roared, unleashing terrifying sword waves that drove Xia Zhiqing to the brink of death. "What's wrong? Stand tall. Bring forth that earlier ferocity." Ha ha. A hunk of scrap metal mashed with a worthless fool. What a perfect combination. Watching Xia Zhiqing, who was desperately dodging and covered in injuries, Fukiki felt an overwhelming sense of triumph. Uft, uft. Xia Zhiqing's movements grew increasingly sluggish, his reactions dulled. His body bore countless wounds from the sword waves, rendering his breath more labored. Die. Suddenly, he closed in, the sharp blade radiating a chilling aura as he brought it down with force. Xia Zhiqing was utterly unprepared. "No." Anna cried out in despair upon witnessing this scene. "Ha ha ha. Thunder Hunter, your doom has arrived." In Fukiki's eyes, Xia Zhiqing was already a dead man. Swish. Yet, that strike did not connect with Xia Zhiqing. Was this the sensation of a true swordsman's technique? Clutching the iron mass enveloped in lightning, Xia Zhiqing blocked the blow. Swish! Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his arm, sending Fukiki staggering back. How is this possible? How could your swordsmanship have advanced so rapidly? Fukiki exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Xia Zhiqing. Why not? Xia Zhiqing surged forward, swinging the iron mass with great force against Fukiki's sleeve. Humph! Do you really think this mere stick can contend with my sleeve? You must be dreaming. As the blazing staff came hurtling towards him, Faki let out a disdainful roar. A mere staff? Humph! Let me reveal my true form. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing shouted fiercely, abandoning his armed haki and launching another assault. With a clang, the sound of metal echoed as a multitude of iron fragments soared through the air. Clang! Another resounding blast erupted, and the iron lump burst open, revealing a gaping hole. A chilling aura surged forth with a buzz. Hiss! The power of this aura was so formidable that even Faki felt a shiver run down his spine. Clang! 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 Seizing the moment, Xia Zhiqing relentlessly hammered down several blows onto Faki, forcing him back several dozen meters. The iron lump in his hand lay in disarray, exposing the visage of its contents. It was a long knife adorned with fierce purple flame patterns, gleaming ominously, a weapon of exceptional quality. In an instant, Faki's eyes gleamed with intense greed. Excellent. Indeed, you compel me to unleash my true strength. I shall claim that precious blade as my own. Faki roared, raising his sword high, unleashing a wave of sword energy that soared over 5 meters high. It was the diamond slash of Admiral Faki. This time, the odds appeared grim. Indeed, it was said that he once defeated Admiral Ghost Spider with this very move. The navy surrounding Anna remarked, "It's merely a slash. I can do that too." Xia Zhiqing bellowed, mirroring the action with an equally sized wave of sword energy. How is this possible? He can replicate it? Isn't that Admiral Faki's exclusive technique? The surrounding navy gaped in disbelief. Even if you have copied my technique, can you replicate my power? Faki shouted, and soon you shall realize how erroneous your decision was. Confidence radiated from his face. Boom. The two waves of sword energy collided with tremendous force. Yet, surprisingly, Xia Zhiqing's strike was not inferior to Faki's. Is that all you've got? Since that's the case, it's my turn. Xia Zhiqing roared, vanishing from his spot and reappearing behind Faki. With a flash of lightning, just as Xia Zhiqing's long knife was about to strike Faki, a cold light surged forth, piercing through his chest. Boom. The building behind Xia Zhiqing was obliterated, creating a colossal crater. The death strike. Faki scoffed, claiming that a novice like you could attempt a sneak attack from behind. How naive. However, before he could finish his sentence, his Kinbunchika haki sensed a piercing aura, prompting him to swiftly retreat. PSH. A flash of cold light streaked past, leaving a crimson gash on Faki's waist. Struck by a novice, you truly are pathetic for an admiral. Xia Zhiqing appeared, scornfully uttering these words, and like a leopard, enveloped in lightning, charged forward once more. Meanwhile, the Xia Zhiqing that had been pierced through transformed into a block of wood with a thud. Clang, clang, clang. The dazzling clash of swordsmanship unfolded with remarkable speed, as Xia Zhiqing swiftly honed her skills. The longsword, in this fierce battle, shed its rust. Some bird flow. A sudden surge of formidable lightning erupted from Xia Zhiqing's body. Faki couldn't help but narrow his eyes, hastily enveloping himself in the color of armed haki and retreating with a shave. Sunbird sharp spear. Yet, as Faki materialized, a lightning spear, akin to a flash of light, compelled him to draw his sword in defense. Bang! A blinding flash of lightning exploded, wielding immense power, sending Faki reeling back, his body numbed, rendering him unable to evade promptly. How dare he? When had Faki ever felt so humiliated? However, Xia Zhiqing had already closed the distance, her sword slicing down toward him. Do not overreach. Faki bellowed, retaliating with his sword. Bang! The clash of metal echoed resoundingly. Indeed, as a vice admiral of the navy, his strength was formidable. Yet, I wonder if your treasured blade can match your might. Xia Zhiqing lifted her gaze, casting an eerily enigmatic smile at Faki. Humph, are you dreaming? My treasured blade is a great fast blade, renowned for its resilience. It cannot be compared to your worthless sword, which lacks even a grade. Faki proclaimed with unbridled arrogance. Huh, a worthless sword, you say? Then prepare to witness. Xia Zhiqing suddenly grinned, revealing a set of white teeth as she coldly declared, "Thunderforge blade." The long sword in her hand was suddenly enveloped in a frenzy of lightning. Crack! A sharp sound of shattering emanated from the treasured weapon. Faki widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? He stared in horror as Xia Zhiqing's long sword sliced into the body of his treasured blade. It was a great fast blade. How could it be severed? Without a moment's hesitation, he hastily enveloped himself in armed haki. Was it not too late to contemplate that now? The power in Xia Zhiqing's hands surged suddenly, the lightning multiplying exponentially. Crack! The treasured blade was directly severed by Xia Zhiqing. No! Faki screamed in terror, attempting to retreat. Retreat? Do you think I will allow you to succeed? Some bird flow. Without granting Faki a moment's respite, Xia Zhiqing enveloped him in lightning. Ah! Faki let out a pained scream. Quickly, save the Vice Admiral. The naval officers besieging Anna were struck with alarm and rushed towards Xia Zhiqing. Save him? With your feeble strength? A hint of disdain curled at Xia Zhiqing's lips as she brandished her longsword, diamond-cutting thunder wave. A wave of sword energy wrapped in lightning surged forth. Ah! Boom! Splatter! None could approach Xia Zhiqing. All incoming projectiles were obliterated, and the attackers were sent flying back. Why could you sever the great fast blade? Faki, eyes wide and gasping for breath, questioned weakly. Huh, is that not simple? Xia Zhiqing's lips curled. Because it is a great fast blade. Upon hearing this answer, Fukiki could not help but widen his eyes in shock, and then he ceased to breathe. A continuous electric shock of 10 million volts is beyond the endurance of any ordinary individual. Fukiki, the general. A chorus of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Zzz. Xia Zhiqing transformed into a bolt of lightning, scattering a multitude of naval soldiers and rescuing the besieged Anna. He held her tightly and rushed toward the harbor. Bastard! The Navy could only watch in fury as Xia Zhiqing made his escape. He had even damaged a fine saber. What caliber of blade was that long sword in his hand? A great saber? Or perhaps an unparalleled great saber? No wonder he was willing to spend 5 million on a mere firewood stick. It turns out he already knew there was a treasure within. Those observing in secret thought to themselves. To claim they had no regrets would be a lie. They never anticipated that the iron lump of a firewood stick would conceal a hidden blade. Of course, the one who regretted the most was the auction house's proprietor. How infuriating it was to have sold such a precious item, as if it were mere refuse. Had he known there was treasure within, he would never have let it go for less than 100 million. Yet, because of this incident, a new auction tradition was born, the guessing of treasures. This involved purchasing items at high prices that might harbor hidden treasures, then relying on luck and insight. With good fortune and keen perception, one could uncover treasures and profit. Otherwise, losses were inevitable. At the naval headquarters, Bastard! Sengoku slammed the phone bug down, his anger erupting as he struck the table, startling the drowsy Garp, who jumped at the sudden outburst. What has occurred, and what dreadful news could provoke such rage? Garp, half awake, inquired. He knew Sengoku too well. He wouldn't unleash such fury over trivial matters. The Thunder Hunter Nasi not only caused chaos on Liao Island, but also killed General Fukiki. After taking a deep breath to quell his anger, Sengoku stated, What? Fukiki was killed by him. Garp was taken aback by this revelation. His expression instantly turned grave. Indeed. This fellow is audacious. He spoke in a serious tone. To slay a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters is tantamount to challenging the Navy's authority. Such a person must be captured to serve as a warning. Let Ghost Spider lead the charge. This fellow certainly knows how to pick his moments. Especially now when we are utterly preoccupied. Just as Sengoku contemplated sending Ghost Spider to encircle him. He recalled that due to ongoing frictions with the 4 emperors of the New World, numerous elite naval forces had been dispatched to guard against them. At this juncture, it was impossible to allocate troops. I shall go. Allow me to confront this young man. He is far too arrogant, and it is imperative he be taught a lesson. Garp rose, his expression solemn. Very well, go ahead. It is rare for you to volunteer. Upon hearing Garp's words, Sengoku could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. With Garp's involvement, it should be a matter of course. The bounty has indeed risen again. In an unknown sea, Xia Zhiqing held his new bounty notice and remarked. Upon examining the content of the bounty notice, one finds a staggering sum of 400 million for the notorious Thunder Hunter Nazis, with a mandate for lethal force. Such a bounty is indeed exorbitant. Summer Ching then unearthed another notice beneath it. The gun Queen Anna. with a bounty of 74 million berries, also with a kill-on-sight order. The Navy headquarters must be utterly incensed with me now. I wonder who will come hunting for my head? Regardless, I should find a place to conceal myself and enhance my strength before anything else. Although Summer Qing dispatched Forky with remarkable decisiveness, he knew when to exercise caution. After all, the wrath of the Navy headquarters is formidable. He certainly does not wish to be cornered like Luffy and his companions in the original tale, only to realize the vastness of the world when faced with insurmountable odds. This character has truly become increasingly reckless. First, he assassinated the king of a world government-affiliated nation, and now he has slain a Navy rear admiral. Should he continue this brazen behavior, his doom will surely follow. In the rain-soaked lands of Alabasta, someone remarked thus, "What an audacious and reckless individual." Upon learning of Summer Qing's exploits, pirates from all corners of the globe were struck with awe at his audacity. To kill a Navy rear admiral, such an act is beyond the courage of even the most notorious pirates. Yet Summer Qing did it without hesitation. However, when everyone eagerly anticipated the Navy's response and news about Summer Qing, he suddenly fell silent, as if he had evaporated from existence. Some speculated that he had retreated to a deserted island, while others believed he had been slain by the Navy. There were even whispers that he had been taken down by enemies, torn to pieces. Countless rumors surfaced, yet none provided a convincing answer. You cowardly thunder hunter. If you have the audacity to kill my brother, then have the courage to face my pursuit. The one most enraged by Summer Qing's disappearance was, of course, Iron Arm Kuga. While Summer Qing vanished, Kuga refused to abandon his quest to track him down. He simply could not believe that Summer Qing could disappear without a trace. Simultaneously, the legendary Navy Vice Admiral, Garp, was also on the hunt. He traversed the New World aboard a warship, searching high and low. Although he had yet to capture Summer Qing, he had apprehended numerous other notorious pirates. Given this reality, even Garp had to concede that Summer Qing was exceptionally skilled at evading detection. This boy rarely shows fear, yet manages to hide so effectively. Impressive indeed. However, if things become unbearable, do return to the Whitebeard pirates. In the New World, Whitebeard commented after receiving a message from Summer Qing via a transponder snail. On the other end, Summer Qing's voice replied, "It is not yet time for that, old man. I can still bear it." His tone exuded confidence, and the transponder snail conveyed his assured demeanor entirely. Observing this, Whitebeard chose not to press further, fully aware of Summer Qing's character. Have you heard? A fierce battle erupted between blackmen of the Whitebeard pirates and Iron Arm Kuga in a certain sea of the New World, culminating in a mutually destructive outcome. I've heard about it long ago. However, I find it utterly perplexing that blackmen, instead of remaining content within the Whitebeard pirates, has suddenly clashed with the formidable Iron Arm Kuga. This reveals a lack of understanding on your part. Back in the day, when Iron Arm Kuga was still a member of the Beast's pirates, he nearly vanquished blackmen. The animosity between them has long been established. During the period of Xia Zhiqing's concealment, the most significant event occurring across the vast seas has been precisely this. Of course, numerous other incidents have transpired, with constant frictions among various factions. Gradually, fewer individuals have remained mindful of Xia Zhiqing. Even Sengoku has given up. The ocean is vast and brimming with myriad matters and people demanding attention, rendering it impossible to focus solely on Xia Zhiqing. So, where is Xia Zhiqing, the one sought after by the Navy? On a small island near a renowned gathering place of sea kings in the Grand Line. Changing positions every week indeed offers a measure of safety. Iron Arm Kuga, when we next meet, I hope your strength will satisfy me. Otherwise, it will be your demise. Xia Zhiqing gripped his sword tightly, lightning crackling. Sword waves, slashes, and the thousand birds technique propelled him forward. He incessantly honed his skills. Not far away, his two shadow clones engaged in fierce combat, continually refining their proficiency. The battle was nothing short of exhilarating, a dazzling display of prowess. Meanwhile, at a greater distance, the elemental Anna was being mercilessly tormented by Xia Zhiqing. As a nature-type ability user, she indeed possesses the capacity to grow stronger with relative ease. Yet, to further enhance her power, she must cultivate greater control. Anna's talent is commendable, as she manages to evoke a sensation reminiscent of Crocodile, the sand alligator. However, unlike Crocodile, she does not suffer from a fear of water. Xia Zhiqing was quite pleased with Anna's progress. Even in his lackadaisical approach, she could potentially turn the tables on him. The mud Anna conjured was as soft as flowing water, yet its hardness rivaled that of steel. Incredibly versatile. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. Roar. The once tranquil sea surface has suddenly erupted into chaos. Enormous sea kings, each exceeding 100 meters in size, roared menacingly as they surged forth from the depths, seemingly pursuing some elusive target. Upon the sea's surface, an individual was spotted running, as though something about him drew these sea kings to chase him. Amidst such terrifying pursuit, he effortlessly dodged, even with his eyes covered. Roar. Suddenly, an unprecedentedly gigantic shark-like sea king burst forth from beneath the waves, its gaping maw seeking to engulf the young man. The instant that formidable jaw closed, the youth would be consumed. Alas, I did not anticipate such a fearsome presence to emerge. However, I shall not allow you to succeed, the young man declared, as he soared into the air. Yet, at that very moment, the sea erupted once more. A long-necked sea serpent, its eyes filled with ferocity, lunged forward to strike. The speed was so astonishing that it left one utterly unprepared. Its massive form, with a single eye, was 3 to 4 times larger than that of the young man. It measured at least 300 meters in length. Observing this, the young man calmly drew his sword, declaring, "Nothing is beyond my reach. Nothing can withstand my might." One sword style, Gale Bird. A fierce wave of sword energy surged forth, piercing directly through the body of this serpentine sea king. With a splatter, blood erupted, and a colossal head fell with a resounding crash, sending a shark-like sea king plummeting to the ocean floor. The immense body of the serpentine sea king also collapsed with a thunderous thud. The scent of blood incited madness among the sea kings swarming the surface. The young man in the sky seemed to perceive the scene beneath the dark veil. He proclaimed, "This is my sustenance. You shall not partake." Then, he hurled his long blade into the fray, his body crackling with electricity. 1,000 birds flew. In an instant, utilizing the sword as a conduit. The ocean for miles around transformed into a tempest of lightning. Roars erupted as a multitude of sea kings were struck, howling in agony. "Begone! That is mine. Dare to touch it, and I shall take your lives." With that, the young man landed heavily upon the ocean's surface, the dark veil falling away to reveal his 3 tomo crimson eyes, surveying the area with an overwhelming aura. The sea kings, each measuring at least 90 meters, were suddenly filled with dread and retreated beneath the waves. Thunderous tiger. A booming voice erupted from behind the youth, as a towering thunderous tiger, over 20 meters tall, shattered a small hill in its charge. 1,000 birds, sharp spear. Another commanding shout rang out, as a lightning spear cleaved through the cliffside with blinding speed. Meanwhile, a figure resembling the young man, from a distance, scattered a handful of pebbles, from which countless lightning darts erupted, striking each pebble with precision. What astonished all was that each pebble bore a tiny dot, and the lightning darts almost entirely penetrated these minuscule points. Even farther away, tumultuous sounds echoed, fierce and unyielding. On the opposite side of the island, a sleek tiger over 60 meters tall, exuding a fierce and domineering aura, sent tremors through all beasts in its vicinity. At that moment, it lunged towards a woman clad in a red outfit. A month ago, I could only flee from such a beast. The woman glanced at the tiger and waved her hand. "You are but a small kitten." A colossal hand of earth emerged from beneath the tiger's feet, effortlessly capturing it. The tiger roared, attempting to struggle, but was utterly immobilized. "Very good, Anna. Your progress can truly be described as miraculous. With your current strength, you could survive even in the new world." The young man appeared behind Anna, praising her, dragging along a lengthy sea king in his wake. "Lord Xia Zhiqing has also made remarkable strides. A month ago, when confronted with such formidable sea kings, all your efforts would only wound them. But now you can effortlessly slay them." With a smile, the woman addressed the young man. "Indeed, this young man is none other than Xia Zhiqing. And the woman is Anna. Let us set forth. After a month of training, it is time to return to the sea. If we do not earn some money soon, we shall starve," Xia Zhiqing remarked, patting his stomach. "You are right. It is indeed time to sail." The woman smiled, then glanced towards a certain spot behind her, saying, "Simo, it is time to go." At that moment, a handsome young man stepped forward, albeit his trembling legs appeared somewhat incongruous. "You shall handle the food preparation. Best of luck," Xia Zhiqing said to the dashing young man. Simo, who had been brought in by Xia Zhiqing to teach Anna marksmanship. Simo swallowed hard as he observed the serpent-like Sea King towering over him, significantly taller than he. Before long, under Xia Zhiqing's assistance, the Sea King was reduced to chunks of meat. After a meticulous seasoning process, he utilized Xia Zhiqing's lightning to transform it into a cooked meal. However, do not presume that this 300-meter-long Sea King could feed them for an extended period. In reality, it would suffice for merely 3 days. Xia Zhiqing alone could consume a third of it in one sitting. There is indeed a substantial correlation between strength and appetite. The mightier one is, the greater their consumption. The remaining meat was all loaded onto the ship, and thus, they set sail once more. Sitting cross-legged at the bow, Xia Zhiqing gazed into the endless ocean, declaring, "Iron-armed Kuga, let us see who will find whom first this time. I shall not be reduced to mere flight, as I was before." Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan State. 3 Tomo, 678010000. Combat Power, 203 Skills. Chidori Ninjutsu, Lightning Release Armor, Genjutsu, Binding Technique, Genjutsu, Dream Killing Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Paper Drawing Life Return, Finger Gun, Gale Foot, Moonwalk, Sword Mastery with his current prowess, coupled with the illusions of the Sharingan. As long as he is willing to fight fiercely and use his intellect, defeating Iron-armed Kuga would be no challenge. A combat power of 203 allows him to wield some influence even in the new world. Water 7. I cannot believe you are still alive. When Xia Zhiqing appeared at the Galila Company, Rob Lucci expressed his astonishment. Haha, surprised are you? Xia Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Rob Lucci. Your current status is that of a wanted criminal by the world government. Since you have come to us, we cannot pretend we do not see you, Lucci remarked, glancing at the approaching CP9 agents surrounding Xia Zhiqing. Haha, Lucci, do you think your CP9 is superior to those from CP0? Step aside, and do not needlessly sacrifice your life. Do not forget the nature of your task. Should you falter in your duties, you must be well aware of the consequences that the world will impose upon you. Xia Zhiqing spoke with an utter lack of trepidation. He then turned his gaze towards the pirate ship crafted to his specifications, with a dragon-shaped prow, adorned in a deep crimson hue. This grand vessel boasted 12 rows of cannons and dual sails, resembling a divine dragon poised to soar. Indeed, it is impressive. The craftsmanship of the Carrera Company truly stands unparalleled. Xia Zhiqing meticulously inspected the ship, unable to suppress his admiration. If there are no other matters at hand, I kindly request that my ship be set to sea. He addressed Lu Qi, whose countenance flickered with uncertainty. Are you so certain that we are powerless to halt you? From whence does your confidence stem? Lu Qi inquired, lifting his head. Ah, it is because you yourself have conveyed this to me. A smile graced Xia Zhiqing's lips as he continued. I perceive no resolute conviction upon your visage. This indicates a lack of assurance within your own heart. Moreover, given the secret mission that burdens you, I find it hard to believe you would take the risk of letting me go. Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's reasoning, Lu Qi narrowed his eyes and conceded, You have triumphed. Your insight into human nature surpasses my expectations. I indeed lack the confidence to detain you. He then shook his head at Kaku and the others nearby, signaling them to withdraw. Alas, I had not anticipated that fellow would be so astute as to track me down to this place. Suddenly, Xia Zhiqing's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a grave tone as he spoke. Intrigued by Xia Zhiqing's words, Lu Qi turned his gaze towards the sea. There, a pirate ship adorned with a flag bearing a formidable skeletal arm emerged upon the waves. Iron-armed Kuga, has he truly followed me here? A wry smile crept upon Lu Qi's lips. Seeing this smile from Lu Qi instilled in Xia Zhiqing a sense of mounting pressure. It appears that to successfully depart today, I must decisively vanquish Iron-armed Kuga. Xia Zhiqing contemplated as he observed his ship slowly descending into the waters. Xia Zhiqing, ha ha ha, did you not expect me to find you here? Upon sighting Xia Zhiqing, Iron-armed Kuga was filled with exhilaration. Indeed, I had not anticipated your tenacity and cleverness. Nevertheless, it is time for us to reach a conclusion. Come, let us see who shall emerge alive from Water 7 today. Xia Zhiqing, with a graceful leap, descended directly onto Kuga's vessel. Humph, you dare to venture alone into my domain. Do you realize that escape is futile today, thus willingly walking into the lion's den? If that is the case, I shall not hold back. Kuga's body erupted with searing steam, propelling him towards Xia Zhiqing in an instant. With a punch enveloped in armament haki, he roared, "Your life shall be claimed by me." Confronted by Kuga's formidable fist, Xia Zhiqing unsheathed his long blade, instantly entering the Thunderstrike armor mode, coating himself in the fierce haki of armament, and boldly charged forward to collide. Oomph, what a death wish. Daring to clash with the boss's strength, truly unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth, mocked the crew members who stood by, completely uninterested in intervening. For they believed Kuga was more than capable of handling Xia Zhiqing. However, the outcome defied their expectations. Xia Zhiqing managed to withstand Kuga's onslaught. Raging Thunderblade. Xia Zhiqing lifted his foot, unleashing a wave of sword energy, convinced that Kuga would be forced back. Yet, with a surge of steam, Kuga enveloped his left foot in armament haki and charged forward with fierce momentum. Boom! The sword wave erupted, crackling with lightning, sending both combatants hurtling backward. Thousand Birds Sharp Spear. Lightning crackled around Xia Zhiqing, coalescing into a spear of thunder that pierced through the air. You think a mere thunder spear can hinder me? Explosive Fist. In a surprising turn, Kuga, who previously had to evade such an attack, boldly met the spear head-on. The sound of clashing metal reverberated as Kuga roared, steam erupting forth with terrifying force, shattering the thunder spear into fragments. Nansei, your doom is at hand. Kuga closed in once more, his fist radiating an overwhelming strength that vibrated the very air. The sheer intensity of his aura caused Xia Zhiqing's pupils to constrict, suspended in midair. Xia Zhiqing found himself unable to evade this onslaught. However, this did not mean he was resigned to submission. Thunder Release. Fury Thunder Tiger. A tempest of lightning surged forth, morphing into a fearsome tiger's head that lunged at Kuga. Boom. Kuga's punch was overwhelmingly powerful, directly obliterating Xia Zhiqing's Thunder Tiger. Xia Zhiqing was sent reeling, crashing violently against the steel plating. The iron shield dented beneath the impact. Yet, Kuga too was not unscathed. His body was momentarily paralyzed by the electrical surge. The true strength of Xia Zhiqing's electrical attacks lay not solely in their power or penetration, but in the sheer intensity of the lightning. A month prior, 10 million volts had been formidable enough, and now, the voltage had escalated to an astounding 15 million. Nevertheless, Kuga's physical prowess was exceptional. The 15 million volts merely caused him to pause for 3 seconds, just enough for Xia Zhiqing to close the distance before Kuga unleashed another punch. Kid Despair. Explosive Strike. The punch cleaved through the air with a sonic boom, and a powerful burst of steam erupted from beneath him, transforming him into a mere shadow as his strength amplified once more. Thousand Birds. Xia Zhiqing immediately executed his mightiest strike, fully activating his Thunderstrike armor. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming aura that constricted his very being. Yet again, the clash of metal echoed as Kuga's fist was pierced, eliciting a cry of pain from him. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqing was struck forcefully, the Thunderstrike armor on his chest shattering significantly, sending him spiraling backward once more. You brat, your thunder is truly bothersome. With a burst of force, Kuga enveloped himself in a cloak of armament haki. Suddenly, a torrent of steam erupted, generating a colossal air cannon that roared forward, hurtling towards Xia Zhiqing, who was retreating. Bang! Xia Zhiqing had no time to react and was forcefully sent flying. Yet, Kuga displayed no hint of triumph on his face. He swiftly pivoted and launched another punch. Zing! Xia Zhiqing reappeared, fiercely slashing down with his sword, exuding an aura of lethal intent. The Xia Zhiqing that had been blasted away transformed into a wooden dummy. Your abilities are indeed peculiar, but it matters not. Your only fate today is death. With a clash of steam, Kuga's arm erupted with powerful waves, the steam boiling, and his body turned crimson in an instant. Boom! Xia Zhiqing was unexpectedly hurled away. He felt an overwhelming force strike him, shattering his thunder armor, transforming him into a phantom that soared onto the shore. Men, attack! Today marks their demise. I shall claim his head as a tribute to my brother in the heavens. Kuga's feet exploded with steam, propelling him into the air. Understood, Captain. The crew, upon hearing this, revealed expressions of excitement and promptly followed Kuga as they charged toward the shore. Cackling, today is your last day, kid. Dare to provoke the captain. And you're asking for trouble. A tall, dark-skinned man charged toward Anna wielding a longsword, picking on the weak. In his eyes, The bounty of 57 million on Anna made her an easy target. Humph, do you regard me as easy prey? Perhaps a month ago that was true, but now it is far from the case. As Anna beheld the approaching tall man, a cold smile crept across her face, and with a flick of her hand, a torrent of mud cascaded forth, a deluge of earth that threatened to overturn everything in its path. How is this possible? How could he be so powerful? The tall man was struck with disbelief as the overwhelming wave of mud surged toward him, and without a second thought, he retreated at lightning speed. Flee! Where do you think you can escape? Anna's lips curled into a chilling smile at the sight. They have come to my doorstep. Why should they leave? With another wave of her hand, the ground erupted with stout tendrils that reached out toward the tall man. The sheer number and density of these tendrils far exceeded his imagination. He was instantly thrown back. As he clumsily evaded, others hurriedly sought refuge from the all-encompassing mudslide. Alone, Anna managed to hold off all of Kuga's subordinates. Returning to Xia Zhiqing, this time, I shall ensure your demise. With a crushing blow, Kuga tore through the obscuring dust and fog, arriving before Xia Zhiqing. A furious punch caused Xia Zhiqing's pupils to constrict, prompting him to swiftly evade. Boom! A house was obliterated, leaving behind a gaping hole of over 50 meters, with debris flying in all directions. Furthermore, several buildings behind were also caught in the aftermath, erupting with a thunderous blast. Where could you escape to? Kuga emanated a searing steam, enveloped in his armed color hockey. His eyes blazed with ferocious flames, akin to a war god, appearing as a shadow before Xia Zhiqing. With a steam-accelerated whip kick, he surged forward explosively. Xia Zhiqing quickly wielded his sword, covering it with hockey to defend. Bang! The ground beneath Xia Zhiqing fractured violently. Before he could react, Kuga's arm, resembling a dragon's, seized his neck. Die! The steam collided. Kuga's eyes were filled with unending brutality as an overwhelming force erupted forth. Bang! Yet, Xia Zhiqing suddenly transformed into a shattered wooden dummy, vanishing from sight. And a sharp sound of thunder followed behind Kuga. Thousand birds, sharp gun! Xia Zhiqing shouted fiercely. No matter how he looked at it, Kuga had no time to evade. However, steam erupted beneath his feet, causing him to drift just enough to narrowly avoid the blow. Did you think such tricks would still work? Kuga wore a proud grin as he lunged at Xia Zhiqing like a sharp arrow. This time, I shall see what tricks you can pull. Die! Kuga unleashed a punch that shattered the air, but Xia Zhiqing suddenly raised his head, his eyes spinning rapidly with 3-tomo, illusion binding technique. Oh no! Upon sensing a powerful force invading his mind, Kuga could not help but exclaim in alarm. He suddenly felt immobilized, as if bound to an iron pillar. Yet, he quickly realized that the scene before him was not in the town. He understood he must have fallen into an illusion, so he bit his tongue hard, using the pain to break free from this phantasm. Instantly, as the taste of blood and excruciating pain surged, he regained his ability to move, and the familiar town scenery returned. Before him, Xia Zhiqing, charged with lightning, thrust toward his chest. A foolish notion, he bellowed, clearly seeing the shock flash in Xia Zhiqing's eyes. Boom! Xia Zhiqing was forcefully sent flying by a punch imbued with terrifying power. Ha ha ha, your end has come. Kuga laughed heartily, ready to pursue, when he saw that the launched Xia Zhiqing had suddenly transformed into a cloud of smoke. It was merely a shadow clone. Witnessing this, Kuga could not help but shout in alarm. Just then, an explosive sound erupted behind him, and a phantom instantly closed in on him. Thousand birds! A hand crackling with electricity left him no chance to evade, fiercely tearing through his back. The entire elbow penetrated deep, piercing his heart. His armed color hockey proved utterly ineffective. Prepare to be my sacrifice. Kuga's furious roar reverberated as he summoned the full might of his steam fruit abilities, concentrating his power into a terrifying air cannon that he unleashed. Observing this, Xia Zhiqing swiftly withdrew, narrowly evading the onslaught of the air cannon. In that moment of evasion, Kuga had already pivoted, his heavy footsteps echoing as he appeared before Xia Zhiqing once more, launching another fist packed with compressed steam. What will you use to resist now? Kuga bellowed, his complexion pale and strained. One sword style, Gale Bird. Xia Zhiqing retaliated, retreating with a low growl. A blade of cold light surged forth in the shape of a bird, colliding fiercely with Kuga's attack. The impact erupted with a resounding boom, the force of the bird's blade counteracting Kuga's fist. Meanwhile, Xia Zhiqing had already executed a swift moon step, flashing behind Kuga with a murderous glint in his eyes. Your vitality is indeed formidable. Even after I pierced your heart, you did not perish immediately. But alas, victory shall still be mine. Thousand birds, sharp spear. An unimaginable bolt of lightning surged through the gaping wound in Kuga's back, obliterating his heart in an instant. Damn it! Kuga fell, filled with resentment. How is this possible? During the brief moment he was dodging Anna's attack, the tall man witnessed Kuga's fall and was instantly struck with terror. What horrified him further was that Xia Zhiqing had suddenly transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing from sight. Where has he gone? The tall man trembled with fear. Despite his bounty of 145 million, which signified considerable strength, he knew he was no match for someone capable of defeating Kuga. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed from behind the tall man, causing him to shudder. He swiftly turned and unleashed a full-force strike. Yet, he found no trace of Xia Zhiqing before him. A sense of dread enveloped him as he realized the danger. And just as he was about to cloak himself in armament hockey, Xia Zhiqing's devilish voice resounded again. Thousand birds flow. The tall man transformed into a mere vessel of electricity, overwhelmed by a torrent of tingling and searing heat that rendered his limbs powerless, stripping him of the ability to resist. Farewell. Xia Zhiqing's blood-red eyes glimmered as his long blade plunged through the man's chest. Anna, enough of the games. It's time to conclude this. With a deep breath to steady the weakness surging within him from the battle with Kuga, he addressed Anna. Having expended considerable chakra to eliminate Kuga. Yes, Captain. Earlier, Anna had been unable to fight with certainty regarding the outcome of Xia Zhiqing and Kuga's confrontation. But now, the moment had come for her to showcase her prowess. Flowing mudstorm, Anna declared, and in an instant, a torrent of mud erupted, transforming into the head of a lion that engulfed all the pirates within its grasp. The lion's head then constricted violently, twisting like an ice cream cone, leading to a chorus of anguished screams and the sound of shattering bones. The pirates, now bleeding from their every orifice, fell unconscious, their breath shallow. Bind them and take them for the bounty. Xia Zhiqing spoke without even glancing. Yes, Captain, Anna replied, only to witness a few pirates being dragged towards her. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, they were absorbed into her being. The mud fruit possesses an immensely vast storage capability. Rob Lucci watched as Xia Zhiqing departed, contemplating the fortune he had just amassed. At last, I have the means to begin establishing my own power. Xia Zhiqing had initially intended to start building her influence after leaving the Eastern Peace Kingdom, but the matter concerning Anna's devil fruit had postponed those plans. However, it is not too late. Naval Headquarters. What? The Lightning Hunter Natsu has caused a stir in Water 7 and even slain Iron Arm Kuga. Sengoku, upon receiving the report from the Navy of Water 7, could not help but inquire in shock. All right, I understand. Yet, after the initial astonishment, he had to accept this reality. New world. Kuahaha, this lad truly possesses some skill. He actually defeated Iron Arm Kuga. Whitebeard laughed heartily upon hearing the news about Xia Zhiqing from his subordinate. Of course, he is one of us from the Whitebeard pirates. Such achievements are only to be expected. Diamond Jaws laughed broadly, appearing quite nonchalant. Xia has indeed experienced rapid growth. In just a month, he is already capable of taking down foes like Iron Arm Kuga. Marco exclaimed nearby. Kuahaha, I begin to anticipate what heights he will reach upon his return. Whitebeard grinned, taking a hearty swig of his drink. The next day, once again, it's the Lightning Hunter. This fellow's bounty is skyrocketing. They noted that it had already exceeded 400 million. He is undoubtedly the supernova of this generation. Not necessarily. His subordinate, the Mud Girl Anna, has also surpassed 100 million. She is a supernova as well. Gosh, a pirate crew with 2 supernovas. Could he potentially evolve into another Emperor-level presence? The crowd at sea marveled at the new bounty posters of Xia Zhiqing and Anna. The posters read, Lightning Hunter Natsu, bounty of 457 million berries. Ruthless and to be killed on sight. Mud Girl Anna, bounty of 137 million. Ruthless and to be killed on sight. Truly terrifying. At Xia Zhiqing's side, the bounty was nearing 500 million, which indeed was impressive. Yet, there remained much more effort to be exerted. After all, my goal is to reach the level of Whitebeard. Xia Zhiqing sat cross-legged at the bow of the ship, releasing the bounty notice, allowing it to drift away. It is time to begin establishing my influence. Let us start with the Merchant Guild, Xia Zhiqing murmured. Sasahard Island. Recently, a new merchant guild has emerged on this island, the Summer Day Merchant Guild. Its primary business revolves around the sale of various medicines. In this chaotic world with limited connections, the significance of medicine is indeed paramount. Seymour, given your acumen for business, the development of the Chamber of Commerce shall rest in your capable hands. The extent of its growth will depend entirely on your efforts. I will oversee the overarching direction and manage the crucial decisions. As for financial matters, you need not worry. I shall be your financial backing, allowing you to operate with confidence. Xia Zhiqing looked at Seymour and instructed. Yes, my Lord Nasi, rest assured. I shall endeavor with utmost diligence. Seymour replied respectfully. In terms of future development, we can recruit a number of physicians and establish a branch dedicated to diagnostics. This will enhance the competitiveness of our chamber. Furthermore, once we have grown and secured sufficient funds, we can expand into other areas. Additionally, once our finances are robust, I would like you to seek out some highly skilled doctors. I have significant plans for them. The timeline is approximately 3 years. Do you have confidence in this? Xia Zhiqing inquired, gazing at Seymour. I will exert myself doubly. I shall find more professionals to assist my Lord Nasi and ensure you are not disappointed. Seymour did not directly answer Xia Zhiqing, but his tone revealed a palpable confidence. Very well, then it is in your hands. However, let me make this clear. Should you engage in any actions that betray the chamber, I shall not be lenient. Do you understand? Xia Zhiqing's expression was cold, imbued with a lethal aura devoid of any emotion. A warning must be issued. Otherwise, who can discern the depths of human greed once wealth is acquired? My Lord Nasi, you may rest assured I shall not betray your trust. Seymour shivered slightly, hastily assuring him. He feared that if he spoke too slowly, his head might be severed by Xia Zhiqing. Let it be so. Xia Zhiqing fixed a profound gaze on Seymour before departing with Anna. Seymour shall develop the Chamber of Commerce, and they shall prosper. Naval Headquarters. Who could be the beast that murdered the celestial dragons a month ago? Even Admiral Borisellino's efforts yielded no leads. How could such a perpetrator simply vanish without a trace? Moreover, this Thunder Hunter Nasi feels as though he has emerged from nowhere. The sea is perpetually under our surveillance. Why was I unaware of such a figure existing upon it? Furthermore, he bears a striking resemblance to Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing. The same capabilities, the same youthful prowess. Wait, could he possibly be Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing? This conjecture suddenly sprouted in Sengoku's mind. The more he pondered, the more he felt the accuracy of this theory. For when Nasi appeared, Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing had just gone missing from the Whitebeard pirates. What a remarkable coincidence. It is as if he merely changed his identity to continue his exploits. At that moment, the telephone bug on his desk suddenly rang. This is Sengoku. What is the matter? Sengoku inquired as he answered the call. However, the information that followed from the telephone bug caused his pupils to constrict in shock. The message transmitted through the Den Mushi was alarming. The blood-eyed Xia Zhiqing, a member of the Whitebeard pirates with a bounty of 218 million berries, had been eliminated by the Hunter of Thunder. When did this occur? Sengoku was taken aback, rising abruptly and raising his voice several decibels. The murder of a member of the Whitebeard pirates was no trivial matter. This transpired under the very shadow of the strongest man in the world, the foremost among the 4 emperors of the New World. If things went awry, the world could descend into chaos. Suddenly, just as this thought crossed his mind, another Den Mushi on his desk began to ring. This one connected him to Admiral Kizaru, Borsellino. Moshi, Admiral Sengoku, this is Borsellino. The captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, the Flower Sword Vista, has mysteriously vanished from the crew. It appears he is gone after the Hunter of Thunder. As of now, Whitebeard has shown no unusual activity. The situation is not as dire as we feared. Kizaru's distinctive voice, languid yet tinged with a hint of mischief, reached him. That is reassuring. Sengoku responded. Though he found the report rather peculiar, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. At this moment, he lacked the energy to ponder over much. As long as Whitebeard remained inactive, that was sufficient. The New World had been rife with upheaval lately. None of the 4 emperors or other prominent figures in the New World seemed to be at peace. The Navy was practically on full alert. With yet another incident occurring, they were on the brink of exhaustion. Should Whitebeard become unhinged over this matter, the seas would undoubtedly be thrown into disarray. The Navy might not even be able to muster enough forces to quell the ensuing panic and turmoil. However, vigilance was essential, for this was no trifling matter. Moreover, who dared to undertake such a mission, demanding the head of Xia Zhiqing? Were they not afraid of Whitebeard's retribution? Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration. The world had indeed become increasingly chaotic. The news of Xia Zhiqing's demise was monumental. Across the vast seas, many renowned pirates pondered this revelation upon learning of it. Lord Nax, so you are indeed Xia Zhiqing. It is no wonder your abilities are so similar. Anna exclaimed, gazing at Xia Zhiqing with astonishment. Now that you are aware, keep it confidential. If the secret is leaked, I shall not spare you. Xia Zhiqing shot a glance at Anna, noting her increasing disregard for decorum since gaining power. Were it not for his tender age of 12, still in the throes of development, he might have felt compelled to teach her a lesson in manners, to let her understand the essence of male dominance. However, Lord Xia Zhiqing, you are indeed remarkable, having crafted another's head into your likeness without anyone discovering the ruse. Anna said, her face brimming with admiration. That was merely a ruse orchestrated in collusion with the venerable Whitebeard to exonerate my current identity from any suspicion. The authority of Whitebeard looms large. Not even the bounty office dares to inquire into the subsequent matters. Thus, it suffices for me to deceive the personnel at the bounty exchange. As long as they believe me to be deceased, the plan shall be deemed a success. Subsequently, my shadow clone will retrieve my own head and settle the corresponding bounty, and the matter will be resolved. Xia Zhiqing sighed and remarked, for the progression of future events, I must disassociate my identity from that of Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing. Otherwise, as my exposure increases, it would be exceedingly easy for others to unmask me. Presently, and for quite some time to come, their attention will be riveted on the reactions of the Whitebeard pirates. After this affair reaches its conclusion, the incident of Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing will fade from memory. At that time, there shall exist only one Thunder Hunter, Nasi, upon these vast seas. Anna could not help but exclaim in admiration, truly worthy of Lord Xia Zhiqing. Indeed impressive. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing, with a knowing smile, said, if I do not clarify my identity, should I be discovered later, my formidable power would inevitably instill fear in the Navy, thereby thwarting many of my plans. In such a case, I would be unable to assist the venerable Whitebeard. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, one could even dare to slay those aligned with Whitebeard. Splendid. Such courage and strength are precisely what I require. To acquire such individuals as my combat puppets would greatly facilitate my dominion over the seas. What of the 4 emperors? They shall all be my marionettes. I, an old man, shall tread upon the navy and shatter the world government, becoming the sole sovereign of these waters. On a ship adorned with a figurehead resembling a gold coin, a middle-aged man, exuding an air of nobility, smiled slightly. In another part of the Grand Line, near the treacherous waters of the Devil's 3-masted ship, he mused, the natural type mud fruit is indeed destined for me. With it, I shall infiltrate the Devil's 3-masted ship and rescue my sister. Moria, wait for your reckoning. One day, you shall pay the price. A pale man, shrouded in a faint aura of murderous intent, gazed at Anna's bounty notice and murmured in a low tone. Xia Zhiqing and Anna likely had no inkling that they had become the objects of someone's covetous gaze. They continued their long-standing profession as bounty hunters. Soon, they received a new assignment. However, this time it was not to eliminate someone, but to escort the princess of the Kalia Kingdom to the Moya Kingdom for a marriage alliance. The bounty for this task was set at 78 million berries. The reason for such a high bounty was that the route to the Moya Kingdom traversed the first half of the Grand Line, known as the Pirate's Nest. The Kukulai Sea, where several pirate crews boasting bounties exceeding 100 million resided. The Kalia Kingdom is not a member of the world government and lacks the right to naval escort. Thus, they could only seek aid from Xia Zhiqing and his companion, who possessed the strength to intimidate such formidable pirates. To treat one's own daughter as a mere political pawn, offering her to the prince of the Kingdom of Moya, a member state of the global government, for his amusement in exchange for greater opportunities for collaboration. What a heartless king indeed. It is a pity for the princess, as the Kingdom of Moya shows no regard for her, exhibiting no intention of welcoming her. Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at the room behind him, speaking in a low tone. As a member of the global government, Moya had the privilege of naval escort. If they truly valued this princess, the task of escorting her would not have fallen into his hands. Yet, this is the law of the jungle, is it not? Survival of the fittest. Where the weak must submit to the strong. Xia Zhiqing may pity the princess, but that does not compel him to rescue her. 2 days later, their party entered the Kukuri Sea. The Kukuri Sea, an expanse surrounded by various scattered islands, resembled two fractured ribbons that connected to the Red Earth continent, leaving a narrow passage for navigation. To reach the kingdom of Moya, traversing this sea was imperative. As they entered, 4 or 5 pirate ships emerged on the horizon. Upon sighting Xia Zhiqing's vessel, the pirates were filled with excitement. The sheer size and exquisite adornments of the ship indicated the wealth of its owner. However, upon catching sight of Xia Zhiqing on the bow, they could not help but hesitate. They were not certain they could contend with someone bold enough to slay the son of Whitebeard. Yet, the thought of Xia Zhiqing's riches made them reluctant to retreat. With his notorious reputation for vanquishing renowned pirates, they hardly believed he was without wealth. Moreover, with a princess aboard, he was akin to a benefactor presenting himself on a silver platter. Thus, like hyenas trailing behind a lion on the savannah, they lurked behind Xia Zhiqing, silently coveting his fortune, waiting for the opportune moment to strike amidst the chaos. Their avarice sent waves of panic through the elderly ladies accompanying the princess. Thunder Hunter, expel these pirates, one of the elegantly dressed matriarchs implored, pushing open the door with a trembling voice. Understood, Xia Zhiqing replied softly, rising to his feet. He unsheathed his long blade, adorned with purple flame patterns, which he had named Liuhua. With a swift motion, a terrifying sword wave erupted, cleaving through the sea and splitting a pirate ship in two. If you do not withdraw, it shall be your bodies that are torn apart next. Or would you prefer a personal visit from me? Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed across the sea. How infuriating, truly arrogant. The pirates scoffed, deriding a bounty of 400 million while obeying the commands of an elderly woman, a sight that filled them with disdain. Yet, despite their words, their bodies betrayed them. They quickly halted, with some even turning to flee. None wished to provoke Xia Zhiqing further. Upon witnessing this scene, the elderly woman couldn't help but exhale a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "Indeed, the Thunder Hunter Nasi is formidable. However, do not let pride cloud your judgment. Focus on your task, for the journey ahead is long and fraught with peril. Should any issues arise, you shall be held accountable. Do you understand?" After her stern admonishment, she pushed the door open and entered. For a considerable duration thereafter, they encountered no danger. Anna couldn't help but reflect. It seems that Lord Nasi's presence is indeed a formidable deterrent, capable of dissuading so many pirates. However, Xia Zhiqing held a different perspective. She feared that this tranquility was merely the calm before the storm, urging them to prepare for battle. In a sea teeming with pirates, how could it possibly remain so serene? Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a somewhat youthful girl stepped out. She pointed at Xia Zhiqing and imperiously commanded, "You, come here and massage my shoulders. Lying down for so long has left me in agony." Xia Zhiqing remained unresponsive. The girl, displeased, shouted, "Are you deaf? This princess is requesting your assistance. It is an honor for you. I advise you to comply, or I shall have my father revoke your commission, understand?" Only a princess could utter such words. Xia Zhiqing retorted coolly, "You may attempt to revoke my commission, but let's see how those pirates out on the vast ocean might respond to such a threat." His duty was to escort, not to serve as a mere masseur. He was not so easily swayed, nor was he enamored by the princess's status. "Anna, escort the princess back to her room. We have guests arriving," Xia Zhiqing said, directing his gaze toward the ocean without turning back. "Yes, Lord Xia Zhiqing," Anna responded promptly, waving her hand to envelop the princess in a soft, muddy grasp, guiding her back into her room. "How dare you threaten me? You will pay for this." The princess's voice echoed furiously from within, but was swiftly silenced by the elderly women surrounding her. Suddenly, Xia Muyang stood up, addressing the open sea. "Since you have arrived, come forth. There is no need for hiding." With a chuckle, he remarked, "Indeed, the Thunder Hunter is impressive." In the next moment, laughter erupted from the surface of the water, revealing a fleet of pirate ships that had emerged before Xia Zhiqing, at least a dozen in total, forming a human-made barrier. The Fire Dragon pirate crew, the Flying Fish pirate crew, the Crow pirate crew. These were indeed formidable pirate factions. As Xia Zhiqing surveyed the assembled crews, his tone grew noticeably grave. All of these are notorious pirate crews with bounties exceeding 100 million. Among them, The captain of the Fire Dragon pirate crew boasts a bounty of 252 million berries and a combat power rating of 134. Thunder Hunter. Your comrades have shown you respect by appearing. Perhaps you should reciprocate the gesture. Otherwise, it seems you won't be able to traverse these waters today. The captain of the Fire Dragon pirate crew, Bentley, remarked with a playful smile. Indeed, navigating through this sea requires consideration for my comrades' ventures. A voice echoed from behind Xia Zhiqing, who found herself encircled by two pirate ships. They had been thoroughly surrounded. It appears that without attending to your business today, my escape is impossible. Noticing the situation, Xia Zhiqing's gaze transformed into one of danger as she chuckled. What say you, brothers? How much do you desire? 10 million, or perhaps 100 million? I possess a fortune of 500 million. Xia Zhiqing remarked to Bentley with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Excellent. Truly befitting of the Thunder Hunter. You certainly know the game. Surrender 500 million, and you may depart. Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's offer, Bentley's breath quickened noticeably. He laughed. Ah, but what of you, captains of other pirate crews? This 500 million is but a single share. Shall Bentley consume it all while you starve? Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at the other pirate captains, sowing discord among them. No need for your meddling. We have our own means of distribution. Surrender 500 million. And you may leave. Haas, the captain of the Flying Fish pirate crew, grinned greedily. He mused. I had thought the illustrious Thunder Hunter was formidable, but it appears he is merely a coward. Is that so? It seems my attempts to incite discord have failed. Thus, I must proceed with my next plan. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing conjured a shadow clone and leapt from the ship, leaving Haas and Bentley in stunned disbelief. What is she doing? A suicide? It is well known that those with devil fruit powers dread the sea, yet Xia Zhiqing willingly plunged into it. What could she be planning? But instead of plunging into the depths, Xia Zhiqing stood upon the surface of the water as if it were solid ground, leaving Haas and the others wide-eyed with astonishment. My friends, I offer you this 500 million. Are you certain you will live to claim it? Xia Zhiqing raised her head, crackling with fierce electricity. Arrogant. Bentley bellowed in response. Yet, the surface of the sea had already concealed Xia Zhiqing's presence. Where is she? Bentley and the others grew alert. Behind you. Xia Zhiqing's voice emerged from behind Bentley, and a lightning spear shot forth with a chilling brilliance. Do you think such a tactic will catch me unawares? Bentley shouted, quickly evading to the side. Did you truly believe you could escape? Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed once more from behind him. What? Bentley's pupils contracted as he felt a sudden paralysis seize his body before he could react. With a swift flash of cold light, the lightning blade pierced his chest. Ah! Bentley let out a cry of anguish, his body emanating a foul odor as he writhed in pain. Captain! The crew of the Fire Dragon pirates gasped in astonishment, unable to intervene in time to offer assistance. Suddenly, a ferocious thunder tiger leaped forth from behind Xia Zhiqing, crashing into them with immense force. A chorus of anguished cries erupted from the pirates as the ship was illuminated by brilliant arcs of lightning. How could it be so powerful? The other pirates stared in disbelief, their eyes wide with shock. They had never anticipated that the previously timid Xia Zhiqing would unleash such fury. Even a formidable warrior like Bentley, the Fire Dragon, was dispatched in an instant. Do you still require a toll? If so, I would not hesitate to unleash my power once more, Xia Zhiqing declared, drawing his sword once again and unleashing a devastating wave of energy that tore through a pirate vessel. A demonstration. It was undeniably a show of strength. In that moment, every pirate comprehended the gravity of the situation, their expressions darkening with dread. You think us easy prey? Roared the captain of the Flying Fish pirates. His voice filled with menace as he commanded, fire the cannons. Sink his ship and leave him vulnerable. Once they sank his ship, he vowed to see whom Xia Zhiqing would save first. With that, the cannons of his vessel were aimed squarely at the Summer Este. Anna, prepare for battle. Xia Zhiqing's shadow clone called out to Anna, who was positioned behind him. Understood, master. Anna replied, her form beginning to transform into a flowing mass of mud. She then directed a torrent of mud towards the Flying Fish pirates, a dark wave that blotted out the sun. Do not presume you will succeed. Do not underestimate us. Bellowed Flying Fish Haas, drawing his sword and unleashing a flurry of fish-shaped energy blades that shattered the mud wave. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of cannon fire erupted as a barrage of black projectiles hurtled towards the Summer Este. Hurry, stop them. If anything happens to the princess, you're finished. Xia Zhiqing's shadow clone remained composed, while the elderly woman in the room cried out in panic. Thunderstrike. The clone, unfazed, thrust out his fingers, sending a volley of lightning projectiles hurtling towards the incoming cannonballs. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was engulfed in a fiery explosion. The violent clash of air sending waves crashing across the sea, shaking the summer's day violently. Since you seek your demise, I shall oblige. Storm Foot Lightning Blade. The shadow clone surged forward, unleashing a terrifying barrage of lightning blades that sliced through the air, aimed directly at the pirate ships. Do not underestimate us. Lightning hunters, witness our might. As the razor-sharp lightning blades threatened to tear apart their vessels, the pirates aboard scrambled to defend themselves. Bring about their destruction. I refuse to believe that two of you can withstand the might of four. As the others fought to counter the lightning blades, the pirate in charge of the cannon fire snarled ominously, and soon a new barrage of dark cannonballs soared towards them. Anna, it's your turn. With a calm demeanor, Summer's shadow clone uttered, no need to panic. Understood. Anna gracefully raised her hand, conjuring a colossal earthen curtain that shielded the summer day ship overhead, intercepting the incoming shells. Bang! An ear-splitting explosion ensued, tearing massive gashes into the earthen barrier. Remarkably powerful, these shells possess such formidable strength. It is no wonder they dare to confront us. A gleam of determination flickered in Anna's eyes as an enormous earthen cannon materialized. Mud explosive shells. A barrage of terrifying projectiles erupted forth. How absurd for mere mud projectiles to attempt to shake our ironclad warship. Truly a fool's errand. Witness the prowess of Master Kizaru as he shatters your assault. A pirate from the Crow pirate crew scoffed, leaping towards the mud projectile, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. Yet, in the instant of impact, his expression shifted dramatically. The force of the mud projectile far exceeded his expectations. Boom. With a resounding crash, he was sent flying, shattering the railing and plummeting into the sea. Blood oozing from his wounds. Bang. Crack. More mud projectiles rained down. The ship's hull, encased in a hard metallic shell, buckled under the assault, emitting a sound akin to shattering glass. The might of these mud projectiles was utterly alarming, akin to solid bullets, unyielding and fierce. This is dire. The power of the mud projectiles is overwhelming. Evade quickly. The pirates reacted immediately, terror-stricken, no longer daring to underestimate the incoming barrage, hastily seeking refuge. Boom, boom, boom. Splinters flew as the Crow pirate ship sustained a massive breach in merely 3 seconds. The vessel was grievously damaged, creaking under the strain. How dare they treat my treasure in such a manner? I shall make them pay dearly. Witnessing this scene, Captain Jackley of the Crow pirates felt a surge of rage, his eyes filling with a menacing crimson hue as he longed to strike down Anna. Do you truly believe you can achieve this? Summer's voice suddenly resonated from behind him, startling Jackley and flooding him with an acute sense of peril. He thought to himself, when did they arrive? Wasn't Summer engaged in battle with Flying Fish Haas? How could they have appeared behind me so suddenly? Could it be that Flying Fish Haas was defeated so easily? You underestimate me. I am a user of the Crow Devil Fruit, most adept in speed. However, before Jackley could utter his final word, or even make a single move, a searing lightning spear pierced through his chest. To think I, Jackley, would fall here, what a bitter fate. In that fleeting moment as he collapsed, his peripheral vision caught sight of the fallen Flying Fish Haas, lying in a pool of his own blood. Regret washed over him profoundly. It dawned on him that they had provoked a true harbinger of death. As Jackley fell, Evolution Point 15. One sword style, Gale Bird. Xia Zhiqing gracefully ascended, stepping lightly as she wielded her longsword, unleashing a fierce wave of sword energy that shot forth like a soaring bird. Alas, no pirate could withstand such an onslaught. All who dared to resist were ruthlessly torn asunder. This sword wave continued its relentless path, cleaving through 3 pirate ships before leaving a gaping 50-meter wound upon the sea, only ceasing its fury thereafter. Earth King Battle Fist. Anna bellowed, thrusting her arm forward as torrents of earth erupted from her being, transforming into a formidable fist. With a tempestuous roar, it sank the Raven pirate crew along with their vessel. Gulp. The remaining pirates watched in dread, their hearts filled with the urge to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Aboard the Summer Day, Xia Zhiqing's shadow clone maneuvered the ship's cannons, unleashing a barrage of attacks in all directions. The cannonballs, imbued with immense power, detonated with fiery explosions, leaving several pirate ships riddled with breaches. The pirate crews of the Kukulai Sea were woefully outmatched. We surrender, cried a desperate captain, raising his hands in capitulation without a moment's hesitation. And what of the rest of you? Will you continue this fight? Xia Zhiqing inquired, her voice echoing down like that of a deity from above. We surrender. Fear flickered in the eyes of the pirates as they exchanged glances before responding in unison. The audacity of the pirates in the Kukulai Sea had crumbled into despair, leading them to surrender unceremoniously. Was this the terror of a notorious pirate with a bounty of 400 million? Such a sum was indeed worth every penny. It appeared that this venture would face no hindrance. With her presence, no pirate could obstruct their path. The elderly attendants accompanying the princess of the Cartier kingdom contemplated the unfolding scene in their minds. Surrender is acceptable. However, your earlier actions have genuinely frightened me. Thus, as is customary among brothers, one must acknowledge the fright caused. I desire no more than 400 to 500 million berries, Xia Zhiqing remarked, a mischievous smile curling at her lips. Upon hearing her words, the pirates nearly choked on their own disbelief. Brother, do you truly perceive this money as mere trinkets? 400 to 500 million. Do you comprehend the gravity of that amount? It's likely the total sum of their lives. Do not overstep. One pirate retorted angrily. But before he could finish, his chest was pierced by a lightning spear, causing him to collapse. Oh dear, my apologies, I slipped. Xia Zhiqing chuckled, her expression beaming with delight. Who will be the next to make me slip? How intriguing. Her gaze flitted among the pirates, akin to a predator selecting its prey. The pirates were filled with trepidation, fearing they might be the next chosen. They understood. Xia Zhiqing's threat was unambiguous. Refuse to pay and face death, money or life. They could only choose one. How infuriating. Yet, how could they simply surrender the wealth they had painstakingly accumulated over the better part of their lives? Each coin represented a fragment of their existence, painstakingly gathered through a life fraught with peril. It could be said that they had exchanged their very lives for it. Nevertheless, they understood all too well that failing to relinquish their riches today would spell their doom. After a brief struggle, they chose to sacrifice their fortune to safeguard their lives. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no fear of firewood running out. Very well, we concede. A pirate captain clenched his fists, exclaiming, This will be the wisest decision you have ever made, Anna. Prepare to move the money. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing sheathed her long knife and stepped aboard the summer day. Soon, the pirates obediently surrendered their treasures. Before them lay a trove of riches, including dull, stacked gold coins, exquisite crowns crafted from pure gold adorned with various gems, and necklaces strung with pearls the size of quail eggs. There were also agates, gold, silver, an array of gemstones, and even a yellowed treasure map. Indeed, splendid treasures. Anna, it's your responsibility now. Xia Zhiqing's eyes sparkled with fervor as she instructed Anna to commence the transport. The greatest advantage of the mud fruit was its immense capacity, allowing for the rapid relocation of treasures and such. Thank you for your patronage. We welcome you to visit us again, Xia Zhiqing said with a cheerful smile, leaving the recently impoverished pirates seething with indignation, wishing to rush forward and give her a thorough beating. How could one be so merciless? They had already been stripped of their entire fortune. Now, Xia Zhiqing wished to do it again, threatening to drain them completely. Would they even be allowed to live? Thus, Xia Zhiqing departed with a ship brimming with spoils. Anna, tidy up and stow it away, she exclaimed, giddy with excitement at the thought of these treasures combined with the bounties on the heads of flying fish, whores, and the others, which would amount to a substantial income. Xia Zhiqing, like a meticulous little miser, wore a beaming expression, realizing she had drawn closer to her goals. Anna smiled quietly, diligently organizing the wealth. Is this the ferocity of a great pirate? It seems exceedingly lucrative, netting billions of berries in a single venture. No wonder so many are drawn to the sea to become pirates. The old woman watched Anna as she arranged the treasures, her mouth watering at the sight. Such vast sums of wealth, 400 to 500 million, enough to indulge for a lifetime. And this was merely Xia Zhiqing's haul from one encounter. To say she wasn't envious would be a lie. Yet, they could only covet from afar. If it came to action, they would surely falter. Sun Mu Yang and the others, along with the fire dragon and flying fish pirate crews, had witnessed the battle in the Kukulai Sea. Naturally, faced with Xia Zhiqing, who could effortlessly overpower the fire dragon pirates, they dared not intervene. In the Kukuri Sea, even the formidable Ba Tiger pirate crew merely exchanged distant glances with Xia Zhiqing before retreating, avoiding any conflict. If the Ba Tiger pirate crew dared not engage with Xia Zhiqing, the other pirate crews were even less inclined to do so. Captain, why do we not besiege him? There are so many pirates in the Kukuri Sea, why fear just one man? Indeed, with our strength, why should we fear him and his companion? As they watched Xia Zhiqing, burdened with treasures, depart, the crew of the Ba Tiger pirate crew grew restless and turned to their captain, Eugene. He replied, "You saw for yourselves. That fellow can walk atop the water. Do you truly believe that, facing someone who can traverse the sea as if it were solid ground, we stand any advantage as mere landlubbers?" His words silenced the crew, who reflected on their situation and realized they were no match for Xia Zhiqing, potentially inviting their own demise. Very well, from now on, let us avoid provoking him, especially on the sea, Eugene sighed. Let us return to the site of our previous skirmish and search for any remnants. Perhaps we can salvage something. He cast a piercing gaze over his crew and declared, "You must remember, in the face of overwhelming strength, it is wise to yield. Do not act impulsively and lose your lives. Submitting to the might of the strong is not shameful. Our goal is not to seek the One Piece or to achieve great renown. The sole aim of the Ba Tiger pirate crew is to plunder and acquire wealth. In our limited days, enjoying a life of comfort is sufficient." Understood. The crew responded in unison. 2 days later, at the port of Bolivia in the Moya Kingdom, Xia Zhiqing and his companions had just arrived, only to find a large gathering awaiting them. "It must be the princess of the Cardia Kingdom," announced the Moya Kingdom's Minister of Internal Affairs, Rose, with little deference as he addressed Xia Zhiqing and his entourage. "Thank you, Minister. Please, lead the way," replied the elderly women who had appeared at the ship's bow, now devoid of their previous arrogance and speaking with utmost civility. "Now that you are here, may I kindly request the payment for your service, Minister?" Xia Zhiqing remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Rose. "Ah, it has been prepared. Please, count it at your leisure," Rose replied with a smile, gesturing to a pile of chests behind him. "Anna, it's all yours," Xia Zhiqing said lazily, glancing at Anna. "Understood." Anna extended her hand, and a colossal shadow enveloped the chests, consuming them in an instant. After approximately 10 minutes of counting, a flicker of surprise crossed Anna's eyes. "My lord, it seems there are over 10 million berries more than expected," she exclaimed. Hearing this, Xia Zhiqing was equally astonished and turned his gaze toward Minister Rose. "Minister, could this possibly be the legendary bribe?" he asked, a playful expression adorning his face. "Hee. Hunter of Thunder, do not misunderstand. This is not a bribe, but merely a token of appreciation from His Majesty the King for the two of you." Rose chuckled, explaining that their sovereign greatly valued alliances with formidable individuals in the realm. "The surplus of over 10 million shall serve as a simple gift for our initial meeting. What do you think? Might the kingdom of Moya catch the eye of the Hunter of Thunder?" Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing could not help but smile, replying, "How intriguing. Are you not concerned that the world government might seek retribution against you? Haha. As long as we refrain from actions that threaten the world government and provide them with ample compensation, they are unlikely to take issue with us." Rose grinned, his laughter unabashedly carefree. "It seems that your kingdom of Moya possesses considerable influence. Fascinating. I shall temporarily accept this friendship." Xia Zhiqing smiled, but just as Rose seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her voice resonated once more. "Of course. Should I discover that you are plotting anything against me, or using my name for nefarious purposes, you shall bear the consequences." "Haha, of course, rest assured. Esteemed Hunter of Thunder, we are well aware of our boundaries." A thin sheen of cold sweat appeared on Rose's forehead, his smile growing somewhat strained. "Let us wait and see. Anna, set course for home." Xia Zhiqing cast a penetrating glance at Rose, and the summer day turned, departing from the scene. Meanwhile, an elderly woman observing the proceedings was astounded. Even a nation allied with the world government like Moya treated him with such deference? The Hunter of Thunder must possess considerable power. She had not anticipated that Xia Zhiqing would command such respect from the kingdom of Moya. After all, she had previously regarded him with disdain, viewing him merely as the detritus of the sea, unworthy of her attention. Yet now, her perspective began to shift. "My lord, our harvest this time has far surpassed historical achievements. It seems that Shima will be able to significantly expand its manpower," Anna remarked, glancing at Xia Zhiqing. who was lounging comfortably at the bow of the ship with his legs crossed. Indeed, had it not been for the multitude of pirates in the Kukuli Sea, I would not have accepted such a royal escort mission. Xia Zhiqing replied, keeping his eyes closed. Oh, so your true intention in coming here was to deal with these pirate crews. I had thought you were enamored with that princess. Anna teased with a mischievous grin. At her words, Xia Zhiqing rolled his eyes. Time swiftly passed, as the evening enveloped Xia Zhiqing in serenity. After a simple dinner, the two retired for the night. Shortly after they fell asleep, a shadowy pirate ship, its bow adorned with a gold coin emblem, stealthily approached their vessel. Jekakek, Xia Zhiqing, Anna, from this night forth, you shall become the puppets of the illustrious Lord Anos. It is your honor to be chosen by the great Lord Anos. Prepare to fight eternally on my behalf. A middle-aged man, exuding an air of nobility, gazed into the distance at the summer's end, resembling a slumbering dragon, his eyes glimmering with a fierce intensity. Above the vessel, a woman clad in black attire hovered gracefully, her delicate hands sweeping through the air, dispersing a cloud of pink mist. In a surprising turn, Anos consumed a vial of green liquid, embodying the adage that while overt theft is easily thwarted, covert treachery remains elusive. The Thunder Hunter. Little did you anticipate being subdued in your slumber. This intoxicating mist has been meticulously concocted by Dallas just for you. Anos, observing the pink haze cascading from the figure above, was filled with a sense of triumph. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the summer's end, a pallid man, seemingly frail and weakened, had also arrived. To my astonishment, I am not alone in coveting the Thunder Hunter. How intriguing it is to encounter a rival in such an unexpected locale. Allow me to witness how the Thunder Hunter shall respond. Should circumstances permit, I would not mind playing the role of the mantis stalking the cicada. While the Oriole waits in the shadows, he discreetly concealed his presence and deployed a homemade periscope to observe the unfolding events. Meanwhile, within the ship, how amusing it is that on this late evening, I, Summer's End, should encounter those with ill intentions. Moreover, it seems there are two factions at play. Had I been anyone else today, I might have indeed fallen into your trap. Alas, fate has decreed that you have crossed paths with me. After conjuring shadow clones upon the bed, Summer's End transformed into a decorative piece adorning one of his clones, holding his breath in silent anticipation. Although he was unaware of the mist's true effects, it was evident that inhaling it would yield no benefits. After 3 minutes had passed, it was time to act. Anos, observing the entirety of Summer's End enveloped in pink mist, issued the command to attack. Instantly, a formidable group surged forth towards the vessel. Who are you? What do you intend? Summer's End's astonished and furious shout resonated through the room, only to be abruptly silenced. His outburst startled Anna awake. However, before she could make a move, a wave of dizziness washed over her, leaving her feeling utterly powerless. Before she could further react, a bucket of seawater was unceremoniously dumped over her, robbing her of all agency. Subsequently, she was bound and confined within a tank brimming with seawater, its crystalline allure captivating yet perilous. Who are you? What do you want? Anna demanded, her expression a mixture of danger and defiance. Her tone weakened yet icy as she regarded her uninvited guests. You need not concern yourself with our identities, the woman on the left replied coldly. What matters is that your doom is upon you. The man on the right grinned maliciously, exuding a sense of cruelty. Soon, you will experience the fervor of Master Anos. A beauty such as yourself, aligned with the Thunder Hunter, is indeed a disservice. The man's eyes glinted with vile intent. His gaze roamed unabashedly over Anna, burning with intensity. What have you done to Lord Nas, and what do you truly desire? Anna inquired in a low, firm voice. I have captured the Thunder Hunter. And as for our intentions, they are rather straightforward. I wish for you to become my lifelong slaves. At that moment, a voice filled with smug satisfaction echoed through the air. Anos entered with an air of self-satisfaction, exuding an appearance of refined civility, though the malevolence in his eyes tarnished his image entirely, especially upon seeing the radiant Anna. His eyes gleamed with a predatory glint. Who are you, and what do you want? Anna shot back with a fierce glare directed at Anos. I am Anos, a merchant of the Grand Line, and I also dabble in the acquisition of formidable individuals. He introduced himself with remarkable politeness. Observing Anna's taut physique, he praised. What a splendid figure. I can only imagine the delight it would bring when properly trained. You intend to mold me into a slave for your carnal desires? Anna's gaze turned icy at Anos's words. Indeed. Are you frightened? Or perhaps, are you intrigued? Anos replied with a gentlemanly smile. Rest assured, there is no need to struggle. Today, victory is beyond your grasp. What have you done to Lord Nas? Anna pressed. Eager to see your Lord Nas? Very well, I shall indulge you. Anos gestured to a woman nearby, who departed momentarily. In just a few breaths, Xia Zhiqing, bound by sea prism stone chains, was brought forth. How about now? Surely, you must concede. Do not harbor illusions that your Lord Nas can protect you, for this time, he cannot save himself. Anos proclaimed triumphantly, observing the powerless Xia Zhiqing being held up. Cough, I never anticipated my Thunder Hunter would find himself in such a predicament. Pray tell, what does the esteemed merchant Anos engage in? Xia Zhiqing inquired with a tone of feigned submission, which delighted Anos and lifted his spirits. Who would have thought that the legendary Thunder Hunter was such a timid creature? He mused. Nevertheless, since you have sincerely asked, I shall graciously fulfill your final wish. My enterprise revolves around weaponry, interfacing with various kingdoms of the Grand Line. As for the profits, they exceed your wildest imaginings. Ah, I see. So you have set your sights on me to train me as your free labor? Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, Anos chuckled heartily, recognizing the intelligence of the Thunder Hunter. Now that you understand your fate, do cooperate a bit. It will spare you some suffering in the forthcoming ordeal. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing inquired further. What do you intend to do with Anna? Such a beautiful young lady. Surely you do not wish to transform her into your personal slave like the celestial dragons. Do you? Astute as ever, you have indeed guessed correctly. My anticipation for you grows deeper. Anos did not provide a direct answer. Yet his words bestowed upon Xia Zhiqing a definitive response. Is the Thunder Hunter truly so easily subdued? Why do I sense an unsettling peculiarity? A pale-faced man by one of the cannons on the left side of the summer day ship pondered silently. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed once more. How could a woman as exceptional as Anna endure the indignity of your refined depravity? It is utterly intolerable. After all, Anna is my woman. Her body is mine alone to cherish. To meddle with my woman would yield dire consequences. Anos, upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's declaration, was momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by a derisive chuckle. What of it if I have taken your woman? In your current disheveled state, what can you possibly do? Since you have proclaimed Anna to be your woman, allow me to witness the sensation of having her humiliated before your very eyes by another man. Come now. Attempt to thwart me. Spare your woman from my advances. Alas, you are powerless to do so. You can only watch helplessly. At most, you can only express your indignation through your gaze. As Anos spoke, he reached out toward Anna's chest. Anos, do you know? Initially, I planned to toy with you briefly before ending your life. Xia Zhiqing suddenly lifted his head, a playful smirk gracing his lips. However, upon learning of your holdings, I have decided to spare your wretched existence. In that instant, his body emanated a terrifying surge of lightning. The two individuals restraining Xia Zhiqing were immediately struck. The man and woman beside Anna were also taken aback, hastily retreating. Yet, as they moved, a torrent of lightning erupted around Xia Zhiqing, propelling them backward and pinning them against the wall, effectively rendering them immobile. How is this possible? Why can you still wield your power? Were you not restrained by sea prism stone? Anos gazed at Xia Zhiqing in disbelief. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, Xia Zhiqing rapidly grew larger in his vision, seizing him by the throat. Who informed you that I am a devil fruit user? A mischievous glint danced in Xia Zhiqing's eyes as an explosion erupted at his waist, revealing another Xia Zhiqing. Faced with this spectacle, Anos felt his mind teetering on the brink of confusion. Two Xia Zhiqings, what manner of sorcery is this? Just then, a flurry of figures burst in from outside, all of them Anos's subordinates. What do you intend to do to Lord Anos? Release him at once. They clamored, their eyes fixed upon Xia Zhiqing. You possess quite an impressive cadre of subordinates, do you not? I am deeply intrigued by the nature of your devil fruit abilities, which compel so many formidable individuals to heed your command. The pressure on Anastos's arm intensified slightly, prompting him to struggle against his restraints. Observing this, his subordinates hastily moved to intervene, but were halted by Xia Zhiqing's words. If you wish to prevent his demise, feel free to approach. Upon hearing this, the group trembled and hesitated, clearly apprehensive about Anastos's potential death. This reaction only heightened Xia Zhiqing's amusement, as he appeared to discover something exceedingly entertaining. Anna, the interrogation is entrusted to you. Fortuitously, we also possess sea stone chains. Just don't kill him. I still find him somewhat useful. Anna, who had been ensnared by seawater, was now liberated. Xia Zhiqing exchanged a knowing glance with his counterpart, stating, "Shall we, my true self, confront these foes together?" Remarkably, this fellow's misty effects were rather effective. Even a mere whiff left me feeling slightly weakened. Then you must persevere, my clone. Do not fall so easily. The Xia Zhiqing beside Anna cautioned the one bound by sea stone. It turned out that it was the true self who rescued Anna, while the one restrained was merely a shadow clone. Rest assured, Lord Natsu, I shall handle Anastos with utmost care. Anna, her face alight with joy, accepted Anastos from Xia Zhiqing's grasp. Now, let the confrontation commence, everyone. The true Xia Zhiqing cast a swift glance at the cloaked adversaries before vanishing in a flash of lightning. Be wary, he approaches. Take this opportunity to rescue Lord Anastos. The black-clad figures shouted in alarm. Rescue Anastos? I believe you should prioritize your own safety. The true Xia Zhiqing materialized beside one of the cloaked assailants, delivering a swift strike. To his surprise, Anastos' subordinate managed to parry the blow. Whoosh! The others swiftly charged towards Anna and the shadow clone of Xia Zhiqing. Two intercepted the shadow clone, while three others advanced on Anna, intent on liberating Anastos from her grasp. Murky tendrils, Anna declared coldly, summoning several sharp appendages from her form. The cloaked figures immediately attempted to evade. However, as they landed, they suddenly discovered their feet had sunk into a viscous mire, trapping them. Panic surged through them, and as they sought to escape, Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed ominously in their ears. 1,000 birds flow. A terrifying storm of lightning surged forth, and while Anna elementalized herself, the fate of the black-clad figures was grim. 15 million volts of electricity rendered them utterly incapacitated. No, Anastos, now captured by Anna, shrieked in terror at the unfolding scene. It seems your time on this stage has come to an end. Xia Zhiqing's shadow clone was instantly enveloped in the armor of lightning, its speed dramatically enhanced, as it delivered a powerful kick that sent two adversaries flying. With a precise thrust of his finger, the shadow clone of Xia Zhiqing appeared before one of the assailants, piercing through his chest with ruthless efficiency. This cloaked figure possessed a mere combat power of 75, thus, eliminating him posed little challenge. As the black-clad man fell, 15 evolution points were awarded for the deed. How foolish to expose one's back to an enemy. Suddenly, a voice emerged from behind Xia Zhiqing, belonging to another black-clad assailant who had been propelled away. To his astonishment, this individual transformed into a lion man, his claws aimed menacingly at Xia Zhiqing's back. Exposing one's rear to an adversary? How ironic, for it was he who had made that mistake. Just as the claw was about to strike, Xia Zhiqing vanished in a flash of lightning, reappearing behind the would-be ambusher. Farewell. With a glint of cold steel, he plunged his sword through the lion man's chest, offering no chance for resistance. 20 evolution points were gained. It was inconceivable. The lion man could hardly fathom such swiftness from Xia Zhiqing until his last breath. The sound of rending flesh echoed from Anna's direction, revealing that the three paralyzed black-clad men had been similarly dispatched, their chests pierced through. The battlefield was now left with only the remaining adversary engaged with Xia Zhiqing. To encounter such a formidable warrior in the first half of the Grand Line is truly astonishing. Yet, alas, we are enemies. Lightning crackled around Xia Zhiqing as he initiated high-speed combat. His sudden transformation left the remaining black-clad man disoriented, and within mere minutes, he succumbed beneath the onslaught of the 1,000 birds' sharp spear, boasting a combat power of 140. Defeating him earned Xia Zhiqing an additional 40 evolution points. Now Anos, it is your turn. Xia Zhiqing dispelled his shadow clone and turned his gaze toward Anos, bound and immobilized by Anna's sea stone chains. To think you would attempt to subdue me while coveting Anna's form. You possess quite the audacity. Observing Anos's face, filled with dread, Xia Zhiqing glanced at Anna and stated, "You may decide his fate. Sparing his life will suffice. He possesses assets that pique my interest." A shrewd smile of a true opportunist graced Xia Zhiqing's face as he pushed open the door and stepped outside. The sea breeze had already dispersed the fog that enveloped the ship. Upon witnessing Xia Zhiqing's audacious departure, leaving him no room for negotiation, Anos began to thrash in terror. This was entirely unorthodox. If his life were to be spared, was it not for the purpose of bargaining? Yet, Xia Zhiqing seemed to disregard such formalities, merely allowing Anna to unleash her wrath upon him. Anos could already envision the consequences of his earlier boast about training Anna to be his female slave, and he felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself for his arrogance. How foolish to revel in such pride. Now, he found himself at the mercy of another, vulnerable and exposed. Anos wished to plead for mercy, yet found himself utterly unable to voice his request. On the deck, Summer Chi, addressing the figure before him, remarked, "Since you have come, Wyleaf, you have hidden on the right side of my ship for so long. Do you not wish to meet with me? It seems we are indeed held in high regard by you, having drawn two parties at once. What, I wonder, is your purpose?" Without turning, he gazed over the sea. After a brief pause of more than 10 seconds, a pale-faced man materialized behind Summer Chi. "How did you detect my presence? My aura should have been perfectly concealed," he inquired, bewilderment etched upon his features. "Ah, that is quite simple. Any pirate who has ventured into the New World would understand," Summer Chi replied, turning to face him. With a smile, he continued, "As long as you are within the range of my observation haki, even the most concealed aura will not evade my perception." Upon hearing this, the pale-faced man exhibited a look of dawning comprehension. "Then what is your objective?" he questioned. "Anos aims to turn us into his slaves, to bolster his forces. You do not harbor the same intentions, do you?" Summer Chi squinted slightly, scrutinizing him. "Of course, I am nothing like him. I disdain such vile pursuits," the pale-faced man declared. "My sole aim is to acquire the devil fruit of Anna, the girl of Mudflow." "Oh, you seek Anna's devil fruit? What makes it so special?" Summer Chi queried, intrigued. "Only a Logia-type devil fruit can exponentially enhance my power, enabling me to rescue my sister from the clutches of a certain man." He clenched his fists, his face contorted with hatred. "Oh, you seek to rescue your sister? I wonder who this man is. Perhaps I could assist you." Summer Chi suddenly revealed a cunning smile. "The infamous pirate residing on the fearsome, three-masted ship, Gecko Moria. Do you dare to oppose him?" The pale-faced man regarded Summer Chi with a mix of provocation and disdain, as if to suggest that he would never dare. "Whether I dare or not is one matter. Whether I choose to rescue is another. If you wish for my help, what can you offer me?" Summer Chi countered. "There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Every action demands a price." At this juncture, Summer Chi abruptly closed the distance, gripping the man's throat and lifting him off the ground, coldly stating, "You trespass onto my ship in the dead of night, attempting to seize the devil fruit of my subordinate. That alone is sufficient grounds for me to end your life. I can offer you superior technology." The pale-faced man gasped, struggling under the pressure. "Oh, superior technology?" Summer Chi chuckled. "I believe I have no need for your expertise. No, you will need it. You will certainly desire it, pertaining to the creation of more powerful firearms," the pale-faced man asserted with conviction. "Oh, what leads you to that conclusion?" Summer Chi's interest piqued, a smile creeping upon his lips as the situation grew increasingly compelling. "If you were truly disinterested, you would not have suddenly loosened your grip on me, nor would your brow have twitched." A furrowed brow is an instinctive reaction of one who is intrigued. The pale-faced man confidently gazed at Xia Zhiqing and replied, "Heh, you certainly possess a keen sense of observation. Pray tell, why does Moria seek to capture your sister? What exceptional quality does she possess that captivates him?" Xia Zhiqing found it hard to believe that Moria would be so bored as to abduct a woman without reason, to compel me into becoming his subordinate, to forge formidable weapons for him. He desires to reclaim power in the New World, ultimately vanquishing the four emperors, Kaido, and ascending to the pinnacle of the New World. The pale-faced man ground his teeth, his visage twisted with hatred. Then why not acquiesce to his threats? What if he, in a fit of rage, eliminates your sister? Would you not regret it for eternity? Xiao Muyang inquired, seemingly at ease. "Because I do not trust him. I cannot guarantee that if I obediently follow his orders, my sister will remain safe," he replied without hesitation. "Oh, so you place your trust in me instead? Are you not fearful that I too might go back on my word, ultimately leading you to ruin?" Xiao Muyang asked, his expression filled with curiosity. "Because I have no other choice now. I must take this gamble. If I ultimately fail, I assure you, I shall not survive alone. I am prepared for that." The pale-faced man clenched his fists, his tone resolute. "Very well. Since you have such unwavering faith in me, I shall present you with two paths to choose from. The first, submit to me, and I shall aid you in rescuing your sister, thereafter serving my cause. The second, refuse me, and then perish by my hand, never to save your sister. Xia Zhiqing offered these two options, leaving the pale-faced man with little room for choice. He could only choose the first. After all, who would willingly choose death when life is so beautiful? I choose the first path. The pale-faced man offered no resistance and accepted the first option. He did not perceive submission to Xia Zhiqing as a disgraceful act. You certainly did not hesitate at all. However, let me make this clear. To submit to me means to dedicate yourself entirely to my service. At this juncture, Xia Zhiqing's tone grew icy. Should I discover any treachery in your heart, do not blame me for being merciless. I shall not tolerate betrayal, do you understand? Upon hearing this, the pale-faced man took a deep breath and replied, as long as you do not wrong me, I shall not betray you. Should you betray me, do not blame me for harboring ill intentions. Very well, let us await the outcome. Provide me with your sister's information, and I shall return to you a living person. Furthermore, since you are now under my command, you ought to share your name with me. I cannot address you merely as that person henceforth. My name is Jills. I look forward to your guidance, Master Nasi. The pale-faced man's name, Jills, indeed held a certain charm. At that moment, a chilling scream erupted from Anos, reverberating through the room with a haunting intensity. Even Xia Zhiqing could not suppress the goosebumps that prickled her skin. It appeared that Anos had unearthed some unsettling memories for Anna. After uttering this thought, Xia Zhiqing turned her gaze toward Anos's ship. A minute later, aboard Anos's vessel, Xia Zhiqing marveled at the opulent interior, lavishly adorned and exuding an air of extravagance. It is truly a privilege to be the master, she mused. Feeling a twinge of envy, she then set off in search of the chamber where treasures were stored. 3 minutes later, she reflected on Anos's claim of a lucrative enterprise, and, upon witnessing the pile of gemstones, pearls, and various golden sculptures, along with exquisite firearms and glistening blades, she acknowledged her envy. This, she thought, epitomized wealth. The treasures in this room alone were worth at least 200 to 300 million. Her breath quickened at the sight. She was merely an ordinary person, and the sheer volume of riches before her was undeniably captivating. Even Jills, standing nearby, swallowed hard at the sight of such fortune. Without a hint of hesitation, Xia Zhiqing seized Anos's wealth, leaving no treasure behind. As for the ship, she chose not to destroy it, knowing it could fetch a handsome price. Upon returning to the summer day, they found Anna emerging from a room, bloodied yet resolute. Has she merely clung to life? Xia Zhiqing inquired. I did not forget your orders, my lord, Anna replied, nodding. However, there is only a breath left. You must prepare yourself, my lord. She then turned to Jills, asking, and who is this? Oh, allow me to introduce our new ally, Jills, Xia Zhiqing responded, finally realizing the need for introductions. Lady Anna, it is a pleasure to meet you, Jills said, offering a friendly smile, though his pale complexion suggested an unsettling dissonance. Likewise, Anna replied, before addressing Xia Zhiqing. My lord, where shall we go next? The trading company is established, and we must bolster our protective forces. Originally, if all went as planned, our next objective would have been to recruit formidable warriors to safeguard the company. However, it appears our tasks have multiplied. Xia Zhiqing turned to Jills and declared, first, as a condition for his service, I must seek out the notorious pirate, Moria, to rescue his sister. Second, I intend to assume control over Anos's influence, which is why I spared his life. Had it not been for his holdings, he would have perished long ago. Upon hearing this, Anna nodded in understanding, stating, I knew Lord Xia Zhiqing spared his life solely for the sake of his possessions. Summer Zhiqing smiled at her words, replying, there is no choice, we are rather impoverished. Moreover, one should never refuse money that presents itself so readily. However, the matter of rescuing him requires careful deliberation. Moria is no ordinary adversary. He is even more perilous than the iron-armed Kuga. Summer Zhiqing's gaze sharpened as he remarked, after all, he once stood against Kaido. Even in defeat, the remnants of his formidable strength, whether through betrayal or death, remained significant. This is a man whose bounty reached 320 million berries 4 or 5 years ago. We must not underestimate him. Confronting Moria cannot be a hasty endeavor. Preparations are essential. Anna, surprised by the gravity of Lord Nasi's demeanor, exclaimed, it seems that Moria indeed instills a sense of trepidation in you. Certainly, he asserted. He is not like the average pirate. His power demands respect. There was an unspoken truth that Summer Zhiqing refrained from voicing. To be recognized as one of the 7 warlords by the Navy implies an undeniable strength. While Moria may appear weak in the original narrative, this perception arises from comparisons with titans. Look at those he is juxtaposed against: Doflamingo, Jinbei, Bartholomew Kuma. Each possesses the might of a sovereign. In contrast to these figures, Moria may seem less remarkable, yet when compared to the current Summer Zhiqing, he stands as a formidable opponent indeed. How long will it take to prepare? I fear my sister may not endure such a lengthy wait. Moria has granted me merely half a month to deliberate. If I fail to respond, he will rescind his offer. Half a month is my final deadline. Upon hearing that confronting Moria might be troublesome, Gil's expression soured. Half a month? No, it should not take that long. Summer Zhiqing assessed his accumulated evolution points, totaling 620. 10 more days should suffice to deal with Moria. Rest assured, I shall fulfill my promise to you. Give me 10 days, and your sister will safely appear before you. It is not my intention to delay, but acting recklessly could not only jeopardize your sister South rescue, but also place her in even greater peril. Such a scenario is certainly not what you wish to witness. Haste makes waste. I trust you understand this principle. Summer Zhiqing regarded Gills, whose countenance had darkened, with a serious expression. I understand. Gills nodded, his fists clenched tightly. He continued, however, if possible, please set out promptly. I fear Moria's patience is limited. He may not wait 15 days. Should he resort to extreme measures against my sister to coerce me, I would be left with profound regret. I comprehend. Summer Zhiqing affirmed with a nod, reflecting. Were it someone of lesser strength, I would unhesitatingly rush to their aid immediately. However, the formidable Moria possesses a combat prowess of at least 250, a level beyond our current capabilities to confront. To ensure the safe recovery of your sister, it is imperative that we possess sufficient strength. As a member of the Whitebeard pirates, Xia Zhiqing is acutely aware of the immense power wielded by a formidable adversary like Moria. In the face of such an opponent, one cannot act recklessly. Strategic planning must precede action. After a brief organization, they embarked on their journey to reclaim the territory of Anos. 3 days later, they finally accomplished their goal. Anos indeed had a remarkable touch, quietly establishing such a vast enterprise. Yet, this enterprise turned out to be merely a minor player. It seems the depths of the pirate world are truly profound. Although the process of reclaiming Anos' influence was not entirely smooth, it encountered no significant setbacks. With Anos' downfall, elevating others to manage was sufficient. Wealth captivates the heart. Rewards and punishments must be clear. As long as Xia Zhiqing's actions align with the interests of the majority, the remaining task is merely to intimidate and coerce dissenters. Thus, having subdued a faction, it naturally follows that individuals would be inclined to serve Xia Zhiqing. If a touch of benevolence and profit-sharing were added, it would be enough to ensure this faction remains under his control for years to come. Throughout this entire process, Anna and Gills were left utterly bewildered. However, when they inquired if Xia Zhiqing frequently engaged in such dealings, he replied, "Not at all. This is my first practical experience. I merely did not anticipate such unprecedented success in my endeavor, with everyone cooperating so seamlessly and without a single flaw." To this, Anna and Gills could only remark that while geniuses exist in this world, one as adept at pretense as Xia Zhiqing is truly a rarity. Anna expressed her admiration for Xia Zhiqing's subtle yet impressive maneuvering. Finally, with one task completed, it was time to proceed to the next, recruiting bodyguards. Anna, I shall create a clone to assist you in recruiting bodyguards upon the seas. Meanwhile, I will venture to certain special locations to enlist powerful individuals and form an elite guard. Saying this, Xia Zhiqing turned towards the somewhat sullen Gills and added, the recruitment of this elite guard is also to enhance our chances of rescue. Upon hearing this, Gills' expression brightened slightly. Thus, under Xia Zhiqing's command, they split into 2 groups, each heading in their respective directions. The individuals Xia Zhiqing sought were not to be found upon the seas, but rather in the skies. Enel from Skypiea, a user of the Rumble fruit, possessed formidable strength. However, reaching Skypiea is no easy feat. With a sigh, Xia Zhiqing set sail towards Magic Valley Town, intending to utilize the updrafts there to ascend to Skypiea. On his journey to Magic Valley Town, he opened the system and utilized the accumulated 2,220 evolution points. Out of these, 2,000 points were exchanged for combat points to enhance his strength. Additionally, 220 points were allocated to the evolution of the Sharingan. Host, Xia Zhiqing. Sharingan status, 3 Tomo, 700, 010000. Combat power, 223. Skills, Chidori ninjutsu, lightning release. Thunder armor, genjutsu. Gold binding technique, genjutsu. Dream murder technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique. Observation haki, armament haki, paper drawing, life return, finger gun, gale kick, moonwalk, sword master techniques. In just 1 day's time, Xia Zhiqing arrived at Magic Valley Town. There was no option. Time was of the essence. After all, the individual he sought to recruit was not merely Enel. Moreover, he needed to set sail for the Devil's 3-masted ship in 7 days. This required a transitional period of 2 or 3 days. Thus, the actual time left to him was merely 4 to 5 days. Xia Zhiqing's arrival sparked considerable upheaval in Magic Valley Town. After all, he was a notorious pirate with a bounty of 457 million berries. His bounty alone exceeded that of the strongest pirate in the area, Bellamy the hyena, by 2 million berries. What could the Thunder Hunter desire in a place like this? Was it to recruit Bellamy? However, he had already aligned himself with that formidable individual. Did the Thunder Hunter intend to challenge him? Surely, it was to recruit Bellamy. Otherwise, what could possibly attract him to our Magic Valley Town? Upon Xia Zhiqing's arrival, the residents of Magic Valley Town speculated amongst themselves. How intriguing that such a being as the Thunder Hunter would deign to visit this place. What could his intentions be? Was it, as the foolish ones conjectured, to recruit me? Alas, I have already pledged my allegiance to the Don Quixote family. A man with golden hair and a long scar across his left eye, bearing a smug smile, observed Xia Zhiqing as he approached Magic Valley Town. He was none other than the town's foremost expert, Bellamy the hyena, with a bounty of 55 million berries. Hey, Thunder Hunter, what brings you to our humble abode? Are there truly individuals here worthy of your personal attention? Bellamy sneered at Xia Zhiqing, inquiring. Yet, Xia Zhiqing had no time to entertain him. He was here to seek out Mont Blanc Kalika, the sole individual capable of predicting the rising currents near Magic Valley Town. To reach Sky Island, Xia Zhiqing required the assistance of these ascending currents. Furthermore, he intended to replenish his energy in this town. As for Bellamy, he held no interest whatsoever. Can you not hear me? Thunder Hunter, are you ignoring me? Seeing that Xia Zhiqing paid him no heed, Bellamy's anger flared, and he leapt to block Xia Zhiqing's path. I'll give you 3 seconds to step aside. Xia Zhiqing coldly shot him a glance and declared, then have the courage to try. Bellamy retorted with reckless bravado. I am a member of the Don Quixote family. If you dare to lay a hand on me, beware of Lord Doflamingo. Before he could finish his statement, Xia Zhiqing's hand was already upon his face. Bang! Bellamy's head was forcefully thrust into the earth by Xia Zhiqing, creating a massive crater over 5 meters wide. Lightning flickered, and debris flew in all directions. As for Bellamy, a distinct imprint of a hand was left on his face, rendering him unconscious. What are you? To warrant Don Quixote Doflamingo's personal involvement? You truly overestimate your own importance. Xia Zhiqing wiped the blood from his hands, a look of disdain etched on his face. Gulp. Is this the power of a 400 million bounty pirate? Bellamy hardly had time to react before he was defeated. The crowd around them stared in horror at Xia Zhiqing, retreating further as he approached, scarcely daring to breathe. A mere glance from Xia Zhiqing sent chills down their spines, as if a blade had skimmed past them, causing them to tremble in fear. Observing these silent pirates, Xia Zhiqing diverted his gaze and proceeded towards the tropical Grand Hotel in Magic Valley Town. It wasn't until he had distanced himself significantly that they dared to move or even catch their breath. Xia Zhiqing's presence was overwhelmingly powerful. After a simple meal worth several million berries, Xia Zhiqing, under the watchful eyes of the pirates in Magic Valley Town, made his way to the other end of the island, where Mont Blanc Kai resided. What could he possibly want there? Could someone of his caliber truly believe in Mont Blanc Kai's fanciful tales, thinking that the so-called Golden Bell actually exists? The hyena Bellamy pondered this in his heart. Xia Zhiqing was, of course, oblivious to their thoughts and had no desire to know. Upon Xia Zhiqing's arrival, Mont Blanc Kai wore a decidedly cautious smile. His brothers, resembling monkeys, also appeared quite vigilant. Thunder Hunter, what brings such a formidable presence to this place? Faced with Xia Zhiqing's calm demeanor, Mont-Blanc Kai felt every muscle in his body tense. To him, Xia Zhiqing was akin to a natural disaster, possessing the power to take his life with ease. When will the ascending current arrive? I need to reach Sky Island. Xia Zhiqing stated plainly. You sought me out for such matters? Do you truly believe in the existence of the Golden Bell and the legends of Sky Island? Mont-Blanc Kai asked incredulously. Whether the Golden Bell exists can be determined by exploration. It's far better than endless speculation without action. Your inability to find the Golden Bell doesn't necessarily imply it doesn't exist. Perhaps your direction has simply been misguided. Xia Zhiqing replied, his tone relatively polite as he regarded Kai. Misguided direction? Perhaps. Your timing is impeccable. The next ascending current will arrive in 2 days. Kai provided the answer Xia Zhiqing sought. 2 days, you say? Do me a favor and reinforce my ship to withstand the impact of the ascending current. I will compensate you accordingly. Xia Zhiqing requested of Kai. Very well. Kai readily agreed. In truth, even if Xia Zhiqing had refused to pay, Kai would not have dared to decline. Then I shall leave it to you. Having spoken, Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at the vast ocean and leapt directly into its depths, subsequently fading into silence. Kai and his companions, resembling a troop of monkeys, exchanged bewildered glances at this spectacle. Was it not folly for a wielder of power to plunge into the sea? Kai could only ponder the enigmatic reasoning of the strong, which eluded his comprehension. Yet, scarcely had he uttered this thought when, from beneath the waves, a terrifying surge of lightning and sword-like waves erupted, tearing the sea asunder with fearsome rifts. The surrounding waters transformed into Xia Zhiqing's dominion, tumultuous and tempestuous, akin to the wrath of a sea deity, instilling dread in the hearts of onlookers. Observing the ocean's fury, Kai swallowed hard and ascended to Xia Zhiqing's vessel to reinforce its interior. As for the exterior, he deemed it prudent to wait until the storm of thunder subsided. He had no desire to be struck down by lightning amid the ocean's depths. 2 days later, amidst the watchful gazes of all the pirates in Magic Valley town, Xia Zhiqing emerged, dragging a 100-meter-long sea king creature. In a mere hour, he consumed it down to a mere pile of bones. Then, riding the furious ascending currents, infused with unparalleled power, he soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. Did aerial islands truly exist? Was the legend of the Golden Bell authentic? How else could a formidable being like the Thunder Hunter venture forth in pursuit? The pirates of Magic Valley town pondered such questions, beyond the ethereal notions of aerial islands and the Golden Bell. They could fathom no other allure potent enough to compel a powerhouse like Xia Zhiqing to embark on an expedition. After all, for a pirate, the most enticing prospect is undoubtedly treasure. Their reasoning was not misplaced, as it mirrored the thoughts of many. However, Xia Zhiqing's primary intent on this occasion was to seek out Enel. The Golden Bell was merely a secondary concern. 10,000 meters above the ocean, the White Sea awaited. Suddenly, a pirate ship breached the cloud barrier, emerging into the expanse of the White Sea. The air here, suspended at such heights, was thin and almost despairing. A young man aboard the vessel gasped for breath, his complexion pale and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. This was Xia Zhiqing, having arrived at the aerial island. According to intelligence, this island was under the dominion of Enel, referred to as the Land of the Gods, comprising 2 territories, Angel Island and Appiato. Beyond these islands lay an expansive ocean, the very White Sea in which he now found himself, teeming with formidable beasts. Angel Island served as the abode for the indigenous inhabitants of the aerial islands, formed from the clouds of the sky, yet devoid of substantial soil. Nevertheless, although the cloud formations were ethereal, they possessed the capacity to bear any weight, capable of supporting even the heaviest of structures and serving as building materials. Enshrined within the thick layers of clouds were various minerals, energy sources, and the essential moisture required for life. Appiato, known as the sacred island of the divine realm, is the sole island endowed with soil, originally part of Gaia Island, where the town of Magic Valley is situated. Here resides Enel, the ruler of the Sky Islands. Alongside his array of priests, only the denizens of the divine realm may approach. Any commoner daring to come near shall face Enel's divine retribution in the form of a thunderous calamity. It is indeed a place marked by a clear hierarchy. After a moment of rest, Xia Zhiqing gradually acclimated to the harsh conditions at an altitude of 10,000 meters. It was at this juncture that he felt an unseen force seizing control of his vessel, steering it toward the distant Angel Island. Intrigued, Xia Zhiqing unleashed his observation haki, discovering that a colossal lobster was bearing his pirate ship aloft. Where could it be taking him? His memories of the Sky Island were scant, primarily recalling Enel and a few fragmented details. However, the massive lobster transporting his ship was unfamiliar to him. Nevertheless, Xia Zhiqing remained unperturbed, adhering to the philosophy that one should confront challenges as they arise. In a mere 3 minutes, the gigantic lobster came to a halt before an immense, cream-colored gate. At the entrance stood an elderly woman with a camera, her expression cunning as she regarded Xia Zhiqing. "Greetings, newcomer from the blue seas. I am Amazon, but you may refer to me as Grandma Amazon, the guardian of the gate of heaven. To enter the domain of the divine, you must first pay a fee of 1 billion for an entry permit. Otherwise, you shall be deemed an illegal intruder, subjected to the priest's wrath, or even divine punishment." The elderly woman, aptly named Amazon, declared in an official tone. "Ik is the currency used in the Sky Island, with 1 berry equaling 10,000 ik." "Oh, 1 billion ik? How many berries is that?" Xia Zhiqing queried, utterly perplexed. 100,000 berries. Grandma Amazon replied succinctly, offering no further explanation. "That is exceedingly steep. What if I refuse?" Xia Zhiqing's brow furrowed, as he had no intention of parting with his riches. Click. Hearing his response, Grandma Amazon snapped a photograph with her camera and stated, "Then prepare to face the priest's pursuit, newcomer from the blue seas. Best of luck." With that, the gate of heaven swung open. "Very well, I shall await my fate. Farewell, Grandma Amazon." Xia Zhiqing sensed the lobster gathering momentum once more, as his pirate ship was whisked away. Meanwhile, on the other side, Grandma Amazon dispatched a message, alerting her compatriots of the intruder now being transported to the port of Angel Island. Prepare to apprehend him and deliver him to Lord Enel for severe punishment. The sanctity of the divine realm must not be challenged. In the sacred domain of Appiato, the white-skinned man, bearing his upper body and adorned in baggy trousers, with 2 large drums strapped to his back and elongated earlobes, suddenly broke into a smile. "An intruder, how intriguing. I wonder how long it will take for you to reach me. I eagerly await your arrival." This man was none other than Enel, the ruler of the divine kingdom, wielder of the rumble fruit, and the very target of Xia Zhiqing's quest. "So quickly have you sensed my presence. Truly, you are a formidable user of the rumble fruit. Coupled with mastery of observation haki, your perceptive abilities are quite terrifying." The moment Enel detected Xia Zhiqing, she too became acutely aware of his existence. "However, were you to possess the ability of armament haki and a more formidable physical prowess, I would indeed hesitate to approach you now." Xia Zhiqing comprehended the true extent of Enel's strength. To put it plainly, even a powerhouse like Moria would refrain from engaging Enel in a direct confrontation, for his capacity for brute force is unparalleled, capable of catastrophic destruction. Yet, due to his lack of physical combat skills, excessive reliance on his devil fruit abilities, and ignorance of the existence of armament haki and sea prism stone, he is susceptible to being countered. Xia Zhiqing's decision to approach him in Skypia stemmed from this understanding. Nevertheless, caution is paramount. The intensity of his lightning is overwhelming, far surpassing my own, while I am uncertain if he has reached the terrifying voltage of 200 million volts. As he did in his battle against Luffy, he must have attained at least 100 million volts by now, leaving my 20 million volts merely sufficient for self-preservation. To triumph over Enel and bring him under my command, I must rely on my swordsmanship and illusions. In this world, the only individual whose lightning is more fearsome than Xia Zhiqing's is this peculiar Enel. The dreadfulness of the rumble fruit is on par with that of the quake fruit. The invader is right there. Quickly, surround him. We cannot allow him to escape. As Xia Zhiqing pondered this, a hurried chorus of shouts interrupted his thoughts. He beheld a throng of warriors, clad in attire identical to that of the Amazonian matriarch, charging towards him. Is this the so-called assault of the priest? Surely, it cannot be. How could a priest be so weak? Xia Zhiqing gazed incredulously at the approaching warriors, struggling to comprehend the situation. The highest combat power among them barely reached 5. While they might easily intimidate ordinary citizens or even some pirates with bounties in the tens of thousands, they are still priests. Such weakness seems rather hard to accept. Nonetheless, he disembarked and secured his vessel. After calmly attending to these matters, He found himself surrounded by the group. "Are you the priests?" Xia Zhiqing inquired tentatively. "Humph, you must be dreaming. To deal with an invader like you, there is no need to trouble the esteemed priest. Our divine subordinates are sufficient." The leader, a man wielding a weapon, aimed it at Xia Zhiqing and coldly declared, "I advise you not to resist. Come with us to receive your punishment, or you shall meet a most gruesome fate." Xia Zhiqing had no inclination to heed their words. Instead, his attention was drawn to the man's weapon. It bore a shell with a slight reddish tint, from which he sensed an ominous aura. Such a thing was unfamiliar to him. Could it be a unique method of attack from Skypiea? Xia Zhiqing pondered this when, at that moment, his arm was suddenly seized. He suddenly regained his senses, realizing that during his contemplation, this group of divine beings had already ensnared him. Consider yourself fortunate for not resisting. Come, let us proceed to receive the judgment of Lord Enel. With that, they attempted to escort Xia Zhiqing away. What if I declare my refusal to comply? In an instant, Xia Zhiqing flickered and escaped from the encirclement of the divine beings. How dare you resist? Brothers, let him learn the rules of our divine kingdom. Yes, the divine beings responded in unison, drawing their long swords from their waists and equipping them with shells. With a press upon the shell, a terrifying flame instantly enveloped the long sword, transforming it into a blazing blade. "Intruder, awaken!" they bellowed as they charged towards Xia Zhiqing. In a flash, 7 or 8 flaming swords tore through the air, hurtling towards Xia Zhiqing. He immediately evaded, but at that moment, he heard the sound of air exploding. The leader of the divine beings had already appeared behind him, grasping a large white shell, his palm encased in thick gauntlets, shouting, "Impact shell!" Xia Zhiqing sensed a wave of dangerous energy erupting from the large shell. Truly, this Sky Island employs rather peculiar combat methods. Xia Zhiqing, stepping upon the lightning, dodged the strike. Suddenly, the divine beings in front of him were sent flying, spitting blood from the force of an impact that blurred the air. The power is indeed formidable. So this is what they call an impact shell? It is quite refreshing. Xia Zhiqing lifted his foot and unleashed a wave of sword energy directed at the only remaining standing leader of the divine beings. Surprisingly, the leader did not evade the sword wave. Instead, he produced an open spiral shell to shield himself. Then, something extraordinary occurred. The sword wave was absorbed by the large shell. Although the leader was knocked back several meters, Xia Zhiqing's eyes brightened. This was simply cutting-edge technology. He perceived a business opportunity. "Foreigner, this is called a slashing shell. No matter what kind of attack you unleash, I can absorb it and retaliate in full." Seeing the astonishment on Xia Zhiqing's face, the leader couldn't help but boast. "Oh, is that so?" Xia Zhiqing once more darted forward, delivering a punch. Yet the leader produced the shell that had previously unleashed the impact, colliding with Xia Zhiqing's strike. Bang! Xia Zhiqing felt all his immense power being completely absorbed, and a terrifying aura emanated from the large shell. "Feudal, foreigner, in the face of our Sky Island's battle shells, you stand no chance." The leader laughed triumphantly, forcefully stomping his feet. The 2 silvery shells he wore suddenly unleashed a fierce wind, propelling him directly in front of Xia Zhiqing. With the spiral shell in his right hand, he declared, "Taste the power of your own attack." Whoosh! The great shell unfurled, unleashing a swift wave of energy that compelled Xia Zhiqing to tense her body and immediately retreat. Yet, the assailant pursued relentlessly, delivering a punch enhanced by the shimmering silver shell affixed to his fist. "Impact shell!" he roared, and a wave of terrifying force surged forth, closing in on Xia Zhiqing. Once again, she deftly evaded the strike. "Flame shell!" The leader brandished a vibrant red shell, summoning a ferocious blaze. Upon witnessing this, Xia Zhiqing's brows furrowed in astonishment, prompting her to evade yet again. "Gale shell! Flame shell!" The roaring flames, propelled by the wind, transformed into an overwhelming inferno, engulfing Xia Zhiqing entirely. "Ha ha ha! Outsider, do you now comprehend the might before you?" The assailant boasted triumphantly. "Indeed, your Sky Island possesses some remarkable treasures." Just then, Xia Zhiqing's voice resonated from behind him. "What?" Startled, he turned to glance over his shoulder, only to find Xia Zhiqing standing unscathed. A look of admiration etched upon her face. "You possess some skill. Come again." With renewed vigor, the man stepped forward, his feet igniting a powerful gust from the shell beneath him, granting him astonishing speed. He swiftly employed various shells, relentlessly pressing Xia Zhiqing. leaving her momentarily devoid of any capacity for resistance. In the midst of this battle, Xia Zhiqing began to discern the true essence of her adversary and the functions of the various shells. Impact shell, absorbing and releasing force. Flame shell, unleashing fire. Heat shell, emitting intense heat. Gale shell, producing formidable wind pressure. Slash shell, absorbing and releasing slashes. Having grasped the situation, Xia Zhiqing decided it was time to end the charade. At that moment, the leader advanced once more. As he utilized the flame shell to push Xia Zhiqing back, he stepped on the gale shell and instantly appeared before her, declaring, "Impact shell, concede to me." "Oh, is that so? Where does your confidence stem from?" Xia Zhiqing chuckled, her eyes glimmering as the three-tomo Sharingan began to whirl. Illusionary binding technique. The man's body froze, immobilized in shock as he gazed at Xia Zhiqing, utterly bewildered by her sudden surge in strength. "I was merely toying with you. Do not take it to heart. I simply wished to ascertain the extent of your offensive capabilities. If I truly intended to defeat you, it would be exceedingly simple." Xia Zhiqing searched him and retrieved the impressive shells, then, with a friendly demeanor, laid him and the rest of the divine entourage upon the ground and bound them. These battle shells appeared indistinguishable from ordinary scallops, yet possessed an array of astonishing abilities, a veritable business opportunity. As Xia Zhiqing toyed with the shells, her form flickered like lightning and vanished from sight. After her departure, the residents of Angel Island, who had been observing the battle from the shadows, slowly emerged. How audacious to defy the divine assembly. Truly, a naive youth unaware of the consequences. I fear he shall soon meet his demise at the hands of the god Enel. None can withstand the majesty of the divine. An elderly man sighed as he gazed in the direction from which Xia Zhiqing had departed. In their eyes, Enel was invincible. A true deity. The sacred realm, the divine palace. This outsider possesses a certain intrigue. My 4 divine attendants, go and bring him back to me. I am eager to witness the extent of his strength in challenging the authority of the divine. Enel languidly commanded from within the divine palace. "Yes, Lord Enel. We shall retrieve him at once," responded 4 individuals of varying heights and builds, promptly departing on their mission. The 4 divine attendants were the most formidable warriors under Enel's command, each possessing unique territories and abilities. The inhabitants of Angel Island regarded them as warriors imbued with demonic powers, instilling deep fear within their hearts. On a parallel islet to Angel Island, an elderly man adorned in knightly attire, sporting a great beard, slightly opened his eyes and murmured, "Outsider, to what extent can you advance under the assault of the divine warriors? If you could vanquish the god Enel, it would be most fortuitous. I could then reclaim Sky Island and restore the peace of yesteryears." This elder, known as Gonfuer, was once a deity on Sky Island. However, years ago, he was defeated by Enel and subsequently exiled to this barren isle devoid of sustenance. Yet, through his ingenuity, he transformed the island into a self-sufficient sanctuary, surviving to this day. In another corner of Angel Island, news of yet another outsider reached the ears of a robust man, who bore a fire cannon and was clad in brown, with only a leather skirt adorning his waist. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he proclaimed, "Ah, is another outsider here? This is the perfect opportunity for us, the Sandia warriors, to strike and reclaim Appiato." He was Weber, a native of Appiato Island and a descendant of the Sandia clan. They had originally resided in the Qinghai region. However, due to the rising currents, Appiato Island was elevated to Sky Island, isolating them from the world. Furthermore, their homeland had drawn the attention of the native inhabitants of Sky Island, who, due to their larger numbers, ultimately expelled them under the command of the deity. Yet, they had never relinquished their quest to reclaim Appiato Island. Even as the god of Sky Island transformed into Enel, their resistance continued. Now, upon learning of Xia Zhiqing's incursion, Weber saw a glimmer of hope to reclaim Appiato Island and resolved to lead his kin in this endeavor. "Then let us proceed. We all stand behind you, Weber." A female voice chimed from behind him, revealing a woman adorned in a sky-blue dress, her small wings fluttering delicately, her demeanor exuding pride. "Indeed, we all support you," echoed the nearby Sandia people, expressing their solidarity. "All right, I shall first scout the situation, and if the prospects appear favorable, I will promptly inform you." Weber, witnessing that his kin were willing to believe in him, felt an invigorating surge of motivation. "I shall take my leave," he declared, shouldering the flame cannon and setting forth. The forces within the realm of the divine began to stir restlessly with the arrival of Xia Zhiqing, heralding a new wave of developments. Xia Zhiqing paused at a location known as the Iron Trials, not out of fear, but because his path ahead was obstructed. Before him stood a robust, bald middle-aged man, donned in sunglasses, adorned with a scaled tattoo on his left arm, wielding a grayish-white long sword while mounted upon a large dog. "You must be sent by Enel," Xia Zhiqing observed, his expression unfazed. "A combat power of 40. Quite impressive indeed. I am Om, one of the 4 gods, overseeing this domain of the Iron Trials. Invader from Qinghai, your journey ends here." The bald man introduced himself with a flourish. "Ah, at last, we have the opportunity to confront a divine officer. If that is the case, let us begin. I hope you can endure a good fight, otherwise, my anticipation will be in vain." With that, Xia Zhiqing vanished from sight using the shave technique. Om was taken aback by his sudden disappearance. "Such speed," he exclaimed, activating his observation haki to locate Xia Zhiqing, who had materialized behind him. "Did you think a sneak attack from behind would be effective? How foolish," Om shouted, drawing his sword to strike. "Such quick reflexes. If I am not mistaken, he exudes the aura of observation haki," Xia Zhiqing thought as he unsheathed his own sword to counter. Boom. The 2 blades clashed. But Om's expression swiftly shifted. He let out a grunt, his body trembling violently, and he and his massive dog were hurled back several meters. Such formidable strength. How is this possible? Om marveled, astonished at his quaking right arm. "Where are your eyes directed, Om the god?" Just then, Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed once more, startling Om as he realized Xia Zhiqing had appeared right before him. With a whoosh, another wave of air rippled violently, the clash of metal resonating as Om and his dog were once again sent reeling backward. Swish! Xia Zhiqing raised his sword, unleashing another wave of sword energy. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Iron barricade. Om swung his sword, which suddenly elongated and expanded, forming a barrier before him. Clang! Xia Zhiqing's strike met the barricade, failing to break through, merely forcing Om back a step. This unexpected resilience piqued Xia Zhiqing's interest further. "Invader, now it is my turn to demonstrate my prowess." Om's arm trembled, and in an instant, his sword transformed from a barricade into a lance, charging forth with newfound ferocity. What a remarkable sword! Has it consumed the devil fruit? With a single strike, Xia Zhiqing cleaved it in 2. No, there is no aura of devil fruit powers. Could it be another manifestation of the advanced technology of this sky island? Indeed, there is some strength behind it, but do not presume that this is all I possess. Witnessing his attack casually deflected by Xia Zhiqing, Om felt a chill run through him. "Unleash whatever formidable techniques you possess. Let me witness the might of a priest." Xia Zhiqing unleashed another wave of sword energy, shooting forth with ferocity. Cursed be this technique. Faced with the oncoming sword wave, Om gritted his teeth in frustration and hastily commanded the massive dog beneath him to evade. But where could you possibly hide? Before the colossal beast could find safety, Xia Zhiqing appeared before it. With a powerful punch that summoned the roar of wind and thunder, Om found himself unable to react and was struck away with tremendous force. Thud! Om felt as though he had been struck by a mountain. The sheer power rendered his consciousness hazy. He crashed through countless boulders before finally colliding with a crumbling structure, utterly unable to even lift his blade. How infuriating that I, Om, should fall in such a manner. He seethed with bitter resentment. Over here with Xia Zhiqing. Have I perhaps exerted myself a tad too fervently in my excitement? Using his observation haki, he sensed Om sprawled on the ground, unable to grip his sword, and he couldn't help but feel a bit sheepish. Alas, let us see what surprises Enel has in store for me. And that sword in his possession, my curiosity is piqued. I must acquire it to study it thoroughly. Without sparing a glance at the massive dog, Xia Zhiqing charged towards Om, who, in turn, dared not launch an attack against him. The observers from the divine faction swallowed hard. How could Lord Om have been so easily defeated? Just how formidable is this intruder? What we witnessed, was it truly real? How can we come to terms with such a turn of events? They had anticipated that Om would effortlessly dispatch Xia Zhiqing, eagerly awaiting the spectacle of Om overpowering him. Yet the outcome had completely surpassed their expectations. Om had been vanquished by Xia Zhiqing in an instant. It is worth noting that the 4 priests are the mightiest figures in the divine nation, second only to Enel, and are revered as idols in their hearts. Yet just moments ago, This idol had been defeated by a single punch from Xia Zhiqing right before their eyes. They were utterly bewildered. However, they retained their composure and, after a brief moment of shock, hastily relayed this news to the other 3 priests to prevent them from underestimating the threat. Meanwhile, in another location, the trial of the ropes, known for its survival rate of 3, is overseen by one of the 4 priests, Shura. The battle raged fiercely as the war demon, Weber, clashed with Shura. I never anticipated that you, a mere survivor, would appear here. It is indeed astonishing. In a vivid portrayal, the character known as Shura is depicted as a man with a small mustache, garbed akin to a modern aviator, wielding a long spear. Such a splendid opportunity. How could I possibly let it slip away? Weber exclaimed, unfazed by Shura's self-deprecating remarks. I am genuinely intrigued by your misplaced confidence in believing you can defeat me here. You, a mere insect, dare to challenge the dignity of the divine? How laughable! Shura scoffed, and with that, he lunged forward with his spear aimed at Weber. Yet the encounter was far from over. As Weber retreated, flames suddenly erupted from the spear, surging towards him in an instant. Weber's pupils constricted, but as the bearer of the title War Demon, he remained composed. In his palm appeared a shimmering, spiral conch shell, the conch of impact. With a thunderous explosion, the terrifying waves of force dispersed the flames, prompting Shura to hastily evade. Seizing the moment, Weber charged ahead, ready to unveil the formidable skills of the Sandia clan. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xia Zhiqing marveled at a sword seemingly crafted from clouds, an astonishing revelation of the peculiar wonders this world harbored. As she examined the OM's long sword, she discovered it to be a cloud sword, composed of remarkably hard clouds. Contemplating that this cloud-based barrier could withstand her own strikes only heightened her curiosity about the other unique treasures of this floating island. As Xia Zhiqing joyfully made her way toward Appiato Island, Enel, sensing the unfolding events, wore an increasingly sinister smile. To easily vanquish my priest, it appears this invader possesses some strength. However, you shall ultimately face the judgment of the divine. The gods are invincible. Enel harbored unwavering confidence in his power, eagerly anticipating the moment to unleash divine retribution upon Xia Zhiqing. I wonder how much divine punishment you can endure? Enel relished the thought, as nothing pleased him more than raining lightning upon his foes, a source of immense satisfaction. Returning to Xia Zhiqing, she came to an abrupt halt, for a rotund man had positioned himself in her path. She noticed a sign nearby emblazoned with the words Trial of the Marsh. Intruder, I am the priest overseeing a survival rate of 50, the chief guardian of the sky, Gatus. Regardless of how you managed to navigate the previous challenges, your end is nigh. Gatus seemed to possess an inherently cheerful demeanor, grinning like a fool. Observing him, Xia Zhiqing raised an eyebrow, provocatively declaring, Then come forth, esteemed priest. Let me see how you compare to OM. Do try not to be defeated too quickly. You dare to underestimate me? Prepare to witness my true prowess. Xia Zhiqing, seemingly oblivious to his presence, ignited Gaila's fury. A powerful gust of wind surged beneath his feet, propelling him forward. Taste the might of my fist, he roared, as an overwhelming force erupted from his arm, accelerating his punch to an astonishing speed. It was undeniable, his strength had indeed increased. Yet, upon witnessing the imminent strike, Xia Zhiqing merely expressed mild surprise before losing interest. Utilizing the wind burst to amplify his strength was a clever tactic, but merely a commendable one. Compared to the leader of the divine assembly he had encountered previously, or the formidable cloud sword of Om, Gaila's display was disappointingly lackluster. With a furious swing, he unleashed a devastating punch, his chakra boiling with energy, lightning dancing along his arm, the wind howling ominously, accompanied by a thunderous crack. The inevitable outcome was clear. Gailas cried out in anguish as he was violently hurled away. If that's all your strength amounts to, I regret to inform you that your doom may truly have arrived. Xia Zhiqing materialized before Gailas like a shadow, his sword, flame of flowing fire, glinting ominously as he lunged for Gailas' heart. I am a priest. Do not presume you can easily defeat me. He unveiled his left hand, revealing an impact shell. Boom. The sword clashed with the impact shell. Yet Gaila's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed down at his chest. Xia Muyang, wielding the flame of flowing fire, seemed to disregard the impact shell's force, piercing through his torso. While it did not strike a fatal blow, blood quickly stained his chest. A cry of pain escaped his lips. He dared not linger. swiftly employing the wind burst to escape from Xia Zhiqing before he could deliver another strike. Flee! Where do you think you can go? Xia Zhiqing pursued him with graceful strides, causing Gaila's pupils to constrict in shock. How are you able to traverse the air without any combat shells? Gailas felt as though his very reality had been upended. What is so astonishing about this? It is merely the tip of the iceberg in Qinghai. Only someone as isolated from the world as you would be so amazed. Xia Zhiqing unleashed a blade-like gust of energy. Gailas felt every pore on his body tighten, hastily dodging once more. However, when he turned back to face Xia Zhiqing, he found him vanished. Where did he go? Panic surged through him as he activated his final trump card, the Cloud Shell. This combat shell could conjure a mire-like cloud. Once ensnared, escape would become increasingly futile. Only with the wind burst could he hope to break free. He planned to embed explosives within the mire and set up triggering devices, transforming the cloud into massive bombs. Suddenly, Xia Zhiqing appeared above him, sword poised for a downward thrust. Gaila's eyes flashed with a ruthless gleam. Die, you wretch! With a swift motion of his arm, 4 or 5 spherical clouds enveloped in gunpowder soared into the air. Boom! As Xia Zhiqing's sword pierced one of the spherical clouds, the remaining clouds erupted instantaneously, engulfing Xia Zhiqing within. Perish, outsider! Now you comprehend the might of Lord Gallus, proclaimed Gallus, thrusting his fist forward to activate the wind shell, dispersing the smoke from the explosion. However, in the moment the smoke cleared, he was taken aback, for there was no trace of Xia Zhiqing within the radius of several hundred meters. Panic set in as he scanned his surroundings, and just as he glanced behind him, he was met with a pair of mischievous eyes. Before Gallus could launch an attack, he found his throat seized. After battling for so long, that last move was somewhat entertaining, but your strength is still woefully inadequate, Xia Zhiqing declared, summoning lightning to her hand. Gallus's eyes widened in shock and fear. He attempted to struggle, but to no avail. Do not worry, it will only last a moment, and you won't feel a thing. Xia Zhiqing smiled devilishly, and in an instant, the lightning incapacitated him entirely. Enel, await my arrival. Casting Gallus aside, Xia Zhiqing revealed a battle shell, Gallus's cloud shell. She toyed with the cloud produced by this shell as she pressed onward. Minutes passed before the divine assembly arrived at the scene, gazing upon Gallus, resembling a charred corpse. With a heavy sigh, to think Lord Gallus was defeated so swiftly. Is that fellow only capable of resisting under Lord Enel's might? Meanwhile, on the other side, how could I, Lord Azura, suffer defeat at the hands of such a wretch? It is utterly unacceptable. The once boastful Azura, now bloodied and tattered, glared at Weber with resentment. I am the battle demon Weber. Defeating you is merely a matter of course, Weber replied, devoid of any arrogance, merely stating the obvious. With that, he hoisted the flame cannon and continued forward toward the floating Apador above Angel Island. In the sanctum of Apador Island, these two little insects are rather intriguing. Since it's come to this, I shall indulge you. I hope you can prove entertaining. Otherwise, my expectations will be in vain, Enel remarked, chewing on an apple. Surrounded by crackling lightning, barefoot, emitting a faint glow as he leapt from Apador Island. At that moment, he truly resembled a deity. As Xia Zhiqing approached Enel, she sensed this transformation. Oh, Enel has personally appeared. Does he believe his subordinates cannot thwart me? Xia Zhiqing expressed his surprise, but suddenly, a faint smile graced his lips as he spoke. Since you are here, why hide? It is rather pointless. Come forth, Sir Weber of the Shandia clan. After his words fell, approximately half a minute later, Weber, bandaged and vigilant, emerged from the forest behind Xia Zhiqing. He regarded Xia Zhiqing with suspicion and inquired. You are the outsider from Qinghai, are you not? What is your purpose here? Should your intention be to conquer Apiato, I shall not permit it. Apiato Island belongs to our Shandia tribe. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but chuckle. Sir Weber, your words are rather naive. I have no desire to engage in lengthy discourse. The law of the jungle prevails. The ownership of this island shall be determined by strength. The reason Xia Zhiqing could confidently recognize Weber was that he was one of the few individuals he remembered from the Sky Island saga. So, you intend to stand against the Shandia clan? Weber's expression darkened at Xia Zhiqing's reply. There is no need for such arrogance. Let us first survive the immediate peril. Yet Xia Zhiqing paid no heed to Weber's threat. In his eyes, Weber's level of power was merely a minor inconvenience. Weber's combat strength was a mere 45. Although he was among the stronger individuals on Sky Island, aside from Enel, he was still far from a match for Xia Zhiqing. At that moment, a formidable presence descended behind the two. Since both of you have laid hands on my priests and defeated them, I hereby grant you the opportunity to engage in battle with a deity. Unleash your full strength, so I may indulge myself. Enel regarded the two as though they were mere toys. Enel, it is indeed a challenge to finally meet you, Xia Zhiqing remarked, while Weber's body tensed instantly, contrasting Xia Zhiqing's calm demeanor. In truth, Xia Zhiqing was wholly focused and alert, as Enel was a worthy opponent deserving of his utmost effort. However, when Xia Zhiqing glanced at Enel's combat strength, he stumbled upon a rather intriguing revelation. Combat strength, 240,320. Xia Zhiqing had never encountered such a figure. Did this indicate that Enel's power fluctuated within this range? Yet, upon scrutinizing the explanation beneath the combat strength, he understood. 240 represented Enel's current power level, while 320 indicated his potential strength. Once he mastered the Busashoka Haki and martial arts, and fully integrated the powers of the Rumble fruit, he could achieve such heights. Reading this explanation, Xia Zhiqing could not suppress a gulp. Enel was indeed extraordinarily formidable. Mastering Busashoka Haki and martial arts could result in such a dramatic rise in power. Xia Zhiqing could only express his profound envy. Naturally, he understood the reason behind such strength. For the present, Enel resembled a child wielding an exceptional sword, yet lacking the knowledge of swordsmanship, relying solely on instinct in combat. In terms of precision, control, and reactive coordination, there remains a certain stiffness, preventing the true power of the sword from being unleashed. However, mastering the armament haki and physical techniques is akin to acquiring a comprehensive swordsmanship. At that juncture, these issues will be resolved, and he will undoubtedly be able to exhibit his genuine prowess. The disparity with Marco will hardly be significant. Enel, indeed, is a treasure. Marco possesses a combat prowess of 514, the mightiest vice admiral. So let it be, Enel, awaken your potential. Weber, wielding a flame cannon, charged towards Enel, propelled by the gusting winds of the gale shell. As he approached Enel, Weber abruptly fired a shot towards the sky. Observing this, Enel disdainfully remarked, "What is this? Are you calling for reinforcements to meet your demise? Perfect, that would surely delight me even more." Witnessing Weber's reckless advance, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Weber's actions indeed mirrored Enel's assertion of seeking death. No matter how formidable his attacks against Enel's elemental transformation, they would bear no fruit. He could not even strike Enel's corporeal form. Xia Zhiqing could easily predict the grim fate that awaited Weber. As expected, Weber suddenly cried out, "How is this possible?" Xia Zhiqing looked on, and indeed, Weber's assault was entirely negated by Enel. Enel's elemental body was riddled with large holes, yet he remained completely unscathed. Amidst the flickering lightning, his form healed at an astonishing rate. Furthermore, Enel extended his hand towards Weber and unleashed a terrifying bolt of lightning, the judgment of God. This forced Weber to hastily evade, yet he still suffered a glancing blow, emitting a cry of agony. Enel's lightning begins at a staggering 20 million volts. Such a terrifying discharge would reduce an ordinary person to ashes upon impact. Even someone as robust as Weber was not spared, instantly emanating a charred odor, gravely wounded, with blood streaming from all orifices. Watching Weber tremble and struggle to rise, yet utterly failing, Xia Zhiqing sighed once more and said, "You should withdraw. You are no match for him. His capabilities far exceed your imagination. Having courage and dreams is commendable, but if one fails to recognize the disparity between enemies and allies and recklessly charges forth, that is sheer folly, indistinguishable from a brute." After speaking, regardless of whether Weber absorbed his words, Xia Zhiqing positioned himself between Weber and Enel, declaring, "Enel, come forth. From this moment, I shall be your opponent." Being in the Sky Island, Xia Zhiqing felt no need for concealment, as his three-tomo Sharingan, nearing evolution into the kaleidoscope variant, began to spin rapidly. To confront Enel, he had even devised a new technique, mental shock. This technique, while illusionary, diverged from conventional illusions, merely sharing a semblance with them. You come to be my adversary. How intriguing. I do hope you can perform better than him." However, before I could finish my thought, Enel materialized before Xia Zhiqing amidst flashes of lightning. His right arm transformed into a bolt of thunder, delivering a devastating punch. A single strike was enough to incapacitate. Zing. Enel did not even perceive how Xia Zhiqing unsheathed his blade. His attack was effortlessly thwarted by Xia Zhiqing. Enel, do you know why I have come to Skypiea? I did not arrive merely for amusement, Xia Zhiqing declared, resisting Enel's formidable force with his arm clad in Busashoka haki, speaking with an air of ease. Oh, then what brings you here? Are you after the gold atop this island, you monkey from the blue sea? Enel retorted nonchalantly, his left arm crackling with lightning, unleashing a bolt as thick as a man's arm, which struck Xia Zhiqing instantly. Xia Zhiqing exhibited not a trace of resistance. Yet, before Enel could revel in his triumph, he witnessed Xia Zhiqing seemingly unaffected, lifting his leg to deliver a powerful kick. Humph, give up, you can never strike a god. Puff. Before Enel could finish his proclamation, his eyes widened in disbelief as he coughed up blood and was sent flying. How is this possible? He shouted incredulously, his fury mounting. It must be noted that he claimed divinity precisely because no one could strike his corporeal form. In Enel's eyes, only a god could wield such power. Yet now, Xia Zhiqing shattered this myth. This was utterly unforgivable. Scoundrel, how dare you offend a deity? You shall pay for it. Die, monkey from the blue sea. Enel's rage was unprecedented, his entire being enveloped in terrifying lightning as he bellowed, divine judgment. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a man's arm, tore through the air towards Xia Zhiqing. Enel believed that Xia Zhiqing would be unable to react and would be sent sprawling by the blow. However, the reality was that, before the lightning could reach him, Xia Zhiqing vanished from his position with a swift motion. He, too, was surrounded by lightning, appearing before Enel as he shouted, mental shock. A force akin to the conqueror's haki erupted forth, momentarily stalling Enel's movements. Enel, you have lost. Xia Zhiqing surged forward, retrieving a pair of sea prism stone chains to bind Enel. But at that moment, Enel had already regained his composure, completely shaking off the effects of the mental shock. He struck the large drum on his left shoulder, summoning forth a magnificent dragon. Roar! Xia Zhiqing was taken aback, thinking to himself, he has recovered his wits so swiftly. Truly, he is Enel. He quickly executed a substitution technique, disappearing from his spot. In the next instant, his substitute was crushed to powder by the ferocious lightning dragon. Monkey from the blue sea, I am a god. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? You are dreaming. But it matters not. You are already doomed. The lightning dragon, with 60 million volts, will undoubtedly reduce you to ashes. Enel laughed triumphantly, embodying the very essence of a victor. Crushed to pieces? Do you truly believe I can be so easily defeated? At that moment, Xia Zhiqing's voice resonated from behind Enel, startling him. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he heard Xia Zhiqing command, psychic shock. Unlike his previous cautious approach, Xia Zhiqing unleashed his full might without reservation this time. Enel let out a pained groan, a sense of dread flooding his mind as he instinctively sought to evade the attack. Do you think I will allow you to succeed, Enel? Xia Zhiqing's voice, akin to a parasite, sent chills down Enel's spine. Before he could react, a profound sense of weakness enveloped him, and to his shock, all of his formidable power was stripped away. How is this possible? How did you achieve this? With his vision clearing, Enel beheld the gray handcuffs on his right wrist. His disbelief palpable. This is sea stone, specifically designed to counter beings like you. What say you, Enel? Are you convinced now? Xia Zhiqing inquired, looking down upon him. Convinced? If you have the ability to release me, then let us duel again. If you can defeat me once more, I shall concede. Enel, resolute and defiant, demanded a rematch. Very well. Xia Zhiqing readily acquiesced. Do you know why I came to Sky Island, Enel? Xia Zhiqing suddenly posed. Why? Was it not for the gold? Enel responded, somewhat incredulous. Gold is merely a secondary objective. My primary aim is you. As Xia Zhiqing pointed at himself, Enel's surprise was evident. For me? Do you intend to recruit me? Realization dawned upon him. Indeed. Xia Zhiqing affirmed with a nod. Splendid. You are the first to entertain such an idea. Now, release me, and let us battle once more. Should you manage to defeat me again, I shall fully submit. Enel smirked arrogantly, knowing that the only way to humble someone of his pride was through conquest. Agreed. However, we cannot fight here. Angel Island cannot withstand the aftermath of our clash. Let us proceed to Appiato Island. Xia Zhiqing, without affording Enel a moment to choose, seized him and sped toward Appiato Island. This fellow has so effortlessly vanquished the god Enel. He possesses such immense power. Weber, lying on the ground, remarked in utter astonishment as he watched Xia Zhiqing depart. Sanctuary. Appiato Island. You may unshackle me now, sea people, Enel said, his expression darkening. Haha, let the battle commence, Lord Enel. Xia Zhiqing exclaimed as he released the sea stone handcuffs from Enel's wrists, stepping back while gesturing for him to commence. This audacious individual dares to face the god Enel in combat. Where does his confidence stem from? They murmured among themselves. Disdain etched upon their faces as the divine followers observed Xia Zhiqing. Let him walk the path of folly. We shall merely enjoy the spectacle. In their eyes, Enel is the absolute deity, and Xia Zhiqing's actions are nothing short of suicidal. He stands no chance whatsoever. I shall make you regret it, monkey from Qinghai. As soon as Enel resumed his movement, he swiftly retreated and struck the large drum on his right shoulder, bellowing, Die, 20 million volts of Thunderbird. A phantom-like Thunderbird, infused with a frenzied aura and tearing force, hurtled towards Xia Zhiqing. If you have the capability, try to block it, Qinghai man, Enel exclaimed with great pride. Thunder escape, furious Thunder Tiger. Faced with the lightning tiger that had instantly appeared before him, Xia Zhiqing did not dare to hesitate, unleashing his utmost power to counter it. Moreover, he enveloped himself in the thunder armor, preparing for the unimaginable terror that would ensue once the lightning erupted. Boom! The collision of the Thunder Tiger and Thunderbird caused the air to ripple. Subsequently, neither side emerged victorious, and they both detonated simultaneously, merging into a cataclysmic thunder punishment that ravaged the surroundings. Confronted with this tempest of electricity, Enel transformed into lightning itself, remaining utterly composed. Although Xia Zhiqing was also impacted despite the protective thunder armor, the effect was minimal. Yet the divine followers could not help but change color in an instant. Astonished that Xia Zhiqing could withstand Enel, there was no time left to escape. They were completely engulfed in the sea of lightning. This tempest swept across nearly a kilometer radius, tearing everything asunder. The earth erupted into a chasm, an epitome of horror. Cough, cough. Truly deserving of the title of the god of Skypea, the wielder of the rumble fruit, 20 million volts is indeed formidable. Emerging from the dust, Xia Zhiqing was crackling with electricity, his complexion somewhat pale, indicating a significant drain on his energy. You too possess divine power. Could it be that you are also a deity? Enel gazed at Xia Zhiqing, his expression darkening, a hint of murderous intent evident. The fact that Xia Zhiqing possessed a similar ability threatened his self-proclaimed divinity. I am no deity. I merely happen to possess such power. Xia Zhiqing replied amicably, Of course. You are not a god either. Your abilities stem from a devil fruit, a miraculous fruit imbued with various powers. It exists in every corner of this world, awaiting the worthy to discover it. The fruit you obtained is called the rumble fruit, which holds the boundless power of lightning. As for me, my own mastery of lightning comes from a treasure I once acquired that harbors the essence of thunder. Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's explanation, Enel narrowed his eyes and coldly smiled. So it is very well. To express my gratitude, I have decided to grant you a death. As long as you perish, I shall be the sole deity of this world. He became enveloped in crackling lightning, striking the large drum on his left shoulder, summoning forth that terrifying thunder dragon once more. Monkey from Qinghai, I shall make you understand how erroneous your promise to battle me again truly is. The thunder dragon tore through the air, unleashing an unimaginable terror and aura, suppressing all in its path. Substitution technique. Faced with the oncoming thunder dragon, Xia Zhiqing chose not to withstand the impact directly. Instead, he performed a substitution technique and appeared before Enel. What? Upon encountering Xia Zhiqing, who materialized before him in an instant, Enel could not help but feel a surge of apprehension. Illusionary magic, ensnaring chains technique. Without granting Enel the slightest chance to resist, Xia Zhiqing unleashed his most potent illusion. Enel's body abruptly froze, yet he reacted swiftly, enveloping himself in crackling lightning and elementalizing his form to prevent Xia Zhiqing from restraining him with sea stone handcuffs. Do you think this will be of any use, Enel? There are more means at my disposal to confine you than mere sea stone. Upon witnessing this, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but smile, his armament hockey enveloping him in fiery brilliance as he wielded his sword with intent, striking down. With a sharp sound, Enel suddenly felt intense pain in his chest. His heart filled with disbelief. Why could Xia Zhiqing harm him even when he was elementalized? He had not been restrained by sea stone. nor had he revealed his true form. How could Xia Zhiqing still reach him? Wasn't his elemental form supposed to render him immune to all attacks? Just as he was engulfed in shock, he was struck fiercely once more, sending him flying. "You scoundrel!" Enel roared in fury, yet Xia Zhiqing's voice echoed again. "Enel, once more, you have lost." With a crisp sound signaling closure, that familiar sense of powerlessness seized Enel once again. "Will you accept defeat, Enel?" Xia Zhiqing inquired. "I refuse to submit. Come again if you dare." Enel could not possibly concede, having yet to comprehend the situation before he suffered defeat again. How could he possibly accept this? The mighty Enel had fallen without any means of resistance. How was this even achievable? How could this be possible? The members of the goddess army stared in astonishment, unable to believe what they were witnessing from Xia Zhiqing. "Come again, then." Xia Zhiqing released Enel once more. 100 million volts, Thunder God. Enel bellowed, transforming into a colossal energy being of lightning. "Mental shock," Xia Zhiqing shouted. Enel instantly felt a tearing sensation in his head. His consciousness momentarily clouded. Then, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, as a chain, thick as an arm, bound him tightly. His power stripped away. Enel reverted to his original form. "I refuse to submit." Again, Enel roared once more. "Then let us continue." Xia Zhiqing replied defiantly. "I refuse." Again. "I refuse." Again. Time passed, and for 30 minutes, Enel endured the relentless blows. I yield. No more." Enel, now battered and bruised, could no longer dare utter defiance. "I thought you would still refuse. I was prepared to keep this game going," Xia Zhiqing said with a cheerful grin as he withdrew the sea stone. However, do not be misled by his ease. This was solely because Enel was an anomaly. After all, a person of such immense power, yet such frail mental fortitude, is truly one of a kind. Indeed, anyone capable of wielding haki would not possess mental strength as feeble as his. Even without an imposing demeanor, a formidable adversary like Moria, forged through years of combat, emanates a palpable aura of menace that is more than sufficient to contend with any foe. Even if one were to stumble and suffer a miscalculation, it would occur only once or twice. It is inconceivable to be repeatedly vanquished by mental onslaughts. Since you have acquiesced, you must heed my commands. Do you understand, Enel? Xia Zhiqing gazed at Enel, speaking with an authoritative tone. Understood. Though begrudgingly, Enel, having been defeated by Xia Zhiqing on multiple occasions, felt a psychological shadow loom over him, rendering him hesitant to refuse. "Come, Enel, lead me to the gold," Xia Zhiqing called out, directing his gaze toward Enel, who immediately comprehended and guided Xia Zhiqing toward the trove of gold. As they departed, the onlookers from the divine assembly stood in astonishment, watching the two retreat. The divine Enel, repeatedly bested by a mere Qinghai individual, was an extraordinary revelation, leaving them utterly incredulous. In their memories, the divine Enel was invincible, having never been seen defeated before. Yet, today, Xia Zhiqing delivered a profound lesson on the essence of strength and the existence of superior beings. The locale of the gold-s concealment was a dilapidated town-s ruins, steeped in the passage of time. Here, a colossal python lay in wait, initially poised to strike at Xia Zhiqing, but subdued by a jolt of electricity from Enel. One could only wonder how much gold lay hidden on this sky island. A certain anticipation brewed within Xia Zhiqing. His interest in the ruins was minimal, as such matters were the realm of archaeologists. His sole curiosity lay in the worth of the gold on this island. The golden bell, a rare commemorative treasure, would undoubtedly serve as a splendid embellishment. If memory served, the gold on this sky island was estimated to be worth around 400 to 500 million. This was a fortune, a means to bolster his influence. He began his excavation, and with a mere scrape, he unveiled a glimmering expanse of gold that nearly blinded him with its brilliance. Instantly transformed into a miser, Xia Zhiqing dug with fervor. However, had he been familiar with the narrative, he would have realized that the true wealth resided within the belly of that great python, far surpassing what lay on the surface. Thus, his labors seemed futile compared to the riches that awaited him within the serpent. Alas, he remained oblivious, likely leading to profound regret for missing out on such treasures. An hour later, after toiling for what felt like an eternity, Xia Zhiqing had managed to unearth only a few thousand gene of gold. Enel, I recall you possess a golden ship. Could you lend a hand? Xia Zhiqing proposed with a cheerful demeanor. Certainly. Enel, Feeling a shiver at the sight of Xia Zhiqing's smile, readily acquiesced. At Enel's private base on a certain cloud island, he marveled, what a magnificent spirit ship. However, can you truly bear the burden of transporting several thousand pounds at once? Asked Xia Zhiqing with a hint of skepticism. What difficulty is there in that? Not to mention a few thousand pounds. Even tens of thousands would pose no challenge. Enel, noticing Xia Zhiqing's doubt in his capabilities, felt a surge of irritation. It seems I have underestimated you, my apologies. Since there are no issues, I would greatly appreciate your assistance in transporting the gold to my base in Qinghai, Xia Zhiqing replied with a beaming smile, and in an instant, she appeared before the gold, commencing the transport. As Enel watched Xia Zhiqing moving the gold, a wave of frustration washed over him. He had initially thought that Xia Zhiqing merely needed him to assist in transporting the gold to Angel Island. Little did he realize she expected him to provide a door-to-door service. Yet, despite his annoyance, he dared not refuse Xia Zhiqing's command. Next, plans for transforming the empty island commenced. There was an abundance of remarkable resources that required optimal utilization. Not only would this enhance competitiveness, but it would also foster greater exchanges on the island. However, the island's defensive capabilities needed fortification. With his current strength, it was clear he could not suppress the genuine rogues that roamed the seas. Xia Zhiqing began strategizing the development plan for the empty island. But a significant challenge loomed: how to instill fear in the formidable figures prowling the ocean. In the past, this would have been a trivial matter. Merely mentioning Whitebeard's name would have deterred any ambitions. However, the present was different. Xia Zhiqing wished to avoid revealing herself prematurely. Yet, her dilemma was apparent. Without exposing herself, it would be arduous to intimidate the covetous marauders of the sea. It seemed imperative to cultivate Enel's strength. Once he reached his peak, he would likely be able to deter most of the predatory pirates. Xia Zhiqing contemplated this, assuring herself that while Enel's power grew, hers would not wane. Perhaps defeating Moria and becoming one of the 7 warlords would allow me to leverage the deterrent power of the world government to expand my influence. The more she pondered this notion, the more appealing it became. With the might of the Navy and the world government behind her, few would dare to oppose her. It appeared that her mission to confront Moria had gained an additional impetus. Moria, do not blame me for setting my sights on you. All signs point directly in your direction, Xia Zhiqing revealed a rather sinister smile. Meanwhile, in a certain location in the first half of the Grand Line, Moria, engrossed in manipulating corpses, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if someone were watching him. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? He felt the unsettling sensation of being targeted, a feeling he had not experienced since being pursued by Kaido. Who would be watching me? I am rather intrigued. Moria was not one to shy away from confrontation. If a powerful adversary were to arrive, he would find a way to eliminate them and transform their remains into a formidable corpse, thereby amassing resources for his future challenge against Kaido. Just disembarked from Appiato Island onto Angel Island, Xia Zhiqing was intercepted by an elderly man clad in armor. Upon gazing at the venerable figure before him, a meaningful smile unconsciously crept across Xia Zhiqing's lips. The former deity of the Sky Island, the paladin Ganfuer, if I recall your name correctly, Xia Zhiqing remarked with a beaming expression. Indeed, you possess keen discernment, Ganfuer replied with a somewhat forced smile. Pray tell, what brings the former deity to my presence? Xia Zhiqing inquired, his arms crossed over his chest, a playful smile adorning his face. He harbored a suspicion regarding Ganfuer's intentions. Without waiting for a response, he continued. Surely, you do not wish to express your gratitude for my assistance in vanquishing Enel, restoring order to the Sky Island, and allowing you to reclaim your position as its god. In the days to come, you will govern the Sky Island diligently, I presume? Xia Zhiqing observed as Ganfuer's expression shifted from awkwardness to sheer astonishment, confirming his suspicions. Ganfuer indeed aspired to regain dominion over the Sky Island. Just as Ganfuer was about to articulate a response, a resounding voice boomed. Qinghai people, surrender Appiato Island at once. Otherwise, our Sandia clan shall wage a relentless campaign against you, undying and unyielding, until we reclaim Appiato Island from your grasp. It was the battle demon Weiba. Oh, one seeks to reclaim sovereignty over the Sky Island, while the other desires to wrest Appiato Island from me. How delightfully intriguing. To whom shall I yield? Xia Zhiqing's smile became increasingly enigmatic as he regarded the two men. Indeed, His question left both Ganfuer and Weiba momentarily speechless, their eyes locking, each reflecting a glint of animosity. As adversaries for many years, they had not been devoid of conflict prior to Enel's occupation of the Sky Island. Without a moment's hesitation, they both replied in unison, "Of course, you shall accede to me." The outcome mirrored Xia Zhiqing's expectations perfectly. Both had chosen self-interest. "Oh, you both opted for your own desires. Now, provide me with a reason why I should acquiesce to your wishes." Xia Zhiqing's smile radiated with increasing brilliance. "This Sky Island was reclaimed from Enel. You think you could simply declare yourselves its rulers, or demand the return of Appayado Island, without a hint of challenge? Do you genuinely believe that fortune rains down from the heavens? Or do you presume me to be easily trifled with? Believing the return of Appayado Island is a matter of course?" At this juncture, Xia Zhiqing narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze upon Ganfuer. "Or do you think it is a given that you should regain your status as the ruler of the Sky Island?" His eyes bore a perilous glint. In that moment, he resembled a cunning fox intertwined with a ferocious tiger, causing both Ganfuer and Weiba to involuntarily shudder in unison. "However, this Sky Island has always belonged to us. It was merely occupied by Enel earlier. Is there anything wrong with wanting to reclaim our territory?" Ganfuer inquired, striving to maintain a calm demeanor. "Oh, your territory? What gives you the audacity to claim that? Enel was defeated by me, and this Sky Island is now unclaimed land. You wish to seize it back without offering any sacrifice. Your attempt to play the victim is rather presumptuous." Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but let out a laugh, one filled with profound sarcasm and disdain. If one were to lose something, they ought to express their gratitude when it is returned, let alone in the case of this Sky Island. Moreover, we live in the age of pirates, a world governed by the law of the jungle. Where were your protests when Enel occupied this island, demanding rightful dominion? Xia Zhiqing suddenly leaned closer to Ganfuer, his gaze icy and crackling with electricity, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "You believe me to be an easy target, don't you?" Ganfuer was taken aback by Xia Zhiqing's sudden coldness, shivering involuntarily and swallowing hard. To regain the Sky Island and reclaim his title as ruler is quite straightforward. Merely express your sincerity. Xia Zhiqing then flashed a bright smile, exuding warmth. "As long as your sincerity is compelling enough, I believe your return to power is entirely feasible." He turned to Weber and added, "You too, if your sincerity is sufficient. I might even consider returning Appayado Island." "Really?" Weber exclaimed with delight. "What kind of sincerity do you desire?" Yet Ganfuer, seasoned in the art of negotiation, furrowed his brows and questioned, skeptical of Xia Zhiqing's abrupt change in demeanor. "This sincerity must be extraordinary. Well, it is not unreasonable. Become my subordinate. Assist me in managing the Sky Island, and transform it into one of my bases." Xia Zhiqing smiled broadly, resembling a shrewd merchant. "Absolutely not. I will never consent to such a demand." Weber rejected without hesitation. He would not accept becoming a subordinate of another, nor assist in their endeavors, especially as a member of the Shandya tribe. "Oh, you refuse? Think carefully. Once you decline, Appayado Island will have no connection to you. Should you continue to be audacious in the days to come, proclaiming your intent to reclaim Appayado Island and launch an offensive, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Appayado Island is now my domain, and you should be well aware of the consequences of encroaching upon another's territory in this world. Do not force me to the point of no return." Xia Zhiqing threatened with a smile. At that moment, a group of Shandians suddenly appeared behind Weber, armed with various weapons and exuding an aura of ferocity. "Enel, you despicable fiend, return our Appayado Island. Let us show you our might." A group of formidable warriors from the Sandya tribe, wielding various weapons, approached Eneru with expressions of deep animosity. Among them, one particularly striking figure, a man with a turkey head donned in a pink fur coat, armed with a gun, demanded attention. "Humph! A bunch of insects dare to seek their demise? If you wish for death, I shall oblige." Eneru would not allow himself to be provoked by them. Impossible. Summer Qing did not intervene, he merely observed. To negotiate with individuals of the Sandya tribe, one must first subdue them. Only through sufficient displays of force can terms be effectively negotiated. 20 million volts, Thunderbird. Noticing that Summer Qing did not impede him, Eneru felt increasingly assured. Amidst a tempest of lightning, a colossal Thunderbird erupted from the thunder drum upon Eneru's shoulder, sending the charging warriors of the Sandya tribe flying. Moreover, the overwhelming electricity uprooted the very earth, causing the air to explode with sound, and the terrifying pressure of the lightning rendered these men charred and gasping for breath. In mere seconds, they went from vigorous to feeble, unable to utter even a single cry of despair. Just as Eneru was poised to continue his onslaught, Summer Ching spoke. Turning to Weber, "Do you see, Weber? This is the chasm of power. The chances of you wresting Appiato Island from my grasp are negligible, no matter your efforts. In the face of absolute strength, you stand no chance. It would be wiser to step down and serve me. After all, I shall not frequent this place often. When I say serve me, the true master of Appiato Island will still be you." Summer Ching, akin to a cunning merchant luring someone into a trap, exuded shrewdness. "Impossible. Sea Dweller, I assure you, this is utterly unattainable, so cease your dreams." Weber adamantly rejected Summer Ching's offer. "Then I regret to inform you that Appiato Island will henceforth have no ties to you. Should you attempt to forcibly seize it, prepare to face Ineru's divine retribution." Summer Ching's gaze turned icy, invoking a shiver in those who beheld it. "You are behaving like a bandit, Sea Dweller. Do not overstep your bounds." Weber's face flushed with anger as he pointed an accusatory finger at Summer Ching. "Overstep? Lord Weber, have you been in this sky island for so long that you've lost touch with reality? Is this truly overstepping? Perhaps you have yet to witness what real transgressions entail. At least I am offering you a choice. Some may not even grant you the opportunity to rebut." With a smile, Summer Ching glanced at Gonfuer's face, then at Weber's flushed cheeks. He turned his attention back to the group of Sandia warriors and instructed Eneru, "Gather your priests and ensure the Sky Island is well guarded. Should anyone attempt a forceful assault, let them not be overly obstructed. I wish to see how many are unafraid of death. Since some individuals are unwilling to show respect, there is no need for further discourse. Let us depart." Xia Zhiqing's gaze swept across all present, and she prepared to leave. "My lord, do you not find this behavior excessive? Appiato Island has always been our territory. Is such brazen usurpation befitting of one of your stature?" A woman from the Shandia tribe spoke, her fists clenched in indignation. "Indeed, this is intolerable. Your actions are utterly incongruous with your esteemed identity." Among the Shandia tribe, not all were dullards, as several voices rose in agreement. Following their brief encounter, they discerned that the fate of this empty island rested with the young man before them, not with Enel the god. Xia Zhiqing appeared affable and amenable, and they hoped their collective counsel might sway her decision. "Oh, excessive?" Xia Zhiqing turned to regard the woman. Smiling as she inquired, "Pray, do enlighten me on what constitutes excessive. I reclaimed Appiato Island from Enel's grasp. Do you have evidence of any wrongdoing on my part? You assert that Appiato Island is your domain. How do you substantiate that claim? Your ancestors merely occupied this land when it lay unclaimed, residing here for mere centuries. Now, I have taken possession of this uninhabited territory. What is the issue?" Xia Zhiqing's eyes narrowed as she declared, "Enel, once this matter concludes, I shall provide you with special training. Furthermore, I will restore order to this empty island, and should anyone stand in my way, they shall face no mercy." Her words, laden with lethal intent, sent a chill down the spine of all who heard. "Understood. I shall await it with anticipation, but do not remain stagnant, or I shall reclaim the despair you have inflicted upon me today." Enel smirked defiantly, trailing behind Xia Zhiqing as they prepared to leave. "Huh, stagnant? Not a chance. Since I dare to teach you, I fear not your surpassing me," Xia Zhiqing proclaimed before vanishing from sight. Enel cast a sidelong glance at the assembled crowd, exuding an air of false bravado, before transforming into a bolt of lightning and departing. The members of the Shandia tribe and Ganfu looked on in silence as Xia Zhiqing and Enel faded from view, unable to articulate their thoughts. They observed the few Shandia warriors lying on the ground, their breath shallow, their eyes reflecting deep turmoil. Yet, not a single soul made a move toward Appiato Island. Even Weber, consumed by rage and feeling as though the world had turned dark, his fists clenching with a crackling sound, remained motionless, breathless with fury. The warning Xia Zhiqing issued was palpably real. The fallen Shandia elite served as a stark reminder. Most disheartening for Weber and the others was the realization that not only did Xia Zhiqing surpass Enel in strength, but her intellect far exceeded his as well. Whereas Enel managed the empty island with a playful demeanor, Xia Zhiqing approached it with earnest intent, having already claimed it as her own domain. Any act of provocation against his territory shall be met with his terrifying reprisal. Is there truly no recourse? Must we merely stand by and witness his unbridled usurpation of our ancestral lands? A young man from the Sandia clan clenched his teeth and spoke bitterly. No one responded to him. Only a faint chorus of sighs and the sound of tightly clenched fists filled the air. Ganfu Air glanced at Weber and the others, sighed deeply, and then shook his head as he departed. Xia Zhiqing was indeed too formidable, and he dared not defy her commands. Must we acquiesce to his unreasonable demands? Are we to forever relinquish our dominion over our clan's territory? For the first time in his life, Weber felt a sense of powerlessness. This feeling was so distressing and difficult to accept. Each mention of it brought regret, until he became numb and forgot entirely. Meanwhile, 9,000 meters above the sea. Is this Qinghai? It appears quite expansive. Aina Lu gazed at the deep blue-black ocean below and could not help but exclaim in wonder. The sight of the vast sea always uplifts one's spirits. Prepare yourself. The languid life you've known is about to change. In the days to come, temper your pride and arrogance. Above this ocean, there are countless who could easily vanquish you. Many regard me as insignificant. If you do not wish to perish, I advise you to tone down your bravado. This must be made clear to Aina Lu, lest he fall victim to someone else's hand. Understood, I will. I shall not underestimate anyone. I merely wish to know how many formidable beings inhabit this Qinghai. The thrill of battling the powerful must be exhilarating. Aina Lu said with a look of longing. Observing his demeanor, Xia Zhiqing could only shake her head, unwilling to dampen his spirits. To engage in combat with the strong of Qinghai? I hope he does not find himself unable to rise again. There are far too many who could utterly overpower him. Soon enough, you will realize the true prowess of the strong in Qinghai. Aina Lu, be prepared. Xia Zhiqing contemplated as her ship, borne by the Golden Ark, gradually descended towards the sea below. Not far from where she landed, a pirate ship adorned with the twin blades of its flag was slowly approaching. Today's haul was substantial, enough for the brethren to indulge themselves. This summer trade guild may appear modest, yet its coffers are plentiful. Indeed, raiding them was a prudent choice. A tall, lean man with orange hair, approximately 3 meters in height, brandished 2 long blades at his waist and flashed a triumphant grin. The captain is wise. The timid perish of hunger while the bold drown in excess. Others may fear the might of the Thunder Hunter, but the Blade Pirates fear him not. A man whose face bore a centipede-like scar fervently praised with fiery eyes. The first mate spoke wisely. Once we seize the treasure, we shall flee. The ocean is vast, and even if the Thunder Hunter were to sprout wings and possess the power to turn the world upside down, it would not guarantee that he could track us down. Moreover, the Thunder Hunter has recently vanished. I suspect he has met his demise at the hands of the captain of the Whitebeard's 5th Division. Such an opportune moment. Who else should we rob but him? A man clad in a vibrant green floral attire proclaimed arrogantly, his lips pursed. The captain is astute. The crew of pirates echoed in agreement. Ha 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 indeed. The captain basked in the flattery of his subordinates, feeling quite elated. Just then, a shadow loomed above them. When they looked up, they beheld a resplendent golden airship, descending slowly with a small boat suspended beneath it. The alluring sheen of the vessel made all the pirates present gulp in unison, their breaths quickening at the sight of a ship wrought from gold. They vowed that they would never engage in such reckless endeavors in their lifetime. They watched as the small boat landed upon the sea, while the golden ship hovered above, emanating a terrifying aura and a colossal magnetic force. The Blade Pirates, you say? At that moment, a voice emerged from the small boat, languid yet tinged with an inexplicable power that captivated everyone's attention. A youth clad in white, holding a speaking snail, stepped slowly from the shadows. It cannot be him. The captain of the Blade Pirates, whose eyes had been filled with anticipation, now brimmed with disbelief and a hint of trepidation upon recognizing the visage of the young man. Coincidentally, at that moment, the young man's gaze turned toward him. Addressing the speaking snail, he remarked, "The black double-blade skull pirate flag. It seems fortune favors me, as I have encountered the target you wish to pursue, Anna. Right at the landing site. Quickly, change course. Accelerate. Hasten your speed." Captain Natsu of the Thunder Hunter inhaled deeply, his voice a frantic roar. "He is coming. We must flee." "What?" The Thunder Hunter Natsu. The crew, upon hearing this, cast incredulous glances at the languid youth in white. There is no mistaking it. Even if he turned to ash, I would recognize him. "Run. We are no match for him." The captain of the Blade Pirates, named Kins, was acutely aware of the disparity in strength between himself and Xia Zhiqing. His bounty of 124 million berries was utterly insignificant in Xia Zhiqing's presence. Since fate has brought us to this encounter, why not seize the opportunity? Shouldn't one pay a price for taking what does not belong to them? Indeed, the youth in white was none other than Xia Zhiqing. He addressed the speaking snail, saying, "Anna, I cannot discuss this now. I will speak once I have dealt with these thieves." After uttering those words, he hung up and vanished from sight. Sometimes, events unfold with such uncanny timing. Just 3 minutes prior, as Xia Zhiqing was about to descend, a call from Anna had come through. Anna informed him that her summer trading guild had been plundered by a group known as the Blade Pirates. Curiously, right beneath where Xia Zhiqing descended was precisely the ship of the Blade Pirates. It was as if they had delivered themselves to her doorstep. Returning to reality. In the next moment, Xia Zhiqing found herself aboard the Blade Pirates vessel. "Everyone, is it truly wise to rush away, having taken my belongings? Do you not intend to provide an explanation?" Xia Zhiqing said with a squint and a smile. However, including kings, no one perceived her smile as benevolent. Faced with that smile, an overwhelming chill surged within them. "What do you intend to do?" Kings stuttered, trembling at the sight of the youthful Xia Zhiqing, feeling as though the path ahead was shrouded in darkness. "What do I intend to do? Is it not simple? Surrender your treasures, and then take your own lives as atonement. You have slaughtered so many of my guild members. I cannot leave them without justice." Xia Zhiqing twirled the violet blade, casually declaring her intent. Hee. In an instant, Kings and his subordinates clenched their fists, their demeanor shifting to one of fierce intensity. "Must it be this ruthless? Is there truly no room for retreat?" Kings inquired with a grim expression. The eyes of many pirates behind him glinted with ferocity, waiting for King's command to unleash their wrath upon Xia Zhiqing. "Haha, ruthless." Xia Zhiqing chuckled, her gaze suddenly sharpening. "When you slaughtered so many of my subordinates, did you not think of ruthlessness? Scoundrel, do not overstep your bounds. Allow me to see just how formidable the so-called Thunder Hunter truly is," roared the first mate, whose face was marred with scars, transforming into a towering wolf over 3 meters tall, lunging at Xia Zhiqing. "Charge! Since he refused to grant us mercy, let us fight to the death. Let him know we are not to be trifled with." Kings was resolute, realizing that Xia Zhiqing had no intention of sparing them, and they too were prepared to fight. "Haha, fight to the death." Xia Zhiqing tightened her grip on the blazing blade, radiant lightning enveloping her. "You insignificant insects think you possess the right?" Puff. No one witnessed how Xia Zhiqing moved. The first mate suddenly crashed to the ground, blood erupting from his chest, staining the earth. Not only that, but several pirates nearby also fell, bloodied. "Next, it is your turn, Blade Master Kings." Xia Zhiqing appeared before Kings like a specter, his combat prowess a mere 68, making him an easy target for her. What? It was only when Xia Zhiqing, surrounded by crackling lightning, approached that Kings realized the gravity of his situation, but it was too late. Puff. A blade pierced through his back, terrifying lightning enveloping him, eliciting a scream of unimaginable agony. "Scoundrel, let us honor the captain with a burial." Witnessing this scene, the remaining pirates charged forward, brandishing swords or firing their guns at Xia Zhiqing in a frenzy. But alas, how could it be possible? The swords and blades could not penetrate the lightning armor adorning Xia Zhiqing, while the bullets from the firearms fell upon her as ineffectively as cotton upon iron. She remained unscathed, impervious to harm. With such prowess, to dare to plunder my Summer Commerce Association, what audacity! With an expression of indifference, Xia Zhiqing cast aside the charred remains of Kings, reduced to a mere husk by her lightning strike, and declared, "1,000 birds flow." In the next instant, the entire ship transformed into a tempest of lightning. All the pirates were instantly rendered into charred corpses, collapsing to the ground. The Bladesman pirates were utterly annihilated. Evolution Point 40. Barely 2 hours after Xia Zhiqing's triumph over the Bladesman pirates, Anna arrived. "My lord Xia Zhiqing, it is fortunate to have you here, sparing us from significant losses." In just a few days apart, Anna appeared considerably more haggard. "You have endured much during my absence." Xia Zhiqing beamed sincerely at Anna, a genuine smile gracing her face. It was the first time Enel had witnessed such a heartfelt expression from Xia Zhiqing. "It was not arduous. For the sake of your cause, my lord, any hardship is worth enduring." Anna shook her head, dismissing any notion of her fatigue. "Let us return these treasures." and inform Gills that his sister shall soon grace him with her presence, urging him to prepare for my arrival. Xia Zhiqing wiped the sweat from Anna's brow, and after issuing her instructions, she dashed towards the golden boat. By the way, this little vessel carries several thousand pounds of gold. Do take it back as well. Have Gills confer with Seymour to see if it can be utilized for development. If not, it shall simply circulate as common treasure. Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, Anna was taken aback. She elementalized and appeared upon the small boat, regarding Xia Zhiqing with admiration. My lord Xia Zhiqing, you truly have a knack for discovering treasures wherever you go. Xia Zhiqing, feeling somewhat helpless, scratched her head and replied, what can I do? We are in the early stages of our venture, necessitating substantial capital. As the leader, I cannot allow our faction to fall into a financial crisis. Understood. My lord Xia Zhiqing, please remain cautious. After all, the opponent is one of the 7 warlords, not to be trifled with. Anna glanced at Enel beside Xia Zhiqing before continuing. Rest assured, although Moria is formidable, he is not yet powerful enough to pose an insurmountable challenge to me. Xia Zhiqing reassured her. Anna nodded, but suddenly, as if recalling something, her face turned grave with concern. My lord Xia Zhiqing, it seems Seymour has recently seized a shipment from another 7 warlord. Will there be repercussions? Another 7 warlord? Crocodile, or the pirate Don Quixote da Flamingo? Xia Zhiqing pondered, inquiring further. Don Quixote da Flamingo. Anna replied, her countenance serious. This complicates matters. Inform Seymour that during my absence, he is to refrain from engaging with any factions. Additionally, the recruited guards should undergo training and organization to prepare for any potential threats. Doflamingo is unlikely to intervene personally, but his subordinates may very well do so. After a moment of contemplation, Xia Zhiqing remarked, I understand now. Anna nodded and set sail on the ship laden with gold. Come, Enelu. It is time to attend to our important business. With a glance at Anna's departing figure, Xia Zhiqing gracefully boarded the golden vessel, taking light steps as if dancing on the moonlit waves. Important business. It seems it will be quite intriguing. Enelu chuckled at the words, his face alight with excitement. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in the new world of Dressrosa, Doflamingo lounged casually, his legs crossed, and a sinister smile playing upon his lips. Fufufu. The Thunder Hunter dares to pilfer from me? Such audacity. You have barely begun your journey, and you believe you can challenge me? I am most curious about the source of your arrogance. As he rose, his subordinates looked on in astonishment as he utilized the powers of the string fruit to ascend into the air. The young master is personally taking action. I wonder if this Thunder Hunter can withstand the young master's wrath. Let us hope he does not suffer too grievously. The elder Lao Ji watched Doflamingo's departure, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. This fool, the Thunder Hunter, is utterly oblivious to the danger he has provoked, daring to meddle with the Don Quixote family. And with Doflamingo taking the reins, we should soon receive news of his demise. Diamond, the leader of the fighting group and known by the codename Block, revealed a menacing grin. The other members of the Don Quixote family echoed their sentiments with mocking sneers. To them, while Xia Zhiqing's fame was indeed burgeoning, he remained merely a novice, incapable of stirring any turmoil in Doflamingo's presence. They had never regarded him as a threat. In the waters near the treacherous Devil's Triangle in the Grand Line, Xia Zhiqing exclaimed, "At last, we have arrived at the Devil's Triangle. What a challenging journey it has been." His eyes sparkled with joy as he beheld the colossal, terrifying 3-masted ship that loomed before him. Just as Xia Zhiqing reached the Devil's Triangle, Moria aboard the ship sensed his arrival. It seems an extraordinary source of zombie material has come our way. Moria, with his fiery, onion-shaped head, suddenly opened his eyes and stood, brandishing his large scissors as he made his way outside. Simultaneously, 3 of Moria's subordinates sprang into action, following closely behind him. Upon Xia Zhiqing and Enelu's arrival at the central castle's plaza of the terrifying 3-masted ship, they were greeted by Moria and his peculiar trio, the transparent Absalom, the ghostly Princess Perona, the genius Surgeon Hogback, and a throng of zombies who awaited them. "Greetings, Moria. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." Xia Zhiqing spoke courteously to the figure resembling a Molotov cocktail. Moria, with a sinister grin, replied, Thunder Hunter. I wonder what brings you here. If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall take your shadow as a form of compensation." As he spoke, he brandished the black scissors in his hand, his gaze sharp and menacing. "I seek an individual from you. if you are willing to provide. I shall depart immediately and promise not to disturb your tranquility further." With a smile, Xia Zhiqing halted the eager Enelu behind him, who was itching for a fight. Upon hearing this, Moria cast a glance at the strikingly attractive Enelu, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes, before continuing, "Pray tell, what manner of person do you wish to procure from me?" Xia Zhiqing replied, "A little girl. Her brother's name is Gills." "Oh, Gills. How familiar that name sounds." Moria suddenly narrowed his eyes, grinning mischievously. "If you desire this little girl, what might you offer me in return? Surely you do not intend to seize her by force?" As he spoke, Moria leaned towards Xia Zhiqing, his gaze brimming with a fierce intensity. "What if I do?" Xia Zhiqing boldly met Moria's gaze. "Well then, let us see if your strength can back your bravado, little one." Moria taunted, brandishing the enormous scissors in his hand, preparing to strike with great force. With a swift motion, Xia Zhiqing raised his blade to parry the attack and called to Enelu behind him, "I showed you the girl's appearance when I arrived. It is now in your hands. Entrust him with it. Do you think the thriller bark is a place where one can act recklessly?" Moria scoffed at the notion. "Not a place for reckless behavior?" Xia Zhiqing's expression shifted to one of deep significance, turning into a look of utter disdain. "Let us see if your subordinates and zombies can withstand him." As soon as Xia Zhiqing finished speaking, Enelu waved his hand, declaring, "You lot think you can stop a god? It seems you need to grasp the terror of divinity." 100 million volts. Raijin. Enelu unleashed an overwhelming attack. A lightning dragon, whose head was half the height of Moria, roared majestically and charged directly into the horde of zombies. Boom. No matter how formidable the zombies were, they stood no chance against the cataclysmic lightning dragon. The dragon's speed surpassed sound itself, illuminating the entire thriller bark in a brilliant flash. All the zombies were tossed aside, their forms shattered into oblivion. The three unusual figures displayed panic, desperately seeking refuge. Moria found himself engulfed in a tempest of lightning. In that instant, Moria suffered the loss of nearly 500 meticulously crafted zombies. Furthermore, as the lightning dragon rampaged, Moria's losses continued to escalate at an alarming rate. "You scoundrel! You have caused me to lose so many zombies. You have enraged me," Moria bellowed, furious. Shadow javelin. From beneath Moria's feet, a black shadow spear shot upward with the speed of sound, fiercely aimed at Xia Zhiqing's chest. Clang. Xia Zhiqing drew his blade to counter the attack. Yet, the force of the shadow javelin exceeded his expectations, akin to a battleship charging full throttle, causing him to grunt and be forcefully pushed back. "Little one, compensate for my losses." Moria's voice resounded once more, and the shadow spear lunged forward again. In that fleeting moment, a wave of goosebumps surged through Xia Zhiqing, engulfing him in a chilling dread akin to plunging into an icy abyss. "Thousand birds," he bellowed, as a tempest of furious lightning coalesced in his grasp, emanating a menacing sharpness and a sense of annihilation, colliding fiercely with the shadow spear. With a thunderous clang that echoed like the clash of titanic metals, Xia Zhiqing involuntarily let out a muffled groan, being forcefully repelled once again. Scattering bats. Moria gestured with a sweeping motion, unleashing a swarm of shadow bats, each the size of a grinding wheel, their gaping maws poised to strike. "Thousand birds, thousand blades." In the face of this onslaught, Xia Zhiqing dared not falter. The lightning transformed into slender bolts, precisely piercing forth. Yet, as he contended with the bats, a shadowy figure of Moria emerged from behind him, grinning menacingly. With a sudden thrust, Xia Zhiqing barely managed to sense the impending danger through his observation haki, allowing him to evade a portion of the blow that could have pierced his heart. Nonetheless, he sustained 2 massive wounds beneath his armpits, gushing crimson. "Hey, Xiaomuyang, are you truly this feeble? Where has the formidable strength you displayed in overcoming me vanished to?" Enraged by Xia Zhiqing's vulnerability, Enel commanded, "Hurry and find assistance. Do not delay. If your tardiness jeopardizes the plan, I shall not spare you." Xia Zhiqing retorted sharply towards Enel. Then, as the shadowy Moria advanced again, he unleashed a kick that sent forth a wave of blades enveloped in lightning. With a crackle, the shadowy Moria was torn asunder, yet instantaneously. The remnants morphed back into shadow bats, lunging at Xia Zhiqing with their cavernous mouths wide open. He had no time to react. "Ah!" he cried out in agony. And in that very instant, darkness enveloped his vision as Moria descended with colossal scissors, crashing down with earth-shattering force. Lightning release. Angry Thunder Tiger. Xia Zhiqing roared, struggling to form seals with his hands to summon a thunderous tiger for defense. With a crack, Moria's strike proved overwhelmingly potent, tearing through the lightning beast. Xia Zhiqing's pupils constricted. He had no time to activate the body double technique and was brutally smashed into the ground. With a violent cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood, feeling his entire body misaligned, engulfed in excruciating pain. Moria, truly a formidable adversary, was indeed worthy of the 320 million berries bounty placed on him 7 or 8 years ago. Yet, I am not one to be trifled with. Initially intending to elevate my combat prowess to around 240 over the span of 10 days before challenging you, I find that unnecessary now. Mental shock proves effective against Enel, and it shall be equally potent against you. My Sharingan possesses the mightiest illusions. At this moment, Moria's combat prowess stood at 243, a solid 20 points above Xia Zhiqing's 223, granting him a distinct advantage. He had exchanged the 1,050 evolution points accumulated during this time for 7 combat points, augmenting his strength, while the remaining 350 were invested in the evolution of his Sharingan. Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan status, 3 Tomo, 7350100000, combat power, 230 skills, Chidori ninjutsu, lightning release, thunder armor, genjutsu, golden binding technique, genjutsu, dream kill technique, body replacement technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, observation haki, armament haki, paper drawing life return, finger gun, gale kick, moonwalk, swordmaster techniques. The Sharingan was not enhanced excessively due to concerns over the host's physical endurance. However, a slight augmentation has undeniably strengthened the potency of the genjutsu. Hehehe, Natsu, become my zombie. With you, my power will grow exponentially. Moria, having possessed the bloodied Xia Zhiqing, perceived him as devoid of any capacity for resistance. Mental impact. Yet, just as he was about to see Xia Zhiqing, the latter's eyes abruptly opened, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan spinning rapidly, unleashing a terrifying wave of psychic energy. Moria never anticipated that Xia Zhiqing could retaliate. The assault on the very essence of his soul left him momentarily disoriented. Conqueror's haki. Nevertheless, Moria quickly regained his composure, astonished at Xia Zhiqing. His voice, once high-pitched, now brimmed with delight. You possess Conqueror's haki. Ha. This is truly providential. I shall claim your shadow. With your shadow and the body of the demon Oz, Kaido, your reckoning is imminent. With those words, Moria lunged once more towards Xia Zhiqing, emanating a formidable aura. Shadow box. Upon hearing this command, Xia Zhiqing felt his shadow being manipulated and enveloped toward him. He was taken aback and hastily activated his Sharingan, employing the illusionary magical restraint technique. In that fleeting moment of eye contact with Xia Zhiqing, Moria felt as though his very soul was being drawn in. Then, a dizzying whirl ensued, and he found himself in a desolate wasteland, nailed to a cross, utterly immobilized. He struggled to break free, but before he could muster his strength, an overwhelming wave of paralysis and pain struck him. The scene before him instantly reverted to reality. Xia Zhiqing, enveloped in crackling lightning, drew closer, ensnaring Moria within its embrace. Faced with this, Moria was reluctant to engage Xia Zhiqing directly. He intended to use the Shadow Warrior technique to swap positions with his shadow. But Xia Zhiqing's lips curled into a mocking smile. Do you believe I would allow you to succeed? Mental impact. The domineering and frigid mental force surged forth once more, causing Moria's consciousness to falter again. Alarm bells rang in his mind. I won't let you harm Lord Moria. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the air behind Xia Zhiqing. The towering leopard man, Absalom, appeared from behind, claw raised to strike at Xia Zhiqing. In Absalom's estimation, his sudden assault would undoubtedly plunge Xia Zhiqing into chaos, compelling her to abandon her ongoing attack on Moria and retreat. Thus, he believed, he could save Moria. His plan was indeed commendable, generally devoid of flaws. However, it was unfortunate that he encountered Xia Zhiqing. Since her arrival on the island, she had been on high alert for Absalom's presence. As a user of the transparent fruit, he was a master of ambush, and she had not relaxed her vigilance against him. Therefore, since her landing, she had been employing her observation haki. With a swift and decisive thrust, she unleashed a lightning spear, transforming the frenzied electric energy into a dazzling bolt that pierced through Absalom's chest. Concurrently, Xia Zhiqing dispatched a chain crafted from sea prism stone to bind Moria, who had just freed himself from the mental onslaught. "You shall not harm Lord Moria, Hunter of Thunder," came a sudden voice from Perona, one of Moria's 3 peculiar subordinates. Almost immediately, Xia Zhiqing sensed a delicate rush of air behind her. A multitude of ethereal spirits had arrived at her back. "Transform into negativity, you scoundrel," Perona shouted. "Begone," Xia Zhiqing retorted fiercely, unleashing her mental assault with full force. Perona let out a muffled groan and collapsed. Simultaneously, Xia Zhiqing enveloped her flowing flames with armament haki, spinning her blade in a sweeping motion, causing all the spirits struck to vanish. Thus, Moria's crew was left with but one member, Hogback. "Hogback, do you wish to experience my prowess?" Xia Zhiqing's 3 Tomo eyes fixated on him, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. "Those blood-red pupils, you are the blood-eyed Xia Zhiqing." Upon witnessing her iconic gaze, Hogback's expression morphed into one of sheer horror, as if he had suddenly recalled something of great significance. "Ah, recognized so swiftly? It seems I am quite renowned." Xia Zhiqing smiled, openly acknowledging Hogback's deduction. "Are you not concerned that I might expose your identity?" Hogback's eyes narrowed slightly, sensing he had seized a lever against Xia Zhiqing. "Haha, expose it? Do you think I would grant you such an opportunity?" Xia Zhiqing chuckled. In the next moment, without allowing Hogback a chance to react, her 3 Tomo Sharingan cast a genjutsu imprint, memory erasure technique. This was a jutsu capable of directly obliterating memories. However, given Xia Zhiqing's current abilities, she could not precisely erase every single memory she wished to eliminate. Thus she opted to erase all of Hogback's memories from that day in one go. "Ah!" Hogback screamed as he collapsed to the ground, losing consciousness. "You scoundrel! How dare you? Let go of me, or I will have your corpse shattered into pieces." What pleasure is there in bullying the weak? Moria, witnessing this entire spectacle, was seething with rage, his eyes ablaze as he emitted a piercing roar towards Xia Zhiqing. Then, with his hands bound, he surprisingly rolled over like a bowling ball to attack Xia Zhiqing. Bullying the weak. This is merely a precaution, Moria. I certainly do not wish for my identity to be revealed so easily. So, do not rush. Soon, I will erase all your memories of today. Observing Moria, who, despite being bound by sea stone, still emanated a formidable aura, Xia Zhiqing felt a slight shock in his heart and deftly evaded Moria's assault. Boom. At that moment, a distant castle behind Moria suddenly exploded, revealing Enel, whose left hand crackled with terrifying lightning while he held a little girl in his right hand, racing toward them with incredible speed. "Have you found the target so quickly? Quite impressive." Xia Zhiqing was somewhat astonished by Enel's swiftness. Memory erasure technique. Without hesitation, Xia Zhiqing unleashed this technique on Moria, Perona, and Absalom, obliterating all their memories. They had all fallen into a state of unconsciousness. "Let us depart, Enel. The mission is accomplished." As Enel reached him, Xia Zhiqing turned to leave. "Aren't we going to loot?" Enel was taken aback. Given Xia Zhiqing's nature on Skypiea, domineering and greedy, he should have plundered this place. He had just seen numerous treasures in Moria's castle. Never mind. I shall refrain from looting this time. Having already injured one person, it would be inappropriate to seize treasures as well. But is that truly the reason Xia Zhiqing chose not to steal? Certainly not. The real reason he refrained was that Moria's concern for his subordinates had touched him. "Next time, Moria, I shall not be so merciful." After casting a glance at Moria, Xia Zhiqing hurriedly departed. On another front, ho ho ho. Is this the base of that Thunder Hunter? It's quite expansive, but alas, it is about to be destroyed. Doflamingo perched atop the roof of the Summer Trade Association, gazing at the industrious workers and the orderly patrolling guards in the distance. A cruel smile crept across his lips. "You should blame yourselves for seizing the cargo I intended for Kaido. I certainly do not wish to receive his wrath. Therefore, you must perish. Only in this way can Kaido's fury be quelled." Doflamingo made his move. "String bullet," he declared, launching a thread from his fingertip like a high-velocity bullet. Puffed. A worker suddenly collapsed. The others were startled, but before they could react, puffed, 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 several more workers fell amidst the splattering of blood. "Be careful. Stay alert." The guards immediately responded, rushing to encircle the workers. "Where's the enemy?" Just as one guard began to speak, his head was suddenly pierced, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fell lifelessly to the ground. He is on the roof. Finally, a guard discovered Doflamingo lurking above. It is the warlord Don Quixote Doflamingo. The guards, upon realizing the identity of their visitor, could not suppress their horror and gasped in disbelief. How could it possibly be him? How could we ever stand as his adversaries? Among these guards were pirates and drifters from various nations. While they were indeed unruly, they understood that there were formidable individuals they could not challenge, such as the four emperors and the warlords of the sea. The very presence of a warlord filled them with a profound sense of despair. In an instant, many guards felt their resolve waver. The compensation from the summer commerce was undeniably generous. Otherwise, they would not have chosen to forsake their previous carefree lives to become guards. Yet, no matter how ample the rewards, one must have their life to enjoy them. Doflamingo possessed the power to take that life away. Fufufu, enjoy yourselves, everyone. As some among them contemplated surrender, Doflamingo had no intention of allowing that to happen. Parasite string. With an elegant flex of his fingers, multiple long threads shot forth, poised to invade the bodies of each guard present. Just as they were about to descend upon them, a chilling voice echoed, "I will not let you succeed." Earth wall. A robust wall of earth suddenly rose before the guards, forming a parabolic shield to protect them. It was also enveloped in the color of hockey. The parasite strings failed to penetrate this earthen barrier, prompting a low, amused chuckle from Doflamingo. Interesting. It seems you possess some strength, Anna of the Mud Flow. From beneath the ground, Anna materialized before the guards, her body taut with tension. She hadn't anticipated his personal arrival, merely because of that batch of unfinished products. Gazing at Doflamingo, she realized the peril he represented. Compared to him, Summer Qing was no longer on the same level. Fufufu. Those are items meant for trade with the four Emperor Kaido. I have no desire to incur the wrath of that monster. So I will have to appease his fury with your lives and other goods. In an instant, Doflamingo vanished from sight, reappearing before Anna, delivering a kick, string shave. In a heartbeat, 8 nearly transparent threads, imbued with a razor-sharp essence, erupted forth with frenzied force, slicing through the air. Anna hastily enveloped herself in hockey and mud armor for defense, yet to her shock, a sound of tearing echoed as her armor was instantly shredded. More alarmingly, her arm, protected by hockey, was also severed in an instant. The power contained within the string shave was terrifying. Anna could not withstand it, and was sent flying like a ragged doll. Fufufu, is that all you've got? Doflamingo vanished once more, only to reappear behind Anna, declaring, "String bullet." Panic surged through Anna as her pupils constricted, but before she could fully elementalize, her body was pierced by 5 beams wrapped in hockey. With a gasp, Anna's pupils fully contracted as she spewed forth a mouthful of blood. Yet this is not the end. Doflamingo was about to descend with a fierce kick, unleashing a sharp cutting line intended to sever Anna in two. Whoosh! At that moment, a brilliant beam of light surged towards Doflamingo, startling him into a hasty retreat. Boom! The light cannon whizzed past Anna overhead, exploding upon reaching the distant sea, sending vibrations rippling across the water. Ho ho ho! Who possesses such formidable power? The Thunder Hunter truly commands a remarkable group of subordinates. Doflamingo landed on the rooftop, observing the direction from which the cannon had approached. An audacious grin spreading across his face. Under his gaze, Gills appeared before him, wielding a fearsome iron cannon that radiated an intimidating aura. Doflamingo, I advise you to refrain from reckless actions. Otherwise, the next shot will not merely strike air. Gills threatened, aiming the cannon at Doflamingo. Is that the source of the attack? Doflamingo retorted, suddenly flicking his index finger, unleashing a long line that ruptured the air and pierced through Gills' shoulder. Gills scarcely had time to react before he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, and before he could regain his senses. Another explosion of blood blossomed from his other shoulder. Uffed. Gills' shoulder was instantly riddled with wounds. He screamed in agony, yet at that moment, a sudden illusion flashed before him as Doflamingo delivered a powerful kick. Uffed. Gills barely managed to swing the cannon before he was struck by an overwhelming force that shattered his sternum, sending him flying. Doflamingo, do not become too arrogant. Anna's voice rang out once more. Mudflow fury. The ground beneath Doflamingo suddenly surged upward, enveloping him like a meat grinder. This mudflow was immensely powerful and alarmingly swift, momentarily catching even Doflamingo off guard. Intriguing. Just as he evaded, Anna called out again. Reverse dragon assault. The swirling mud transformed into a colossal earth dragon, its gaping maw widening as it hardened with astonishing speed, crashing through the air toward Doflamingo. Five-colored line. Faced with the approaching earth dragon, Doflamingo let out a sinister laugh, his fingers curling to conjure 5 long lines of various colors, effortlessly slicing through the dragon's head. Witnessing this, Anna gasped in shock and hastily sought refuge. Flicking line. As Anna attempted to escape, Doflamingo flicked his finger once more, sending forth another incredibly swift line that precisely pierced Anna's shoulder, causing her to lose balance and collapse to the ground. Ho ho ho, I shall claim your life. Doflamingo appeared behind Anna, his finger poised to unleash a ray intended to finish her off, when suddenly, Anna sprang back into the air, her right arm transforming into a colossal fist that rocketed toward Doflamingo. Descent of the rogue line. However, in the face of this strike, Doflamingo not only refrained from adopting a defensive posture, but boldly launched another assault. 5 elongated strands, resembling iron spikes, pierced through Anna's arm, pinning her firmly to the ground. Anna had no strength to resist, and Doflamingo unleashed further strands, thoroughly securing her in place. The daughter of the mud stream met her end. Doflamingo's fingers moved slowly towards Anna's head, as she had lost all hope of resistance. You scoundrel, release Lady Anna at once. Do not presume that your status as a warlord allows you to act with impunity. We shall not permit you to harm her. At that moment, a group of workers rushed forward, wielding various weapons, clubs, forks, and knives, each face etched with fury. Humph. Doflamingo scoffed at the approaching mob, and with a fierce glare, unleashed his domineering conqueror's haki, causing a palpable shockwave to erupt. In an instant, a visible distortion rippled through the air, and all the workers collapsed. It was over for Anna, the daughter of the mud stream. Doflamingo reached out to grasp Anna, preparing to sever her head. In despair, Anna closed her eyes, thinking, farewell, Lord Xia Zhiqing. Just as Doflamingo's hand descended, a terrifying sound, akin to a piercing wind, surged forth, accompanied by an incredibly sharp aura. Chidori sharp spear. A lightning spear shot towards Doflamingo's head like a bolt of light, forcing him to evade swiftly. Hee, has the main character finally arrived? Since you have come to seek your demise, allow me to oblige. Doflamingo's gaze fell upon the source of the spear, revealing a grim-faced Xia Zhiqing, his smile growing ever more radiant. You deigned to descend in person. It seems I underestimated you, resulting in such significant losses. Xia Zhiqing, with a flash, positioned himself before Anna, his expression grave as he regarded Doflamingo. The level of his combat prowess far exceeded Xia Zhiqing's expectations. Combat power 335. He was the strongest being he had encountered, aside from a select few core members of the Whitebeard crew. It is noteworthy that a combat power exceeding 400 could contend with an admiral for a time, and this was not even Doflamingo at his peak. His true strength would manifest 6 years hence. This was undeniably more formidable than Enel at his zenith, and Xia Zhiqing dared not underestimate him. Thunder Hunter Natsu. Our first encounter. Doflamingo regarded Xia Zhiqing with the predatory gaze of a hyena, fierce and mocking, sending shivers down Xia Zhiqing's spine. Doflamingo, you shall pay the price for your recent actions. Despite the trepidation, with Doflamingo's intimidation looming large, Xia Zhiqing could not retreat. He activated his lightning armor. Then, Xia Zhiqing moved. Chidori sharp spear. The lightning-like spear pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, arriving before Don Quixote Doflamingo. Swift as a whip, Doflamingo, unfazed, calmly thrust his right hand forward, summoning a phantom-like long line from his palm that instantly ensnared the spear. Crack! With a slight exertion of force, Doflamingo severed the spear, reducing it to a dissipating storm of electricity. Subsequently, he manipulated the long line, twisting his form as he aimed for the visage of Xia Zhiqing. Whoosh! Xia Zhiqing felt a tremor in her very soul and hastily unleashed a torrent of flames to shield herself. Yet amidst the cacophony of shattering metal, she was violently repelled. Little brat, you have merely just acquired the strength to enter this new realm. Your arrogance will cost you your life. Doflamingo's voice rang out as the menacing line carved through the earth, lunging towards Xia Zhiqing's chest. One sword style, Gale Bird. Xia Zhiqing shouted fiercely, unleashing her most powerful sword wave, colliding heavily with the long line. Boom! The sword wave erupted, the line shattered. Yet Xia Zhiqing's expression suddenly shifted as she unleashed a lightning sword wave with her foot. In the next moment, Doflamingo materialized before her. A spectrum of lines darting forth to intercept the sword wave. Little brat, your reflexes are indeed swift, but that cannot alter your fate. Sizzle. The sword wave was effortlessly torn apart by the multicolored lines, which continued their relentless advance, intent on slicing Xia Zhiqing into pieces. Her pupils constricted in an instant. But before she could react, she was cleaved into multiple segments. Yet Doflamingo swiftly turned, once more unleashing a force surpassing the whip. Before him, Xia Zhiqing reappeared. Another lightning spear hurtling through the air. Sizzle. The spear was severed, and before Xia Zhiqing could respond, she was horrifically pierced through the chest. Blood splattering in a brutal display. Witnessing this, a sly smile crept upon Doflamingo's lips. However, just as he believed he had vanquished Xia Zhiqing, the pierced figure suddenly revealed a mocking grin. This expression sent a jolt of unease through Doflamingo. Sensing something amiss, it was already too late. Behind him, Xia Zhiqing appeared like a specter, forming seals as she proclaimed, "Lightning release. Angry Thunder Tiger." A ferocious lightning tiger roared forth, illuminating the surroundings. Spider's nest. Veins bulged on Doflamingo's forehead as he swiftly unleashed a net-like long line to intercept the lightning tiger. Did you think I would allow you to prevail, Doflamingo? Psychic impact. Xia Zhiqing roared, directly exhausting the power of her Sharingan. Instantly, a visible surge of terrifying mental energy erupted, warping space itself, causing Doflamingo to involuntarily grunt. Roar. The lightning tiger collided heavily with the web, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion of electricity, crackling and reverberating through the air, shattering the ground, and creating a thunderous roar. Yet, despite this, the mighty Thunder Tiger was unable to breach Doflamingo's defenses, being thwarted instead. The terrifying prowess of Doflamingo is evident. Fufufu. I never anticipated you possessed such formidable techniques. It is truly bewildering. However, alas, the power is simply insufficient, unable to penetrate even my defenses. How do you intend to contend with me? In but 2 seconds, Doflamingo regained his composure, encircled by sharp, elongated threads, granting Xia Zhiqing no opportunity to strike. Such an outcome did not surprise Xia Zhiqing. For those adept in hockey, the effects of mental assault are rather minimal. An unbreachable defense? Heh, such words are spoken too soon. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing could not help but smile. The three-tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as he charged towards Doflamingo. You wish to deliver yourself to your demise. I shall accommodate you. Witnessing Xia Zhiqing's reckless advance, Doflamingo's grin widened, and he swiftly unleashed 5 steel threads. The 5-colored threads. Facing the onslaught of steel threads slicing towards him, Xia Zhiqing remained unflustered, locking eyes with Doflamingo, proclaiming, "Illusion technique. Fox's heart." This was a more advanced illusion than the binding technique, capable not only of confounding foes, but also depleting their stamina, leading to their downfall. With a swift cut, Xia Zhiqing was shattered, yet before Doflamingo could revel in his triumph, he suddenly found himself enveloped in a labyrinth. His observation haki proved utterly ineffective. Fufufu intriguing. But do you truly believe this can confound me? Unperturbed, he centered himself, radiating sharp threads to shield his form. Break. Subsequently, his conqueror's haki erupted, surging forth like a tidal wave, causing the labyrinth to dissipate considerably. Just when Doflamingo believed he was on the verge of escape and that he could capture Xia Zhiqing in one fell swoop, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his chest, accompanied by a numbing sensation that left Doflamingo momentarily bewildered. The labyrinth before him vanished entirely. Xia Zhiqing, wielding the thunder spear, unimpeded, pierced through Doflamingo's body. The protective steel threads he had believed impenetrable were, in reality, riddled with flaws. Doflamingo, brace yourself for the might of thunder. Xia Zhiqing formed a hand seal and called to the heavens. Lightning release. Heavenly thunder judgment. A colossal dark cloud swiftly enveloped Doflamingo, casting the sky into darkness. Then, boom. A bolt of lightning, as thick as a barrel, roared down, causing Doflamingo's hair to stand on end as he hastily enveloped himself in armament haki. Boom, boom, boom. Doflamingo was entirely engulfed in lightning. The terrifying strikes shattered the earth around him, sending debris flying. This tempest of lightning lasted over 3 minutes, reminiscent of an apocalypse. instilling dread in all who beheld it. Yet, curiously, the ominous clouds in the sky not only failed to dissipate, but grew even darker and more formidable. Ha ha ha. Little brat, is that all you have to offer? Mocked Doflamingo, his voice echoing despite his disheveled appearance, which belied any sign of weakness. With a swift leap, he appeared before Xia Zhiqing and seized him by the throat, pinning him to the ground. Your end is nigh. Doflamingo's fingers curled into claws, resembling a cutting machine, poised to sever Xia Zhiqing's head. Is that so? Xia Zhiqing retorted with a smirk. Doflamingo, do you truly believe I am unaware that such lightning strikes cannot harm you? Yet, why would I prolong this battle, exhausting my strength? Before Doflamingo could retreat, Xia Zhiqing bellowed, Enel, come forth. Unleash your most fervent attack to greet our esteemed night demon. As a being of lightning, he could withstand it. At that instant, the sky darkened once more, and a youthful voice resonated, 200 million volts, thunder. With a thunderous roar, the heavens erupted in a cataclysm of terrifying lightning, exuding a menacing aura. Lightning serpents danced wildly, illuminating the sky and shaking the very clouds. Subsequently, the lightning coalesced into a colossal sphere enveloping the entire island, which then plummeted downwards. Madness. While Xia Zhiqing could afford to disregard the lightning of Enel, this tempestuous force instilled genuine trepidation within him. He understood that should he be struck, it would likely spell his doom. Instantly, he released his grip on Xia Zhiqing and, without a moment's hesitation, fled into the sky. Sacrificing his life for Xia Zhiqing was not worth it. Anna, gather everyone and evacuate swiftly. This place is about to be annihilated. Xia Zhiqing commanded Anna, who had just gotten up and was rushing over to assist. After a brief struggle, Anna exchanged a resolute glance with Xia Zhiqing, assuring him of her safety. Before seizing Gills and the other workers, hastening to the Sunny, anchored behind the island, and speeding away. Returning to Doflamingo, Xia Zhiqing's fury surged. Do you think you can depart so easily, Doflamingo? He thundered. Mental shock. A colossal wave of psychic force erupted, momentarily halting Doflamingo's movements. Damn it, he cursed, yet dared not pause, continuing his flight. Mental shock. Mental shock. But Xia Zhiqing would not relent. Just as Doflamingo broke the surface of the sea, the immense lightning sphere descended and detonated instantly. Curse you! Doflamingo roared, only to be engulfed in the chaotic tempest of lightning. At this moment, even enveloped in the armor of armed color and the thunderous defense of the Summer Monarch, there was an overwhelming sense of imminent obliteration. This was a terrifying technique capable of annihilating an island in an instant, wielding power reminiscent of ancient weaponry, sufficient to stir the very seas. The island where the Summer Trading Company resided began to fracture and collapse with alarming speed. The ocean roared, as towering waves exceeding 100 meters surged forth, raging and wreaking havoc, submerging the island of the Summer Trading Company entirely. Subsequently, a colossal light cannon, with a diameter of at least 1,000 meters, unleashed a torrent of lightning. The creatures of the sea were immediately afflicted by this chaos. The expanse of ocean, spanning thousands of fathoms, transformed into a realm devoid of life, forbidding any existence therein. A multitude of lifeless fish floated to the surface, including formidable sea kings measuring hundreds of meters in length. After a prolonged moment, as the light cannon dissipated, no trace of the island remained. Only the tumultuous waves bore witness to the unfolding devastation. Both the Summer Monarch and Don Quixote Doflamingo had vanished without a trace. Surely, the esteemed Summer Monarch isn't scathed? What shall we do if he encounters misfortune? From a distance, Anna, aboard the damaged summer vessel, gazed at the boundless sea with concern. Yet, just as her words faded, a sudden cough resonated from the distant waters. Startled, Anna's eyes sparkled with joy as she hurriedly steered the summer vessel towards the source of the voice. Upon her arrival, she found the Summer Monarch adrift on the water's surface, resembling a charred corpse, his vitality waning. As Anna approached, he managed a feeble smile. Without hesitation, she instructed her crew to gently retrieve him from the water. The workers stared at the Summer Monarch in astonishment, though their understanding was limited. They knew well that those who possessed the powers of the devil fruit were vulnerable to seawater. To them, the Summer Monarch was undoubtedly a wielder of such powers. Yet, he exhibited no fear of the ocean, and the debilitating weakness typically associated with being submerged in seawater was noticeably absent from him. Under normal circumstances, one so weakened, immersed in the sea, would have succumbed to unconsciousness long ago. However, the truth was that the summer monarch displayed no signs of the debilitating effects associated with being a devil fruit user exposed to seawater. He appeared entirely unaffected. Quickly, we must retreat. That Doflamingo fellow is not so easily defeated. We cannot allow him the chance to recover and pursue us. While this reckless maneuver may have succeeded this time, we cannot rely on it again. The summer monarch, in a state of extreme frailty, spoke with barely a whisper as he regarded Anna. Understood, esteemed summer monarch. Please rest. I shall take care of everything that follows. Anna nodded, her face etched with worry as she looked at her summer monarch. The one who unleashed such a devastating attack moments ago was known as Enel, a formidable entity with a fierce and untamed temperament. If he proves disobedient, then we shall employ the sea stone against him, imposing our will. In any case, it is paramount that he does not unleash his full power. Otherwise, we shall stand no chance. Upon hearing this, Anna nodded once more, signaling her understanding. Observing this, Xia Zhiqing finally exhaled in relief, and thus succumbed to unconsciousness. The might of the lightning strike was overwhelming. His entire being had been ravaged, his cells nearly obliterated. To have preserved even a single breath of life is indeed a remarkable feat. Without at least a week's rest, Xia Zhiqing would certainly be unable to recuperate. If Xia Zhiqing, clad in lightning armor, suffered such dire consequences, what could be said of Don Quixote Doflamingo? Ah, this lad has truly plunged into madness, nearly losing his life at his hands. Yet, one could argue that this calamity has birthed a blessing, for he has grazed the threshold of awakening. Suspended in the air by steel wires above the ocean, Doflamingo gasped for breath. His form was charred, riddled with grotesque wounds, emanating a foul odor of singed flesh. In certain areas, the injuries were so deep that bone was visible, and the gaping wound upon his chest revealed the rhythmic beating of his heart. Doflamingo swore he had never felt so feeble. Even when pursued by Admiral Kizaru, he had never been driven to such a desperate brink, teetering on the edge of death. However, it was this brush with mortality that finally allowed him to step onto the threshold of awakening. Hunter of Thunder, I shall remember you. I hope that when I recover, you will still be able to thwart me. Who is Don Quixote Doflamingo but a sea rogue, a nightmarish figure in the underworld? Known as the Joker in illicit dealings? Ruthless and vengeful, these are his fundamental traits. Having been nearly slain by Xia Zhiqing today, how could he possibly let this grudge go unpunished? Gradually, he unfurled his powers, ascending towards the new world, Dressrosa. Once he regains his strength and grasps the initial awakening of his abilities, he shall make Xia Zhiqing aware of his true prowess. The two adversaries departed. Yet their clash had once again stirred tumult across the vast ocean. The strength of the Thunder Hunter is indeed extraordinary. Even the formidable Doflamingo of the Don Quixote family was forced to flee after suffering grievous wounds. This individual, intended to balance the four emperors of the New World, had been vanquished by the Thunder Hunter. Just how formidable is he? The speed of his growth is nothing short of terrifying. Across the seas, not only were the pirates astonished, but the citizens of all nations felt a twinge of unease. The rapid ascent of Xia Zhiqing was alarming, evoking feelings of trepidation. At the naval headquarters, I had thought you had finally quieted down, but it appears you were merely biding your time, ready to unleash a grand maneuver. A new world powerhouse like Doflamingo has fallen. Just how powerful have you become? What are your limits? Sengoku gazed at a stack of photographs on the table, capturing the battle's progression. His eyes narrowed as he remarked, to possess the ability to obliterate an island in an instant is truly terrifying. Such power rivals that of ancient weaponry. Your existence is indeed exhilarating and drives one to madness. As the warring states exhaled deeply, he continued, next, those formidable beings who covet you across the vast ocean will surely begin to take action. The question remains, how long can you endure? The four emperors of the New World are in dire need of your exceptional strength. The New World, with someone like you in existence. Even the Whitebeard pirates might have a chance to defeat him. This echoes the voice of the Big Mom pirates, one of the four emperors. Such power cannot be overlooked. Whitebeard already possesses the capacity to wreak havoc upon the world, and should he acquire someone like you, our peril would increase exponentially. These words belong to Kaido, another of the four emperors. In essence, the moment Xia Zhiqing's lightning strike descended upon the sea, he transformed into a coveted asset for all major factions. The Whitebeard pirates. Cool. This kid truly knows how to stir up trouble. He even managed to put that scoundrel, the night demon, in his place. It seems he has forged a path uniquely his own. Whitebeard set down his bottle and grinned widely. Of course, Xia Zhiqing has always been a man of meticulous planning. I doubt he would ever leave the Whitebeard pirates to venture out independently without a solid plan. Marco chuckled, picking up on Whitebeard's sentiment, responding with a touch of flattery. However, my crew will not be taken lightly. The night demon, humph, a mere jester dares to lay hands on my son? It appears Kaido's pressure on him has not been sufficient. At this point, Whitebeard's gaze turned icy, unleashing an overwhelmingly dominant aura that caused the deck of the Moby Dick to shatter. The clouds above recoiled, trembling in fear of Whitebeard's terrifying presence. Father, Xia Zhiqing called me and requested that we refrain from intervening. He said he would handle it himself. Marco relayed helplessly to Whitebeard. Cool, this kid remains ever so stubborn. Well then, let us observe his methods. Whitebeard expressed a democratic spirit, revealing a smile that mingled appreciation with anticipation upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's desire to manage the situation independently. He ceased any further discussion regarding targeting Don Quixote da Flamingo. I wonder what kind of miracles he will bring us. Marco sighed in relief at Whitebeard's words. If Whitebeard truly intended to confront Doflamingo, Marco knew he would be unable to stop him. Ha ha ha, rest assured, that old man has never let us down. The members of the Whitebeard pirates roared with laughter, exuding confidence in Xia Zhiqing. Little did they know how frantic the expression of Doflamingo would be, who was presently struggling to recuperate in Dressrosa upon learning that Whitebeard had once contemplated targeting him. Meanwhile, as everyone at sea believed Xia Zhiqing's achievements were solely limited to repelling Doflamingo, a report from the Navy once again catapulted Xia Zhiqing into the spotlight. One of the 7 warlords, Gecko Moria, was defeated by the Thunder Hunter, Natsu, who rescued a little girl. In an instant, the sea erupted once more. The sentiment was palpable. Both of the 7 warlords had been bested by Xia Zhiqing, and remarkably, he emerged victorious. Many marveled internally, exclaiming, truly worthy of the Thunder Hunter. Indeed formidable. Meanwhile, the Navy promptly updated Xia Zhiqing's bounty. The Thunder Hunter, Nasi, now bore a staggering reward of 521 million, deemed ruthless and to be killed on sight. In a fleeting moment, Xia Zhiqing commanded the entire ocean's attention. 2 days later, above the clouds, on Sky Island. Indeed, this was Sky Island, a splendid locale, secluded and picturesque. And due to its high altitude and lack of oxygen, it served perfectly as a training base. During Xia Zhiqing's unconsciousness, Anna had temporarily assumed the role of overseer for all of Xia Zhiqing's factions. Gazing at the enchanting scenery surrounding Sky Island, she nodded in satisfaction. Naturally, this was Sky Island, my domain. It would be nothing short of exceptional. Upon hearing Anna's accolades, Enel, with an air of arrogance, interjected, let me correct you. This is now Lord Nasi's territory, not yours. You ought to exhibit the consciousness befitting a subordinate. Xia Zhiqing cast a cold glance at Enel and remarked, indeed. Surprisingly, the typically headstrong and unruly Enel acquiesced to Anna's authority, a testament to the previous day's events when Anna had utilized her fruit abilities, her innate immunity to lightning, coupled with sea prism stone and armament hockey, to subdue Enel on several occasions, effectively taming him. Now, let us settle on this Sky Island. You are all aware of Lord Nasi's orders following his awakening yesterday. The coming months will be dedicated to rebuilding our strength and expanding our influence, refraining from making appearances on the open sea to avoid attracting the envy of other factions. Anna addressed the assembly with an authoritative tone. Those who met her gaze felt a chill in their hearts and a sense of discomfort. If there is nothing further, commence development. As Lord Nasi indicated, this Sky Island is self-sufficient, and establishing a faction here should pose no challenge. Understood. The group responded in unison, promptly setting off aboard the Golden Ark towards Apaya Island. Enel had already informed his subordinates, the priests, so upon their arrival, the assembled priests and followers were awaiting their return. Lord Enel, you have returned. One of the followers exclaimed, bowing with palpable excitement. Indeed, more or less. Allow me to introduce my companion, Lady Anna. Henceforth, you are to address her as Lady Anna. Understood? Her commands are my commands, and you shall all comply. She will have several individuals alongside her to assist in managing this Sky Island. Furthermore, we will establish some bases not far from this divine palace. Without our explicit orders, do not approach, nor shall any of those lowly beings be permitted to draw near. Understood? In that moment, Enel embodied the essence of the divine, exuding authority and dominance. Yes, the four high priests simultaneously responded in unison, unconditionally submitting to Enel's commands. Anna nodded at this sight, yet could not help but furrow her brow. The influence of these priests was considerable, and their unwavering obedience to Enel could potentially undermine the authority of Summer's Lord and the implementation of forthcoming orders. Nonetheless, Anna understood that this transformation would require time to gradually unfold. After all, Enel had ruled over Skypiea for 6 long years. Easily diminishing his prestige was no simple task. Rumors circulated that a new group had arrived on Skypiea, comprised of subordinates of Summer's Lord, and intriguingly, their leader was a woman. They had reportedly arrived just yesterday. And even the divine Enel heeded their words, treating Appiato Island as their private stronghold. If this continued, would the Sandia tribe forever lose the opportunity to reclaim Appiato Island? The arrival of these newcomers left the Sandia people restless, anxious, and even despondent. They had assumed that Summer's Lord would not act swiftly against Skypiea, as ruling over the island was not as straightforward as it seemed. Yet, to their astonishment, within just 5 days, Summer's Lord commenced measures against Skypiea and began establishing a base. Were they truly destined to submit to that individual, becoming his subordinates to regain access to Appiato Island? Even Weber, having experienced the intimidation of Summer's Lord previously, found himself wavering. The methods of Summer's Lord were excessively forceful and domineering. Weber dared not gamble. Nor could he afford to. However, the disquiet on Skypiea was not limited to the Sandia tribe alone. The former god of Skypiea, Gonfor, was also troubled. After being rebuffed by Summer's Lord, Gonfor had been contemplating inciting a revolution to reclaim dominion over Skypiea. Yet, he had not anticipated that Summer's Lord would arrive before he could even prepare his plans. He feared that his intentions had been revealed, leaving him in a state of disarray. Is there truly no way for the Thunder Hunter Natsu to grant me a path to survival? Gonfor sighed as he gazed upon Appiato Island. The unrest on Skypiea mirrored the turmoil on the seas. The consecutive defeats of 2 warlords had significantly diminished the deterrent power of that title, prompting many pirates to stir restlessly. Some pirates even contemplated challenging the authority of the warlords. The world government's naval forces, in conjunction with the warlords, seemed on the verge of faltering in their efforts to balance the 4 emperors. In Mariehua, the presence of the Thunder Hunter Natsu posed a genuine threat, with his influence growing powerful enough to potentially disrupt their rule. The elders, clad in traditional garments and wielding the legendary sword Shodai Kitetsu, narrowed their eyes, the lenses glimmering with an unusual light. Indeed, such individuals could not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, one day they would catch us unprepared. The golden-haired elder nodded in agreement. Let us first deliberate on matters concerning the warlords today. Doflamingo and Moria have been consecutively defeated by a newcomer, severely undermining the prestige of the 7 warlords. Should they be expelled and new candidates sought to assume their roles? The bald, octagonal-bearded elder, marked with mottled scars, glanced at the other 4 before speaking. I believe it prudent to wait and observe. Doflamingo, without question, is one of our vital partners, possessing certain secrets of ours. Moria, too, still holds value for us. His expertise significantly contributes to the development of our high-precision combat robots. To continue our advancements, his assistance is indispensable. The elder with long hair and a flowing beard pondered for a moment before continuing. Indeed, this must be taken into consideration. Thus, we shall retain their positions for the time being. Until their utility is fully exhausted, we should refrain from severing ties. However, should either be defeated again by another newcomer, we would have no choice but to sever connections decisively and covertly collaborate with them instead. The final elder, possessing a mane of white curls and a bushy white beard, adorned with a flat cap and a scar across his left cheek, concluded, "That seems most agreeable." After a brief contemplation, the other elders expressed no further dissent. The terrifying 3-masted ship. They haven't rescinded my title as a warlord. The world government truly surprises me. Moria, who had braced himself for the loss of his title, was taken aback by the world government's unexpected leniency. Yet, he did not perceive this as an act of mercy. Perhaps I still hold some value for you, world government. He mused, fully aware of their ulterior motives. If the world government were to practice benevolence, then surely pigs would soar through the skies. Dressrosa, It seems my years of tribute have not been in vain. I wonder, is it my gold or the secrets I harbor in my heart that holds your interest? Doflamingo, swathed like a mummy, regarded the representatives of the world government with a defiant grin, unabashedly reveling in his continued status as a warlord alongside Moria. When did the world government become so weak? Such thoughts permeated the minds of other pirates across the seas. They did not interpret this as kindness, but speculated that the world government was scheming something anew. After all, if the world government were to exhibit mercy, then true compassion would be a rarity in this world. Of course, none of this concerned Xia Zhiqing, who remained in a deep slumber, his cells ravaged by lightning. And his recovery would demand an extensive period. How is it that the titles of these two individuals remain unchallenged? What schemes are brewing in the minds of the world government and the five elders? Anna is no fool. Upon encountering this news, she sensed an unusual aura, though she could not articulate the reasons behind it. Thus, she devoted herself wholeheartedly to the construction of the base. They urgently required a stable foundation to facilitate subsequent developments. Fortunately, with Enel's assistance, the construction of the base, while not entirely smooth, progressed in an orderly manner, gradually taking shape. As time passed over the course of a month, Doflamingo, that relentless figure, had somehow reached the first half of the Grand Line. Within an ancient ruin, a young man clad in white robes held a newspaper, reading aloud. Yet, I am no longer the disheveled individual I was a month ago. I now possess the strength and resources to contend with you, and I shall no longer be easily crushed. This young man was none other than Xia Zhiqing. My lord Natsu, Lady Anna has returned. She requests your presence for a matter requiring your judgment. At that moment, Gills appeared behind Xia Zhiqing and spoke. Understood, I shall go at once. Xia Zhiqing nodded in acknowledgement and followed Gills towards Anna. Upon his arrival, he found Anna had already been waiting for some time. Thank you for your hard work this past month. I have entrusted everything to you, and it must have been taxing. Xia Zhiqing enveloped Anna in a warm embrace, momentarily rendering her speechless, a blush blossoming on her fair neck. My lord, it is my duty. You need not be so courteous. Anna replied, her voice laced with shyness. Do not say it was no trouble. Just look at you. You've lost quite a bit of weight. Please rest well. I shall take over from here. Xia Zhiqing gently brushed his fingers against Anna's delicate nose, rolling his eyes playfully. All right, I will heed your advice. At that moment, Anna resembled a demure young woman, her obedience astonishing those around her. They had never witnessed Anna exhibit such a demeanor, which seemed unfathomable to them. Anna had always projected an image of an aloof queen, proud, distant, and untouchable, akin to a goddess warding off all who dared approach. Countless individuals had not even dared to meet her gaze, for her beauty and presence rendered many utterly self-conscious. Yet now, Anna spoke to Xia Zhiqing with the bashfulness of a young girl. Countless hearts shattered at that moment. They mused, so, Anna is already taken. Their affections dissipated instantly, leaving them with neither the courage nor the means to compete with Xia Zhiqing. They understood that even if they could contend, Anna would hardly look their way. Anna, it is quite remarkable that in just a month, your bounty has surged from over 100 million to 272 million berries. Suddenly, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Xia Zhiqing's eyes as she regarded Anna. You've already amassed 521 million berries. Is it truly so surprising that I have 272 million? Anna couldn't help but cast a sidelong glance at Xia Zhiqing, unsure whether her expression conveyed exasperation or playful reproach. Ha ha ha, I would have forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Indeed, it is quite normal. Upon the mention of this topic, Xia Zhiqing erupted into laughter, scratching her head with a hint of bashfulness. Well then, let it be. By the way, you summoned me to make a decision regarding something? As the conversation turned serious, Anna's demeanor shifted. Some guards wish to depart. They feel inadequate and fear that their lives may not be sufficient to enjoy their substantial salaries. Hence, they seek to resign. Such matters should be resolved by you. There is no need for me to intervene. Xia Zhiqing expressed her confusion. This is a personnel decision, my lady. How could I possibly overstep? Anna sighed, a faint weariness evident in her tone. Let them go. Provide them with a little travel fare. Parting amicably is best. Since they intend to leave, we should continue our recruitment efforts. I have several promising candidates in mind along the first half of the Grand Line. There is no shortage of talent on these seas, and losing a few will not hinder us. Yet, what if they reveal our secrets? Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's inclination to let them go, Anna became anxious. What do you propose, then? Murder to silence them? Xia Zhiqing chuckled in response. I find this approach quite feasible. To Anna's surprise, she nodded in agreement. Hold on. Let us not be so ruthless. I will handle the guards. At the moment they depart, I will erase their memories. Xia Zhiqing quickly interrupted, sensing that Anna's jest was rather ill-timed. Understood. Since you have decided to take matters into your own hands, I have nothing further to say. Very well, go rest now. After a month of inactivity, I too must stretch my limbs. With your base established, it is time our enterprise continues to flourish. I shall choose an island. It is time for our forces to embark on a new beginning. After soothing Anna, Xia Zhiqing turned her gaze to Analu, who lounged nearby like a slacker. Come. This time, it shall be just the two of us. I anticipated this, so I have long been prepared. Analu replied, a smug expression on his face upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's invitation. Who else would I summon? You are our strongest, after all. Should I invite anyone else? Xia Zhiqing retorted, half annoyed, as she approached the guards wishing to resign. After swiftly erasing their memories, Xia Zhiqing led them off the Sky Island. Farewell. May the mountains be high and the waters long. Until we meet again. After bidding farewell to the departing guards, she directed her steps towards the small garden. Their first target being the two giants residing there. He hopes to attract them, and of course, if that proves unfeasible, making a friend would not be amiss. Recruiting guardians and establishing a faction, Xia Zhiqing is both adept and somewhat desensitized. If possible, he would relish the opportunity to irresponsibly become a mere leech within the Whitebeard pirates, simply biding his time. However, the thought that if he were to languish in such a manner, Whitebeard would meet his demise at the onset of the narrative unsettles him. He cannot bear the thought of Whitebeard's death. He desires for Whitebeard to thrive. Thus, he must push himself to the limits, ensuring he possesses the strength to alter the course of fate. The Thunder Hunter, you have finally emerged. Splendid. Let me witness how much stronger you have become in this month apart. Recently, Don Quixote Doflamingo has been on the hunt for Xia Zhiqing. Yet, Xia Zhiqing has remained silent, leading many across the seas to believe he has succumbed to fear and gone into hiding. Now, upon hearing that Xia Zhiqing has reappeared, the populace of the seas is once again abuzz with excitement. One might ask, in this encounter, who shall emerge victorious, the Thunder Hunter or Doflamingo? It is difficult to say, but I surmise that Doflamingo's odds of victory are slightly higher. After all, he is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Last time he was merely delayed by the Thunder Hunter, and this time, he is unlikely to afford him any opportunities. It must be said, the sea is not devoid of those who can perceive the prevailing circumstances. This speculation that Doflamingo shall triumph has garnered considerable consensus. Nevertheless, there are those who believe that Xia Zhiqing may yet create another miracle. Everyone awaits this battle with bated breath. Lord Xia Zhiqing, may you return safely. On the Sky Island, Anna fervently prays within her heart. She is acutely aware of the severity of Xia Zhiqing's previous encounter with Doflamingo. She knows well how terrifying Doflamingo can be. Thus, her sole hope is for Xia Zhiqing to escape unscathed. As for a potential stalemate with Doflamingo, she does not entertain such thoughts. She cannot fathom that after lying in bed for a month, Xia Zhiqing's strength could have escalated so rapidly. Yet, in truth, Xia Zhiqing is precisely the type who, even while bedridden, is perpetually augmenting his prowess. In the little garden, there are indeed 2 formidable individuals here. Their size, however, is quite imposing. Should you successfully recruit them, it would entail a substantial financial influx in the future. NLS Heart Network has detected the presence of the 2 individuals Xia Zhiqing seeks within the little garden. If the recruitment is successful, what is a trifling sum of money? They are true giants, and their mere existence is a significant selling point. Xia Zhiqing chuckled, remarking, this is an exceptionally lucrative deal. Upon hearing this, Enel could not help but let out a slight scoff. That is contingent upon your ability to successfully recruit them, my esteemed lord. Let us await the outcome. If all else fails, we can at least forge a friendship. Xia Zhiqing glanced at the array of fine wines stacked at the back of the ship, feeling somewhat uncertain. Wine. I can smell the aroma of wine. Where is it? Bring it to me. I desire to drink. As the 2 individuals had yet to reach the shore, a thunderous roar resonated from the island, shattering the heavens. The entire island trembled ominously, revealing 2 colossal figures hurtling towards the harbor at an alarming speed. Qing Gui Dongli, Hong Gui Buluoji. Do not let me depart empty-handed. Xia Zhiqing had originally intended to recruit Jinping, Even if he was one of the 7 warlords, it mattered not. However, a mere fortnight ago, he had joined the Whitebeard pirates. No, to be precise, the Whitebeard pirates had landed on Fishman Island, claiming it as their territory. This sudden turn of events restored tranquility to Fishman Island, which had long been plagued by various slave traders and sinister forces. Ah, Whitebeard, you were so close. As a son, Xia Zhiqing could not possibly vie with Whitebeard for men. Thus, he was compelled to settle for the 2 giants of Little Garden. Just as the features of the giants became increasingly distinct, a massive Red Sea King, over 200 meters in length, erupted from the depths beneath Xia Zhiqing. With its gaping maw lined with razor-sharp teeth, it aimed to swallow both Xia Zhiqing and his vessel whole. You wretched creature, how dare you? Before Enel could unleash his electric fury, the 2 giants charging from the island let out earth-shattering roars. They executed identical sweeping motions, unleashing twin blasts of distorted air that pierced through the armored Fish King in a single strike. Their strength was indeed formidable. No wonder you sought to recruit them. As the Sea King plummeted, dispatched in an instant, Enel's electric aura dissipated. My friends, might you spare a bit of that exquisite wine for us? We would gladly trade meat for it. The Red Demon inquired, peering at Xia Zhiqing with a curious gaze. How exceedingly courteous. No need for such formality. Fate has brought us together. Would you mind if I joined you on the island for a chat? There will be ample wine. Xia Zhiqing replied with a hearty laugh. The 2 giants, Qing Gue Dong Li and Hong Gue Buluo Ji, were known for their hospitality. He was confident they would not reject his goodwill. Kaba Kaba. That is splendid. Thank you so much, young brother. Upon hearing there would be wine, the Red Demon burst into laughter, exuberant and forthright. Ah, at last. There will be wine. Young brother, let us commence forthwith. I can hardly contain my anticipation. The Blue Demon appeared as a ravenous drunkard, swallowing hard, leaving Enel utterly astonished. The Blue Demon donned warrior armor and a helmet, wielding a massive sword in his right hand and a round shield in his left, with a long beard cascading down his chest. The Red Demon, similarly clad in warrior armor and adorned with a horned helmet, brandished a great axe in his right hand and a round shield in his left, his face perpetually alight with a broad grin and a scruffy beard. While Xia Zhiqing and his companions procured the fine wine, the 2 giants had already prepared a feast of meats, grilling them to perfection. The aroma was indeed tantalizing. It seems fortune smiles upon me today. Xia Zhiqing gazed at the towering pile of meat, unable to suppress the urge to indulge. Come, little brother, no need for formality. A guest is a guest. Here, feast, exclaimed the enthusiastic Red Demon Brokey, presenting a nearly roasted leg. Naturally, Xia Zhiqing accepted without hesitation. Come, my 2 elder brothers. Let us drink. Today, I have ample wine. In return for the meat bestowed upon him, Xia Zhiqing offered them wine. Ha ha ha, then we shall not hold back. Upon receiving the exquisite wine from Xia Zhiqing, the 2 exchanged knowing glances, and after a gentle clink of their cups, they tilted their heads back and emptied a barrel of wine in mere gulps. What a fine vintage. Truly remarkable. It has been ages since I savored such delightful nectar. Brokey remarked, wiping the remnants of wine from his lips. If I recall correctly, it has been nearly a century, hasn't he? The Blue Demon Dongli casually mentioned a figure, startling Anilu into realization of the impressive age of the 2 men before him. Over a century old, yet they appeared utterly youthful. I shall raise a toast to my 2 elder brothers. Our meeting is a twist of fate. I drink to you. Feel free to partake at your leisure. Xia Zhiqing lifted his bowl of wine and downed it in one go. Remarkably, it was quite potent. His cheeks flushed instantly. Ah, splendid. How generous. Witnessing this display, Dongli and Brokey were even more delighted. Thus, they merrily drank together, and within 2 hours, all 4 were thoroughly intoxicated. Their camaraderie had rapidly deepened. Boom. At that moment, the nearby volcano erupted with sudden ferocity. The 2 men, who had been inebriated just a moment ago, sprang to their feet simultaneously. Little brother, we must excuse ourselves. It is time for our duel, they declared before departing. The clash between giants was not to be missed, especially given the formidable prowess of these 2. Xia Zhiqing, utilizing his chakra, swiftly metabolized the alcohol within him and, upon regaining clarity, followed suit. The battle commenced with a terrifying roar that reverberated across the island. A visible shockwave surged outward, devastating countless trees with its overwhelming power, instilling fear in all who witnessed it. Boom, boom, boom. The horrific sounds, accompanied by spine-chilling tremors, rendered the entire island mournful, while the surrounding seas roared tumultuously. Their confrontation was devoid of embellishment, yet each move was executed with unwavering precision and terrifying strength. The earth itself fractured beneath their clash. The ferocious beasts of the island fled in a frenzy. Sparks erupted in the air like fireworks, a testament to the intensity of their fierce exchange. Such battles unfolded with every eruption of the island's volcano. They had fought in this manner for over a century. Yet still, no victor had emerged. The turbulent air, splintering wood, and flying stones continued to stir in chaos. Xia Zhiqing paid no heed to the terrifying aftershocks. Focusing intently on their battle through his Sharingan, he scrutinized their attack movements, the manner in which they exerted force, and even the minutest of actions, leaving no detail overlooked. For Xia Zhiqing, such a clash was indeed beneficial for the enhancement of his martial arts. How enlightening it was to witness such techniques. Oh, the swordplay could be employed in such a manner. The potency of this punch could be further amplified. Observing the duel between the two, Xia Zhiqing found his understanding deepening significantly. An observable wave of energy swirled around him, powerful and fierce. Bang, bang, bang. Their battle persisted for a full hour, ultimately concluding in a draw, and Xia Zhiqing reaped substantial rewards from this experience. This journey was far from futile. With a long exhale, Xia Zhiqing leaped down from the tree. If the previous Xia Zhiqing had many obscure aspects regarding swordsmanship, now those complexities had diminished greatly. He believed his strength would grow exponentially. Don Quixote da Flamingo, let me see if you will serve as my testing stone. Suddenly, the three Tomo and Xia Zhiqing's eyes aligned into a formation resembling three evenly spaced spheres. Kaba Kaba, Chingue, when we next meet, I shall surely triumph over you. The red demon Brokey sat down, took a jar of wine, and handed it to the blue demon Dongli before drinking deeply from another jar. Little brother, do enlighten us about your purpose here. I doubt you merely came to bring us wine. Dongli inquired after taking a sip. Haha, since you've put it so directly, I shall not conceal my intentions. To speak plainly, I wish to recruit the two of you as guards for my trading company. Xia Zhiqing responded candidly. Recruit us as guards? Dongli was momentarily taken aback, then let out his distinctive laughter. Well, this is truly the most peculiar statement I have heard in a century. With a serious demeanor, Dongli continued, among the myriad powerful beings at sea, why have you chosen us? Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing could only smile wryly. Though many are strong, few are unbound. It just so happens that you two are formidable and free, hence I sought you out. Kaba Kaba, interesting, your reasoning is quite appealing. However, persuading us to leave with you may prove difficult, as we have unfinished business to attend to. The implication in Red Demon Brokey's words was unmistakable. Xia Zhiqing understood their position. They had their own obligations and would not accompany him. Truly, can you not accept my invitation? He sighed and pressed on after hearing Dongli's response. Indeed, we are sorry, little brother. We have pressing matters to address and cannot acquiesce to your request. Red Demon Brokey replied earnestly. Indeed, I understand. Since both of you find it inconvenient, let us leave it at that. Fate has brought us together. So let us raise our glasses. Upon receiving another response from Brokey, Xia Zhiqing could not help but sigh, lifting his cup once more. Cheers. Come, let us drink. Noticing that Xia Zhiqing had chosen not to mention the matter again, the Red Ghost Brokey followed suit, allowing the atmosphere to become harmonious once more. They feared the repercussions of Xia Zhiqing's potential discontent, for his formidable strength was beyond their capacity to handle. The palpable threat emanating from him was undeniable. After several rounds of drinks, the four of them were pleasantly intoxicated. Brothers, since the wine has run dry, I shall take my leave for now. I hope to visit you both again when time permits, and I trust you won't hold my presence against me. Xia Zhiqing expressed his intent to depart. Oh, little brother, should you return, we shall certainly prepare a sumptuous feast for you. Just bring along some fine wine. Qing Ghost Dongli readily agreed. Very well. It is a promise. Xia Zhiqing smiled and signaled to Aina Lu to depart. On board the ship, he lamented, what a disastrous first attempt. My next target must not refuse me, or I fear I shall lose my sanity. Observing Xia Zhiqing's demeanor, one could hardly detect any signs of intoxication. It was all an act. Who will the next target be? You ought to seek out individuals more amenable to persuasion, thus avoiding rejection. Aina Lu suggested. The next target may not yet be well known. But he is a rising star, Xia Zhiqing remarked, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. Luffy, I trust you won't mind if I recruit a couple of your crew members? This time, Xia Zhiqing had set his sights on none other than the renowned pirate hunter, Roronoa Zoro, who at the tender age of 15 had already made a name for himself across the seas, aspiring to challenge the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. The East Blue? Are you certain, Lord Natsu? What formidable warriors could possibly hail from such a place? Ainalu was taken aback upon hearing that Xia Zhiqing's next target was in the East Blue, his previous understanding of the ocean leaving him utterly astonished. Indeed, it is the East Blue. What of it? Xia Zhiqing chuckled at Ainalu's incredulity. Do not be misled by the title of the weakest sea. It does not imply a lack of strength within. Rest assured, my judgment is sound, and this individual is destined for greatness. His prowess will undoubtedly justify my personal intervention. Could Zoro be weak? Certainly not. Meanwhile, at a bounty exchange office in the East Blue, whispers spread among the local heroes. Why would such a formidable figure appear in our humble abode? They gazed at the young man clad in a white robe, a purple flame-patterned sword at his side, feeling an unsettling chill at their necks. If that young man in the white robe has set his sights on them, then they would truly be bereft of any chance of escape. Yet, would such a formidable individual deign to notice the bounty on our heads? Could it be that he intends to orchestrate a grand scheme in the East Sea? Or perhaps, a pirate of sufficient notoriety has arrived in these waters, compelling him to take action? The pirates, each with bounties barely reaching 10 million berries, gazed at the robed figure of Xia Zhiqing, deep in speculation. Xia Zhiqing's presence here was no mere coincidence. He had received credible intelligence. According to the information, Zoro would make an appearance on this island, and all he needed to do was wait. He was willing to bide his time to recruit Zoro. Truly, in this weakest of seas, even one of my subordinates, a priest, could easily sweep away all the pirates here. Behind Xia Zhiqing, Enel scanned the island's strong contenders with his mind's eye, only to be met with profound disappointment. They were nothing more than a collection of incompetent wretches. This was because any pirate with even a modicum of threat had been captured by a certain bored old man. He has arrived. Just as Xia Zhiqing proclaimed this, his observation Haki suddenly detected Zoro's presence. Oh, has he finally come? Enel's mind probe immediately followed suit, only for his brows to furrow in dismay. This individual was inferior to some of the refuse on this island. Was he truly worth recruiting? Enel gazed at Xia Zhiqing with skepticism, convinced that he was jesting. He will astonish you once he matures. He is merely 15 years old. So do not be hasty. In response to Enel's doubts, Xia Zhiqing could only deflect with the promise of future potential. After all, Zoro would require several years to develop fully. What? He is here to recruit the bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro? Surely, this must be a mistake. Why would such a novice merit his personal attention? From my perspective, that fellow seems to lack any remarkable qualities. The surrounding pirates, having overheard their conversation, were likewise taken aback. Meanwhile, Zoro had landed. He carried several bloodied packages and strode toward the grand entrance. However, he soon halted, as Xia Zhiqing obstructed his path. What? Do you wish to fight? At just 15, Zoro's temper had not yet been tempered by the unfolding events of his journey. He was brimming with vitality, and naturally, his temper was at its most volatile. I am currently recruiting. Would you care to join us? This could expedite your challenge against the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Xia Zhiqing knew precisely where Zoro's vulnerabilities lay and presented his enticing proposition. Are you certain? Upon hearing that he could challenge Mihawk more swiftly, Zoro's eyes ignited with a fierce determination. Indeed, I am absolutely certain. So will you join us? Xia Zhiqing wore the guise of a mischievous uncle enticing a child. Very well, I accept your offer. Zoro responded without hesitation. Before Summer Zhiqing could utter a word, Zoro interjected, but should I discover that you are deceiving me, I shall personally sever your head. His tone was imbued with an unwavering seriousness, and his gaze resembled that of a fierce tiger, instilling an icy dread in the hearts of those who beheld it. Rest assured, I, the Hunter of Thunder, am a man of my word and never resort to falsehood, Summer Zhiqing declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Once you join my ranks, not only will you have the opportunity to challenge the illustrious Dracula Mihawk, but you shall also be able to face many other formidable swordsmen upon these seas. This includes top-tier swordsmen such as the likes of Crocodile and the flower swordsman Vista. Such privileges are reserved solely for those who ally with me. Summer Jiqing exclaimed with a smile, casting an even greater temptation. Humph. I hope your words are not mere bravado. Otherwise, you shall witness the true prowess of my swordsmanship. Zoro responded, his breath becoming noticeably heavier at the prospect of confronting mighty swordsmen, an undeniable allure for him. Oh, I nearly forgot to mention, I too am a swordsman, a master swordsman. To be precise, although I may not rival the likes of Vista or Crocodile, I am indeed among the elite, surpassing 90% of swordsmen in this world. Summer Jiqing observed Zoro's eyes gleaming with excitement at his words, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. Let us embark. Our next destination is the Grand Line. Since the quick slasher, Das Bonus, has not yet joined Baroque Works, we cannot afford to let this opportunity slip away. Summer Jiqing beckoned the two aboard, and thus, amidst the gaze of numerous pirates on the island, they departed. The pirates could hardly comprehend why the renowned bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro possessed such allure that the formidable Hunter of Thunder would come personally to recruit him. They were baffled by the presence of many other seemingly more powerful individuals on the island, yet Summer Jiqing chose to pursue only Roronoa Zoro. On an island in the West Sea, Das Bonus, after hearing Summer Jiqing's enticing words, acquiesced, very well, I shall join you, and I hope, as you have said, that this path will bring a unique joy to my life. His tone, however, lacked any emotion, rendering his agreement somewhat disingenuous. Welcome aboard, Das Bonus. Summer Jiqing exclaimed with a broad smile, observing the man who resembled a monk, adorned with a single character tattoo on his chest, yet remained exceedingly taciturn. Das Bonus, hailing from a background as an assassin, was met with Summer Jiqing's cheerful demeanor. Referring to him as Das Bonus might not be entirely fitting, for few recognized him by that name. However, should one invoke his other moniker, it would undoubtedly resonate more. He was none other than the future trusted aide of Crocodile, destined to become known as Mr. One within Baroque Works, a user of the dice fruit. He possessed the extraordinary ability to transform any part of his body into a blade, rendering his skin as resilient as steel, a veritable nemesis to swordsmen. In the original narrative, he once cornered Zoro into a near-fatal predicament. Merely minutes after Summer Jiqing recruited Das Bonus, Crocodile, far away in Alabasta, inexplicably sneezed. He inexplicably felt that something was amiss within him. How could he harbor such a sensation? Was it merely an illusion, or perhaps a result of exhaustion? Crocodile shook his head and resolutely redirected his focus to the study of his plans, entirely oblivious to the sudden and peculiar feeling that had arisen. Little did he know, just moments ago, his capable assistant had been poached by Xia Zhiqing. This individual possessed considerable prowess, indeed. Lord Natsu, who was our next target? I began to feel a sense of anticipation. Enel cast a glance at Das Bonus, expressed his thoughts, and then eagerly inquired. Do not rush. Our next target is not one who can easily join our ranks. This is a particularly challenging character, Xia Zhiqing remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly, revealing an unusual seriousness. The target Xia Zhiqing had in mind, while not yet immensely powerful, was a figure of cunning and intelligence, possessing remarkable skills. Most importantly, he was not one to willingly submit to others, akin to Enel, making him a rather complicated individual. Crucially, he was a user of Logia-type abilities. Oh, difficult, you say? The fact that it has evoked such a grave expression from you suggests that this person is indeed extraordinary. I am becoming increasingly curious about him. Where is he? Let us set forth at once. I wish to discern what makes him so exceptional as to elicit such a serious demeanor from you. Enel urged, brimming with impatience. Patience, my friend, that individual resides in the New World. However, before we embark there, let us explore the Grand Line and see if we might uncover some hidden gems. Xia Zhiqing mused, recalling that the first half of the Grand Line still harbored numerous talents. Since we had come this far, it would be a disservice to ourselves not to delve deeply into our exploration. The vision was splendid, yet reality proved to be harsh. The trio spent 3 days traversing the first half of the Grand Line in search of suitable candidates, but found little success, aside from a man known as Zeppalu, the immortal bird, who bore a bounty of 66 million berries. It appeared that finding talent was no easy feat. Or perhaps all the promising individuals had been incarcerated and impelled down. As Xia Zhiqing sighed in resignation and prepared to continue their journey, his expression abruptly shifted. With a sudden thrust into the air, he unsheathed his sword, unleashing a wave of energy. Boom! A terrifying explosion echoed above Enel and the others, reverberating throughout the sky. Fufu, I did not expect your observation haki to be so formidable. Impressive indeed. Your perception of danger is quite acute. Came the haughty and chilling voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo from the heavens. Doflamingo, you are quite the persistent specter, following us all the way here. You truly have gone through quite an ordeal, Xia Zhiqing said, stepping lightly as he gazed at Doflamingo, who was soaring through the sky, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Fufu, last time, you managed to outmaneuver me, forcing me to retreat. However, when Don Quixote Doflamingo spoke of this, the veins on his forehead suddenly bulged, and he declared, the cargo you intercepted from my hands was meant for that madman Kaido. Now that the goods are lost, the enraged Kaido demands an explanation. After much contemplation, I have come to the conclusion that your life is the most fitting recompense. Moreover, I shall return to you the humiliation of being defeated by you a month ago. Doflamingo unexpectedly descended upon the surface of the sea. What caused Xia Zhiqing's pupils to contract was the sight of the ocean beneath him transforming into a dense network of white lines. You have achieved the awakening of your devil fruit powers. Xia Zhiqing gazed at Doflamingo in astonishment. Thanks to you, in the midst of thunder and a life-and-death crisis, I have stepped into the realm of awakening. Doflamingo gestured with his hand, and several tentacles formed from the white lines emerged, enveloped in haki, exuding a terrifying sharpness. As a token of my gratitude, you shall serve as my first subject for experimentation. Raging wave of white lines. Doflamingo arranged tens of thousands of transparent white lines horizontally, unleashing a torrent of attack akin to crashing waves. Before Xia Zhiqing could evade, the lines surged from below, twisting into a shape that ensnared him completely. Die! Doflamingo clenched his fist, and the white lines tightened instantly, producing a sound of tearing flesh. Blood gushed forth, staining the white lines crimson. How could this be? Only when the white lines turned red with blood did Enel and the others react. I'll handle this. You are no match for him. Enel halted the advancing Bones. Zoro and Zephyru, striking his left shoulder drum and shouting, Behold the might of Enel, Lord of Lightning. 100 million volt thunder dragon. The sky erupted with roaring lightning, morphing into a colossal thunder dragon that surged towards Doflamingo. The entire sea was instantly engulfed in lightning, with terrifying rifts tearing through the water, showcasing immense power. Do you truly believe the same tactic will work again? 1,000 arrows piercing heart feather strike. Facing the incoming thunder dragon, Doflamingo bellowed, with a wave of his hand. Thousands of white lines wrapped in haki transformed into wings resembling those of a flamingo, encasing the thunder dragon. Then, with a snap, the thunder dragon was pierced by a myriad of arrows, torn apart, and dissipated into fragments of lightning. Not only that, but he also pointed at Enel, unleashing an illusory whip-like line from his palm, instantly striking towards Enel. Whoosh! Enel transformed into a bolt of lightning and vanished from his original position. However, this left Bones and his companions in dire straits aboard the ship. The three had no time to react as the deck beneath them was suddenly torn apart. Moreover, the entire ship was split in two, and Bones and his companions plummeted into the sea. Bones' pupils constricted, and he sank helplessly to the ocean floor. This is bad, quickly save him. He is a devil fruit user. He must not come into contact with the sea. Upon witnessing the scene, Zaparlu could not help but exclaim in astonishment, and without a moment's hesitation, he plunged into the vast ocean to render aid. Meanwhile, let us set aside Zoro and shift our focus to Enel. He re-emerged, standing upon the shattered deck. Before he could react, the voice of Don Quixote Doflamingo resonated once more, accompanied by the fierce sound of slicing air. Exceeding the whip's reach, a tremendous cutting line surged towards Enel from behind, leaving him utterly unprepared to react or defend himself. 100 million volts of Raijin. Enel immediately unleashed his ultimate technique to counter it. However, as he released the Raijin, Doflamingo had already instantaneously arrived before him. 5 colored threads. He swung his hand, unleashing 5 extraordinarily sharp threads imbued with potent haki, sending the resisting Enel flying with a powerful blow. With a splintering sound, the already damaged ship was instantly reduced to mere fragments. Even as Enel hastily transformed into an elemental state, he still sustained injuries, with several deep gashes visible down to the bone across his chest. Lacking the support of the deck, Zoro was directly struck down into the depths of the sea. 5 colored threads. Doflamingo relentlessly advanced, and before Enel could catch his breath, he found himself without any chance to resist or evade against the oncoming terrifying cutting line. The only fate awaiting him was to be reduced to mere chunks of flesh, meeting his demise. No, how could I, Enel, die in such a humiliating manner? He let out a roar of defiance, yet he was utterly unable to escape. Just as Enel was on the verge of being sliced into pieces, a figure suddenly appeared before him, intercepting the lethal blow with a single strike. "You're unscathed." Doflamingo was taken aback as he beheld the unexpected figure who had appeared before Enel and blocked the attack. This enigmatic individual was none other than Xia Zhiqing. "Surprised, are we?" Observing the astonishment on Doflamingo's face, Xia Zhiqing spoke with a challenging demeanor. Fu, intriguing. By the way, during our last battle, I wanted to inquire. Your eyes bear a striking resemblance to someone who perished at your hands. Doflamingo remarked, gazing at Xia Zhiqing's triangularly arranged, 3 black circular peculiar pupils. Hee. Are you referring to the blood-eyed Xia Zhiqing? Strangely enough, I often think the same. Xia Zhiqing revealed a rather enigmatic smile, contemplating that it was only a matter of time before he was recognized. However, that is of little consequence. What truly matters now is, Doflamingo, allow me to ascertain whether my audacious decision to elevate the Sharingan to the Mangekyo was indeed a judicious choice. The confidence that Xia Zhiqing had spoken of days prior regarding his ability to contend with Doflamingo stemmed from his Mangekyo Sharingan. Indeed, he had devoted nearly all of his recently accumulated evolution points to the Sharingan, advancing it to the realm of the Mangekyo. Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan status, Kaleidoscope 106, 505, 0000, Combat Power, 230 Skills, Chidori Ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Thunder Armor, Genjutsu, Binding Technique, Genjutsu, Dream Killing Technique, Body Replacement Technique, Transformation Technique, Shadow Clone Technique, Observation Haki, Armament Haki, Paper Drawing, Life Restoration, Finger Gun, Gale Foot, Moon Step, Swordmaster's Swordsmanship Fufufu. Is it merely a resemblance? Upon hearing this, Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled. Then with a flick of his finger, a bolt of lightning shot forth at breakneck speed. Swish! Xia Zhiqing parried with his sword, but Doflamingo was already upon him. 5 colored thread. He unleashed a fierce long thread, emanating an aura of terrifying sharpness, intending to force Xia Zhiqing back with overwhelming might. However, Xia Zhiqing murmured, "Acna," and in an instant, his right eye began to whirl rapidly. Buzz! Suddenly, an intense aura, far surpassing his previous power, erupted from Xia Zhiqing, tearing the sea apart from afar. How utterly terrifying. Acna amplifies all attributes of the user, including strength, speed, and overall capability. The stronger the Sharingan, the greater the amplification. And now, Xia Zhiqing could double all his attributes. Xia Zhiqing drew his blade. Swoosh! Doflamingo's pupils constricted as he beheld the massive wound on his chest, and the 5-colored thread effortlessly severed by Xia Zhiqing's strike, his eyes flashing with profound astonishment. One sword style, flowing shadow. Xia Zhiqing vanished from his original position in an instant, his speed so swift that even Doflamingo's observation haki could not detect him. How could he become so powerful so suddenly? Doflamingo was immensely shocked. He dared not hesitate and immediately sought to utilize his awakened abilities to create a thread shield for protection. But just as the thought crossed his mind, Xia Zhiqing appeared behind him, delivering a razor-sharp strike. "Did you think I would allow you to succeed?" Doflamingo reacted swiftly, shouting, "Shield, white thread." Instantly, a mass of white threads erupted from the ground, forming a shield to protect him. Clash! Xia Zhiqing's strike bore tremendous force, causing Doflamingo to stifle a groan, the very air exploding around them. "Little brat, I care not why you have suddenly grown so formidable. Today marks your demise." Sea of white waves. With that, a torrent of water transformed into surging waves of thread, all swirling towards Xia Zhiqing and Enel. Gale Foot, Thunderblade. Faced with the oncoming onslaught of the penetrating white threads, Xia Zhiqing swiftly executed the moon step, unleashing a series of razor-sharp sword waves in retaliation. This was empowered by the Sharingan, its might unparalleled. Yet, astonishingly, it proved utterly ineffective against the white threads, shattering within mere seconds. Moreover, the white threads continued their relentless pursuit. Xia Zhiqing immediately activated his right eye to escape at full speed using the moon step. while Xia Zhiqing evaded this attack. Enel was not so fortunate. After several arduous attempts to dodge, he was unfortunately ensnared. In an instant, blood flowed profusely, the body marred by horrific wounds. Little brat, how much longer can you evade? Doflamingo hurled Enel aside and relentlessly pursued Xia Zhiqing. Thousand Birds Sharp Gun. Lightning Release. Angry Thunder Tiger. Lightning Release. Heavenly Thunder Punishment. Xia Zhiqing rapidly activated the power of his right eye, amplifying the might of these ninjutsu techniques, clashing continuously with Doflamingo's incoming white threads. Yet, the effect was minimal. They shattered upon contact, for the disparity in strength between them was insurmountable. Even with the augmentation from the right eye's ability, the gap in power between Xia Zhiqing and Doflamingo remained glaringly evident. In a short while, Xia Zhiqing was covered in wounds, bloodied and gasping for breath. Fufufu, little brat. Will you continue to resist? Do you think you can escape your fate today? Your only outcome is death at my hands. Thousand Arrows Piercing Heart. Without granting Xia Zhiqing a moment of respite, thousands of entwined, armed-colored threads enveloped him in the shape of flamingo wings, intent on mercilessly piercing his heart, allowing him to perish in excruciating despair. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that technique. Facing the multitude of long threads hurtling towards him, Xia Zhiqing's countenance remained remarkably calm. He murmured, "Susanoo." A terrifying chakra erupted from within him, transforming into a colossal skeletal warrior that shielded him from harm. Unfortunately, his left eye's abilities had yet to be fully developed, and his Mangekyo Sharingan was not illusion-based, rendering it incapable of delivering a lethal blow. Boom. The overwhelming long thread struck the surface of Susanoo with tremendous force, causing the entire ocean to tremble violently. Xia Zhiqing spat out a mouthful of blood. Yet this strike was indeed successfully blocked. However, before he could revel in his brief triumph, Susanoo began to emit the sound of shattering. In an instant, it crumbled like a broken porcelain doll, a sight too gruesome to behold. Ugh! Affected by the impact, Xia Zhiqing emitted a muffled groan, blood trickling from the corner of his eye. Fufufu, do you think hiding within a turtle shell will save you? Little brat, no one can rescue you today. Observing that Xia Zhiqing still could not withstand his onslaught, Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. He beckoned again, and another wave of terrifying white threads surged forth, intent on reducing him to mere fragments. Truly, Doflamingo was formidable. One wondered how he would fare against a fully matured Susanoo. Xia Zhiqing's eyes continued to spin. An even greater surge of chakra erupted forth, and he felt an agonizing pain in his eyes, blood streaming down his face. In that moment, the previously shattered Susanoo miraculously restored itself. Not only that, but the skeletal form was enveloped in a layer of muscular flesh and veins, its aura growing even more formidable and profound. Moreover, most importantly, he stood up on his feet. Drink. With a single command from Xia Zhiqing, the Susanoo behind him stirred once more, extending 3 pairs of hands, each wielding a different blade. The 8-armed Azura. That is the name of this Susanoo. Doflamingo, let us test the might. Xia Zhiqing bellowed, his aura reaching unprecedented heights. Had he taken a moment to assess his combat prowess, he would have observed that his strength surged from 230 to an astonishing 340. With a swift strike, he cleaved through the raging torrent that sought to rend him into fragments. Then, with the 8-armed Azura brandishing a colossal longsword akin to a magnified flame, he sliced through the air with lightning speed, instantly confronting Doflamingo. This time, even Doflamingo could not remain composed. He swiftly conjured a white shield to protect himself. Boom! The ocean roared to life. A colossal wave nearly 50 meters high surged forth with a deafening roar. Doflamingo involuntarily grunted as the shield crafted from the white lines shattered, recoiling significantly from the impact. Doflamingo, perish! Upon witnessing this, Xia Zhiqing unleashed a furious roar, and all 8 arms of the 8-armed Azura descended simultaneously. In an instant, a terrifying surge of sword intent erupted, tearing the sea asunder with unimaginable ferocity. Little brat, do not revel in your triumph. 16 sacred death bullets, divine execution. Doflamingo unleashed his ultimate move. Instantly, 16 torrents of densely wrapped armed color erupted from the ocean's surface, puncturing the air with gaping holes as they surged toward the Susanoo. Let us see, Doflamingo. With the Susanoo activated, Xia Zhiqing possessed absolute confidence in his current strength, as the 8-armed Azura clashed wildly with the incoming blades. Boom! A towering wave of over 80 meters rose behind the nearly 30-meter-tall 8-armed Azura, sweeping everything in its path, as if the entire ocean had been overturned. Suddenly, Xia Zhiqing's expression changed drastically, and he coughed up blood. His face was a mask of horror as he beheld the 16 sacred death bullets. The power of this attack far exceeded his expectations, proving even more formidable than the mature state of Susanoo. Little brat, perish. Doflamingo, keenly perceptive, immediately sensed this shift and rejoiced, channeling all his strength into the attack, amplifying its power, and pushing the 8-armed Azura back violently. The chakra longsword in his hand even emitted a sound of fracture. What a joke! Akna, crush him! The situation had reached a point where retreat was no longer an option for Xia Zhiqing. He could not afford to neglect the severe damage that utilizing both Susanoo and Akna would inflict upon his body, so he activated them simultaneously. To use them would lead to grave injury. To refrain would spell certain death. Buzz. At that moment, the entire world trembled, and Xia Zhiqing's combat power surged to an impressive 360, surpassing even Don Quixote Doflamingo, the 8-sword thunder god. The eyes of Xia Zhiqing were completely shrouded in blood as he roared, wielding the peak power of Susanoo, unleashing a single strike. Boom. This blow seemed capable of tearing the very sky asunder, annihilating the ocean with unimaginable terrifying might. After a clash with the 16 divine bullets of death, a stalemate ensued for merely 4 seconds, before bursting forth in a cataclysmic explosion before Doflamingo's horrified gaze. No. Doflamingo emitted a terrified roar, yet he appeared ensnared, utterly unable to evade the onslaught of this blade. With a sickening sound, Doflamingo was shredded into fragments by the 8 swords, vanishing completely above the sea. The ensuing shockwave rampaged across the ocean, rending it with colossal fissures that extended to the distant horizon. Is this the true power of Susanoo? Ha ha ha. Having just attained this realm, I already wield such terrifying strength. How formidable shall I become once I master it? And when I can imbue my Susanoo with lightning techniques? What unfathomable power shall I possess? Furthermore, what about the ultimate form of Susanoo, capable of cleaving mountains and shattering the heavens? What might it achieve? The complete form, augmented with lightning and the power of Uchiha. Surely it will unleash unimaginable terror. As Xia Zhiqing pondered, a smile of yearning crept upon his lips. At that moment, however, a sudden cough echoed from the ocean before him, and to his astonishment, Doflamingo, battered and bruised, reappeared. This fiend was still alive. Xia Zhiqing felt an involuntary chill run down his spine. Ha ha ha, you are quite impressive, little brat. Doflamingo remarked warily, but after only a couple of words. He spat out blood, his complexion paling rapidly, his breath plummeting to a nadir. Remember this. One day, I will personally avenge today's humiliation. Little brat. This is not over. Doflamingo fled in a panic, as though fearing that a moment's hesitation would result in his demise at Xia Zhiqing's hands. Observing this scene, Xia Zhiqing shook his head, refraining from pursuit. Yet, in the next instant, his expression drastically changed, and he too spat out a mouthful of blood. Susanoo dissipated, and he collapsed onto the ocean's surface, beads of sweat streaming down, soaking his body in an instant. He gasped for breath, feeling overwhelmingly weak. Most alarmingly, a sudden and excruciating pain surged in his eyes, compelling him to contemplate the horrifying thought of gouging them out. His vision became exceedingly blurred, the pain intensifying, causing him to grit his teeth in agony. He dared not delay, swiftly utilizing the remaining 800 evolution points to exchange for 8 points of ocular power, infusing them into his eyes. Instantly, a refreshing sensation enveloped him, eliciting a sound of enjoyment. Yet, it still proved insufficient. The pain persisted. He glanced at the status of his Sharingan, realizing that he was still far from full recovery. Host, Xia Zhiqing Sharingan status. Kaleidoscope 1115-010-0000. Chakra 37100. Combat power 230. Skills: Chidori ninjutsu, lightning release armor, genjutsu binding technique, genjutsu dream killing technique, substitution technique, transformation technique, shadow clone technique, observation hockey, armament hockey, paper drawing life restoration, finger gun, gale foot, moon step, swordmaster's swordsmanship. The chakra section manifested suddenly after he awakened his kaleidoscope Sharingan. The maximum status is 100. Failing to reach this threshold would impede the use of Susanoo and diminish the power of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. However, forcibly using it is still an option, albeit with potential irreversible side effects. Strangely, awakening the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan requires a staggering 50,000 evolution points, which is quite alarming. Even if Xia Zhiqing invested all his evolution points into the Sharingan's enhancement, it would take 250 days, nearly half a year. Could it be that the power of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan surpasses the kaleidoscope by several magnitudes? Xia Zhiqing pondered this as he examined the numbers. To note, utilizing those 50,000 evolution points could significantly elevate his combat power by 500 points. He found it hard to believe that the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan could elevate his combat power by 500 points instantaneously. Host, please be advised that upon reaching a certain level of combat power, if the Sharingan status does not improve, the system will automatically enhance it. Should there be a severe mismatch between the Sharingan status and host combat power, the host may face fatal consequences due to the conflict between the Sharingan and the host's body. The system's voice suddenly echoed, startling Xia Zhiqing. Just as he was about to inquire further, the system fell silent. Was this a form of extortion? I must enhance the Kaleidoscope Sharingan, or risk my life. Alas, it appears that having a system is not entirely beneficial. There are aspects beyond my control. With the system's recent statement, it seems that even contemplating not enhancing the Sharingan, while focusing solely on increasing combat power, is futile. This time, the losses are indeed considerable. Observing the disheveled Zoro, the exhausted Zeppalu, and the feeble Enel sprawled on the deck, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. He himself was also severely injured and would require a couple of days to recuperate. 2 days later, what? Don Quixote Doflamingo sought revenge against the Thunder Hunter and was once again severely wounded and defeated. Moreover, this time it was accomplished single-handedly. My heavens, what kind of anomaly is the Thunder Hunter? In less than a month, how could his strength have surged so rapidly? Doflamingo's situation is truly dire. Twice he has sought vengeance against a newcomer only to return in defeat. How ironic it is that he, a member of the Seven Warlords, was defeated twice by a newcomer. The world government must be experiencing quite a headache over this. The naval confrontation between Xia Zhiqing and Don Quixote Doflamingo could not escape the notice of the gloating reporters scattered across the seas. Consequently, news of their battle has proliferated across every newspaper on the ocean, accompanied by vivid images of the skirmish, swiftly spreading throughout the world. The release of these reports has ignited a tremendous uproar across the seas. Countless pirates and various underground factions can hardly believe their eyes. Who is Don Quixote Doflamingo? The king of underground dealings, known as Joker, he holds the esteemed title of a warlord and is recognized as a formidable presence, known as the Heavenly Yaksha. The fact that he has been vanquished not once, but twice by a newcomer is astonishing. Moreover, this latest defeat was at the hands of a single adversary, rather than through a combined effort as in their previous encounter. What realm of power does this individual possess? The speed of his ascension is simply extraordinary. Just over a month ago, he barely managed to defeat the Iron Arm Kuga, and now he stands capable of overcoming an opponent of Doflamingo's caliber. Sengoku finds himself perplexed by Xia Zhiqing's strength. It is undeniably enigmatic. If this is indeed his true power, then his rapid growth is nothing short of alarming. The fact that he can defeat Joker may warrant a closer examination of his potential. This is something a certain Four Emperor, known for his drunken escapades and wild behavior with the Spiked Club, might say. This is quite a gem, worthy of my collection, exclaims another Four Emperor, who possesses an insatiable penchant for sweet treats and delights in gathering whimsical artifacts. Cool. This kid has some merit. To defeat the Heavenly Yaksha is no small feat, remarks an elderly gentleman, who, despite his age, still indulges in his fondness for strong spirits. Simultaneously, various factions have swiftly recognized Xia Zhiqing as a person of interest. Even dubious media outlets have hastily bestowed upon him illustrious titles such as the strongest new supernova and the rising star of new pirates. In an instant, the moniker Thunder Hunter Natsu has resonated throughout the seas. His bounty has surged from 521 million to an astonishing 600 million. This adjustment is, of course, a reflection of Sengoku's consideration for the dignity of the warlords. Otherwise, Xia Zhiqing's bounty could very well have soared to 700 million. Defeating Doflamingo certainly justifies such a bounty. Sengoku is well aware of Doflamingo's prowess. He was already valued at 340 million berries 4 years ago, and one can only imagine how formidable he has become since then. It would not be an exaggeration to say he represents the upper echelons of power in this world. Yet, this immensely powerful Doflamingo has fallen to the hands of Xia Zhiqing. Granting him a bounty of 700 million is entirely reasonable. However, Xia Zhiqing himself is utterly indifferent to all of this. He has no time to dwell on such matters, for he has finally located the individual he has been searching for. In the future, the renowned Tesoro, known as the Golden Emperor, possesses 20% of the world's berries and is celebrated as the wealthiest man on Earth. This individual is precisely what Summer Qing requires. Within his domain, a businessman of his caliber is essential. The scientists are already represented by guilds, and he has his own managers. What remains is the presence of a dedicated merchant. One cannot help but wonder about the true purpose of the Thunder Hunter's personal arrival. Could it be for me? Do you wish to recruit me? Tesoro regarded Summer Qing with a quintessential merchant smile, stating that at 35 years of age, he has already established a stable and thriving enterprise, surrounded by competent subordinates. And his power has reached its zenith. Having constructed the colossal ship Grand Tesoro, his daily earnings are incalculable, rendering him entirely unnecessary as anyone's subordinate, subject to their whims. Most importantly, he does not perceive Summer Qing as possessing the capability to win him over. Indeed, Tesoro is astute, quickly discerning my intentions. However, there is no need for such hasty rejection. Allow me to ask you this. Do you genuinely believe that you can exact revenge on the celestial dragons in your current state? Do you think that with your meager influence and wealth, you can compel the affluent to bow before you, let alone bring the celestial dragons to their knees before the might of money? At this juncture, Summer Qing smiled with a hint of derision, unfazed by the sudden darkening of Tesoro's expression as he continued speaking. Let me enlighten you. Without corresponding strength as a foundation, the more wealth you amass, the more the world government rejoices. Do you think your riches will sway the celestial dragons or the world government? To them, you are merely a cash dispenser. The notion of them submitting to you is nothing short of a dream. And what makes you so formidable? You are merely a small pirate with a bounty of 600 million, far beneath my standing. You lack not only my strength, but even my influence. I have amassed such a vast enterprise. And what do you possess besides a talent for grandiloquent speech? Tesoro, refusing to yield, retorted immediately. Indeed, I may lack what you currently possess, but I possess talents, potential, and vision that you do not. Grant me a few years, and I will achieve what you have accomplished, perhaps even surpassing you in greatness. Most importantly, I will be stronger than you, with greater confidence in confronting the world government, turning the prospect of making the celestial dragons yield into a tangible reality. Summer Qing's words resonated with conviction, leaving Tesoro momentarily speechless. Yet, Analu, observing from the side, could not help but smirk. To him, Summer Qing's declarations were nothing more than empty bluster. It was all mere rhetoric, devoid of any substantial impact. Yet, one must concede that a successful merchant must possess the art of persuasion. Very well, since you speak with such eloquence and confidence, allow me to witness the extent of your true capabilities. I shall temporarily join your ranks, but I must make one stipulation clear. I grant you a mere 6 years. Should you fail to achieve the results I desire, namely, the submission of the celestial dragons beneath my feet, I shall depart without hesitation. Furthermore, you will be liable for compensating me for all the time lost over these 6 years, an amount that could very well leave you gasping for breath. If you dare to agree to these terms, I, too, shall acquiesce to your request and serve under your banner. After all, Taizolo is a merchant, and his words are laced with shrewd calculations. What is there to fear? Just wait and see. You shall not be disappointed in 6 years. Though Xia Zhiqing appeared to agree effortlessly, an immense pressure surged within him at that moment. 6 years to compel the celestial dragons to submit. One cannot underestimate the weight of such a challenge. Well then, let us toast to a fruitful collaboration, my esteemed Taizolo. A cold smirk played upon Taizolo's lips, a smile that sent shivers down one's spine, even causing Xia Zhiqing to feel a tinge of unease. A pleasant cooperation indeed. Xia Zhiqing's smile felt somewhat forced, as if he were about to lift a stone only to drop it upon his own foot. It seemed he would need to strive diligently, lest he truly bring calamity upon himself. From the moment he enlisted Taizolo, Xia Zhiqing understood the necessity of fervently expanding his influence and enhancing his own strength. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to reach the heights Taizolo envisioned. Since you have presented your demands, allow me to voice mine as well. Xia Zhiqing regarded Taizolo with a cunning smile, stating, "My ambition is to amass wealth surpassing that of the world's governments combined. Do you possess the confidence to pursue this? Should you lack such confidence, be forewarned. Upon your departure, I shall bear no responsibility, and you shall receive no compensation. Demands cannot rest solely on Taizolo. That would render Xia Zhiqing unduly passive. Just wait and see. That day shall surely arrive." Taizolo, unfazed by the concerned expressions of his subordinates, readily agreed. "Then let us wish for the fulfillment of our respective goals," Xia Zhiqing declared with a beaming smile. Taizolo was not merely a commercial talent. He was also a formidable combatant, rivaling the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo. In a few years, he would emerge as an exceptional warrior. Successfully recruiting him would undoubtedly yield great rewards. As for Xia Zhiqing, by the time he reached Taizolo, he had nearly gathered all the talents he sought. A few others would have to wait a couple more years. There was no rush. For now, he would focus on assimilating the talents he currently possessed. Dressrosa, Xia Zhiqing, our saga shall not conclude here. Kaido shall not spare you. Prepare for his vengeance. Once again bound as a bandaged figure, Don Quixote da Flamingo gazed at the newspaper in his hand, which was filled with accounts of his battle with Xia Zhiqing. If you were to steal something else, it might be a different matter, but what you have taken are vital research materials belonging to Kaido. These are the very lifeblood of Kaido. By now, he must have already begun sending people to hunt you down. I wonder if you can withstand the wrath of an emperor. Doflamingo is quite eager to see this unfold. Whatever Doflamingo can conceive, Summer's heir can certainly fathom as well. Initially, he believed he had merely pilfered Doflamingo's possessions, only to discover that Doflamingo claimed they belonged to Kaido. This escalates the situation significantly, for stealing from an emperor entails dire consequences. He is the sovereign of the new world. When an emperor is enraged, rivers of blood flow. Who will he send? The three calamities, or those true fighters? Summer's heir is most curious about the lineup Kaido will dispatch. Of course, before that, he had already instructed Gills, who had completed the research, to return the materials. To offend an emperor without cause is utterly unwise. However, if he surrenders these items and they still persist, then he cannot be blamed. At worst, it will lead to a battle. Besides, he is not without support. If pushed to the brink, he can always reveal his identity. Wano, the Thunder Hunter, Natsum? How dare they seize our possessions? Such audacity is remarkable. It appears a proper lesson must be imparted. Otherwise, these newcomers might believe they can overturn the world. And that Doflamingo is utterly useless. He claims to be the king of underground trade, yet cannot handle a mere newcomer. Truly pitiful. Given this, we shall take matters into our own hands. Kaido, sitting on the ground, expressed his disdain openly. Lord Kaido, I wonder whom you plan to send to resolve this matter. For the Thunder Hunter has indeed bested Doflamingo, and his strength is not to be underestimated. Inquired the leader of the three calamities, the calamity of flames, Jin. Jin is a tall, robust man with a well-proportioned physique. He wears a mask and goggles, clad in black attire, with a pair of black feathered wings on his back and a precious sword at his waist, surrounded by flames. He possesses the ability of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, in the form of a toothless pterosaur. Allow me to handle it. I shall capture him and deliver him to Kaido for punishment. He is merely a newcomer. It will not take long. Spoke Jack, one of the three calamities, in a deep voice. What? Lord Jack, are you personally stepping in? Surely, such a newcomer does not warrant your direct involvement. That is rather too high an opinion of him, exclaimed a pirate from the Beast Pirates, looking astonished at Jack. Let me go? It is a waste for Lord Jack to take action. He is but a trivial newcomer. Does he dare to oppose the Beast Pirates? Remarked a man resembling a cat. His most distinguishing feature is not his appearance, but rather the peculiar belt around his waist, which encircles the head and forelegs of a lion, looking exceedingly bizarre. Moreover, the most astonishing aspect is that the lion on his belt can speak. It is alive. His name is Hold'em, one of the true warriors under the command of Jack the Drought. Are you going? Upon hearing this, Jack cast a glance at Hold'em and shook his head, adamantly refusing. You would meet a most tragic end. This newcomer is far from what you envision. He is not the type to surrender merely because he hears you hail from the beast pirates. Moreover, my intention in going alone is that I have no plans to leave any survivors. Whoever dares to touch Lord Kaido's possessions shall pay with their life. Jack narrowed his eyes, exuding a formidable aura that was quite terrifying. He continued, if the pirates of this world do not come to understand the severe consequences of challenging our Yonko's domain, how would they ever learn to respect us? How would we maintain our authority? At Jack's words, Hold'em shivered involuntarily and quickly nodded. Indeed, indeed. I was far too simplistic in my thinking. Your insight is remarkable. Lord Jack, you may go, but I must remind you, do not underestimate that fellow. If you fail to subdue him personally, our beast pirates will suffer tremendous disgrace. Warned Ember the Calamity, urging Jack not to take the adversary lightly. Rest assured, Brother Ember, I would never underestimate him. Just wait for me to return with his head. With that, Jack rose and set out, while Kaido merely observed in silence. His lack of opposition implied consent. Ho ho ho. To send someone of Jack the Drought's caliber is indeed a sign of respect. With that thought, Doflamingo, the king of underground dealings, decided to lend his assistance. Hunter of Thunder, you shall meet a most dreadful end. As news of Jack's personal involvement reached him, Doflamingo initiated his own actions. He utilized his authority to mobilize the forces of the world government, including CP0 and 5 vice admirals, to hunt down Summer Qing. Of course, this was contingent upon Summer Qing's ability to escape Jack's grasp. If he failed to do so, it would be as if he had done nothing at all. Kaido would not regard me highly enough to dispatch 3 calamities, would he? Just as Jack was setting out, Summer Qing suddenly felt a faint sense of trepidation, causing him some alarm. Why would such a feeling arise out of the blue? It seemed imperative that he fully activated his Sharingan, should an unexpected event occur. It would serve as his lifeline. After his battle with Doflamingo, he had roughly discerned the amplification limit of his right eye's ability, Achi, which could enhance all attributes tenfold. While a tenfold increase in all attributes did not equate to a tenfold increase in power, it would nonetheless bolster his strength significantly. If he were to possess such an enhancement now, he would dare to confront even the admirals of the Navy, confident that they would be unable to detain him. Moreover, the abilities of the Kaleidoscope Sharingan are already remarkably potent. One cannot help but wonder how extraordinary the powers of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan must be. Xia Zhiqing holds great anticipation for the Eternal Kaleidoscope. While awaiting the arrival of Kaido and his companions, Xia Zhiqing dispatched a shadow clone to Alabasta, situated near the first half of the Grand Line's little garden. The purpose of this expedition to Alabasta was straightforward, to establish a partnership for significant commercial dealings. Although the Summer Commerce Association had previously attracted numerous clients, it lacked major business partners, a situation that had been temporarily set aside due to Xia Zhiqing's prior commitments. Now that time was on his side, he was determined not to let this opportunity slip by. In Xia Zhiqing's estimation, a nation like Alabasta would undoubtedly have considerable demand for weapons, medicine, and other goods. Even if Alabasta showed little interest in arms or pharmaceuticals, one could be certain of its need for fresh water. If memory served him correctly, Alabasta was currently under the influence of Crocodile, who had manipulated the situation to create a severe shortage of freshwater resources. As anticipated, the negotiations for collaboration progressed smoothly, resulting in King Cobra of Alabasta expressing great satisfaction as he inked a partnership contract with Xia Zhiqing. The scope of their collaboration encompassed freshwater, medicine, weapons, and more, while the unique products of Alabasta would be disseminated worldwide through Xia Zhiqing's channels, ensuring mutual benefit for both parties. However, just as Xia Zhiqing's shadow clone successfully fulfilled this substantial order and prepared for its return, it found its path obstructed. Crocodile, with a cigar in his mouth, slicked back hair, and a long scar crossing his face, exuded an air of arrogance as he confronted Xia Zhiqing with a bemused smile. Raider of Thunder, what is your intention in suddenly meddling in Alabasta? Are you coveting something from this land? Crocodile inquired, his gaze fixed on Xia Zhiqing with palpable wariness. What exactly do I covet in Alabasta? I wonder why a distinguished warlord like yourself would willingly serve as mere guardian of this insignificant territory, Xia Zhiqing replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips as he regarded Crocodile. So you too have your eyes on that particular treasure. Are you prepared to contest with me for it? Upon hearing this, Crocodile's demeanor sharpened, a lethal intensity emanating from him. What if I were to say yes? After all, That kind of treasure is something anyone would desire. Xia Zhiqing retorted, his grin growing ever more audacious, laced with provocation. You seek death. Crocodile, known as a formidable force in the pirate world, would not allow a newcomer like Xia Zhiqing to insult him without consequence. Desert King S-Blade. With that, he transformed his hands into 4 massive sand blades, radiating an aura of extreme sharpness, and struck at Xia Zhiqing. Susanoo. The initial form of Susanoo materialized, drawing its blade to parry Crocodile's attack. However, the sheer force of this strike caused even the initial form of Susanoo to crack, with several visible fissures. The fierce aura erupted, tearing the surrounding earth asunder, leaving behind shocking wounds. Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but feel a slight jolt within, reflecting. So this is one of the 7 warlords, truly formidable. The Illusion Fox's technique. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan, when activated, proved to be far more powerful than the 3-tomo variant. While it may not guarantee a one-hit kill against Doflamingo, the same cannot be said for Crocodile. Suddenly, Crocodile's body trembled, his pupils becoming somewhat unfocused. An opportunity, Xia Zhiqing thought to himself, seizing the moment. As he enveloped the long sword of Susanoo with armament haki, executing a fierce thrust. Desert Greatsword. Yet, just as this strike was about to pierce Crocodile, he astonishingly broke free from the illusion and launched a counterattack. From beneath Susanoo's feet, a blade of sand surged forth at an incredible speed, cleaving Susanoo in 2. Little brat, do not think that defeating that night demon makes you arrogant before me. The desert is my absolute domain. Blood continued to drip from Crocodile's right hand as he waved dismissively, a look of disdain plastered across his face, exclaiming, Desert Sunflower. In the next instant, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, transforming into a swift current. Susanoo, along with Xia Zhiqing, plummeted into it, only to be engulfed, losing a significant portion of its form. Farewell, little brat. Crocodile sneered at the trapped Susanoo, his expression one of utter contempt. He raised his hand and commanded, Desert Diamond Blade. For razor-sharp sand blades, capable of slicing through steel, struck Susanoo directly, intent on tearing it apart. With a resounding rip, Susanoo was indeed shredded, yet Xia Zhiqing was nowhere to be found. Crocodile was taken aback. He quickly looked up to see Xia Zhiqing standing aloft, gliding through the air with a moonlit step, extending his index finger towards him, radiating terrifying electricity. Thousand Birds' sharp spear. A lightning spear, as swift as light, pierced through Crocodile's chest, causing his pupils to constrict in shock as he completely elementalized. The dreadful lightning ensnared his entire being, eliciting a cry of anguish from him. Little brat, do not grow too complacent. Crocodile retaliated with heavy sandstorm. Yet, Crocodile was indeed Crocodile. Even engulfed by Xia Zhiqing's amplified assault, reaching a staggering 30 million volts of electrical energy, he still countered. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a rapidly spinning mini-sandstorm, which instantly escalated into a colossal tempest of sand, a force capable of tearing everything asunder. Furthermore, a heavy pressure swept the surrounding sands toward him, shattering the lightning spear and engulfing Xia Zhiqing in its wake. Susanoo. Xia Zhiqing dared not hesitate, immediately entering his most powerful state. The sandstorm was indeed terrifying, even causing the mature form of Susanoo to emit subtle cracking sounds. It felt as though it might be swept away. With a single blade style, chakra surged forth, unleashing 8 formidable chakra energy waves that instantaneously tore through the sandstorm. Crocodile. Receive my strike. The 8 blades, imbued with unparalleled might, collapsed the air around them. You little brat, don't get too cocky. Crocodile felt a shiver run down his spine, his body turning cold. This attack made him feel as though he might be felled on the spot. Yet, as a formidable warrior, how could he concede? He summoned his full strength once more, launching a fierce attack with the Desert Diamond Blade. However, the outcome was overwhelmingly one-sided. Crocodile's 4 sand blades shattered in an instant. His chest was ripped open with several gruesome wounds, blood gushing forth. Crocodile fell, bitterly proclaiming, I can't believe I've been defeated by a mere child. Gasping for breath, Xia Zhiqing dispelled Susanoo and approached Crocodile, teasingly stating, Crocodile, it seems I've ultimately triumphed. Humph, whether you kill me or not. Spare me the chatter, just make your move. Crocodile uttered without a hint of hesitation, closing his eyes to embrace death. Ha ha ha, eliminating you offers me no benefit, rest assured. My interest in the king of the underworld is non-existent, Xia Zhiqing retorted, turning to leave while leaving behind words that made Crocodile feel like he might vomit blood. You dare to be so arrogant, claiming disinterest in the king of the underworld, yet you provoke me. After defeating me, you casually state your lack of interest. It's akin to preparing everything for a couple, only for the woman to announce that her relative has arrived. Of course, this fight cannot go unaccounted for. Crocodile, join my ranks. Xia Zhiqing suddenly turned around from a distance, gazing at Crocodile's furious and grim expression. Do you think that is possible? Crocodile roared. Who is he, Crocodile? A legendary figure, one of the cleverest men upon the seas, to become another's subordinate? Dream on. Unperturbed by Crocodile's rejection, Xia Zhiqing continued, join me, and I can offer you the chance to challenge Whitebeard. Abandon your aspirations of usurping the king of the underworld. You will not succeed. If becoming Pirate King relies solely on such means, the 4 emperors of the New World would never acknowledge you. What if the king of the underworld possesses the power to annihilate an island in an instant? Each of the 4 emperors holds such capability. Moreover, with so many silver-tier contenders in the New World, do you believe others will simply stand still while you strike at them? Upon hearing this, Crocodile's expression darkened further. His gaze grew dangerously intense as he questioned, how do you know of my dreams and plans? You wouldn't have placed a spy beside me, would you? Crocodile was genuinely alarmed. How could Xia Zhiqing articulate his plans with such precision? The key was that he was spot on. Hee, I possess an abundance of knowledge. So, what do you say? Would you care to join me? You need only manage the trade affairs of Alabasta. With a cheerful smile, Xia Zhiqing inquired. Let us discuss that only after my failure. I assure you, my plan is foolproof. Crocodile snorted dismissively, steadfast in his convictions. Truly a stubborn crocodile. Very well. I shall await the outcome. When you falter, I shall return. At that moment, do not refuse me again. Upon hearing Crocodile's response, Xia Zhiqing felt 3 parts surprised and 7 parts expected. Farewell, Sand Crocodile. Xia Zhiqing departed, whispering as he left, in 4 years, you shall realize that your plan is destined for failure. For a single-minded young man will thwart you. How does he know my plan? After Xia Zhiqing's departure, Crocodile pondered, his gaze dangerously narrowed. His first thought was that there must be a traitor. After all, Xia Zhiqing had never met him before. How could he possibly know the entirety of his plan? Yet upon further reflection, he dismissed the notion of a traitor. For none of his subordinates were privy to the full scope of his intentions. So how did he acquire such knowledge? Even Crocodile found himself momentarily perplexed. In the vicinity where Xia Zhiqing lingered, several warships lay quietly anchored. Aboard stood 5 vice admirals clad in navy cloaks. Should Xia Zhiqing have been present, he would have recognized one among them. Must we truly stand idly by as the Thunder Hunter and Kaido's men engage in battle, without making any attempt to apprehend that fellow? The last vice admiral voiced his discontent. Our orders are to observe first. Should Xia Zhiqing escape, we will act accordingly. We serve our orders as our foremost duty. Let us wait. In response, the leading vice admiral, the operations commander, Squirrel, spoke in a subdued tone. It is infuriating. That fellow is right before our eyes, yet we cannot seize him. What is the world government thinking? The earlier naval officer expressed his frustration. What? Vice Admiral Megan seeks to defy the world government's orders? A member from the CP0, the world government's Special Operations Unit, taunted. Rest assured. I am fully aware of my responsibilities without the need for reminders from the esteemed world government. In response, Vice Admiral Megan scoffed, his tone decidedly unfriendly. It is good to know that Vice Admiral Megan's is still mindful. The CP0 member remarked once more. They have arrived. At that moment, Vice Admiral Squirrel and another CP0 member adorned with a red mask spoke. The masked CP0 member continued. Vice Admiral Megan's, we serve the Celestial Dragons, not the world government. Please keep this in mind, and do not confuse the two. What purpose does this serve now? Focus on the battle situation. The mission is paramount. Upon hearing this, the flying squirrel cast a disdainful glance at the red-masked CP0 member beside him, his tone laced with hostility. Many within the Navy harbored little affection for the Celestial Dragons. However, given their inherent superiority over the Navy, obedience was the only recourse. As the commander-in-chief, the squirrel spoke up in defense, prompting the red-faced CP0 agent to fall silent. At last, the moment had arrived. Would it be a battle, or could the matter be resolved through the return of the items? Xia Zhiqing stood aboard the Summer Sun. observing the approaching vessel of Jack in the distance, contemplating this in her mind. Soon, Jack and his crew arrived at the forefront of the summer sun, and a peculiar ensemble of individuals stood upon the ship. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that Jack appeared the most ordinary among them. What brings the calamity known as Jack, one of the three disasters, to our shores? As an opening gambit, Xia Zhiqing feigned ignorance. Thunder Hunter, do you not have an inkling of your own actions? I shall not waste words. Today, your life shall serve as a lesson to the world about the fate that befalls those who covet the treasures of the four emperors. Yet Jack had no desire for prolonged discourse. He found such talk utterly pointless. Is it truly impossible to negotiate? Must we resort to violence to resolve our differences? Am I not allowed to return the items I inadvertently intercepted? Upon hearing Jack's intent to eliminate her, Xia Zhiqing's expression shifted to one of alarm. Now you fear? Where was your courage then? It is too late now. Jack coldly dismissed her plea with a scoff. You are merely a newcomer, unaware of the folly in provoking the beast's pirates. Soon, we shall annihilate all of your companions. Hold'em, standing behind Jack, wore a sneer as he spoke. Indeed, a mere rookie daring to challenge the beast's pirates is nothing short of self-destruction. His comrades echoed his sentiments. Onward, fire the cannons and sink them. Jack commanded the assault. Ha ha ha, Thunder Hunter, prepare to meet your demise. As Jack issued the command, his subordinates erupted with excitement. Some took control of the helm, charging forward, while others manned the cannons, preparing to bombard their foes. A few even lowered smaller boats, intending to land on the summer sun and seize it outright. With negotiations off the table, Xia Zhiqing resolved to face them head-on. Enel, Anna, Zepperu, Tesoro, let us demonstrate our strength. She was unafraid of a confrontation. Since Jack offered no opportunity for dialogue, she would let her fist speak for her. Who was truly afraid? In the past, lacking the Sharingan and a multitude of allies, she might have felt trepidation, but now, she was entirely composed. Whether it was Enel, Tesoro, or Anna, each was a formidable fighter. Enel possessed the ability to ensure a decisive victory over Jack's crew. What had she to fear? Susanoo. Xia Zhiqing activated her Mangekyo Sharingan, seamlessly entering the mature state of Susanoo. In an instant, Xia Zhiqing found herself standing atop the towering Susanoo, charging directly toward Jack. As for the others, she entrusted them to Enel and his companions. Do you think I am as feeble as Don Quixote da Flamingo, little brat? Let me demonstrate the vast chasm of power that separates me from him. As Xia Zhiqing rushed toward him, Jack scoffed disdainfully, drawing his twin scythe-like swords and cleaving towards Susanoo. Jack held a profound respect only for a select few, such as Kaido and the Calamity Ember, dismissing everyone else entirely. With formidable defenses and immense strength, he would dare to battle even an admiral of the Navy. What was there to fear from a mere supporter of Xia Zhiqing? Boom. Upon the collision with the 30-meter-tall Susanoo, Jack was momentarily forced back. Pooh! Xia Zhiqing, utterly astonished, spat out a mouthful of blood. Jack's strength had completely surpassed her expectations. She had always believed that the level of the calamity was roughly comparable to that of Don Quixote da Flamingo. However, the reality of their clash proved otherwise. His power was nearly on par with Doflamingo's most potent strike, the 16 sacred divine bullets. Yet, despite Xia Zhiqing's dire predicament, Jack was not in a favorable position either. The ship beneath him exploded, and he himself was pushed back nearly 10 meters. No wonder you could defeat Doflamingo. It seems you possess some real strength. Come again. As Jack took another step, he charged forward like a mountain. Facing such terrifying power, Xia Zhiqing dared not be complacent. She immediately amplified her strength, fearing it wouldn't suffice, and enveloped Susanoo's surface with a layer of lightning. This was a technique she had developed over the past 2 days, significantly enhancing her defenses. Boom. Another clash ensued, causing the sea beneath Xia Zhiqing to explode, with monstrous waves completely engulfing Jack's subordinates and Enel's group. Boom. Boom. The two engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. Xia Zhiqing glanced at Jack's combat power, which astonishingly stood at 360. 6 years ago, his power had already reached this level. How formidable must he have been 2 years after the plot commenced, when he first set foot on Zou Island? Xia Zhiqing thought to herself, filled with trepidation. Truly, a calamity, unlike any ordinary foe. Xia Zhiqing summoned the full potential of her Sharingan, pushing Akana to its limits, amplifying all her attributes. Not just her strength, but also her speed and sword intent were all heightened. Their battle intensified, growing faster and more furious, with terrifying sparks flying and monstrous waves crashing around them. This individual could actually contend with Lord Jack on equal footing. How could he be so powerful? It seemed absurd that he could engage Jack in such fierce combat without falling behind. The onlookers among Jack's subordinates stared in disbelief at this scene. In their minds, defeating a newcomer like Xia Zhiqing would be a trivial matter for Jack. The battle between Jack and Xia Zhiqing was deemed devoid of any surprises, with the ultimate victor undoubtedly being Jack. His strength surpassed that of all but Kaido and Quinn. None could confront him head-on. Yet now, Xia Zhiqing surprisingly held her ground against Jack, which was utterly inconceivable. They could hardly believe their eyes. Ha ha ha, is this not a perfectly natural occurrence? After all, he is the man acknowledged by Enel, the one who pulled me down from my pedestal. Enel watched the scene unfold with unrestrained laughter, thinking that if Jack were truly devoid of power, he would have easily dispatched him long ago. Humph, what do the calamities matter? Your strength has yet to reach its zenith, and that Natsu is a man of profound complexity. Defeating him is no simple task. Tesoro manipulated gold effortlessly, treating his opponent as mere entertainment, exuding a sense of ease and leisure. If Lord Natsu lacked absolute confidence, would he be waiting for you to approach? Do you truly believe Lord Xia Zhiqing fears the might of your four emperors? Anna stood with a regal demeanor, seamlessly transitioning between soft mud and solid earth, leaving her enemies in utter despair. Even Zaparlu and Zoro could manage a genuine fight together. Ha ha ha, how delightful. So this is the strength of the calamities. Now it makes sense. Bring it on. Xia Zhiqing seemed utterly entranced, her surroundings erupting with immense chakra, her Sharingan spinning rapidly, and her Susanoo moving with increasing fluidity and agility. The power she unleashed grew ever stronger. Jack felt a mounting dread before arriving here. He had never anticipated that Xia Zhiqing would be this formidable, a force he could not contend with. Previously, he had regarded her as merely a newcomer, someone he could easily dispose of with minimal effort. But now, whether he could handle Xia Zhiqing was a question in itself. Just how powerful was this individual? Hadn't she suffered severe injuries defeating Doflamingo just days prior? Why then could she now stand toe-to-toe with him? Jack roared within, his initial confidence and composure transforming into growing agitation, his techniques becoming increasingly erratic. Little did he know that while Xia Zhiqing had indeed been gravely wounded in her battle against Doflamingo, she had recovered, her power surging by an additional 5 points. Now, under the immense pressure Jack exerted, Xia Zhiqing's Achna enhancement was also escalating, nearing a staggering 25 times. Coupled with her mastery of Susanoo and the coverage of her lightning armor, these factors combined to yield such a result. Jack, what's the matter? Are you beginning to falter? Xia Zhiqing suddenly taunted, igniting Jack's fury. You bastard, how dare you underestimate me? I am the drought, Jack. Jack could not allow himself to be belittled by a mere child, and he roared in response. Humph, let your anger rise, for it serves my interests splendidly. Upon witnessing Jack's fury, his strength intensified unexpectedly, yet Xia Zhiqing displayed not a hint of concern. Instead, a smirk of triumph graced her lips. Mental assault. The psychic assault unleashed by the kaleidoscopic Sharingan surpassed even the power of the three Tomo, augmented by a staggering 25 times. Humph. Jack could not suppress a muffled groan. As he was thrust backward across the deck, he exclaimed, Conqueror's Haki. However, Xia Zhiqing offered no reply. Instead, she commanded, illusionary binding technique. The enhanced illusion was etched into Jack's mind, rendering him immobile, ensnared. Jack, your doom is at hand. After executing these maneuvers, Xia Zhiqing unleashed a mighty roar, channeling her full power into Susanoo, launching 8 blades simultaneously toward Jack with fierce precision. Fool, do you truly believe this can defeat me? Naive. Jack astonishingly broke free from the augmented illusion in but a second. Allow me to show you the true might of the 3 calamities. In an astonishing transformation, he morphed into a golden-haired mammoth, shattering the vessel beneath him, colliding violently with Susanoo's strike. Boom. In that instant, silence engulfed the surroundings, the sea trembled, and a terrifying shockwave sent Enel and his companions hurtling away. The left flank of the summer day was obliterated, while Anna, Zoro, and Zeparu were enveloped in the chaos, groaning as they were thrust into the depths of the ship. Perhaps only Taizolo fared somewhat better, as he was merely jolted back by the golden barrier, sustaining little harm. Ha ha ha, how audacious to confront a member of the Yonko head-on. I admire such courage. Very well, consider me impressed, Taizolo thought, wearing a knowing yet sinister smile as he observed Xia Zhiqing and Jack engaged in their fearsome clash. Jack, retreat, Xia Zhiqing bellowed, channeling all her chakra into a single strike. The power of the eight-armed Azura surged dramatically, and with a resounding crash, she sent Jack's colossal mammoth crashing down. Bang! The ship erupted with a massive hole, splinters flying everywhere, while cracks spread like a spider's web, resembling shattered yet still cohesive glass. Truly a terrifying sight. Jack plummeted into the sea, torrents of water gushing into the ship, causing it to sink considerably. Lord Jack! His subordinates gasped in shock at this scene, exclaiming in alarm. Before you fret over your Lord Jack, perhaps you should first assess your own predicament. Enel and Taizolo's ominous voices echoed, chilling the air. 100 million volts, lightning dragon. Enel struck the thunder drum on his left shoulder, unleashing a cataclysmic lightning dragon. Meanwhile, Taizolo waved his hand, summoning a deluge of gold that surged forth like a torrential river, enveloping his adversary with overwhelming force, leaving no opportunity for escape. Enel's opponent fared even worse. 100 million volts of electricity would make even Kaido shudder. He was merely a mere pawn, who let out a brief 2-second scream before being utterly obliterated amidst the tempest of thunder and lightning. The victory of Enel and his companions significantly alleviated the pressure on Anna and her allies. The remaining pawns, who had arrived brimming with fervor, anticipated nothing less than a routine annihilation. To their astonishment, their leader Jack was vanquished by Xia Zhiqing. Furthermore, these pawns found themselves utterly outmatched by Xia Zhiqing's subordinates. They felt as though they had been doused with a bucket of cold water, experiencing an overwhelming chill from head to toe. Gazing upon Enel, enveloped in crackling electricity, the resplendent Taizolo resembling a golden emperor, and Anna, whose icy demeanor echoed that of the Earth Queen, they could not help but swallow hard. They realized that their doom was upon them. Meanwhile, the squirrels observing from a distance were utterly astounded. They had never anticipated Xia Zhiqing's prowess to reach such formidable heights. He was one of the 3 calamities under the illustrious 4 emperors, a pillar of the beast pirates, renowned across the seas. Yet, he had been so easily defeated by Xia Zhiqing. Just how powerful was Xia Zhiqing at this moment? Initially, the squirrels had contemplated a scenario where the two would engage in mutual destruction, allowing them to reap the benefits. However, it now seemed that such a notion was utterly far-fetched. With Xia Zhiqing's current strength, any hope of benefiting from the fray might very well lead to their own demise. Should we still proceed with our mission? Meggins inquired of the squirrels, his face reflecting uncertainty. Just as Meggins hesitated, Xia Zhiqing suddenly plummeted onto the surface of the sea, spewing forth a copious amount of blood, and with a staggering misstep, he fell directly into the depths. Upon witnessing this scene, the squirrels' eyes lit up, and without a trace of hesitation, they issued commands to encircle and attack Xia Zhiqing. Previously, they had been somewhat apprehensive due to Xia Zhiqing's overwhelming might after defeating Jack. However, seeing him now gravely injured and unable to stand, plunging into the sea, what was there left to deliberate? His current state was a blatant indication of his vulnerability. If they did not restrain such power now, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat in the future, becoming a dire calamity upon these waters. The squirrels had no intention of nurturing a tiger to its own peril. Meanwhile, concerning Enel and his companions, a certain pawn shouted in panic, "You arrogant fool! Do not revel too much in your triumph. If you dare to kill me, Lord Kaido will not let you go." He clung to the hope that the name Kaido still held some semblance of terror. Ha ha ha, will he not let me go? Enel laughed heartily upon hearing this. Then, in a sudden rush, the golden spear pierced through the pawn's chest. Enel declared, "Our captain has already wounded Jack. Do you truly believe we would fear Kaido's retribution? You will regret this." The fallen pawn gazed at Enel with defiance, but alas, that moment was one he would never witness again. Enel scoffed disdainfully, just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, when suddenly the starboard side of the Sunny exploded. How could the Navy possibly be here? And CP0 as well. How did they know we were present? Tesoro immediately turned towards the direction of the attack and spotted the weasel, along with several members of CP0. Doflamingo. Anna suddenly gritted her teeth, her voice frigid as ice. What? Doflamingo? Are you saying these individuals were sent by Doflamingo? Enel was taken aback. Disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Anna and asked, "Isn't that guy a pirate?" The presence of the Navy here is within the realm of possibility. But why is CP0 here as well? Since joining Summer's company in the Blue Sea, Enel had absorbed a wealth of knowledge. He understood well that only the celestial dragons could command CP0, yet what connection did this have with Doflamingo? Anna spoke each word with clarity. That individual was once a celestial dragon and possesses information regarding the celestial dragon's treasures. Thus, even the Gorosei are threatened by him. Interesting. It seems our situation has grown perilous. Tesoro, however, wore a dangerous smile as he gazed at the rapidly approaching warships, turning to Anna and inquired, "Should we fight or flee? Retreat. Do not confront them head-on." Just then, Summer's voice unexpectedly resonated from the surface of the sea. He appeared exceedingly frail, standing on the water, gazing at Anna. Upon seeing this, Anna immediately extended a tentacle to pull Summer up. "We must retreat quickly. They have 5 vice admirals, and leading them is that weasel. It is unwise to engage them directly." Summer was acutely aware of their predicament. Understood. Anna nodded and promptly maneuvered the ship to retreat. "Thunderhunter, do you believe you can escape today? Stay here." The weasel, seeing this, dashed forward with moonwalk. Not only him, but the other vice admirals followed suit, employing the same technique. Even faster than the weasel and his companions were the CP0 members. They unleashed a barrage of sword waves towards the Sunny, intent on obliterating them in these waters. "Humph, do not overstep your bounds. Navy, do not assume you can detain us. To dare provoke the might of a god, you shall come to know the terror of divinity." Enel coldly snorted at these words, striking the thunder drum on his shoulder, then cried out, "Thunderfall!" Boom! A mass of ominous thunderclouds suddenly gathered in the sky, unleashing a cacophony of violent thunder. Then, targeting the weasel and his crew, a chaotic torrent of lightning descended with annihilative force. "This is bad." The weasel and his companions were startled by this sight, and quickly evaded using moonwalk. Boom! Bang! The terrifying lightning created monstrous craters in the sea, monstrous waves crashing violently. Even the Sunny was rocked perilously, at risk of capsizing at any moment. The weasel's warship was similarly bombarded, the sound reverberating as the sailors aboard struggled to maintain their footing amidst the chaos. "Humph. I once believed that a rear admiral possessed formidable prowess, yet it appears to be nothing more than a facade. Since this is the case, allow me to enhance the drama." Observing this scene, Enel scoffed disdainfully, then once more struck the thunder drum upon his left shoulder. In an instant, a surge of lightning erupted, transforming into a fearsome thunder dragon that roared and surged through the air. "Did you think such a display of lightning would deter us? Do not underestimate humanity, you scoundrel. Let me demonstrate the strength of a rear admiral from the Navy headquarters," Meggins declared, unsheathing his sword, unleashing an aura of terrifying sharpness as he unleashed multiple sword waves directed at the oncoming lightning. Slicing through the air, the descending lightning was severed, with remnants soaring upwards before exploding. Then, confronted by the terrifying thunder dragon, he once again swung his sword, unleashing an even more potent wave of energy to clash against it. Crack! To Meggins' astonishment, the thunder dragon shattered his sword wave in an instant, pivoting to devour him whole. "Do not be so audacious," the flying squirrel exclaimed, preparing to intervene. "I shall not allow your triumph, Squirrel Rear Admiral." Taizolo waved his hand, summoning a cascade of gold that morphed into a massive golden shield, placing itself before the squirrel. With a clang, the squirrel was halted. However, his obstruction did not mean that Meggins was beyond rescue. A mere thunder dragon, begone. A middle-aged man with a spotted dog-like visage boldly approached, enveloping his hands in conqueror's haki, stepping forward with moonwalk to confront the thunder dragon head-on. Roar! His strength was immensely formidable, successfully halting the thunder dragon's advance. The rear admiral from the Navy headquarters, Dalmatia, Xia Zhiqing, proclaimed his name with utmost gravity. "The situation is worse than I imagined. We must depart swiftly." Xia Zhiqing urged Anna again. "The squirrel is engaged with Taizolo. Dalmatia is holding off Enel. The remaining 3 rear admirals, Desbonis and the others, are inadequate to contend with the threat, not to mention a group of CP0 lurking nearby, poised to strike. Where do you think you're going?" A chilling voice echoed from behind Xia Zhiqing. A CP0 member, donned in a red mask, had swiftly evaded to Xia Zhiqing's rear, thrusting a finger gun to execute him. Thud! Xia Zhiqing was penetrated without the slightest resistance, while Anna's eyes widened in fury, unleashing a terrifying mud fist, but the red-masked CP0 member had already vanished. Bang! In the next moment, Xia Zhiqing suddenly transformed into splintered wood. He reappeared at a distance, drenched in cold sweat, exclaiming, "Flee now, or we shall all meet our end here today. Enel, greet them with lightning." Xia Zhiqing commanded, "You wish to leave? You must be dreaming. Today, none shall escape." Dalmatia charged forward, leaping through the air like a missile. Taizolo attempted to intercept, but Dalmatia proved too agile. He deftly evaded Taizolo, closing in on Xia Zhiqing. His sharp claws enveloped an armed hockey, poised to pierce his skull directly. "Do you believe you will succeed?" Anna's icy roar echoed as a colossal, solid earth palm struck forth. "Who told you that my objective was Xia Zhiqing?" Yet, Dalmatia vanished once more before that mighty blow, only to reappear behind Anna. "My target is you, Anna, daughter of the Mudflow. Eliminate you and destroy the helm, and you shall find yourselves utterly trapped." With a triumphant punch, Dalmatia advanced, leaving Anna completely unprepared for the revelation of her being his true target. Panic surged through Enel and Tesoro simultaneously as they realized the danger. Enel immediately turned to provide aid. In contrast, Tesoro remained motionless, not from a lack of desire to help, but because a weasel was charging toward him, leaving him no time to spare. "Where are your eyes?" Enel heard Megan's, like an arrow released from a bow, closing in rapidly behind him, sword cloaked in armed color, aiming directly at his back. What? Taken aback by the sudden assault, Enel had no time to react. His own safety was now at stake, let alone rescuing Anna. With a swift motion, Dalmatia's strike was intercepted. It was Dasboni's, transformed into a blade-wielding figure, who exerted every ounce of strength to block the blow. The consequence was a significant recoil, blood streaming from his mouth. A gaping wound appeared in Enel's body as Megan's sword cut through the air, missing its mark. The weasel was thwarted by Tesoro's golden shield, but before Tesoro could breathe a sigh of relief, two terrifying sword waves surged forth, forcing him back once more. Tesoro awakened. The weasel lunged with its blade glinting ominously, startling Tesoro, who hurriedly clad himself in golden armor for protection. With a clash, he managed to block the weasel's attack. Yet, before he could fully process the situation, two CP0 agents materialized before him. 6 Styles, Destruction Cannon. Their fists radiated an intimidating force. Tesoro's pupils constricted as he attempted to summon the golden giant for defense, but it was too late. With a resounding impact, the golden armor shattered, and Tesoro's eyes bulged in disbelief. An unimaginable weight of power shattered several of his ribs in an instant. He crashed through the deck, leaving a trail of splintered wood, before plummeting into the ocean below. Not good. Witnessing this, Enel cried out in alarm, unleashing a tempest of terrifying lightning in an attempt to repel the weasel and his allies. However, only cut. The weasel appeared behind Enel, sheathing his blade. With a sickening sound, a massive wound suddenly opened across Enel's chest, blood gushing forth as disbelief gripped his eyes. Before he could unleash his fury and retaliate, he stifled a groan, the lightning dissipating instantly. The most effective method against nature-type users is, indeed, Sea Stone. The red-faced masked man spoke triumphantly, revealing a blood-red hole in the back of Enel, embedded with a sea prism stone bullet. "Damn it!" Enel roared, his teeth clenched. But it seemed all his strength had been siphoned away by the sea prism stone, rendering him powerless. The end of the Thunder Hunter is nigh. Megan's observed the weakened Summer and the protective Anna, along with the blood-stained Dasbonus, and a victorious smile crossed his face. As for Zoro, he had already plunged into the sea to rescue Taisoro. "Damn it, is this where I must halt?" Enel gritted his teeth in frustration. Cough. Who would have thought that I, the Thunder Hunter, would encounter such a dismal day? Very well, let Doflamingo remember this grudge. One day, I shall repay him. Suddenly, Summer, despite gasping for breath, managed to rise to his feet. "What is this? Knowing you cannot escape, do you intend to surrender?" Dalmatia taunted, his voice dripping with mockery. "Surrender? Humph, you truly overestimate me, General Dalmatia." With that, a terrifying chakra erupted from Summer once more, his right eye spinning rapidly as Susanoo materialized again. He unsheathed his long sword and delivered a fierce strike. The weasels were taken aback, hastily retreating. "Enel, Anna, quickly take them away." As the weasels backed off, Summer seized Enel and extracted the sea prism stone bullet from his body, commanding them both, "My lord, what about you?" Anna exclaimed in shock, but Summer interrupted her. "I will not be captured. Tell that person not to worry about me. Go. Ensure that Gills and Seymour handle things before my return." Summer gritted his teeth, blood seeping from between them, his eyes streaming with crimson. Seeing this, Anna steeled herself and shouted, "Take care, my lord." She then commanded the Sunny to unleash its firepower and sail away. "Do you think you can escape, Thunder Hunter?" Dalmesia bellowed, charging towards Anna and the others. "Then let us see you try. Get lost." "Akna!" Summer roared, overloading his Sharingan, desperately squeezing out chakra as he struck like a beam of light. "Don't be so audacious." Dalmesia was not intimidated by a sickly Summer, delivering a fierce punch that tore through the air. However, upon actual confrontation, his expression changed drastically. "Uft!" Dalmesia spat out a mouthful of blood, flying back like a rag doll. "I won't let you go unscathed." The others rushed toward Summer. Boom, boom, bang, bang, bang. Instantly, a barrage of terrifying attacks struck Susanu's form. Susanu shattered continuously, and Summer coughed up blood incessantly, his breath growing weaker. "Thunder Hunter, you cannot even protect yourself, let alone others." Megans roared, intent on pursuing Anna, who had already distanced herself significantly. "I am here. You shall not pass." Although Xia Zhiqing appeared on the verge of collapse, he stood resolute, wielding Susanu to thwart the onslaught of the weasel and his companions. No matter how ferociously they attacked, Xia Zhiqing steadfastly held them at bay, allowing Anna and the others to glide away towards the horizon. "Get out of my way." Upon witnessing Anna and her group reach the horizon, Xia Zhiqing's eyes blazed with fury, and with the might of the eight-armed Azura, he forcefully repelled the weasel and his allies. He then struck towards the warship with a single blade, while the other 7 blades targeted various foes. Oh no! The weasel was seized by panic upon realizing Xia Zhiqing's intentions. He could not allow him to succeed. With alarm etched on his face, he swiftly evaded the blade aimed at him and charged towards the warship. If the warship were destroyed, their fate would be sealed. The others shared the same resolve. Without the warship, their demise was inevitable. Yet, they failed to notice Xia Zhiqing smile. His Susanu suddenly vanished. Standing upon the ocean's surface, he regarded the bewildered weasel and his companions, his voice a mere whisper. "All of you, lie down." He pointed toward the heavens. Summoning a bolt of lightning that surged into the dark, tumultuous clouds conjured earlier by Enel. Then, silence enveloped the scene. What was he planning? The weasel and his comrades were utterly confused. A bolt of lightning had pierced the clouds, and then all fell silent. Was this a jest? Did he truly believe this would compel them to surrender? Surely, they were dreaming. How absurd. Megan scoffed, intent on pursuing Anna and the others. "Lightning release, Qilin." Xia Zhiqing's voice resonated once more. Thunder rumbled ominously, as if the heavens themselves were enraged, and a cacophony of lightning erupted, illuminating the faces of the weasel and his crew. A terrifying head of a lightning Qilin emerged from the stormy clouds, tearing through the fabric of space as it descended. No! The weasel and his allies screamed in horror, the terror of the lightning exceeding their wildest imaginations. Yet, they had no time to evade. Armament. They simultaneously invoked their haki, only to be utterly engulfed by the ocean of lightning. The warship shattered instantaneously, and even Jack's vessel nearby was reduced to mere dust. Boom! The sea erupted, creating a gaping chasm 100 meters wide, as monstrous waves surged violently in all directions. Xia Zhiqing, overwhelmed, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes fluttering shut as he collapsed into the electrified waters. He had exhausted his chakra during the fierce battle, his body riddled with wounds and his vitality dimmed. That he had managed to endure until this moment was nothing short of miraculous. Meanwhile, far off on the ocean's surface, Anna inquired of Enel, who was scanning the surroundings. "What is the outcome of the battle?" "It has come to an end." The Navy personnel employed their armed haki for defense, and with the ocean as a buffer, their injuries were not grievous. However, at this juncture, Enel hesitated slightly, yet upon seeing Anna's anxious expression, he continued, "I can no longer detect Lord Natsuki's life force." "What?" Upon hearing Enel's words, Anna was instantly paralyzed on the deck, her face wrought with disbelief, her delicate frame trembling. The inability to sense Summer's life force implied. Anna could not dare to think further. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Lord Natsuki? She shook her head vehemently, unwilling to accept Enel's proclamation. We have not yet completely extricated ourselves from danger, given that the Navy has sustained minimal injuries. Should they discover our presence here, they would undoubtedly pursue us. Tesoro interjected, offering some rather ill-timed remarks. Do you intend to watch Lord Natsuki perish? This is the perfect opportunity. At this, Anna erupted with fury. What do you think, Lord Enel? Tesoro disregarded Anna's outburst and turned his attention to Enel. Hearing this, Enel could not help but let out a bitter laugh, shaking his head without uttering a word. Yet his expression betrayed his agreement with Tesoro's sentiments. If we pursue now and get entangled with the Navy once more, do you believe we could escape in our current state? That would render Lord Natsuki's efforts futile. Tesoro, holding back his disappointment for Summer's sake, reiterated his stance. Anna's fists clenched tightly, crackling with tension. She was acutely aware that Tesoro spoke the truth. However, to relinquish the best opportunity for search, leaving Summer in peril, was a notion she could not entertain. I understand. Let us return and discreetly dispatch additional personnel to search for Lord Natsuki. When Anna stood again, her demeanor had transformed into one of cold indifference. Tesoro, witnessing this change, nodded in satisfaction. 2 days later, at the Beast's Pirates. Jack, with your strength, you actually failed? Moreover, you suffered casualties and lost your ship? The first calamity. Flame Calamity Jin gazed at Jack, who returned alone, with astonishment. TCH, utterly useless. Jack, it seems you indeed underestimated your opponents. Plague Calamity Queen sneered from the side. Jack, unfazed, did not express anger nor retort. He simply looked at Kaido and said, I am sorry, Lord Kaido, I have lost. Who would have thought we underestimated this Thunder Hunter, that even you, personally intervening, would return defeated? Ha ha ha, this newcomer is quite audacious, Kaido remarked, a chilling smile gracing his lips, without blaming Jack. Jin added, I heard this fellow was later ambushed by the Navy, single-handedly holding off 5 vice admirals, including the likes of Weasel and Darmesia, as well as 2 CP0 members, creating an opportunity for his subordinates to escape. He is far more formidable than we could have ever imagined. However, his fate remains uncertain, and even if we desired to capture him as a warning to others, it would prove quite challenging. Yet, we must wait. If he is still alive, he will inevitably emerge one day. Kaido took a swig of his drink, his gaze suddenly sharp. That will be the day of his demise. The majesty of the Emperor cannot be challenged or undermined by anyone. At the Navy headquarters in Marineford, it was utterly unbelievable that a team led by the Weasel, alongside Vice Admirals Dalmatia, Megans, and 3 others, failed to subdue a severely injured Hunter of Thunder. This individual's strength is simply terrifying. Sengoku observed the 5 of them with a grave expression and remarked, just days ago, he thought that Natsu defeating Doflamingo was astonishing enough. Little did he know that in the blink of an eye, not only had he vanquished the drought-ridden Jack, with a bounty of 758 million berries, but he also managed to hold off 5 vice admirals while injured, forcing them to sustain injuries themselves. It seems I have underestimated him, Sengoku stated, signaling the Weasel and his comrades to withdraw. The 5 retreated immediately. It appears necessary to keep a close watch on this individual, Sengoku mused internally. Finally, he added, of course, if he is still alive. A grievous injury in the sea leads to only 2 outcomes, either survival and re-emergence or a burial in the depths, vanishing from existence. Good heavens. This Hunter of Thunder is simply remarkable. Even the Drought Jack, a subordinate of the 4 Emperors Kaido, is no match for him. Just how strong is he? With a bounty of 790 million berries, the speed at which this bounty escalates is astonishing. It has barely been a short while, and he is already nearing 800 million. The seas have once again surged with excitement due to the bounty of Xia Zhiqing. His achievements are nothing short of legendary, transcending the ordinary. A newcomer who, in less than half a year, has risen from obscurity to fame across the seas, accomplishing in 6 months what others might not achieve in over a decade. Thunder God Enel, bounty of 315 million berries. Daughter of Mudflow, bounty of 278 million berries. Quick/Daz bonus, bounty of 88 million berries. Pirate Hunter Rorinoa Zoro, bounty of 15 million berries. Because Xia Zhiqing's bounty is so dazzling, many have overlooked the bounties of Enel and the others. Yet, it is peculiar that in recent years, there has been no bounty for Tesoro. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. Bounties are merely optional. Now that Natsu's fate is uncertain, I shall return to the new world. When he returns, I will come back as well. My wager with him remains valid. Tesoro is leaving at this crucial moment. That scoundrel is truly infuriating. Seymour glared at the nonchalant Tesoro as he departed, clenching his fists in frustration. In the days to come, while we seek the esteemed Lord NAC, we must also enhance our own capabilities. Next time, we shall undoubtedly perform even better. Anna established a development plan, and they all returned to their stronghold on the Sky Island. Kaido, Doflamingo, and the Navy, you had better ensure that that young lad, Xia Zhiqing, remains unharmed. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to unleash my wrath. Upon receiving Anna's message aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard, though anxious within, remained patient in his wait. However, it is without question that if Xia Zhiqing continues to be absent, the strongest man in the world, Whitebeard, will ensure that the world learns the true meaning of fear. It is truly astonishing. Even Jack has fallen before you, and my dispatch navy has suffered injuries at your hands. Should you re-emerge upon the seas, your first act will likely be to seek revenge upon me. I eagerly anticipate the confrontation between the fully awakened me and you, with those enigmatic eyes. Doflamingo awaits Xia Zhiqing's retaliation. He has never been one to shy away from challenges. So, where could the much-anticipated Xia Zhiqing be at this moment? On this very day? In the first half of the Grand Line, within the calm belt near the shores of the island known as Amazon Lily, a small sea king expelled its waste. Shortly thereafter, a pale corpse began to drift upon the surface of the sea. This lifeless body exuded no hint of vitality, as if it were truly deceased. What could this be? Let us investigate. The guards of Amazon Lily soon noticed the body and hurriedly called for an examination. How tragic this woman appears. Her chest so sunken. Moreover, has she been in the water for too long? There are mushrooms growing between her legs. She seems to have no breath left. Resembling a corpse, should we retrieve her or leave her be? The warriors of Amazon Lily pondered silently. What are you doing? How dare you slack off during your watch? Is your skin itching for trouble? A woman with an extraordinarily large head, green hair, and a serpent-like tongue approached, her expression menacing, accompanied by a sleek black leopard. This woman was none other than Boa Hancock's sister, Boa Sandersonia, a user of the snake fruit in its cobra form. Boa Sandersonia, it is not what you think. We discovered this person. The female warriors of Amazon Lily were startled by the green-haired woman's words and quickly pointed to the corpse behind them in defense. Oh, another one has washed ashore on Amazon Lily? Let me see what kind of girl this is. Upon hearing this, Boa Sandersonia's face lit up with interest as she turned her gaze towards the female warriors. In that instant, her pupils suddenly froze, then gradually widened. Excellent, excellent. Boa Sandersonia suddenly laughed, her serpent-like tongue flicking as her laughter sent chills down spines, utterly unnerving. Bring this person back, take her to the sculpture room, and make her into a statue for me. Boa Sandersonia's eyes were filled with animosity as she gritted her teeth and proclaimed, though I know not from whence you hail. Your misfortune lies in being a man. Here on Nine Snake Island, men meet their demise. Indeed, upon her command, these fierce female warriors dutifully complied. They hoisted the lifeless body and began preparations to create a sculpture. But whose body was it? None other than the one sought by Anna and her companions, Xia Zhiqing. At this moment, despite Xia Zhiqing's physical form exhibiting no signs of life, his consciousness remained intact. To be immortalized as a sculpture, is this truly my fate? He lamented. Just when he thought his troubles could not worsen, his system, in a desperate bid to preserve his stubborn life, had exhausted its power and lapsed into slumber, likely for many months. Xia Zhiqing found himself utterly powerless to control his own body, as his consciousness was alarmingly feeble, teetering precariously on the brink of death. Why would Boa Sandersonia choose to transform this individual into a sculpture? It baffled him. Oh, we need not question the will of Lady Sandersonia. We shall simply follow her orders. In his dazed state, Xia Zhiqing heard these voices before feeling himself shrouded in a heavy covering. A chilling sensation enveloped him entirely. Am I truly destined to remain encased in this sculpture for an eternity? He thought, growing increasingly agitated. Damn it, remember this, people of Nine Snake Island. Do not let me escape, or you shall witness my vengeance. In his mind, he cursed vehemently, for he was a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 700 million, now reduced to mere stone. Time passed, and suddenly Xia Zhiqing felt himself being lifted, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of intimidation, as brilliant light flooded his senses. The distant roars of ferocious beasts reached his ears. Surely, they Haven T placed me in the Amazon Lilies arena of Nine Snake Island, have they? He speculated, piecing together his memories. Indeed, as he surmised, he had been affixed to the arena where Luffy battled Boya Sandersonia and her sister, Boya Marigold. At this very moment, the Empress of Nine Snake Island, Boya Hancock, sat atop the 99th step of the grand platform, gazing down at the sculpted Xia Zhiqing with a haughty indifference, her eyes flickering with intense hatred. Well done, Sandersonia. This is how we should treat men, Hancock remarked to her sister. Yes, my esteemed sister, Sandersonia replied, exhaling a sigh of relief, grateful that Hancock did not chastise her for her actions. Have you investigated his identity? Who is he? If he is of notable repute, that would be most advantageous. Boya Hancock inquired once more, her eyes now radiating an even deeper shade of animosity. Boya Sandersonia replied, not yet, but I will investigate shortly. Results should be forthcoming. Very well, proceed. Boya Hancock nodded imperiously. Under the guidance of her observation haki, Xia Zhiqing gleaned the essence of their conversation. She hastened to suggest that they should lure Anna over. Perhaps then, she could find a way to extricate herself from this predicament. Xia Zhiqing was not keen on remaining confined within the sculpture any longer. Boya Sandersonia took her leave to uncover Xia Zhiqing's true identity. Suddenly, an elderly woman with a diminutive stature and notably large lips emerged, leaning upon a serpentine cane. Hancock, your actions are exceedingly reckless. Have you not considered the implications of turning this man into a statue without first discerning his identity? What if he is a formidable foe? Do you wish to bring catastrophe upon Amazon Lily? The audacity of this old woman to speak so boldly to Hancock was remarkable. Throughout Amazon Lily, all were imbued with a profound reverence for Hancock. None had dared to confront her directly until now. Humph, Granny Xia, you needn't concern yourself with my affairs. I am well aware of my duties. Besides, I am the current Empress of Amazon Lily, whereas you are merely a retiree who need not fret so much. Upon hearing this, Boya Hancock cast a scornful glance at the woman known as Granny Xia, her expression brimming with arrogance. Hancock, your reckless behavior will inevitably lead to ruin for Amazon Lily, Granny Xia retorted, her frustration palpable as she stamped her feet in exasperation. That will not happen. I shall not bring disaster upon Amazon Lily. If you must know, at this juncture, Boya Hancock bent slightly and, with utmost pride, pointed at Granny Xia, declaring, it is because I am the most beautiful woman in the world. Witnessing Hancock's demeanor, Granny Xia could only sigh in resignation before shaking her head and departing. Boya Hancock remained unfazed by her exit, secure in her own confidence. As the former Empress of the Amazon Lily, she bore the responsibility of safeguarding her island. From within the confines of the sculpture, Xia Zhiqing perceived all that transpired, reflecting inwardly, what a woman filled with allure and pride. Truly, she embodies the essence of an empress. Her charisma is overwhelming. Not only men, but even women would surely succumb to her charm. Boya Sandersonia exhibited remarkable efficiency, uncovering Xia Zhiqing's identity within a mere 3 days. However, upon learning the truth, she was taken aback. A sharp pang of alarm surged through her, compelling her to report this discovery to Boya Hancock without delay. She recognized the potential for significant calamity to befall Amazon Lily. For within Xia Zhiqing's ranks was an Enel who commanded a flying ship. The calm belt would be of no hindrance to them. Humph, what of the Thunder Hunter? Seal this information. I wish to see how they managed to infiltrate Amazon Lily. However, after listening to the report from Boya Sandersonia, Boya Hancock completely disregarded the identity of Xia Zhiqing. Sister, is this truly appropriate? What if Boya Sandersonia becomes anxious upon learning of Xia Zhiqing's identity? He is a notorious pirate with a bounty of 790 million berries, having even defeated one of the calamities, Jack the Drought. Such prowess exceeds the capacity of our Amazon Lily on Nine Snake Island to handle. Not to mention, he commands a formidable crew as well. Humph, just follow my orders. As long as the outside world remains oblivious, who could possibly suspect us on Nine Snake Island? Boya Hancock snorted coldly. Yes, my lady. With Hancock's words, her subordinate had no choice but to comply. You, Hancock, with your reckless disposition, will one day lead Nine Snake Island into the abyss. Grandma Xia, filled with exasperation, admonished her. Humph, that shall not happen, Grandma Xia. Just wait and see. I cannot possibly err. Boa Hancock departed with an air of pride. Sighing, Grandmaza could only express her disappointment. She approached the statue of Xia Zhiqing and lamented, "Hunter of Thunder, do not blame Hancock, if blame is to be placed. Let it fall upon me. I am willing to bear your wrath, only hoping you spare Nine Snake Island from destruction." After uttering these words, she suddenly mocked herself. What am I even saying to a statue? Can it hear me? Alas, in my old age, I find myself grasping at straws. With that, she left. If it were any other statue, it would not have heard her words. Yet, by unfortunate chance, Xia Zhiqing was conscious and overheard everything. Humph, forgive her? Dream on. I am not a magnanimous person, Xia Zhiqing's consciousness declared. Just as he was about to dwell further on this, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The host Sharingan has upgraded to Mangekyo, detecting an overload operation, resulting in severe system damage. System repair and upgrade in progress. Estimated time, 1 year. Before Xia Zhiqing could revel in this news, silence ensued. Was this merely a false joy? Xia Zhiqing pondered. He had hoped for the system's recovery, only to receive this grim announcement. A year? How could it take so long? Was the consequence of an overload truly this dire? Xia Zhiqing was taken aback. He never anticipated that his actions would yield such severe repercussions. What he did not realize was that a standard overload would not have caused such grave damage. The critical factor was that Xia Zhiqing had overdrawn his power to thwart the weasels, even when his chakra reserves were nearly depleted. Under normal circumstances, he should have faced immediate death. However, to save him, the system utilized its scant remaining power to preserve his life. Thus, the prolonged recovery time ensued. When then? Shall I be able to escape? Xia Zhiqing lamented inwardly. Never before had he felt so utterly powerless. It must be said, Boa Hancock's information blockade was remarkably effective. Initially, according to Xia Zhiqing's conjecture, since Boa Sandersonia had previously ventured out to uncover his identity, it seemed improbable that even with her exceptional concealment skills, she would leave no trace at all. Surely, if there were even the slightest clue, Anna and her companions would take note and, following the trail, would eventually locate Amazon Lily to liberate him from his petrified state. However, Xia Zhiqing waited for an entire month, long enough for flowers to wither, yet still received no word from Anna and her group. It was as if not a single whisper reached him. Could it be that they had forgotten him? Xia Zhiqing pondered anxiously in his heart. Had Xia Zhiqing truly been forsaken? Of course not. Anna and her companions had not ceased their search for him, even for a moment. Yet, the challenge of finding someone who had been covertly imprisoned, an endeavor akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, was immense. After all, being stranded in the doldrums of Amazon Lily seemed almost surreal. Could it be that Lord Xia Zhiqing had fallen prey to the Sea Kings? After a month of searching, Anna and her crew had nearly scoured half of the Grand Line's first half, yet still found no leads. This thought began to fester in their minds, and the more they contemplated it, the more it seemed like an undeniable truth. After all, it was not unusual for a body lost at sea, or one lacking the strength to resist, to be consumed by Sea Kings, was it? No, it was impossible. How could Lord Xia Zhiqing have been devoured by Sea Kings? Meeting such a pitiful end? Anna resolutely refused to accept this as reality, and so they persisted in their relentless search. However, their continuous quest for one individual, no matter how discreet, inevitably drew attention to the peculiarities of the situation. The Thunder Hunter had yet to make an appearance, but his subordinates were scouring the area for something. Was it possible that many had suddenly entertained a bold notion? Xia Zhiqing had vanished. If that were the case, then testing it would reveal the truth. Some audacious pirates decided to begin their probing. They started to harass the Summer Trade Guild. Initially, it was merely a nuisance, a fleeting disturbance to gauge Anna and her crew's reaction. Yet, when their response amounted to nothing more than a warning without pursuing accountability, and with Xia Zhiqing completely absent, the pirates grew bolder. It appeared as if the Summer Trade Guild lacked the will to confront them. This was highly unusual. Xia Zhiqing was a notorious pirate with a bounty nearing 800 million. Would he allow his influence to be provoked? Absolutely not. If anyone dared to challenge him, he would undoubtedly confront them personally. Yet now, in his absence, what did this signify? It suggested that he was indeed missing. With this hypothesis in mind, the pirates of the sea were driven into a frenzy. The Summer Trade Guild was a prime target, and how could they resist the temptation to seize this golden opportunity? Thus, to combat the incessant onslaught of pirates, Anna and her companions found themselves in an increasingly precarious situation, with dwindling opportunities to search for Xia Zhiqing. On Nine Snake Island, her body appeared to be gradually recovering. An inexplicable force seemed to emanate from within her each day. In the sculpture, Xia Zhiqing was unsure if it was merely his imagination, but he felt significantly stronger than the frail, barely alive version of himself from a month prior. He appeared more spirited and imbued with newfound strength. Doubting his perception, he resolved to reassess his condition in a few days. 10 days later, he was astonished to discover that his recovery was indeed real. This was not an illusion. His body was genuinely revitalizing. Xia Zhiqing was overwhelmed with joy, feeling immensely more powerful than before. Very well, Boa Hancock, just wait for me. Once I have fully recovered, I shall make you pay, he vowed with fierce determination. Time passed slowly, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had elapsed. During this period, the Whitebeard pirates inexplicably clashed with the Beast pirates. While the Navy found itself under sudden attack from Whitebeard's crew, even drawing in Don Quixote Doflamingo in a baffling manner. Honestly, Doflamingo was perplexed. He had no recollection of offending Whitebeard, so why was he suddenly targeted? It was a classic case of misfortune striking unexpectedly. However, Doflamingo harbored a suspicion, although uncertain. He believed this incident might be linked to the name of the Thunder Hunter, Natsu. Perhaps, just perhaps, there exists a connection between the Thunder Hunter and Whitebeard, he mused, suspecting that the Thunder Hunter might possess another identity. Once again bound like a mummy, Doflamingo maintained his wicked demeanor as he spoke. In these 6 months, aside from the confrontation between Whitebeard and Kaido, the only other noteworthy event was the collapse of the Summer Trading Company, which captured considerable attention. It was a pity that a once great talent was envious of fate. However, dying at the pinnacle of glory could also be seen as a privilege. Each time the downfall of the Summer Trading Company was mentioned, it inevitably evoked thoughts of Xia Zhiqing's untimely demise. With the loss of Xia Zhiqing, the core of the Summer Trading Company was thrown into disarray, and combined with the covetous eyes of enemies at sea, it gradually succumbed to failure. Only Anna and a handful of core members managed to escape to Sky Island, seeking refuge. Their search for Xia Zhiqing continued. But the extensive efforts of the past were no longer feasible. Unfortunately, their manpower and financial resources had plummeted to an unprecedented low. Meanwhile, those pirates who had seized the Summer Trading Company found themselves immensely wealthy, practically swimming in riches. Consequently, the past 6 months had seen considerable conflict among pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. 9 Snake Island. On this day, Boa Hancock continued her usual routine of attending court and making decisions. However, midway through, the plaster statue that had imprisoned Xia Zhiqing unexpectedly exploded. This sudden upheaval startled everyone present. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold instinctively positioned themselves in front of Boa Hancock, while the warriors of Amazon Lily immediately shifted into combat mode, all aiming their arrows at the figure obscured by the swirling dust. They were prepared to unleash a lethal shot at the slightest movement. Could it be that the person was still alive? Granny Za was immediately alarmed, her gaze darting towards the dust, cold sweat forming on her brow. With a crackle, a flash of cold light swept through, revealing Xia Zhiqing enveloped in crackling lightning, standing before the Amazon warriors. Finally, he had emerged. It was a long-awaited return to the light of day. Xia Zhiqing stretched lazily, producing a series of explosive sounds. How could this person truly still be alive? How had he managed to survive without sustenance for over half a year? Granny Za watched Xia Zhiqing in disbelief. What do you intend to do, Thunder Hunter? Granny Za inquired sharply. What do I intend to do? Xia Zhiqing replied with a cold smile. You took my sword, imprisoned me in that statue, and treated me as a mere spectacle. What do you think I want? He glared at Boa Hancock, his teeth clenched. Humph, despicable man. What do you wish to do? Do you dare to lay a hand on me? Boa Hancock scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Xia Zhiqing. What if I do? Xia Zhiqing suddenly wore a lewd grin. All I desire is to overthrow you. Bold scoundrel. His words immediately incited fury in Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. Thunder Hunter, you shall not insult Our Lady. They transformed into their devil fruit forms, one into a cobra and the other into a king cobra. Humph, do you two dare to act recklessly before me? Begone. Although Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia were formidable opponents, Xia Zhiqing estimated their combat prowess to be around 70, sufficient for dealing with novice pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. However, against a powerhouse like him, Even without the ability to use his Susanoo due to system upgrades, he could easily defeat them with his own strength. Lightning release. Angry Thunder Tiger. Xia Zhiqing waved his hand, and a terrifying tiger of lightning materialized, charging forth. Thunder Hunter, you underestimate us. The two women adeptly evaded the onslaught. As the lightning tiger smashed through the surrounding platforms, plummeting into the beast pit below. Humph, is that so? Xia Zhiqing's voice resonated ominously before them. The two were taken aback when they beheld a replica of Xia Zhiqing materializing before them. With a swift motion, both Xia Zhiqing pointed, unleashing twin thunder spears that pierced through the chests of the two women with an incomprehensible speed, embedding them into the earth behind. The terrifying lightning coursing through the spears instantaneously robbed them of their mobility, leaving them lifeless on the ground. This was a staggering 30 million volts of electricity, far beyond their capacity to withstand. How could this be possible? They were swiftly vanquished, those two formidable snake woman generals. The strength of this outsider was astonishing. In mere moments, they had dispatched the generals. The female warriors of Nine Snake Island gasped in horror, their astonishment palpable. These two were the mightiest on their island, second only to the Empress. To think they could be so easily defeated by Xia Zhiqing. Boa Hancock, you shall pay for your transgressions of the past half-year. Xia Zhiqing, crackling with electricity, emitted a cacophony of 1,000 birds, shattering the steps as she charged towards the apex where Boa Hancock stood. The female warriors on the steps were hurled away at the mere brush of lightning, utterly unable to withstand her might. Do not be so arrogant, outsider. If you wish to harm the Empress, you must first contend with me. A smoking woman wielding a rocket launcher began to speak, but before she could finish, Xia Zhiqing bellowed, mental impact. A tremendous force erupted, and the woman fell, her eyes rolling back in shock. Conqueror's Haki. The elderly woman gasped in disbelief, utterly unprepared for the revelation of Xia Zhiqing's Conqueror's Haki. Sweet gentle wind. Unfazed, Boa Hancock rose gracefully, forming a heart shape with her hands, releasing beams of heart-shaped light towards her opponent. Illusionary self-hypnosis. Xia Zhiqing recognized the potency of this attack. Boa Hancock was feared by most pirates precisely because of this ability. If one were to develop feelings for the Empress, even the slightest contact would result in petrification. Yet now, with her mind tranquil, Xia Zhiqing approached without any adverse effects from the sweet gentle wind. Awaken, Empress! Xia Zhiqing closed in on Boa Hancock, launching 1,000 birds in a piercing assault. Fragrant foot. The fact that the sweet gentle wind proved ineffective against Xia Zhiqing was indeed unexpected for Boa Hancock, yet her reflexes were swift. Sensing the imminent danger of the piercing strike, she spun and unleashed a fragrant kick, her armed haki enveloping her as she bypassed the most lethal point, striking Xia Zhiqing's arm. Boom! Xia Zhiqing felt an overwhelming force erupt from the impact, losing control over her arm. Furthermore, an odd energy began to petrify it. Crack! Hastily, she executed a substitution technique, and in the next moment, a stone substitute fell to the ground. Truly, Boa Hancock was formidable. She was indeed a troublesome opponent. Xia Zhiqing felt a slight surprise in his heart, but he quickly steeled his gaze. What of it? Lightning release. 1,000 birds, sharp spear. If close combat could not suffice, surely he could engage from a distance. Whoosh! However, as Xia Zhiqing released his attack, Boa Hancock had already vanished from her original position. Fragrant foot. She had audaciously closed the distance, her right foot radiant and exuding an oppressive aura, sweeping fiercely once more. Again, upon witnessing this, Xia Zhiqing immediately raised his foot, enveloping it with armament haki, his body crackling with lightning, and executed a gale foot. Boom! A terrifying force erupted, causing the ground beneath them to tremble violently. Suddenly, a pained grunt escaped Boa Hancock as she was forced back, lightning swirling around her. Observing this, Xia Zhiqing disregarded his petrified right foot. The lightning around him surged with ferocity, lightning strike armor. He shouted. Harnessing the power of shave, he instantaneously appeared before Boa Hancock, unleashing 1,000 birds. Kiss of the spear. Just as Xia Zhiqing launched this strike, Boa Hancock retaliated with a pink bullet, striking him despite his armament haki defense, and sending him hurtling away. Staggering. A spatter of blood erupted from Boa Hancock's chest, while Xia Zhiqing was propelled backward, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Unforgivable, she dared to injure me. Enraged by Xia Zhiqing's attack, Boa Hancock barked. Captive's arrow. She lightly touched her lips with her fingers, conjuring a massive pink heart-shaped energy. Then drew it back like a bow, unleashing a barrage of pink arrows. Humph, mere captive's arrows, witness how I shatter you. In her current state, Boa Hancock was far from the formidable opponent she would become 4 years later when she encountered Luffy. 1,000 birds, 1,000 arrows. With her petrifying pink arrows. He countered with lightning 1,000 arrows. His barrage intercepted all her arrows. Seizing the opportunity, Xia Zhiqing charged forward, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Proclaiming, Boa Hancock, awaken to your fate. Buzz. Suddenly, Boa Hancock glared fiercely, and Xia Zhiqing felt an immense wave enveloping him in an instant. Wrapped in this force, he sensed a domineering and haughty power surging into his very soul, igniting an urge to submit before Hancock. How could I ever bow at your feet? It is you who should submit to me. Regaining his composure in an instant, Xia Zhiqing found that Hancock had seized the moment of his distraction to launch another attack. Another fragrant foot sweeping toward him. Whoosh! With a flash of lightning, Xia Zhiqing swiftly retreated. Gale foot lightning blade. He raised his foot, cleaving through the air to unleash a dozen sharp waves of lightning, forcing Hancock to retreat hastily. A vulnerability exposed. Xia Zhiqing smirked, vanishing once more, reappearing behind Boa Hancock. Be cautious, Snake Princess. The elder observed this scene and quickly called out a warning. What? Hancock suddenly sensed the fierce fluctuations behind her. Just as she turned to launch an attack, a subtle smile appeared at the corner of Xia Zhiqing's lips. To strike without provocation is uncouth. Allow me to introduce you to my mental assault. With a resonant hum, a similarly domineering force assailed Hancock's very soul. Hancock's body trembled violently, and to Xia Zhiqing's astonishment, she collapsed to the ground. Was Hancock truly so easily defeated? How could such a mere mental impact incapacitate her so swiftly? Yet, Xia Zhiqing did not dwell on these thoughts. Such a fortuitous opportunity must be seized, for it may never present itself again. And to vanquish Boa Hancock was within her grasp. Boa Hancock, you shall pay for your transgressions. Xia Zhiqing reached out to grasp her delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly. The pressure in her palm intensifying exponentially. Stop. Do not harm Lady Snake. Release her at once. The sight of Boa Hancock being captured sent the female warriors into a frenzy, rushing to her aid. Observing this, Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at them. Her grip tightening once more. Approach, and I shall snap her neck. Upon hearing this, they halted, their expressions filled with fury. Show mercy. Show mercy. Thunder Hunter, please. At that moment, the voice of Granny Xia echoed, prompting Xia Zhiqing to turn her attention towards her. Show mercy? On what grounds? Give me one reason not to kill her. Xia Zhiqing inquired, her grip only growing firmer. Hancock's face flushed crimson. Killing her brings you no advantage. Granny Xia responded with utmost seriousness. And if I spare her, what benefit do I gain? Xia Zhiqing replied with a disarming smile. You could acquire substantial wealth and resources. It is an exceptionally lucrative deal for you. Moreover, there is no deep-seated enmity between you and Lady Snake, merely some misunderstandings. Granny Xia continued, allowing her words to linger. I apologize for the statue incident. I hope you can forgive her ignorance. Spare her, and I can provide you with the capital necessary for a resurgence. You may not be aware, but your summer chamber of commerce has been divided among the hyenas of the sea, and the daughter of mud has already gone into hiding. If you slay Boa Hancock, the Navy will not let you off lightly. They will not allow the balance of the 7 warlords to be disrupted. Granny Xia's words were a blend of coercion and temptation, and it was evident why she had once been an empress. Her eloquence was unparalleled. Such audacity from these individuals was astonishing. Upon hearing that her summer chamber of commerce had been ravaged, Xia Zhiqing's tone turned icy, her gaze sharpening with fierce intensity. That look made Granny Xia feel as though she were facing a vengeful tiger, causing her to shudder involuntarily. Very well, I accept your terms. However, in exchange for sufficient resources and wealth, you must guarantee that the Empress will not trouble me further. Otherwise, next time, even if you plead, it will be of no avail. Had he not overheard the old lady mentioning that the summer business conference had been cancelled, he might not have acquiesced so readily. Rest assured, I shall counsel Hancock and ensure he will not trouble you again. The old lady breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Xia Zhiqing agree to her suggestion. Furthermore, I shall be cultivating on a nearby island to 9 Snake Island. During this period, you must provide me with ample sustenance, understood? Also, Bring me my treasured sword." Xia Zhiqing spoke with an air of unassailable authority, leaving no room for refusal. "Very well, I shall comply." The old lady glanced at the nearly suffocating Boa Hancock, and, without a moment's hesitation, acquiesced. "Remember your words. Should there be any breach, do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness." Xia Zhiqing left Hancock with the old lady and swiftly departed towards the island's perimeter. Seeing that Hancock had finally escaped danger, the other female warriors quickly gathered around. "Hurry. Assist Lady Snake to rest, and prepare food swiftly. The only place near Nine Snake Island where he can enhance his powers is there." The old lady emanated an overwhelming authority, her tone compelling obedience. Yes, in Nine Snake Island, the old lady's status is second only to the Empress. Her words are law among these warriors. They had unwittingly provoked a formidable adversary, yet this was not even his full strength. Was it due to his severe injuries? The old lady pondered as she watched Xia Zhiqing vanish from her sight. With his ability to defeat Jack, could he truly gain experience in that place? The old lady harbored some doubts. However, as she could not fathom the answer, she resolved to cease her contemplation, for it bore no consequence. Now, let us turn our attention back to Xia Zhiqing. He appeared far from the spirited figure who had just captured Hancock. Now he was drenched in sweat, his complexion ashen and waxen, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Engaging in such intense combat, so soon after recovery had indeed taken its toll. The last remnants of his chakra had been completely expended. Xia Zhiqing chuckled bitterly to himself. His prompt agreement to the old lady's terms was partly due to his inability to endure any longer. Now, Kaido was likely awaiting my appearance. However, appearing upon the open sea is akin to being a caged bird, soon to be captured. This is not a wise choice. Fortunately, Anna and the others are currently hidden away. Thus, I shall lie low for a while and simultaneously enhance my strength. When we re-emerge, we shall strive to possess the power to confront all factions, save for the four emperors. With composure, Xia Zhiqing contemplated his future plans. The system repair upgrade had temporarily disabled his kaleidoscope Sharingan, preventing him from utilizing Susanoo and Akna. Thus, his current true strength is merely slightly superior to that of the present Empress, wholly inadequate to confront the perilous expanse of the sea. Moreover, he has incurred the wrath of the formidable Kaido, one of the four emperors. Should he make an appearance without the support of Whitebeard's power, he would find himself facing inevitable demise. Even the defeated Don Quixote da Flamingo is ample enough to pose a significant threat. However, those who have taken my possessions should brace themselves. They must return everything they have wrongfully acquired and repay the money they owe. The belongings of Xia Zhiqing are not easily taken. To seize my possessions without consequence is to invoke a price. The hard-earned legacy he has built cannot simply be divided as if it were mere clay. After a brief rest, Xia Zhiqing continued on his journey. His destination was none other than the Island of Seasons, where the original Monkey D. Luffy had enhanced his strength for 2 years. This island is home to numerous formidable and ferocious creatures. According to Xia Zhiqing's estimation, approximately 70% of these beings would be beyond his current capability to handle. If Luffy required 2 years, how long would it take me? 2 years, or perhaps 3. Xia Zhiqing's heart was not entirely steady. The Island of Seasons was soon within reach, and behind Xia Zhiqing trailed a pack of exceedingly fierce sea kings. These sea kings lurked in the calm waters near the island, displaying a ferocity that rivaled that of the New World. Finally, he arrived. As Xia Zhiqing set foot on the land, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. Just then, a shadow loomed behind him as a serpent-bodied sea king with a pig's head surged forth from the depths of the ocean, its massive jaws snapping towards him. Unrelenting indeed. Faced with the roaring approach of this sea king, Xia Zhiqing's lips curled into a faint smile. Just as I was feeling hungry, since you have delivered yourself to me, I shall not hold back. Xia Zhiqing drew his sword, channeling all his chakra into a singular, mighty strike. The sword intent erupted. With a swift flash, the blade sliced through, and a line of blood appeared as the Sea King's head was cleaved open. It let out a mournful cry before its entire head fell away. Thud! Its colossal body crashed into the ocean, sending forth a terrifying wave. Today, let this suffice to sate my hunger. Xia Zhiqing leapt into the water, exerting all his strength to toss the Sea King onto the shore. Soon, wisps of smoke spiraled upwards. Large chunks of meat sizzled over the fire, exuding an enticing aroma. with droplets of oil sizzling and crackling, making one's mouth water. The enjoyment of such delicacies requires no further elaboration. However, just as Xia Zhiqing had finished his meal and prepared to continue his exploration, a heavy pressure suddenly descended from behind him. A massive foot was crashing down. Thud! Xia Zhiqing was taken aback and quickly dodged away. Yet before he could draw his sword, a terrifying phantom surged forth, sending him flying. With a tremendous force that felt as if 1,000 June were charging at him, Xia Zhiqing found himself utterly unable to resist. Even his armed color hockey could scarcely mitigate the impact. Not daring to hesitate, he swiftly employed his substitution technique to alleviate this overwhelming power. Who is it? Xia Zhiqing reemerged and glanced toward the spot where he had just stood, eager to discern the identity of his assailant. To his astonishment, he beheld a mammoth. Its form towering over 15 meters, adorned with red spots, its ears as large as lotus leaves, a truly fearsome sight. With a ferocious glare, it fixed its gaze upon Xia Zhiqing and charged forward, trampling towards him. It was this beast. Xia Zhiqing was momentarily taken aback upon recognizing the mammoth. This creature was none other than the same savage beast from the original tale, the one that had injured Luffy and Rayleigh during their first landing on the Four Seasons Island. Struck by Rayleigh's advanced armed color hockey and subsequently stunned by his conqueror's hockey, lightning release, thunder tiger, Xia Zhiqing swiftly formed hand seals, harnessing the chakra he had just regained to unleash a colossal, thunderous tiger. Roar! As the electric tiger surged towards it, the red mammoth raised its lengthy trunk, creating a sonic boom that tore through the air and left a furrow in the earth as it collided with the tiger. The thunder tiger shattered without a hint of resistance, leaving Xia Zhiqing astonished, prompting him to evade. In the next moment, it barreled through the air, nearly sweeping Xia Zhiqing along with it. Thousand Birds' sharp spear. Just as Xia Zhiqing aimed at the mammoth, it unexpectedly lifted its hind legs and launched a powerful kick, compelling him to retreat once more. Then, with a swift motion, he appeared before it, crackling with electricity. Thousand Birds. Sensing danger, the mammoth quickly coiled its trunk, propelling itself to intercept Xia Zhiqing. Whoosh! Yet, Xia Zhiqing seemed to teleport, evading the obstruction of its trunk, and was now mere inches from the mammoth's eyes, poised to strike it down. Roar! The imminent peril sent the mammoth into a panic, and its trunk whipped back, blocking Xia Zhiqing's advance. Thud! The Thousand Birds technique pierced through the mammoth's trunk, splattering blood. Though it did not slay the beast, it ignited its fury. The mammoth swung its trunk once more, sending Xia Zhiqing crashing to the ground. The speed was such that he scarcely had time to activate his substitution technique. Ugh! A mouthful of blood erupted from him. Xia Zhiqing dared not linger and immediately retreated. Boom! In the next instant, the very spot he had occupied was thoroughly crushed by the mammoth's weighty stomp. But it was not over. The mammoth charged again, trampling forward. Xia Zhiqing felt a chill run down his spine and hastily withdrew. Thunderblade of the storm. He stepped forward, unleashing a flurry of sword waves enveloped in terrifying lightning, hurtling towards the mammoth. Boom! 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 The explosive surge of sword waves crashed against the mammoth, emanating a terrifying sharpness akin to thunder and lightning, causing the creature to bellow in agony. I refuse to believe that I cannot overcome you. With a graceful step reminiscent of the moon, Xia Zhiqing surged forward once more, akin to a cannonball, closing the distance to the mammoth. Just as the beast prepared to launch an attack, Xia Zhiqing suddenly shouted, "Mental impact!" A formidable aura erupted forth, momentarily halting the mammoth's movements. Thousand Birds' sharp spear. Seizing this opportune moment, Xia Zhiqing's body became enveloped in crackling electricity, transforming into a phantom-like lightning spear that lunged towards the mammoth. Though the mental impact had only paused the mammoth for an instant, it was too late to evade the lightning spear that now loomed before it. With a piercing sound, the lightning spear pierced through the side of its head, creating a massive gaping wound. But the onslaught did not end there. Thunder escape, heavenly punishment. Xia Zhiqing swiftly formed seals, channeling the electric energy upward. In an instant, a colossal dark cloud gathered above the mammoth, crackling with fearsome lightning serpents that radiated a blinding light. With a thunderous roar, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a water jug, descended without fail. This lightning, with a staggering voltage of 100 million volts, possessed the power to rend asunder, enveloping the mammoth completely. The relentless barrage of terrifying lightning struck the mammoth repeatedly, the overwhelming shockwave propelling Xia Zhiqing backwards. Amidst the chaotic storm of electricity, the anguished cries of the mammoth echoed, but soon fell silent. The ferocious aura of the mammoth had dissipated. The lightning raged for nearly 3 minutes before finally ceasing. The mammoth lay gasping for breath, its body scorched and battered. Defeating such a formidable beast proved to be exceedingly challenging. Indeed, I still sense my own inadequacies. To reach the level of Luffy 2 years hence in the original narrative, I have yet to traverse a considerable distance. My current prowess is roughly equivalent to Luffy's non-gear state 2 years later, capable of dispatching pacifists with relative ease. I eagerly anticipate the moment when I can conquer all the ferocious beasts on this island and discover the extent of my power. Perhaps I shall stand shoulder to shoulder with Luffy in his 4th gear. A rough estimation suggests my combat strength has reached around 360, or perhaps even greater. I wonder what level of strength I will attain when my Sharingan fully recovers in a year. Xia Zhiqing felt a surge of anticipation. Truly, the Thunder Hunter Natsu is formidable. At this juncture, a voice suddenly emerged from behind Xia Zhiqing. It was Granny Xia. Turning to face her, he observed her accompanied by several female warriors from Nine Snake Island, who were pushing a large cart laden with provisions. Granny Xia bore a long sword adorned with purple flames on her back. Excellent. I appreciate dealing with trustworthy individuals. A smile crept onto Xia Zhiqing's lips as he stepped forward to accept the sword from Granny Xia, exclaiming, "Long time no see, old friend." Xia Zhiqing unsheathed the flowing fire, gently gliding her fingers along the blade, which was cool to the touch, emanating a piercing aura that surged upwards. Buzz. It was as if the flowing fire possessed a spirit of its own, vibrating with a resonant hum, its fierce energy intensifying as though celebrating. Ensure my meals are delivered daily, comprising ample meat and vegetables. You may depart once your duties are fulfilled. Xia Zhiqing cast a glance at Granny Xia, preparing to turn away and venture deeper into the island. Wait a moment, Thunder Hunter. At that instant, Granny Xia's voice unexpectedly pierced the air. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing halted and turned back, inquiring, "Might you have further guidance, Granny Xia?" Granny Xia's face contorted with a hint of difficulty, followed by an odd expression that suggested she was hesitant to speak. "Well, it's not much, merely." She paused, grappling with her words, a sense of reticence enveloping her. "Is there truly nothing to discuss, Granny Xia? Deceit is not a virtuous trait." Observing her demeanor, Xia Zhiqing narrowed his eyes slightly, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. If there were no pressing matters, he would gladly reverse his name. Alas, how can I articulate this? This matter is indeed challenging for me to express. Granny Xia sighed, caught under Xia Zhiqing's teasing gaze. "Oh, what could possibly trouble someone of your wisdom so?" Xia Zhiqing asked, intrigued. To have Granny Xia, a woman weathered by decades of hardship and possessing a candid demeanor, struggle to voice her concerns suggested that this was no trivial matter. A fated entanglement. This is indeed a profound and complicated matter. With a sigh, Granny Xia contemplated for a moment, gathering her thoughts before continuing. Our Empress of Nine Snake Island, Snake Princess Boa Hancock, may have succumbed to lovesickness. This was a name that sounded absurd, yet was perilously lethal to all previous emperors. Even I, in my past, have experienced it. In essence, this affliction can only be cured by the one who loves visiting the ailing individual. Lovesickness? Such a familiar term. Upon hearing Granny Xia's words, Xia Zhiqing felt an odd sense of recognition. Although he struggled to recall where he had encountered it before, he delved into his memories, searching for recollections of lovesickness. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, disbelief washed over him as he mused. Wait, could this truly be my fate? If his memory served him correctly, this event had transpired in the original narrative. However, in that tale, the object of the Empress's affection was none other than the Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy remained unaffected by the Empress's allure, having shielded her 2 sisters from the humiliation of their past, all the while displaying his conqueror's haki to subdue her. But where had I, in this unfolding tale, managed to conquer her heart? A woman of such pride, to be smitten by me? Suddenly, he seemed to have an epiphany, and, with a hint of uncertainty, inquired, could it be due to the battle that took place not long ago? The battle he referred to was the one fought against the Empress in the Colosseum. At that moment, he found it peculiar that such a formidable figure as the Empress had succumbed so swiftly to his mental assault, collapsing to the ground. Initially, he was perplexed, but upon hearing the old woman's words, a bold hypothesis emerged. Could it be that she had developed a case of lovesickness back then? To claim he was unaffected would be disingenuous. After all, she was renowned as the most beautiful woman in the world, and to win her affection would surely be the ultimate aspiration and dream of every man who fantasized about entering the realm of One Piece. Thunder Hunter, what do you say about returning with me to save Hancock? Time is of the essence, the old woman said, her gaze apprehensive as she looked at Xia Zhiqing. Had Xia Zhiqing's strength not been so formidable, or his reputation not so fearsome, she might have considered forcibly taking him with her. Yet, there was little to be done, for his might was undeniable. How long will it take? Though he felt a flutter of excitement, Xia Zhiqing was not so incapacitated as to be unable to move. He was no longer the inexperienced individual who had first arrived in this world. Having endured numerous battles, he had traversed many places, especially during his time aboard Whitebeard's ship, where he encountered countless beautiful women in the New World. He was not so easily captivated by a single empress. Moreover, he had pressing matters to attend to. Resolving his current strength issues was paramount. If the time required were not excessive, he would not mind making the journey. After all, if he could indeed win over the empress, it would be an incredible triumph. To claim the world's most proud and beautiful woman as his own would be a source of immense honor. A month's time should suffice. The old woman rejoiced upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's tentative agreement. A month? That is far too long. I refuse. Upon learning that it would take a month, Xia Zhiqing's enthusiasm evaporated instantly. He had anticipated a resolution within a day or two, not this prolonged wait. Please, don't say that, the old woman exclaimed in desperation. If Hancock's condition is not addressed swiftly, her life will be at risk. Should she perish, our Amazon lily will be in grave danger. Observing Xia Zhiqing's indifference, the old woman gritted her teeth and knelt before him. I implore you, save her. The lives of all the people on Amazon Lily depend on her. She cannot afford to falter. If anything were to happen to her, we would all become slaves to the world government, trapped in a dire predicament. Moreover, should you succeed in healing Hancock, she would be yours. To transform the world's most beautiful woman into your own would undoubtedly evoke envy, even among the 4 emperors of the New World. The old woman looked at Xia Zhiqing, hoping her words would resonate with him. Is a month truly necessary? Must I be the one to see Hancock? Upon reflection, it would be disingenuous for Xia Zhiqing to claim he was devoid of feelings. However, his paramount concern at present is to enhance his strength. If it necessitates a visit to Hancock and a commitment of at least a month, he must, regrettably, decline. No need, no need. I can bring her to you. Once she lays eyes on you, she will swiftly recover. After you cultivate your bond, she will be wholly healed. And how wonderful it would be for her to grow stronger alongside you. Upon hearing a hint of acquiescence in Xia Zhiqing's words, Grandma Xia hastily interjected. Oh, is it truly feasible? At this moment, a subtle smile graced Xia Zhiqing's lips. Was this akin to a fortuitous windfall of a free bride? A phrase inexplicably echoed in his mind. Old Sue, do you not desire a wife? Bring her over. You may depart. The ferocity of the creatures on this island is well understood by you. If you do not leave soon, I may be unable to ensure your safety. Xia Zhiqing's words carried an unmistakable air of coercion. What do you take Lady Snake to be? Marigird exclaimed in indignation as she regarded Xia Zhiqing. Do not stir trouble. Marigird, let us proceed as he suggests. At this, Grandma Xia's expression revealed no surprise. This was indeed the domineering demeanor of Xia Zhiqing as a formidable entity. Infuriating. Marigird left with Grandma Xia, while Xia Zhiqing promptly ventured into the forest. Endless battles and untold beasts awaited him. The mammoth was merely of moderate stature among them. There were the powerful ape kings and various serpents renowned for their speed. Additionally, there were lions that had honed both strength and speed to their zenith, as well as crocodiles that epitomized defense, among other terrifying beasts. All of them were monstrous creatures, beginning at a size of 40 meters, displaying formidable prowess. Most importantly, in this realm, the seasons transformed within a single day. Just moments ago, it was summer, and now the temperature began to cool. As night fell, an interminable chill would descend, heralding the most fearsome winter. The weather was exceedingly harsh. Xia Zhiqing must acclimate to this environment, while simultaneously fending off various beastly assaults. The difficulty of his position is readily apparent. Suddenly, shortly after entering, he was propelled backward by a powerful kick from a tall steed adorned with a flowing black mane. The force of the kick even shattered Xia Zhiqing's lightning strike armor, inflicting direct harm upon him. What sheer terror! Speed equates to power. Xia Zhiqing could already fathom the overwhelming strength of the general, Huang Yuan. Hiss! The steed opened its maw, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and lunged at Xia Zhiqing, intent on swallowing him whole. Just then, Xia Zhiqing felt a sudden darkness above him and instinctively glanced up. To his astonishment, a magnificent eagle with expansive iron wings swooped down, its iron claws seizing the steed, which offered no resistance whatsoever. The gale generated by the eagle's descent sent Xia Zhiqing flying. Xia Zhiqing felt as though he had been struck by a torrent of violent air. The tempest was immensely heavy, shattering several trees that could be encircled by 5 men. Ultimately, he collided with a black iron wall, coming to an abrupt halt. Yet, this so-called iron wall was anything but real iron. Before him emerged a triangle-shaped head exuding an acrid stench, slowly approaching Xia Zhiqing. This was no iron wall, it was, in fact, a colossal black-scaled serpent. The way its purple tongue flicked and the viscous slime oozing onto the ground, sizzling as it touched the earth, unmistakably indicated that it was a highly venomous creature. Xia Zhiqing's pupils instantly contracted to pinpricks, and a shiver ran through his entire being. The serpent's aura was overwhelmingly potent, evoking a sensation akin to standing directly before Jack. The terrifying pressure rendered his body nearly immobile, forcing him to merely observe as the black-scaled serpent opened its foul maw, preparing to engulf him. Roar! At that moment, a lion's roar suddenly emanated from beside the serpent. A languid yet formidable orange lion, resembling a small mountain, charged forth with an unparalleled aura. It clamped its jaws around the serpent, lifting the black-scaled creature off the ground. Buzz! As the lion appeared, Xia Zhiqing felt a fleeting moment of asphyxiation. This creature was indeed more powerful than Jack. What a fortuitous arrival at Four Seasons Island. No wonder it had earned the favor of the underworld king, Rayleigh. There was truly merit to this. It became clear why this island was devoid of human presence. Watching the fierce struggle between the majestic lion and the black-scaled serpent, Xia Zhiqing realized there would be no better opportunity to escape than now. Whether it was the lion, whose paw could shatter over 50 meters of earth, or the serpent, whose tail could shake the entire island and create a miniature abyss. Neither was something Xia Zhiqing could contend with. If he did not seize this moment to flee, he might never have the chance again. But could Xia Zhiqing escape? Certainly not. Just as he had ventured 500 meters away, believing he had distanced himself from the ferocious beast's battleground and had eluded danger, a 15-meter-tall crimson soldier ant, its body resembling forged steel, obstructed his path. The sight of the soldier ant sent a chill down Xia Zhiqing's spine. Its aura was only slightly weaker than that of the black-scaled serpent. Xia Zhiqing instinctively took 2 steps back. However, from behind came a searing breath. A massive bear, its chest adorned with a grotesque growth, leaned forward, its eyes glinting with avarice as it gazed upon him. In truth, he was not merely flanked by beasts in front and back. He was surrounded on all sides by a myriad of ferocious creatures. These beasts included spiders, centipedes, toads, crocodiles, and even a muscle-bound rabbit. Had he ventured into the very heart of this forest? Among such a multitude of savage beasts, not a single one was within his capacity to contend with. Xia Zhiqing could not help but smile bitterly. Every ferocious beast in this place possessed the power to annihilate him in an instant. In the presence of these formidable creatures, he felt utterly insignificant. Among the 36 strategies, retreat was the most prudent. Observing that these beasts were warily eyeing one another, their gazes shifting rapidly, Xia Zhiqing understood that if he did not flee now, the moment they began to clash would herald his demise. Activating his Thunderstrike armor, he bolted forward, seeking an escape route. As he made his move, the king ant emitted a sharp cry, its razor-sharp mandibles poised to strike. Yet, with a swift exclamation, Xia Zhiqing transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. If his memory served him correctly, there existed a forest on this island, dense with peculiar trees, that was entirely safe. The beasts detested the scent emanating from those trees, ensuring they would never venture close. He fervently hoped his recollection was accurate. Otherwise, he might meet his end here today, not daring to relax even for a moment. Nor glancing back, Xia Zhiqing unleashed his full speed towards the forest. During his desperate flight, he encountered numerous beasts. Utilizing the full potential of his 3-tomo Sharingan, he meticulously probed, analyzed, and sought the most advantageous path. Fortuitously, he still had access to the 3-tomo Sharingan. Without it, he would have struggled to make any progress. The density of ferocious beasts on this island was alarmingly low, so sparse that every 100 meters, a powerful creature would obstruct his way, even on his most optimized path. It remained a daunting challenge. One can only imagine that had he taken a non-optimized route, he might have already perished. After approximately 2 hours of relentless sprinting, covering over 30 kilometers and traversing the majority of the island, he finally arrived at his destination, the forest of peculiar trees. A sigh of relief escaped him, only to be swiftly followed by paleness as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Upon closer inspection, he was covered in wounds, some exposing ghastly white bone. Truly, it had been an unforgettable journey of despair. In those 2 hours, he had experienced all the hopelessness of the previous 12 years. Never had he felt so powerless. With a combat power of 230, he found himself merely at a mid-level strength on this island. Indeed, on the lower end, where any encounter with a ferocious beast held a 70% chance of defeat. What a disheartening predicament, yet oddly enough, he relished it. After a brief respite, he ventured into the forest. The atmosphere within this forest of peculiar trees was eerily quiet, yet suffocating. An omnipresent pressure weighed heavily upon Xia Zhiqing's heart, reminiscent of a terrifying beast lurking nearby. This pressure, though faint, surpassed that of all the beasts he had encountered thus far, even outmatching the ferocity of the lion-headed creature. Hello, could it be that there is a fearsome beast lurking within? Xia Zhiqing's heart raced with trepidation as he pondered this thought. Cautiously, he advanced, ultimately arriving at the heart of the forest. In that fleeting moment, his hair stood on end, and he instantly transitioned into a battle-ready state. His thunderstrike armor enveloping him entirely, with his armed haki enveloping the flowing fire. Before him lay a colossal stag, akin to a mountain in size. Its antlers were as sharp as swords, its limbs robust and powerful like the very mountains, and though its fur appeared soft, it exuded an undeniable sense of resilience. Most alarmingly, confronted with this aura, Xia Zhiqing felt a wave of despair wash over him. Faced with this mighty stag, he could not muster even a flicker of defiance. Overcome with fear, he was drenched in sweat, too afraid to even draw a breath lest he awaken the creature. He began to retreat slowly, acutely aware that provoking this stag would spell his doom. Remarkably, it took him half an hour to cover a mere 100 meters, an astonishing testament to his caution. As he continued to back away, he suddenly noticed that the stag seemed to emit no breath at all. Upon closer inspection, it appeared devoid of life. Could it be that it had perished? Xia Zhiqing swallowed hard and steeled his courage to approach. 3 minutes later, he discovered that the creature had indeed succumbed to death. Upon getting closer, he realized that the stag, facing away from him, had completely decayed on the side he could not see. According to Xia Zhiqing's estimation, it had likely been dead for 2 to 3 years, despite its long demise. The overwhelming pressure it exuded suggested that this stag had once been the sovereign of this island of seasons. Such a thought crossed Xia Zhiqing's mind, leading him to surmise that the forest's lack of predators was not solely due to the strange trees, but perhaps also because of this regal stag. Regardless, he concluded that he had found a sanctuary. In the days that followed, he would pay his respects. Xia Zhiqing gently offered a fist salute to the stag. Over the next few days, he grasped the profound truth that even in death, the power of a king endures. He also experienced the sensation of wielding the influence of a mighty figure. The lion with a mane dared to pursue him into the enchanted forest. Yet when it approached within 500 meters of the stag, even it, powerful as it was, emitted a distressed cry before retreating. Though Xia Zhiqing had no acquaintance with this stag, it did not prevent him from bestowing upon it the title of King of Stags. To him, this creature was undeniably the rightful monarch of the Island of Seasons. Yet, Xia Zhiqing was consumed by curiosity. Who could have slain such a formidable stag? Who could inflict a wound severe enough to fracture its ribs and bring about its demise? He gazed at the fractured rib of the stag, deep in contemplation. According to his conjecture, in order to slay the king of deer, one must possess at least the prowess akin to that of Katakuri from the original narrative. With a combat strength of no less than 400, he pondered over the possible visitors to this island. Figures such as the Dark King Rayleigh and the red-haired Shanks. Yet he could not discern who among them would take action against the king of deer. However, what Xia Zhiqing might be unaware of is that many others could potentially set foot on this island. For instance, there are individuals like Quinn Marco, or perhaps a fervent combatant with the ability to stir the turbulent seas, who had been captured 6 years prior. Never mind, he thought. Perhaps it is best not to dwell on such matters for now. I should focus on becoming stronger. Xia Zhiqing's foremost task now is to grow in power infinitely. During this journey of strengthening, he must await the system's repair and upgrade until the Mangekyo Sharingan can once again be wielded. Only then would he feel a modicum of confidence in facing the four emperors. The might of the four emperors surpasses ordinary comprehension. After all, in the original tale, Luffy, who fought to a standstill against Katakuri, found himself easily struck down by Kaido. Even Marco had once conveyed to Xia Zhiqing that despite his formidable strength, he could only hold his ground against an admiral for a considerable time, yet against Whitebeard, he would likely succumb swiftly. Time continues to pass slowly. The ailing boa Hancock has finally arrived at the Island of Seasons. To Xia Zhiqing's surprise, Hancock's steed, a seemingly innocuous serpent named Salome, possesses a formidable aura upon their arrival at the island. This is not to say that Salome's power is particularly great, but rather that its venom is so potent that even the lion's mane jellyfish would shy away, and the great black-scaled serpent is filled with trepidation. Thus, Salome carried Hancock to the very place where Xia Zhiqing awaited. Mr. Natsu, I am overjoyed to see you. In the previous moment, Hancock had been sprawled atop Salome, appearing faint and delicate, yet upon catching sight of Xia Zhiqing, she instantly regained her composure. However, she resembled a bashful young maiden, causing Xia Zhiqing to momentarily lose his senses. Hancock, in this guise, is truly enchanting. Haha, I am equally delighted, Hancock. Xia Zhiqing smiled and approached her, taking her petite hand in his and playfully toying with it. In that instant, Hancock was enveloped in a wave of profound bashfulness, nearly collapsing into Xia Zhiqing's embrace. Her exquisite visage flushed a vibrant crimson. So this is what it feels like to be in love. It is truly marvelous, intoxicating. For a fleeting moment, as he held Hancock's delicate hand, Xia Zhiqing contemplated halting time to revel in the beauty before him, forsaking all worldly concerns, holding such softness in his embrace. Perhaps every man harbors but one thought, to swiftly indulge in the joys of love. Yet, Xia Zhiqing took a deep breath, casting aside that notion. He has not yet attained the strength or means to indulge in such pleasures. He must continue to strive. Hancock, will you stay by my side? Xia Zhiqing gazed at Hancock, suppressing the overwhelming urge to plant a fervent kiss upon her lips, and spoke earnestly. The typically assertive Hancock, in this moment, sounded no louder than a whisper, akin to the hum of a mosquito. Her mind, already captivated by Xia Zhiqing's words, conjured a grand tableau of life. She might have even envisioned names for the children she and Xia Zhiqing would someday have. Let us commence, Hancock. The days ahead shall be fraught with challenges, and you must brace yourself, Xia Zhiqing stated with utmost seriousness. Indeed, with you by my side, no matter the circumstances, I shall never suffer. Hancock replied, nodding innocently. Observing this scene, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but reflect inwardly. Ah, love's affliction, what a formidable ailment it is. It has led the illustrious empress to so readily embrace a mere mortal like myself. Truly, this world is wondrous. Xia Zhiqing swiftly lifted Hancock into his arms. In his previous life and this one, he had never even held a girl's hand, yet now he yearned to savor the sweetness of romance. After 21 years of existence, he had finally escaped the plight of being a singleton. Do not misunderstand. Xia Zhiqing merely wished to experience the thrill of courtship. He had no intentions of indulging in more intimate pleasures at this juncture. That would be too hasty, even if Hancock was prepared. Xia Zhiqing was not yet ready to take that leap. The following day, Xia Zhiqing instructed his elder to bring a den mushi. He nearly forgot to inform Whitebeard of his survival, to alleviate any worry about his fate. In the new world, aboard the Moby Dick, the giant den mushi beside Whitebeard suddenly rang. Whitebeard furrowed his brow. The only individuals who would call him at this hour were the other Yonko. He felt irritable, reluctant to answer, especially with Xia Zhiqing's whereabouts still a mystery. Old man, pick up. What if it's something crucial? Marco urged. We can seek news of Xia Zhiqing later. Missing an important message could be detrimental. Reluctantly yielding to Marco's advice, Whitebeard answered the call. However, before he could express his impatience, a voice filled with excitement resonated from the other end. "Old man, it's Xia Zhiqing. I'm alive, and I apologize for causing you concern." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard's breath quickened. Xia Zhiqing's voice continued, "To my beloved brothers, I regret worrying you and father. I am well, so there is no need for concern or search. In about a year, you shall hear of my return to the seas. Where exactly are you? Are you truly safe? Boy, do not deceive me. If you are being held captive, speak up immediately. Whoever dares threaten my family shall rue the day." Yet, it was evident that Whitebeard remained skeptical of Xia Zhiqing's assurances. After all, a person who has vanished for nearly 2 to 3 months reappearing suddenly, claiming to be in good health, would elicit skepticism from most, let alone an experienced individual like Whitebeard. He was not so easily deceived. In Whitebeard's view, the prolonged absence could only mean that the individual had been abducted, hence the lack of communication. "Old man, truly, I am quite well now. If you doubt me, feel free to send someone to confirm. I am currently on seasonal island of Amazon Lily." Listening to these words, Xia Zhiqing, holding a specially enhanced transponder snail from Nine Snake Island, couldn't help but smile wryly. "Very well, I shall send Marco to verify your claims. I hope you are indeed as well as you say." Whitebeard's deep voice, even transmitted through the transponder snail, sent shivers down one's spine. "Brother Marco, I apologize for the trouble, and for all the concern you've shown me," Xia Zhiqing said somewhat sheepishly. "Haha, no need to apologize. I, too, wish to see how you are faring. It has been nearly 3 months since your disappearance with no word. I am curious about what you have been up to. Of course, if I discover you have deceived the old man, I shall not let you off easily." Marco's rare serious tone underscored the severity of Xia Zhiqing's actions. "Then I shall await Brother Marco's arrival, for the old man's peace of mind." After chatting with Whitebeard for a while longer, Xia Zhiqing finally hung up. Following this, he dialed Anna's number. However, the moment Anna's voice reached him, Hancock's eyes sharpened instantly. "Is that you, Lord Natsu?" Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's voice, Anna's incredulous tone came through. "It is I. Are you all well?" Xia Zhiqing smiled slightly, and the transponder snail conveyed his expression. Suddenly, tears streamed down the face of the transponder snail before Xia Zhiqing. "Woo-woo, Lord Natsu, are you all right? Are you safe?" Anna's voice became choked with emotion. "Rest assured, I am quite well now. How about you all? Have you been working to strengthen your abilities?" Xia Zhiqing inquired. "Yes, indeed. We are all striving to enhance our strength. Next time, we shall not allow you to face challenges alone." Upon mentioning this matter, Anna immediately ceased her sobbing, her voice filled with unwavering determination. "That's good to hear. Continue to strengthen yourselves without worrying about me or searching for me. 1 year from now, we shall meet in Sky Island." After hearing Anna's response, Xia Zhiqing sighed in relief and shared his plans. "Understood. I will relay this to everyone." However, about Tesoro, Anna's tone turned bitter as she spoke Tesoro's name. "Forget it. Let it be for now. Let him be." Upon hearing these words, Xia Zhiqing let out a sigh, advising Anna and the others not to provoke Taizolo. "Taizolo, I hope you will provide me with a reasonable explanation when the time comes." After discussing a few matters with Anna, Xia Zhiqing ended the call. What followed was the anticipation of Marco's arrival and the return to the sea in a year. After hanging up, he mused to himself. It was then that he noticed Hancock's displeased expression. Given Xia Zhiqing's intelligence, he certainly understood the reason behind it. "That is my subordinate. You're not feeling jealous, are you?" he teased, gently brushing his fingers against Hancock's delicate nose. "Indeed, I am jealous. What does she think she is, trying to compete with me for a man?" Hancock responded with surprising candor, prompting Xia Zhiqing to shake his head with a wry smile. "Oh, you." Suddenly, Xia Zhiqing felt an inexplicable sense of turmoil brewing within. Unsure of how to navigate the situation. "Humph, you belong to me. No one else can take you away. No one has the right to compete with me for a man," Hancock proclaimed assertively, declaring her claim. "Let us coexist peacefully, shall we? She is one of my most important subordinates, and she holds great significance in my life." Xia Zhiqing gently grasped Hancock's soft hand and spoke softly. "But what if she tries to compete with me?" Before Hancock could finish her thought, Xia Zhiqing silenced her with a kiss. "Anna will undoubtedly become my woman. Hancock, both you and she are of utmost importance to me. Neither of you can be forsaken. If you cannot coexist harmoniously, how am I to manage my subordinates in the future?" Xia Zhiqing gazed intently at Hancock, their foreheads touching, as he articulated his resolve. Rather than remain ambiguous, It was better to clarify things now to avoid disappointment later. All right, I understand, Hancock replied, her expression a blend of resignation and sadness upon witnessing Xia Zhiqing's unwavering demeanor. Do not worry, there will only be the two of you. Seeing Hancock's forlorn expression, Xia Zhiqing realized that it would take considerable time for her to accept Anna. Of course, with both Hancock and Anna in his life, he found himself less inclined towards other women. Two were sufficient. Any more would be a headache. He certainly did not possess the energy of ancient emperors to manage a harem. Let it be agreed, then. You shall be the only one. Otherwise, I shall ignore you. Hancock suddenly lifted her head, pouting like a child. Very well, I promise you. There will be no third. Xia Zhiqing nodded resolutely without a second thought. Upon seeing this, Hancock broke into a smile and embraced him tightly. 3 days later, Marco arrived, startling the old lady. Who was Marco? He was the vice-captain of the Whitebeard pirates, and his presence on Seasonal Island seemed to herald trouble for Xia Zhiqing. After all, the world was well aware of the incident involving the lightning hunter, who had slain Whitebeard's son, Blood-Eye Xia Zhiqing. Previously, the Flower Sword Master Bista failed to achieve his pursuit. Could it be that this time it is Marco who has taken his place? The elderly matriarch was in a state of great agitation. Yet upon her arrival at the Seasons Island, Marco had already vanished, and there were no signs of injury on Xia Zhiqing. The matriarch was instantly bewildered, questioning the nature of the situation. What is it, matriarch? Is something amiss? As her relationship with Boa Hancock blossomed, her interactions with all members of the Nine Snake Island grew less rigid than at the onset. I just caught a glimpse of the legendary Marco, the Phoenix, captain of the Whitebeard pirates. He did not harm you, did he? The matriarch gazed at Xia Zhiqing with concern. Marco's reputation loomed large, and her anxiety was palpable. No worries. I have successfully resolved our grievances with the Whitebeard pirates and forged a trade agreement. They will no longer trouble me. Xia Zhiqing replied with a smile, appreciating the warmth of the matriarch's concern. Is that so? Well, if you say all is well, I shall not pry further. I take my leave, the matriarch declared, excusing herself without further ado. Truly, she was a woman of decisive action. Observing this, Xia Zhiqing couldn't help but chuckle helplessly before returning to the fray alongside Hancock. In the New World, Whitebeard, having received Marco's reassuring confirmation that Xia Zhiqing was indeed unharmed, could not help but display a long-lost smile. He chose not to meddle further in Xia Zhiqing's affairs. If the young man wished to navigate his own destiny, Whitebeard would honor that choice, curious to witness the feats he might accomplish. In the New World, the future Golden City. So, Xia Zhiqing has survived. Intriguing indeed. I knew this fellow would not succumb so easily. Tesoro mused, holding a glass of red wine, gazing into the distant horizon. Let me see what spectacle unfolds upon your return. I wonder how you will confront the vengeance of Drought Jack, who is reportedly in search of you. Striving to grow stronger, all in pursuit of retribution under the name of the Three Calamities. Tesoro eagerly anticipated whether Xia Zhiqing could withstand the retribution of the Yonko upon his reemergence. If he lacked the strength to do so, then he would hardly be worth Tesoro's investment. On Sky Island, upon receiving news of Xia Zhiqing's safety, Anna immediately called off the search for him. Instead, she began to bolster her strength according to his directives, patiently awaiting the day of their resurgence. Just wait. Those who once boasted before me shall soon pay the price. A cold gleam shone in Anna's eyes as she retracted her aura and entered into a rigorous training regimen. Time passed amidst the tumultuous seas, and more than a year slipped away. One day, a couple emerged from the enchanted tree forest. Unbeknownst to us, a year has already passed. How swiftly time flies. The man exclaimed, marveling at the passage of time. Indeed, this year has truly gone by in a blink. I have yet to thoroughly relish the moments spent in your company. The woman exclaimed with a hint of playful reproach, her face reflecting an undeniable reluctance. Hancock, there is still ample time ahead of us. No need for haste. There is plenty of time to be together. The man comforted the woman with these words. This couple, of course, is Xia Zhiqing and Hancock. Aside from them, no one else graces this island. On January 5th, 1518 of the Sea Garden calendar, the weather was splendid. Xia Zhiqing gazed at the sky, whispering softly. Though it has been said to be a year, the true duration amounts to 1 year, 4 months, and 18 days. What a painful yet unforgettable journey it has been. However, it has also allowed me to solidify everything from the past within this year. I have now reached the pinnacle of my current capabilities. At the age of 14, Xia Zhiqing appears remarkably mature, akin to someone of 18 or 19, standing alongside Hancock. There is not a trace of incongruity. The Sky Island. Is Sister Anna finally about to make her reappearance? Hurry, I can hardly wait. A youth enveloped in ominous lightning exclaimed impatiently. What is the rush? Let us wait for Lord Xia Zhiqing to return. He will be here shortly. Before the youth crackling with electricity stands a poised woman, her expression stern as she gazes into the distance, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Lord Xia Zhiqing, you are finally about to emerge. The woman declared, her fists clenched tightly, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Behind her stood a green-haired swordsman, a burly man clad in monk-like attire, and a man dressed as a scientist. Towering behind them are classical steel structures, exuding an aura of potent energy. On this Sky Island, aside from Anna and her companions, who else could there be? The new journey is finally at the cusp of recommencement. I long to immediately test my prowess in Qinghai. The formidable swordsmen of Qinghai, brace yourselves, for I shall be there shortly. This was proclaimed by a green-haired individual, his face alight with expectation, or rather, excitement. In this past year, he has relentlessly trained against Anna, Enelu, and even Jill's, Desbonis, craving to understand his current strength. Lord Xia Zhiqing will arrive in mere hours, so let us prepare. Our first battle will be drenched in blood and chaos. The things we once lost. It is now time to reclaim. Anna spoke without looking back, addressing her companions. It seems a remarkable battle awaits us. Splendid, I eagerly anticipate it. Zoro licked his lips, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, the forthcoming battles shall be exhilarating. Anna narrowed her eyes slightly before turning to stride toward the steel structures. Throughout this year, Anna and her companions have dominantly ruled the Sky Island, becoming its undisputed sovereigns. All the inhabitants of the Sky Island live under the shadow of Anna's reign. Meanwhile, in Donghai, at Windmill Village, a descendant of a nefarious bloodline sets sail. Ace, wait for me. I shall seek you out in 2 years, exclaimed a young man adorned with a straw hat, waving excitedly at a freckled youth in the sea. Oh, it's settled then, Luffy. Until then, I shall remain upon the ocean, awaiting your arrival, replied the freckled youth from the shore. Very well, it's a pact, Ace, affirmed the straw hat youth with a firm nod. These two are none other than Monkey D, Luffy, and Portgas D, Ace. I shall take my leave now, Luffy. We shall meet again in 2 years. Ace waved goodbye and began to row away. On the island of 4 seasons, at that moment, the ships of the warriors from Amazon Lily gradually docked at the shore, there to collect Boa Hancock. However, as Marguerite and her companions set foot on 4 Seasons Island, they were swiftly surrounded. Black-scaled serpents, orange-maned lions, and crimson soldier ants, various terrifying beasts encircled Marguerite and her companions. This is bad. In that instant, their hearts sank as they realized the dire situation. The aura emanating from these beasts was overwhelmingly suffocating. They instantly recognized that any one of these creatures could effortlessly annihilate them. Faced with such formidable foes, they had no chance of resistance. Simultaneously, they swallowed hard, despairing at the thought, is this where we meet our end? The black-scaled serpent, the most impatient of them all, reared its massive head and lunged forward to bite. Naturally, Marguerite, unwilling to await her demise, drew her bow and unleashed an arrow. Yet, her attack, imbued with the power of Haki, merely fizzled against the serpent's scales. Losing all force. It's over, Marguerite thought in utter despair. Regret flooded her mind as she chastised herself for bringing her companions ashore when Granny had warned them to stay on the ship and wait. Black-scaled serpent, how dare you? At that moment, a calm yet authoritative voice resonated through the air. In an instant, the once ferocious black-scaled serpent retreated, emitting a whimper and spiraling in panic. Not only the serpent, but all the beasts that heard the voice trembled, turning towards the source of the sound. There stood Summer Qing and Hancock, hand in hand. Stepping forth, they are under my protection. Should you dare to harm them, I will roast you all and feast upon you, understand? Summer Qing threatened with a smile. Gazing at the massive beasts, the once fearsome creatures recoiled, retreating 2 or 3 steps in alarm upon hearing Summer Qing's words. Ha ha, I jest. Thank you for your hard work over the past year. Xia Zhiqing's ability to change expressions was swifter than turning the pages of a book, leaving Marguerite and the others utterly bewildered. Let us go, but do refrain from such perilous actions in the future. After casting a glance at Marguerite and offering her a word of caution, Xia Zhiqing proceeded towards the ships at the port alongside Hancock. Is this truly the might of Lord Xia Zhiqing? It is utterly terrifying. Such a formidable beast was quelled by merely a word from him. Watching Xia Zhiqing depart, Marguerite could not help but marvel internally. Narrowing her eyes, Hancock clutched Xia Zhiqing's arm tightly, swaying it as she inquired, I wish to sail with you, may I? You are now the Empress of Snake Island. What will become of Marguerite and the others if you leave? He replied, be good and safeguard Snake Island. This place will serve as our base, and its protection is far more vital than joining me at sea. Rest assured, I shall not stray, and I will visit you often. Is that agreeable? Could he really take Hancock with him to sea? Xia Zhiqing found the notion rather ostentatious, and he was not yet mentally prepared for such a commitment. Moreover, Hancock remained the Empress of Snake Island. She could not leave just yet, as the island required her guardianship. Very well, I shall heed your words, but you must remember to visit me frequently. Do you understand? Otherwise, I fear I shall lose my appetite. Hancock's expression suggested she might succumb to lovesickness, prompting Xia Zhiqing to sigh. Hancock had become quite astute in her own cunning. All right, I promise you. He pressed his lips deeply against Hancock's cherry blossoms, then raised his hand, appearing on a ship that had been prepared in advance, declaring, I am departing. With that, he unleashed a surge of lightning, activating the ship's propulsion system, swiftly sailing away and gradually vanishing from Hancock's sight. In the comm belt, even now, Xia Zhiqing did not dare to let his guard down in the presence of the terrifying sea kings inhabiting the comm belt. He unleashed his observation haki, skillfully evading numerous sea kings' nests, and after some effort, he finally reached the Grand Line safely. Wait for me, my friends. Your nightmare is soon to commence. Xia Zhiqing steered the ship towards the first half of the Grand Line, intending to rendezvous with Anna and the others from Sky Island. As he entered the vicinity of Magic Valley Town, he was met with a thunderous shout. Hey, brothers, we've got company. Let us get to work. Suddenly, a fleet of pirate ships surrounded him. Ah, just a little brat. Hee, looks like another one without much to offer, but that is fine. We welcome all. A pirate with a missing left arm grinned savagely at Xia Zhiqing. Newbie, hand over your treasures if you wish to live. Hee. Coming here was the gravest mistake of your life. Yes, hurry and surrender your wealth, or your life shall be forfeit. Quickly surrender your riches, or we shall be forced to take action. A chorus of pirates echoed in agreement. Ah, it appears I have no choice but to part with my wealth. Otherwise, I may very well lose my life. Xia Zhiqing remarked with a rather intriguing smile. He then softly murmured, it seems that after more than a year of absence, I have been forgotten by some. Huh, little brat, don't speak as though you were once famous. Who are you trying to intimidate? One of the pirate captains scoffed. Intimidate? I have no such inclination. Xia Zhiqing rose to his feet and cast a glance at these insignificant beings. I have no time to waste on you insects. You have 10 seconds to vacate the premises. When the time is up, do not blame my subordinates for their ruthlessness. Your subordinates ruthless? Huh, you are quite the jester. Little one, I shall see what you can do if I refuse to budge. A tall pirate clad in a blue vest declared arrogantly. What an audacious little brat. Let me show you my might. A pirate captain wielding a cannon shouted as he aimed it at Xia Zhiqing. Prepare to meet your end. I am known for my impeccable aim. As the cannonball hurtled toward him, the captain beamed with pride. Lightning strike. In response to the incoming projectile, Xia Zhiqing extended his index finger and unleashed a bolt of lightning, detonating the cannonball in midair. For seconds have elapsed. You have 6 seconds remaining. Will you truly not step aside? Xia Zhiqing raised an eyebrow, his tone tinged with impatience. Why does this fellow seem so familiar? I feel as though I have encountered him before. A slightly shorter pirate captain mused, gazing intently at Xia Zhiqing's face, which struck him as remarkably recognizable. 6 seconds? And what of it? Do not be so arrogant, little brat. I am the notorious pirate, Fluid Man Vi, with a bounty of 10 million berries. You will soon learn the extent of my power. A sinister grin spread across Vi's face as he extended his hand, transforming it into a gelatinous form, striking towards Xia Zhiqing's head. A special user of a Logia-type devil fruit? This could prove interesting. Xia Zhiqing showed no intention of evading. None could discern the speed of his response. Vi suddenly cried out in anguish as his fluid hand was severed, the attack having struck with tangible force. Blood gushed forth, and his hand lay severed. The remaining pirates gasped in shock. Never before had anyone managed to strike Vi's physical form. Now, Witnessing Xia Zhiqing accomplish this with such ease, their resolve began to waver. Yet to hesitate at this juncture was rather too late. The 10 seconds had elapsed. And since you chose not to yield, so be it. Xia Zhiqing cast a disdainful glance at them, and then radiant bolts of lightning began to surge from her body, accompanied by a thunderous roar that instilled terror. Witnessing this scene, the contemplative pirate captain finally recalled Xia Zhiqing's true identity. However, as soon as he uttered these words, the entire sea was illuminated by a terrifying flash of lightning, the heavenly punishment of thunder. Xia Zhiqing's voice resonated with an indifferent tone, and in an instant, all the pirate ships were enveloped in lightning, shattering into pieces. No, if these pirates had not recognized Xia Zhiqing's identity in the face of such descending lightning, then they had truly wasted their existence. In all the world, who else possesses such a form of attack, if not Xia Zhiqing? They wished to plead for mercy. But the moment the lightning struck, it had already stripped them of all power. Mercy? Merely a fanciful hope. In just 2 seconds, all that remained on the sea were the wreckage of ships, continuously billowing black smoke. As for the people, they had completely vanished from sight. Why linger? Would it not have been wiser to step aside sooner? Is it not more delightful to be alive? Xia Zhiqing glanced at the debris upon the sea and spoke indifferently. Just as she was about to activate the ship and continue forward, a voice filled with fury and murderous intent rang out. Who dares to touch my people? At that moment, Bellamy the hyena charged forth like a cannonball, exuding an overwhelming aura. It's me, what of it? Do you have a problem, Bellamy? Xia Zhiqing greeted the oncoming Bellamy with a broad smile. Thunder Hunter. Upon seeing Xia Zhiqing's visage, Bellamy's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The last time he was utterly defeated and rendered unconscious by Xia Zhiqing had left him with a profound psychological scar. Seeing her again nearly sent him into a panic. Thunder Hunter, what brings you here? Are you seeking trouble with Joker? Bellamy landed on a large deck, swallowing repeatedly, his face awash with alarm. And what of it? It matters not to you. You lack the qualification to concern yourself. Xia Zhiqing cast a sidelong glance at Bellamy, speaking with haughty disdain. How dare you? Bellamy clenched his fists in anger upon hearing this. He was, after all, a dominant figure in Magic Valley Town, accustomed to a position of superiority, and now being so looked down upon by Xia Zhiqing was intolerable. What, are you dissatisfied? Xia Zhiqing appeared before Bellamy without warning, directly grasping his neck and lifting him effortlessly, leaving him no room for resistance. In an instant, her eyes transformed into blood-red three-tomo, and a powerful wave surged into his mind, rendering his consciousness weak. Memory erasure technique, Xia Zhiqing declared, and then she flung Bellamy towards Magic Valley Town. Only Bellamy had recognized her identity amidst the entire town. To avert unnecessary complications and to keep the news of my reappearance under wraps, it would be prudent to erase Bellamy's memories. Boom. A dull explosion reverberated from the shore, instantly capturing attention and inciting a great commotion. After all, Bellamy is the tyrant of Magic Valley Town. Who could have dealt him such a devastating blow? Curiosity swept through the crowd. Sky Island, here I come. Xia Zhiqing paid no heed to the reactions of the pirates in Magic Valley Town, heading straight towards the town's edge. At the same time, he produced a snail phone and dialed Anna's number. The rising current was on the verge of arrival, and he could not afford to wait any longer. Thus, he had to summon Anna and the others to him. Sky Island. Lord Natsu's silence was becoming unbearable for Anna. If she was restless, it was needless to say how the others felt, especially Enel, who had been fidgeting for far too long. Beep beep. Just then, the snail phone at Anna's waist suddenly rang. Lord Natsu. Anna's first instinct was that this must be a call from Xia Zhiqing. Moshi Moshi, this is Anna. Lord Natsu. Is that you? Anna stifled her excitement and inquired. What is this? Can't wait any longer? The voice of Xia Zhiqing echoed from the other end, transforming the snail phone to resemble him. Upon seeing this, Anna felt an immediate sense of relief. Come pick me up, the rising current hasn't arrived, so I can't ascend. Xia Zhiqing chuckled helplessly. Hearing his voice ignited a wave of excitement in Anna, and she promptly replied, Of course, Lord Natsu, we shall begin preparations at once. All right then, let us leave it at that. We can discuss the subsequent matters once I reach Sky Island. Xia Zhiqing concluded, hanging up the snail phone. Couldn't you spare a few more words? After making me wait for over a year, you hang up so quickly. Anna had initially hoped to converse with Xia Zhiqing a bit longer, only to find him cutting the call short. which prompted her to inwardly grumble. An hour later, under the watchful eyes of some pirates from Magic Valley Town, Xia Zhiqing ascended into the sky, then vanished from their sight. Who could command such a reception from the denizens of Sky Island? Who are these individuals that have managed to assemble such a grand entourage? The residents and pirates of Magic Valley Town were both puzzled and astonished. The mere existence of a habitable Sky Island was truly remarkable. Of course, their astonishment would remain unspoken, for they had yet to grasp the significance of this revelation. On Sky Island, Lord Natsu, you have finally returned. It is such a relief to see you safe. The moment Xia Zhiqing arrived, Anna leapt into his embrace, her face radiating joy as she breathed in his familiar scent, completely oblivious to the curious glances of those around them. Is it appropriate to be so overt in your affection? Xia Zhiqing observed the peculiar expressions of those around him, including Enelu, Zoro, and Daegu. He couldn't help but scratch his head and exclaim, in just over a year, Anna has not only grown stronger in power, but also in certain alluring aspects, which has left me rather distracted. How could it have a negative impact? I dare anyone to try? Upon hearing this, Anna showed no intention of relenting. Instead, she fiercely glared at Enelu and the others, causing them to retreat as if she were a fearsome beast, instilling in them a sense of dread. Anna, you are becoming increasingly formidable, Xia Zhiqing teased, revealing a knowing smile as he witnessed the reactions of Enelu and the others. It seemed that many intriguing events had transpired during his absence. Anna, feigning indignation, replied, Not at all, Lord Nac. Have I not always been kind and approachable? To this, Xia Zhiqing merely chuckled, choosing not to respond. Seeing your current state brings me great satisfaction. I shan't say more, as I believe you are all eager to begin. With that, let us arm ourselves and embark on our journey of vengeance, Xia Zhiqing said, his excitement mirrored in Enelu's impatient demeanor. It was about time. I can hardly wait. Enelu exclaimed enthusiastically. Have we finally reached this point? I find myself filled with anticipation, Zoro remarked, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes, brimming with a fierce fighting spirit. Onward, Xia Zhiqing commanded, and Anna and the others followed in his footsteps, setting forth on their quest for revenge. The Flame Dragon pirate crew had soared to new heights over the past year, reaching the pinnacle of their aspirations. From their humble beginnings as a mere 10-member crew, they had burgeoned into a formidable band of thousands, living a life of unparalleled splendor. The catalyst for this transformation lay in the audacious raid they undertook over a year ago. While other pirate crews hesitated to challenge Xia Zhiqing's might, the Flame Dragon pirate crew boldly seized the opportunity to snatch wealth for themselves. As the pioneers in this endeavor, their spoils were indeed the most bountiful, an astounding sum of 15 billion berries. With this newfound wealth, they invested 12 billion in 3 devil fruits to enhance their strength, while the remaining 3 billion was allocated for acquiring new ships, recruiting personnel, and upgrading their equipment. Thus, they transformed from a crew with a collective bounty of merely over 400 million berries to their current impressive stature. Their total bounty now amassed to a staggering 1,890 million berries. Captain Flame Dragon Peiji boasts a bounty of 421 million berries, a testament to his formidable prowess. The crew he commands is rightfully regarded as one of the most powerful pirate factions in the first half of the Grand Line, having only refrained from provoking the 7 warlords. In the first half of the Grand Line, the formidable pirate crews that remain have all encountered challenges, achieving remarkable accomplishments in the process. They even exhibit subtle signs of potentially becoming candidates for the Shichibukai, standing as the most renowned pirate crews in this segment of the Grand Line. Besides the initial Thunder Hunter, the rapid rise of Captain Raging Dragon Paji is noteworthy. After all, just over a year ago, his bounty was a mere 188 million berries, a sum he amassed over 12 long years. Presently, the Raging Dragon pirates are hosting a lavish banquet, filled with exuberance. Ha ha ha, our captain's wisdom and courage are truly commendable. Had he hesitated initially, we would not have achieved such success. Indeed, just look at the cowardice of the Sky Eagle pirates. It only serves to highlight our captain's brilliance. Crew members continuously extol the virtues of Raging Dragon Paji, almost venerating him as a deity. Ha ha ha, you are all too generous in your praise. I merely made the right choices at the right moments. Captain Raging Dragon Paji, a distinguished-looking middle-aged man, exudes an air of elegance that makes it difficult to conceive of him as a pirate. Captain Paji is far too humble, without your choices, we would not enjoy such wealth and splendor today. Indeed, among the multitude of pirates upon the sea, you were the only one brave enough to take the first step. You are a true hero. However, it was evident that Raging Dragon Paji's feigned modesty only invited further adulation. The smile on his face grew more radiant, his countenance aglow with pride. Raging Dragon Paji is indeed a splendid name. Yet, from this day forth, your fortunate days are numbered. At that moment, a jarring voice pierced the celebratory atmosphere. Who dares to speak so boldly? Step forward and witness as I, the fierce Mat, make short work of you. As the smile on Raging Dragon Paji's face froze, a massive man, robust in stature and wielding a gigantic spiked club, rose and bellowed angrily. Boldness is not what I seek. I merely come to reclaim something that belongs to me. The voice echoed once more, and suddenly, a young man appeared upon their flag. He was strikingly youthful, garbed in a tailored suit adorned with white and blue-purple flame patterns, a long purple blade sheathed at his side. With tousled hair and squinted eyes, he projected no semblance of threat. Above Raging Dragon Paji and his crew, the sky darkened abruptly as a gilded vessel loomed ominously overhead. Upon sighting this golden ship, Raging Dragon Paji felt a chill run down his spine, rising to his feet in alarm. There seemed to be but one pirate crew sailing aboard that golden vessel. You are the Thunder Hunter, Natsu. Raging Dragon Paji addressed the youth, his disbelief palpable. His words startled every pirate on the island, all eyes turning towards the young man. At hearing Raging Dragon Paji's recognition, a flicker of surprise crossed the youth's eyes. Oh, I didn't expect you to remember me. Indeed, I am Nasis, the one from whom you seized 15 billion berries, the former master of the Summer Merchants Guild, the Thunder Hunter Nasis. Yes, this young man clad in white is none other than Xia Zhiqing. As he opened his eyes, the crimson hue of his gaze struck terror akin to blood itself. Hiss! At the very moment Xia Zhiqing acknowledged his identity, the raucous pirate crew fell into a profound silence. All eyes were fixed upon Xia Zhiqing in utter astonishment. As they swallowed hard, beads of sweat suddenly appearing on their foreheads. Captain, why waste words? Let us get started. I have long harbored disdain for these fellows. At that moment, a languid and capricious voice echoed through the air. A man with alabaster skin, clad in lantern pants, wielding a golden staff, and shouldering 4 thunder drums descended from above. He was enveloped in a terrifying tempest of lightning, his gaze resembling that of a deity, surveying the crowd with contempt. It was as if he were a true god of thunder, bounty of 315 million berries. Someone could not help but exclaim in a hushed tone. The fierce dragon pirates, is it? How long it has been? Another voice resonated from the heavens, this time a chillingly cold female tone. The crowd turned their gaze once more, only to behold a woman resembling a celestial being, her face adorned with an air of solitude, gracefully descending while riding a majestic mud dragon. Lady of Mudflow, bounty of 278 million berries. Gazing upon this woman, the rarely vocal Paji of the fierce dragon pirates spoke, his tone imbued with gravity. Once again, we meet, fierce dragon Paji. The figure before them was none other than Anna. Her gaze swept across the members of the fierce dragon pirates, and a faint smile graced her lips. Today marks your demise. Following her arrival, Zoro, Das Bonus, and Gills also descended. Quickslayer Das Bonus, bounty of 88 million berries. The pirate hunter Rorinoa Zoro, bounty of 15 million berries. What an extraordinary assembly has gathered. Paji's gaze towards Xia Zhiqing and his companions turned perilously dangerous. Yet he remained unfazed. Is this all the Thunder Hunter has brought? Such a meager assembly cannot possibly secure what you desire. Just as Paji finished his words, a multitude of armed pirates surged forth from behind him, encircling Xia Zhiqing and his companions. A sea of faces, at least 2,000 strong. Caw caw caw. Thunder Hunter, these individuals are my meticulously chosen elite subordinates. With merely 6 of you, you shall not suffice. Paji declared with pride, a smirk playing on his lips. With that, the officers behind him erupted in mocking laughter. Their faces adorned with scornful sneers, they proclaimed, the disparity is glaring. Thunder Hunter, you stand no chance of victory. Surrender now, and I may go easy on you. Lady of Mudflow, a gaze filled with ill intentions swept across Anna's face. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiqing could not help but chuckle. The tactics of the masses are truly fearsome, such a despairing disparity. After uttering this, he glanced at Inalu, Anna, and the others, and stated, "In that case, we must confront our fears." With that, he took a step forward, advancing toward the 2,000 pirates that surrounded them. Indeed, the most effective way to dispel fear is to confront it. Reciting his thoughts like a poem, Xia Zhiqing raised his hand toward the 2,000 pirates and proclaimed, "Come forth, gentlemen, let me witness your prowess. Arrogant, such a brazen fellow, you shall know my strength." Xia Zhiqing's solo challenge, coupled with his audacious tone, instantly incited the ire of the 2,000 pirates. They all roared as they charged towards Xia Zhiqing, eager to demonstrate their might. Arrogant indeed, what a long-forgotten term. With a slight widening of his eyes, he activated his 3-tomo Sharingan, declaring, "Spirit of the Overlord, unleash." A resonant hum filled the air as a wave of terrifying and domineering energy erupted forth, draining the colors from the surrounding landscape. The charging pirates felt an unimaginable and horrendous force invade their minds, rendering their consciousness momentarily hazy. Then, they all collapsed, powerless. In that fleeting moment, all 2,000 pirates fell, utterly obliterated without a chance to retaliate. Even behind Paji, numerous formidable pirates lay defeated. Those who remained standing trembled, their faces pale, their hearts filled with boundless terror towards Xia Zhiqing. Gulp. Paji involuntarily shuddered, his arm trembling as he swallowed hard. He gazed at the 2,000 elite subordinates who had been instantly vanquished, his expression one of sheer horror. He observed Xia Zhiqing, who appeared unperturbed, and felt an unprecedented pressure wash over him. At that moment, not just Paji but even Inalu and the others stared at Xia Zhiqing in astonishment. How powerful! He had dispatched over 2,000 foes in an instant. What had transpired just now? How had they all fallen so swiftly? "Mr. Natsu, just how strong have you become?" Inalu and the others regarded Xia Zhiqing, their disbelief growing immensely. In just a year and a half apart, how had he transformed into such a formidable force? Truly terrifying. Fiery Dragon Paji, do you still believe you possess any advantage? Xia Zhiqing smiled at Paji and remarked, during his time on Seasonal Island, he had learned an abundance of knowledge. The Conqueror's Haki was merely one of the many skills acquired. You. Faced with Xia Zhiqing's smile, Paji involuntarily took a step back. Then, gritting his teeth, he roared, "Do not be so arrogant. You shall witness my strength. Kill them all." With that, he bellowed, transforming into a colossal dinosaur, his massive head thrusting forward, ripping through the air as he lunged. A Zoan-type user? How intriguing. Allow me to witness your true capabilities. Xia Zhiqing clenched his fist, enveloped in the formidable armor of Haki, and unleashed a powerful punch, causing the air to shatter explosively. Boom! A fierce collision erupted between a man and a dragon. Astonishingly, the towering 5-meter dinosaur, transformed by Paji, was sent reeling back by Xia Zhiqing's single blow. "Is that all the strength you possess?" Xia Zhiqing swiftly closed the distance and struck again, declaring, "It appears your journey ends here." With a resounding thud, Paji had no resistance left and was sent crashing into the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fell into unconsciousness. Lord Paji. The sight left all of Paji's pirate crew in a state of shock, unable to fathom the events unfolding before their eyes. How could a notorious pirate with a bounty of 421 million berries be so easily defeated by Xia Zhiqing in less than 3 moves? Just how powerful is Xia Zhiqing? It seems Lord Natsu has put in considerable effort over the past year and a half. If that is the case, we must swiftly deal with our opponents as well. Upon witnessing the scene, Inaru became slightly more serious in his approach. Reverse Flow Dragon. In stark contrast to Inaru's casual demeanor, Anna brutally crushed her enemies, reducing them to mere pulp beneath her overwhelming might. One sword style, Lion's Song. Zoro transformed into a phantom, swiftly passing by his adversary before standing poised with his sword. In the next moment, his opponent, a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million, erupted with a torrent of blood, collapsing to the ground. Just as Zoro dispatched his foe, Desbonus unleashed a wave of sword energy, concluding his battle as well. "Oh, it appears I must also hasten to finish my fight." Observing that the others had already concluded their skirmishes and set off to seek their next wave of foes, Inaru vanished, reappearing behind his opponent. With his fingers crossed, he declared, 50 million volts, discharge. His adversary had no chance to react before collapsing amidst a cacophony of screams. "Now it is your turn." Xia Zhiqing drew his blade, Liu Hua, and surveyed the panicked pirates around him, revealing a chilling smile. Stay back. The annihilation of the obliterating dragon pirates was accomplished in merely an hour. Xia Zhiqing wiped the blood from his blade and stood tall, stating, "Let us collect their treasures. These bounty fugitives will be a source of ready funds for us." "Yes," Anna responded promptly, activating her abilities to envelop all the defeated pirates, each with bounties of at least 70 million berries. These individuals can all be exchanged for bounties. "Who is next?" Xia Zhiqing inquired, looking toward Anna. "The Great Sword Pirates." Anna replied fluently, understanding his question perfectly. "The Great Sword Pirates, is it? Enjoy your final moments of peace." After listening, Xia Zhiqing thought to herself, "Dare to take our possessions? Then prepare to pay with your life. The goods of our Summer Merchants Association are not for just anyone to seize." Anna echoed coldly, "Indeed." A smile lingered at the corner of Xia Zhiqing's mouth, a smile that hinted at impending slaughter. At that moment, as Xia Muyang and his companion deliberated on the matter, the formidable pirate, Rubis of the Great Sword, suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This inexplicable sensation filled him with an ominous premonition. Was it a sign of something significant about to occur, or merely a figment of his imagination? Rising to his feet, an inexplicable unease began to gnaw at him, as if misfortune were imminent. Could it be that the fellow had returned for revenge? The image of Xia Zhiqing flashed in Rubis's mind, sending a shiver through him. Surely not. That person has been missing for over a year. If he were alive, he should have reappeared by now. Rubis reassured himself, unwilling to accept the possibility of Xia Zhiqing resurfacing. Such a scenario would surely spell disaster for him. No, it cannot be. It simply cannot be. He consoled himself fervently. Previously, he had pilfered a staggering 14 billion from the Summer Merchants Association, merely a few million shy of what he had taken from the fierce dragon, Paji. If Xia Zhiqing truly returned, his fate would be sealed. Rubis was a prudent individual. Following his unsettling intuition, he promptly ordered his subordinates to heighten their vigilance, believing that only such precautions would allow him to find some semblance of peace. After 3 long days without any news of Xia Zhiqing, Rubis finally let out a sigh of relief. "It appears it was merely my imagination. I knew it. Xia Zhiqing is undoubtedly dead. How could he possibly show up here to trouble me? I confirmed his death before I targeted the Summer Merchants Association." He felt reassured, completely at ease. However, just as he began to indulge in his newfound sense of security, the appearance of a golden ship and the young man descending from it plunged Rubis into utter despair. "Raider of Thunder, Nasi, you are still alive. How can this be?" Rubis felt as if a cold wave washed over him, plunging him into an abyss of hopelessness. The bounty on the head of Rubis was 358 million berries. And upon their first encounter, the Raider of Thunder, Nasi, stood before him with a smile that belied the turmoil within. "You are still alive," Rubis stammered, his words faltering as an overwhelming dread enveloped him. He had never believed he could contend with Xia Zhiqing. He was acutely aware of his own limitations. Engaging in battle with Xia Zhiqing was a battle he had no chance of winning. "What? My continued existence surprises you?" Xia Zhiqing observed Rubis's face, twisted in fear, and a playful smile spread across his lips. He remarked, "After all, you are a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 300 million. Have some confidence. Displaying such a lack of self-assurance hardly befits a pirate of your stature." "Ha ha ha. Confidence, you say? How can I be confident? You are the one with a bounty nearing 800 million. The disparity in our strengths is as vast as the chasm between heaven and earth. Before you, I am but an insignificant ant." Upon hearing this, Lubis forced a bitter smile, one laced with mockery. "How can you know without trying?" Xia Zhiqing stepped forward and continued, "Regardless, I have no intention of letting you go today. Is there truly no chance for me to spare my life? Must it end so decisively?" Upon hearing Xia Zhiqing's words, Lubis, who had initially appeared to plead for mercy, suddenly darkened his expression. He had merely feigned weakness. Did Xia Zhiqing truly think him easy prey? Of course. Xia Zhiqing replied with unyielding resolve, without a moment's hesitation. "Humph. Do you truly believe me to be as malleable as clay? Very well, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a 700 million bounty pirate." With a single command from Lubis, his enraged subordinates, stirred by Xia Zhiqing's words, surged forth like a stampede of wild stallions. "I leave them to you, Enel." Xia Zhiqing called to Enel and the others behind him, then transformed into a phantom, breaking through the crowd to confront Lubis directly. "Lubis, prepare for a serious battle." If you do not take it seriously, you may very well meet your demise. Xia Zhiqing unsheathed Liuhua and struck downwards, proclaiming, I have heard you are a master of the sword. Come, let me witness your skill. Then allow me to show you the extent of my prowess, you fiend. Lubies, a tall and slender man, drew forth a colossal sword resembling a shield, unleashing a terrifying aura as he struck fiercely. With a clash, despite his bravado, Lubies' strength was formidable. He only staggered back 2 steps after clashing swords with Xia Zhiqing. Again, Xia Zhiqing advanced once more, swinging his sword as though to stir the very earth itself. Damn it, how can he possess such strength? Lubies gritted his teeth, bracing his sword for another clash. His sword intent intensifying. With a splatter, Lubies spat out a mouthful of blood as he was forcefully sent hurtling nearly 50 meters backwards, carving a long scar into the ground. Curse it, how can he be this powerful? Star Moon Slash, Lubies shouted, his sword intent bearing down as he unleashed a wave of sword energy, shimmering with brilliant stars, tearing through the earth as it rushed towards Xia Zhiqing. But Xia Zhiqing merely swung his sword with ease, a terrifying burst of power emanating forth, effortlessly shredding the sword wave. Is this truly all you are capable of? Xia Zhiqing closed the distance once more, striking out again with such swiftness that it filled Lubies with despair, leaving him no time to react. With a thud, Lubies was sent flying, blood gushing uncontrollably. It seems that the swordsmen from that island were indeed somewhat stronger. At the very least, they could withstand a clash with me for an entire day and night, providing me with the thrill I desire. Xia Zhiqing once again appeared before Lubies, and with a single stroke, pierced through his chest. The prowess of Lubies left him with an overwhelming sense of disillusionment. He had genuinely believed Lubies to be formidable. Hey, Lord Nasi, it's quite excessive to test your sword against a pirate worth 300 million, he exclaimed. Just look around. Who in the first half of the Grand Line could withstand your monstrous strength? Upon hearing this, Enel, who was engaged in battle, could not help but roll his eyes and mutter in exasperation. Just a few days prior, he had faced Xia Zhiqing in combat, only to find himself utterly dominated this time, completely falling behind. Indeed, Mr. Nasi, you have vanquished terrifying figures like Drought Jack. If even he could not contend with your might, what makes you expect to find satisfaction from merely a 300 million pirate? Gills chimed in, unable to hold back his sarcasm. Xia Zhiqing's actions were akin to a high-level player ruthlessly bullying novices in a beginner's village. Such arrogance would be condemned and corrected in the new world. Captain, how could he be so powerful? The entire great sword pirate crew found themselves engulfed in despair from the moment the battle commenced. The sheer strength of Enel and his companions was overwhelming, to the point that their mere presence was sufficient to plunge the officers of the great sword pirate crew into hopelessness. Only Zoro and Das Bonus seemed to offer any semblance of resistance against their adversaries. In just 1 year, Roronoa Zoro had grown to such heights. His progress was truly astonishing. Yamamoto stood beside the severely injured Lubies, watching Zoro, who charged at the enemy like a fierce tiger, a faint smile gracing his lips. In merely a year, he has ascended from the realm of swordsman to that of a swordmaster, and his skill appears to be quite remarkable. At this moment, he must possess the strength akin to that when he first set foot on Sabaody Archipelago, of course, the level he reached 2 years ago when he defeated the pacifistas. Not the more subdued level he attained 2 years later. An hour later, the battle concluded, and the entire great sword pirate crew was captured. Their treasures were thoroughly plundered by Anna. The next target is the Gale pirate crew, Anna announced, revealing the name of their next quarry. Then let us proceed. Xia Zhiqing responded with unwavering composure. On this day, the previously tranquil first half of the Grand Line was suddenly thrown into turmoil. The cause? It was undoubtedly due to the continuous disappearance of pirate captains with bounties exceeding 100 million. Captain of the Fierce Dragon Pirates, Fierce Dragon Paji, missing. Captain of the Great Sword Pirates, Great Sword Lubies, missing. Captain of the Gale Pirates, Gale Sword Sek, missing. In just a week, 12 pirate crews had mysteriously vanished from the first half of the Grand Line. It is worth noting that each of these missing pirate captains was a notorious figure with bounties exceeding 100 million. They represented the 12 most powerful pirate crews that had rapidly risen to prominence in the past year, nearly dominating the entire first half of the Grand Line with their overwhelming strength.